9 Sun God King Chapter 421 to Chapter 473. Yang Body Refinement Mufeng said, I don't think I said there would be a reward before, right? Lu Wudi curled his lips and said, if there's a reward in the first round, there will definitely be one in the second round. Is there even a need to say it? Your Divine Inscription Palace is a big family, so you definitely won't be so stingy, right? Mufeng was speechless at this youth, but he still smiled and said, how about this, each of you can get a box of heavy spirit iron ore. Go pick a box for yourself as a reward. There were many large and small boxes in the plaza. Towards the end, the boxes that everyone carried gradually became smaller. After all, the strength of the boxes began to decrease. These heavy spirit iron ores weighed 1,000,000 jin. Even the small boxes weighed 200 to 300,000 jin. As for how much heavy spirit iron they could refine, no one knew. Of course I'll pick the big one. After saying that, Lu Wudi went over and took a large box of heavy spirit iron ore again. Following that, Qin Yan and company also went over and chose the biggest one. Qin Yan was quite satisfied with the reward. After all, this was only a small competition. The rewards for the later rounds would definitely be very good. You guys rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, the martial arts competition will begin. Mufeng said with a smile. Tomorrow's martial arts competition would not be easy. There would be a total of 3 matches. Each group had 4 people and they had to choose 3 people to compete. In a private room of a hotel, Qin Yan and company were discussing tomorrow's martial arts competition with their elders. Wu Wang said, Qin Yan, how are you going to arrange the order of battle for tomorrow's competition? Qin Yan drank a cup of fruit juice and said, I plan to let little Lu fight in the first match. They have 2 devil warriors and 2 bloodline warriors on their side. In the first round, they should send a devil warrior. Because regardless of whether that devil warrior wins or loses, they still have 2 bloodline warriors who can turn the tables. Little Lu's first match against the devil warrior will definitely be his victory. In the second round, in order to win, the other side will definitely send out a bloodline warrior. As for the second round, either Mei Mei or Wu Shuang will go up. They don't need to win this round. As for the third round, the other side will definitely send out the last bloodline warrior. At that time I will go up. The key is me. The other martial kings nodded. Qin Yan's arrangements were similar to what they had expected. Wei Zhongxing said, the other side will definitely be able to think of this arrangement of yours. However, they are very confident in bloodline martial artists, so they will definitely arrange for the 2 bloodline martial artists to fight in the last 2 matches. Lu Wudi's master, the Beast Tamer King, said, Qin Yan, you are under a lot of pressure. To be honest, we did not think that you would be able to reach the end, but now that you have entered the final battle, I really hope that you can win. Hong Ying said with a smile, Qin Yan, you don't have to worry about the ancient garden pass. I can lend it to you. Thank you for your good intentions, Martial King Hong Ying. Our 9 Extinction Gate also has a pass. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly said. If Qin Yan were to accept the pass from the Hong Ying Martial King, he would definitely owe him a huge favor. This caused the other martial kings to be somewhat surprised. They were extremely curious as to where the 9 Extinction Gate had obtained the pass. Qin Yan asked, Seniors, do you know the exact situation inside the ancient garden? Hong Ying Martial King looked at Martial King Hua and said, among us, only old Hua has entered before. Wu Wang shook his head and sighed. I do know what's going on inside, but I can't reveal a single word. After entering the ancient garden, one could not reveal the situation inside. This was also a matter that everyone knew. Father, did you go in alone the last time you went in? Wu Shuang asked. Yes, sir. Wu Wang nodded. Mao Mimi looked at an old man beside her and asked, Grandfather, when we entered the ancient garden, most of the time, there was only 1 spot. But this time, there are 4. Why is that? The old man smiled and shook his head, I don't know either. But don't worry, it's very safe inside. Over the years, most of the people who have obtained the spots are bloodline warriors. This is also the reason why the bloodline aristocrat families are getting stronger and stronger. This also made Qin Yan and the other juniors even more curious about the ancient gardens. Lu Wudi looked at Wu Wang with a face full of reverence. That was because this Hu Wuwang was able to defeat a bloodline martial artist back then. He was definitely very powerful. You guys overdraft so much strength yesterday, go and rest early. Hu Wuwang smiled. Now, everyone was sure that the ancient garden was definitely safe. Otherwise, Hu Wuwang wouldn't have let his daughter go. Moreover, over the years, bloodline warriors had never been absent. It could be seen that it was indeed very safe inside. Xianxia and Wei Zhongxing entered a suite and asked, Sect Master, the assessment for the quota to enter the ancient garden is handled by the Divine Inscription Palace. Could it be that the Divine Inscription Palace has a lot to do with the ancient gardens? I'm not sure about that. The Divine Inscription Palace has been like this for many years. It's very mysterious. In short, the Divine Inscription Palace has played a great role in the stability of the martial desolate land. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, Little Yun, don't think too much about it. Go rest in peace. Xianxia nodded and returned to his room to rest. If I can really enter the ancient garden and stay inside for a year, I won't have to worry about Momo's food. Xianxia looked at the pile of magical beast crystal eggs and felt a lot more at ease. Brother Yun, there should be some secret in the ancient garden because the people who enter never reveal what happened inside. Mo said. There shouldn't be any harm in that, right? Xianxia said. Maybe. In short, you have to be careful when you go in. Mo said. Xianxia also felt that it was not that simple. After all, his ancient garden pass was in the mysterious pill scripture. There must be a connection. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, cleared his thoughts and fell asleep quietly. Xianxia slept for almost a day before he woke up. At that moment, the sky was still dark. When he came outside, he saw Wei Zhongxing reading a book. Sect Master, what book are you reading? Xianxia asked curiously. An ancient book that records the method to break through with the black martial spirit. Wei Zhongxing said, it's written on it that there are a total of 9 transformations with a black martial spirit and the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm requires the first transformation. Then how can I break through? Xianxia was delighted as he hurriedly asked. It's written that to break the curse, one needs the 9 suns to refine the body. Wei Zhongxing frowned and said, it should be to use the powerful power of the 9 suns to temper the body. This is because the black martial spirit is already very strong. If one does not have a strong enough body, once the black martial spirit evolves, the body will not be able to withstand it. He lowered his voice and continued, Little Yun, you have 2 black martial spirits, so the requirements for your body are even higher. Xianxia suddenly thought of the Yang body refinement in the Star Yang Heart Sutra. That was definitely a method to use the power of the 9 suns to temper the body. I'll get to the bottom of this. Wei Zhongxing smiled, let's go to the plaza outside the Divine Inscription Palace. The dueling platform should be built there. Xianxia was lost in thought as he thought about the Yang body refinement. Little Yun, let's go. Wei Zhongxing shouted with a smile when he saw Xianxia in a daze. Xianxia came back to his senses and followed Wei Zhongxing out of the hotel. They headed for the Divine Inscription Palace not far away. There were quite a few people in the thorny devil Xian city to begin with. Many magical beast hunters who licked blood from their blades were gathered there. When everyone learned that there was a martial arts competition between bloodline warriors in the Divine Inscription Palace, they headed to the plaza early in the morning to watch the battle. To many people, bloodline warriors were extremely mysterious and terrifying. Today, they would be able to witness the might of bloodline warriors. The news spread very quickly. Many people also knew that Xianxia was one of the people competing with bloodline warriors and devil warriors. This aroused the interest of even more people. Xianxia and Wei Zhongxing passed through the crowd and arrived at the side of the battling platform. The spacious battling platform was surrounded by many array pillars. On one of the pillars stood a fat man. It was Mufeng, who was dressed in luxurious purple clothes. Lu Wudi and company also arrived. The 2 bloodline warriors and devil warriors had also arrived early. Their faces were full of confidence and they looked like they were determined to win. This was because in their eyes, 2 bloodline warriors could guarantee an absolute victory in 2 matches. Quiet. Mufeng, who was standing on a pillar, suddenly shouted. The noisy plaza suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of people looked at Mufeng. Mufeng said, during the martial arts competition, you can't use weapons or any kind of defensive equipment. As long as one side admits defeat or no longer has the strength to fight, it will be considered a loss. If I am beaten to the point of losing my combat strength during the martial arts competition and am unable to continue fighting, as the referee, I have the right to decide the winner and the loser. I can also intervene in the competition to avoid death. If someone died in this kind of martial arts competition, they were all extremely rare geniuses. Especially those bloodline warriors. If even one of them died, it would be a huge loss to the bloodline aristocrat family. First match, please come on stage. Mufeng shouted with a smile. The person sent up was a man who was more than 2 meters tall. He took off his upper body's clothes, revealing his ferocious muscles that were filled with explosive power. It was as if every muscle was filled with terrifying power. The burly man was a devil warrior. His square face was filled with power and there were red tattoos on it. He looked very scary. Little Lu, you go. Be careful. Xianxia said to Lu Wudi. Lu Wudi excitedly jumped onto the battling platform. He was not even 1.7 meters tall and his body under his blue clothes was very thin. In front of the burly man, he looked like a thin and weak child. Just from the looks of it, Lu Wudi could not win against the devil warrior. After spending the past few days with Lu Wudi, Xianxia had a good understanding of him. Therefore, he was very confident in him. It was the same for Mao Mimi and Wu Shuang. In their eyes, Lu Wudi was a youth filled with drive and would not tire at all. Especially when fighting, he would always be at the front. Everyone felt that Xianxia was the only one in Xianxia's team who could fight. Although the other three were all very strong young martial Dao practitioners in the martial desolate land, they were still lacking when facing the valiant devil warriors. Invincible Fist. When Lu Wudi heard the people below discussing that he was unable to defeat the devil warrior, he was secretly unhappy. So what if you've taken first place twice in a row? You won't be able to obtain the final victory. The devil warrior sneered, look at your weak body. I can tell that you obtained first place previously only because you took advantage of the situation. You didn't rely on your true strength at all. Lu Wudi said angrily, it's because you don't have the ability and say that we took advantage of the situation. We will definitely win this martial arts competition. Ha ha ha. Are you saying that you can defeat us? You are not arrogant but laughable. You little thing who overestimates yourself. The devil warrior rubbed his fist and continued to sneer, my fist is bigger than your head. What right do you have to defeat me? Mufeng hurriedly shouted, quiet. After the bell rings, the martial arts competition will begin. Finished. He punched out and rang a bell in the distance. The martial arts competition began. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked seriously at the dueling platform. They all wanted to see how the thin and weak Lu Wudi would lose. The devil warrior let out a wolf howl as a lot of grey wolf fur suddenly grew out from his body, turning him into a werewolf. His eyes emitted a red light and his wolf claws were sharp and terrifying. His body had also grown quite a bit. The most frightening thing was that the black demonic energy around his body was extremely terrifying. Brat, I'll let you experience my power. The devil warrior's voice was hoarse and low as he arrived beside Lu Wudi in an instant. A pair of wolf claws swiped at him very quickly. Lu Wudi did not dodge. Instead, he struck out with 2 palms. His 2 palms exploded with 2 loud sounds, creating 2 shockwaves that forced the werewolf devil warrior to take a few steps back. The devil warrior was immediately enraged. He let out a howl and charged forward even more ferociously. When the pair of wolf claws clawed at him, they let out a sharp cry and a strong demonic energy held. Just like before, Lu Wudi condensed his own earth dragon Dao energy. When he struck out with his palm, it was like an angry dragon roaring. The power of the devil warrior and Lu Wudi collided, producing an explosive sound. Little Lu! Xianxia shouted in vain. The devil warrior's claws were very powerful just now. They actually broke through Lu Wudi's palm force and touched Lu Wudi's body. It had to be said that Lu Wudi's reaction was very fast. He was able to retreat in time, but his clothes were torn. Just a little bit more and his body would have been torn apart. When everyone saw how dangerous it was just now, they secretly exclaimed in their hearts. If Lu Wudi had been a little slower, his heart might have been crushed. When Qin saw that Lu Wudi was fine, he felt more at ease. The competition continued. The devil warrior didn't expect Lu Wudi to be so difficult to deal with. He thought that he would be able to defeat Lu Wudi from the start, but now, he could only scratch his opponent's clothes. The Honging martial king said, "There are 2 points to the strength of a devil warrior. The first is an extremely tyrannical and powerful body. When they practice martial arts, they use extreme methods to strengthen their bodies. Second, it's that kind of evil devil Dao power. In the process of cultivation, devil warriors often cause their cultivation to go berserk in order to obtain great power, bursting out the potential in their bodies. Over time, they become extremely evil. The demonic arts they cultivate can also help them suppress the negative effects of their cultivation going berserk. Of course, to cultivate those demonic arts, one has to use vicious methods, such as eating people's hearts, drinking human blood, eating human flesh and so on." Wei Zhongxing added, "Or killing people everywhere. Killing people for fun, to raise one's mental state." When everyone heard this, they felt a chill run down their spine. The devil martial artists were indeed too frightening. Many people also fell into deep thought. This was because the reason why the devil warriors did that was to quickly obtain great power. Some people would indeed sink into the devil Dao in order to raise their cultivation. Qin said with a low snort, "No matter how evil the devil warriors are, aren't they still running amok in the martial desolate land? These devils are simply lawless. Not only did so many famous sects not suppress them, they even colluded with them in secret. I think they are all the same." Lu Wudi also began to counterattack. He had the Earth Dragon martial spirit, which could make his Dao power extremely powerful. The power he released carried the aura of a dragon. On the battling platform, Lu Wudi screamed as he constantly punched at the devil warriors. His fists exploded with terrifying Dao power, like the roar of a dragon. The most shocking thing was that when Lu Wudi was shouting crazily, it was as if he was going all out. He continuously used an earth-level fist technique, crazily and valiantly attacking the devil warriors. The power of the fist exploded out, making it impossible for the devil warriors to approach. Moreover, the speed at which his fists attacked back and forth was extremely fast. In an instant, he had punched out dozens of times over 100 times. The power of every punch was also filled with madness. The fist wind that was like the roar of a dragon was like a torrential storm that constantly enveloped the tall devil warrior. The devil warrior had transformed into a werewolf. He was 2.5 meters tall and his body was even larger. In front of Lu Wudi, he was like a giant. But now, he was forced to continuously retreat by Lu Wudi's dragon fist that was as ferocious as thunder. The devil warrior also roared angrily. A lot of wolf fur had been knocked off his body and fist marks appeared on his body. Those were all caused by Lu Wudi. "Who told you to look down on me? You devil, you're clearly an evil demon, yet you're so arrogant. I'll beat you to death." Lu Wudi's eyes were also red. His fists seemed to contain endless power as he continuously punched without stopping. What shocked everyone was that after Lu Wudi punched for so long, whether it was speed or strength, they did not weaken at all. Instead, they increased in speed. The devil warrior's body had been struck many times by Lu Wudi's countless punches. Wolf fur fell all over the ground. "Little Lu is really amazing," Qin exclaimed. "That's right. The Beast Tamer King said with a smile, our Beast King sect's specialty is to deal with martial artists with beast martial spirits. In front of little Lu, this wolf can only be suppressed." Lu Wudi was still a youth and he was already at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. He definitely had something extraordinary about him. This was something that could not be underestimated. As for the devil warrior, he did not place Lu Wudi in his eyes from the very beginning. Lu Wudi was also a person whose emotions were easily moved. At this moment, when he went berserk, he was even more terrifying than the devil warrior who had turned into a werewolf. He punched out crazily, as if he had punched out many times. The explosive force of the punches had completely enveloped the devil warrior. Although the devil warrior was furious, there was nothing he could do. He wanted to rush over but his body was in pain from the beating. Furthermore, the wind from Lu Wudi's punches was like a raging wave, preventing him from moving forward. Boom. 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 On the battling platform, a series of loud explosions suddenly rang out. Lu Wudi's fists became even more terrifying. The fist shadows that erupted from his fists were all dragon heads. When they landed on the devil warrior's body, they exploded with waves of purplish gold light. Loud explosions continuously rang out, and the sound of thunder continuously shook the horizon. The entire plaza instantly fell into a state of constant explosions. Waves of purplish gold light constantly burst out from the battling platform, causing everyone to be tongue-tied and shocked to the extreme. A moment later, it suddenly quietened down. Lu Wudi gasped for breath as he stood on the battling platform. At this moment, it was as if the storm had suddenly stopped. It had become extremely quiet. The arrogant devil warrior was lying on the ground, wailing. He did not have the strength to retaliate at all. He had also returned to his original form. His entire body was bruised and his fierce face had been beaten beyond recognition. Lu Wudi wins. Mu Feng shouted with a smile. Lu Wudi snorted, "Weak chicken, I haven't had enough fun yet and you've already fallen down. You even mocked me earlier. A guy like you who shouted so happily probably doesn't have much strength. I'm not afraid of you." The elder of the devil warrior had an ugly expression on his face. He was also extremely angry. This was probably the most humiliating time they had been in many years. After the formation closed, they immediately went up to the stage and carried the devil warrior down. Lu Wudi also walked down from the battling platform. "Mimi, you go," Qin Yin said in a low voice. "Once you go up, admit defeat." Mao Mimi also knew that with her strength, she would not be able to win against a bloodline martial artist. Even if it was Lu Wudi, it would not be easy for him to defeat a bloodline martial artist. However, she did not have Lu Wudi's ferocious strength. The bloodline martial artist finally appeared on stage. He was a man dressed in brown clothes and looked very sturdy. When everyone saw that Qin Yin had sent a woman up, they knew that there was a huge disparity in strength. The winner would definitely be a bloodline martial artist. Mu Feng smiled as he rang a bell in the distance. The match had begun. "I admit defeat." At the same time that Mao Mimi shouted, she swiftly dodged the bloodline martial artist's attack. He attacked from the start. If not for Mao Mimi dodging quickly, she would have been injured. The bloodline martial artist stabbed his palm forward like a sharp blade. With that terrifying power, he would definitely be able to pierce through a person's body. At this moment, Mao Mimi was standing under the pillar that Mu Feng was standing on. Mu Feng shouted, "The match is over, Jiang Minjian wins." Jiang Minjian's face was filled with displeasure because he did not have a good fight. Qin Yan and company had one win and one loss. As long as they won the last match, they would be able to obtain the final victory. The development of the situation exceeded many people's expectations. Originally, everyone thought that the bloodline martial artist would be able to win 2 matches in a row. Now, Qin Yan was on stage, many people began to look forward to it. Qin Yan's strength is not weak. He has dual Dao cores and has cultivated the 9 extinction inner force. Furthermore, he has a black vibration martial spirit and he is also an inscription master. What a pity, he is only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. If he was at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, I would bet that he would win. The bloodline martial artist that is competing with Qin Yun is at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. He should be able to suppress Qin Yun. It's hard to say. I don't dare to jump to conclusions right now. There are too many variables on Qin Yun's body. Because of the ancient bloodline inheritance, bloodline martial artists far surpass us in terms of body, inner strength, or even Dao core martial spirit. Now we can finally see with our own eyes just how strong bloodline martial artists are. Everyone looked at the battling platform with great anticipation. Qin Yun calmly looked at the bloodline martial artist who had walked up. This person was slightly shorter than him and wore clothes made of black beast skin. During the martial arts competition, it would not rot so easily. A clash of bloodlines. Qin Yun was curious. He wanted to know how these bloodline aristocrat families used their bloodline inheritance to obtain great power. In his eyes, bloodline inheritance could strengthen a person's physique and other aspects, but there was a limit to it. He guessed that in the bloodline aristocrat families, there was a special method to stimulate the power of the bloodline. Although I have the bloodline of the heavenly lion, I don't know how to use it. Looks like I have to find out more about this in the future. Xianxia thought to himself. The bloodline martial artist looked at Mu Feng, who was standing above, and asked, "If I accidentally killed him in the martial arts competition, what would happen to him?" "Well, if it's really an accident and I can't stop it in time, it's not your fault." Mu Feng said, "In order to win, we will definitely use all our strength during the competition. We will definitely not be able to control our strength well, so it's normal for casualties to occur." The bloodline martial artist's name was Meng Yangning. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He said, "You heard it just now. In this kind of martial arts competition, there is a possibility of death. If you cherish your life, admit defeat now and give up on the competition. Only after fighting will we know who's stronger." Xianxia said, "Since you know that you might be beaten to death, aren't you worried?" Meng Yangning laughed loudly. "What am I worried about? You're looking down on us bloodline martial artists too much. However, this is normal. After all, we bloodline warriors don't come out often. It's normal for you to not know anything about our strength. If you guys are really strong, then you should have gotten first place in the previous 2 rounds." Xianxia said indifferently, "In the first round, we have the devil-chasing talisman. We do have the upper hand in this round. But in the second round, your overall strength is indeed inferior to ours." The smile on Meng Yangning's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with an angry and gloomy expression. He said coldly, "I will soon make you understand that we bloodline warriors are invincible. Don't be so absolute. What if I defeat you? At that time, it will be awkward." Xianxia said with a smile. The other party wanted to infuriate him by looking down on him. However, he was not angry at all. Furthermore, he constantly counterattacked, planning to infuriate Meng Yangning. Meng Yangning's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The effect that Xianxia wanted was also achieved. This way, he would be able to make his opponent use their strongest power to fight from the very beginning. That way, he would be able to quickly figure out his opponent's approximate strength. Mu Feng seemed to be able to see how intense this martial arts competition was. When the time came, he would have to brace himself to avoid any deaths. He suddenly rang the bell in the distance, a buzzing sound rang out, Meng Yangning's body suddenly emitted a mist. The intense ancient bloodline aura caused Xianxia's heart to shudder. It was like a powerful beast from ancient times. "It's the flood dragon bloodline," Mo suddenly said. While Xianxia was alarmed, Meng Yangning suddenly disappeared. Bang! Meng Yangning, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. He struck the back of Xianxia's head with his palm, producing a loud bang. Xianxia suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head, causing him to feel dizzy. Thankfully, his mental power was strong enough to protect his brain from serious injuries. When Meng Yangning saw Xianxia fly out, he hurriedly followed and threw out hundreds of punches, but Xianxia dodged it very quickly. This alarmed Meng Yangning. He never expected that Xianxia would still be so clear-headed and nimble after receiving such a heavy blow to the back of his head. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention the back of their head, even if they were hit anywhere on their body, they would still be severely injured. This also surprised the experts present. The power of his bloodline is truly terrifying. His speed just now was very fast and he appeared behind me in an instant. Xianxia shook his head to clear his mind. As for Meng Yangning, he disappeared once again. When Xianxia saw this, he immediately dodged at an extremely fast speed. This time, he successfully dodged Meng Yangning's palm. Otherwise, his head would have suffered another heavy blow. After Meng Yangning failed, he was immediately enraged. He rushed forward and punched out a series of flashing red fist shadows, like the roar of an angry flood dragon. As Xianxia dodged, he could tell that Meng Yangning's martial spirit was a red variant martial spirit. This guy hasn't used his true strength yet. Xianxia could also tell that Meng Yangning was still holding back. Since that's the case, I'll force you to use your strongest power. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black as black gas overflowed from his body. When the crowd saw this, they immediately shouted. Qin Yan is going to use the vibration martial spirit. It's said that the black martial spirit can fuse with the body and release the strongest power. That looks so scary. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he cultivates a demonic art. Let's see if he can resist the power of his bloodline. Everyone was discussing excitedly. A black martial spirit against a bloodline martial artist. This was very interesting to watch. The speed at which Meng Yanning punched was just like Lu Wudi from before. He continuously punched out. What was even more terrifying than Lu Wudi was that the force of his punches contained the power of an ancient bloodline. This power came from his body. Qin Yan also realized that Meng Yangning's strength was the strength of his physical body and the inner strength of his Dao core. They were similar. If these two powers were to be combined, the power could be imagined. Retreat. Qin Yan, who had been constantly dodging, struck out with the Extinction Dragon Palm. The power of the Extinction Dragon Palm struck out like a black astral wind. With a low howl, it shook everything as it mightily enveloped the area. It was like a ferocious black wave that rose and fell as it charged towards Meng Yanning. Meng Yanning could also sense the terrifying power of Qin Yan's palm. He immediately took a few steps back as a thick red mist seeped out from his hands. He pushed forward and blocked the Extinction Dragon Palm. The Extinction Dragon Palm shook and the martial stage trembled incessantly. Meng Yanning, who was enveloped by the palm force, let out a loud roar as a red mist surged out from his body. The red mist surged behind him and condensed into a red flood dragon that floated above him. The red flood dragon roared and charged into Meng Yangning's back. Meng Yangning's body suddenly swelled up as his eyes flashed with a green light. Break! Meng Yangning's voice also became incomparably rough, like the roar of a flood dragon. The power that suddenly erupted from his palms shattered the powerful Extinction Dragon Palm. Hong Ying said, "This is the state of bloodline awakening." Hu Wuwan nodded. The strongest state of a bloodline martial artist is basically like this. It is extremely rare for Qin Yan to be able to force a bloodline martial artist to such a state. Qin Yan is definitely going to lose. A bloodline martial king laughed. Ever since we lost to Hu Wuwan last time, we bloodline martial artists have never lost to you ordinary people. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, since you have lost to ordinary people before, it means that you still have a chance of losing. The martial king from the Meng family bloodline aristocrat clan was still smiling proudly. An Ning is a special bloodline martial artist and his martial spirit is the Red Sun martial spirit. Bloodline martial artists with red martial spirits can maintain the awakening state of their bloodline for a longer period of time. Also, after their bloodline awakens, their strength will be even stronger, especially now, Meng Yanning said with a rough voice, "Qin Yan, you forced me to kill you. The awakening of bloodline requires bloodthirst and your blood seems to be very strong. I want to use your blood to strengthen my bloodline." As he spoke, he used his scaly fists to quickly strike at Qin Yan. Qin Yan also struck out with the Extinction Dragon Palm in an attempt to force his opponent to retreat. However, the power that he sent out was always shattered by his opponent's punch. It was impossible to form an attack. Following that, he used tsunami technique and many other martial arts but none of them were able to attack Meng Yanning. When Meng Yanning was attacking ferociously, he had formed an extremely terrifying defense. His pair of angry fists could break through any attack. Qin Yan had used the power of 3 Dao cores to execute the Extinction Dragon Palm. It was already very terrifying but the moment the palm force struck, it was instantly torn apart by his opponent. The most shocking thing was that there was a red mist constantly surging into Meng Yanning's body, replenishing his energy. It was a wave of red sun spiritual energy and it was extremely dense. It constantly condensed and entered Meng Yanning's body. Such a fast recovery rate was also a manifestation of the power of a bloodline martial artist. The more Meng Yanning fought, the fiercer he became. Every punch he threw seemed to be able to break through a huge mountain. As Qin Yan dodged, he was also punched a few times. Every time his body was punched, his body would churn and he nearly vomited blood. The people below the stage were all dumbstruck. Especially the martial artists at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. They were all astonished. Meng Yanning, who was also at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, was terrifying to the extreme. With that kind of power, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a few 4th level martial Dao realm cultivators. As for Qin Yan's performance, it was equally shocking. He, a person at the second level of the martial Dao realm, had actually fought with Meng Yanning for so long. Although it looked like he was about to lose, with his current cultivation, it was still an honor to be able to fight for so long. Qin Yan was incomparably vexed. He could also deeply understand the difference between a single life mark. His opponent was at the third level of the martial Dao realm. His martial spirit had evolved and he had also cultivated the third life mark. His Dao power was even stronger. If it was a normal martial arts competition, Qin Yan could use the power of multiple Dao cores to make up for the difference. However, in a martial arts competition with a bloodline martial artist, the difference was very obvious. Meng Yangning's claws gradually turned into flood dragon claws. They were covered in thick scales and the claws were as sharp as blades. They were equivalent to a pair of weapons. I will kill you. Meng Yangning's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. His deep and rough voice was filled with hostility. At this moment, Meng Yanning was like an ancient ferocious beast possessing his body, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Big brother Qin, stop fighting. He will kill you. Lu Wudi, who had always been brave and fierce, suddenly shouted anxiously when he saw this scene. The shy Hua Wushuang also shouted, Big brother Qin, we're not going to that ancient garden anymore. Quickly admit defeat. If this goes on, you will die. Qin Yan, quickly admit defeat. Right now, he was in a bloodline awakening state. It was equivalent to being possessed by an ancient ferocious beast. He would not give up until he killed someone. He might even eat you. Mao Mimi also shouted anxiously. Just as everyone thought that Qin Yan would admit defeat, Meng Yanning charged forward and stabbed at Qin Yan with his claws. Qin Yan grunted as black gas overflowed from his eyes. He threw a punch at Meng Yanning and released a deep lion's roar. He had struck out with the heavenly lion's lightning force. Forceful suppression. The moment Meng Yanning was sent flying, everyone could not believe their eyes. A powerful and ferocious bloodline martial artist was actually sent flying under the berserk state of his bloodline. Everyone looked at Qin Yan in bewilderment because the power he erupted with just now was too strong. That kind of power was at least at the peak of the fourth level of the martial Dao realm. And Qin Yan was only at the second level of the martial Dao realm. Even Wei Zhongxing was surprised by this. He also knew that Qin Yan had 3 Dao cores and was rather clear about Qin Yan's strength. However, he believed that Qin Yan was still a little lacking against a crazy bloodline warrior. And the power of Qin Yan's punch had already exceeded the power limit of 3 Dao cores. After Qin Yan sent Meng Yanning flying, he could finally catch his breath. Meng Yanning himself was also extremely surprised. He seemed to be able to sense an ancient beast power just now. It was even stronger than the bloodline power he released. I will beat you until you kneel. Meng Yangning's bloodline was in a berserk state. He was like an enraged beast. After being provoked, he became even more berserk. Meng Yangning's pair of flood dragon claws began to dance wildly as he clawed at Qin Yan from afar. The red claw shadows danced in the sky, enveloping more than half of the battling platform and enveloping Qin Yan. Meng Yangning's claw shadows were like a red storm that enveloped Qin Yan's body. It made him feel as though his body was being cut by a knife. It was only because Qin Yan's body was sufficiently powerful that he was not injured. If he was unable to withstand it, his body would definitely be torn to pieces by the claw shadows. Retreat for me. Qin Yan roared and used Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. The lion's roar shook the heavens and the earth, turning the black claw shadows that covered the sky into a red mist, which dissipated along with the shock waves. Qin Yan used the mysterious star steps and charged at Meng Yanning. His fist condensed the heavenly lion's lightning force, and he continuously punched out. When his fist rushed out, it condensed a heavenly lion's head, mighty and fierce. When Meng Yanning saw the golden lion head, he was extremely shocked. He was a descendant of a bloodline aristocrat clan, so he naturally recognized what it was. That was an ancient sky lion. The faces of the members of the bloodline aristocrat clan below were filled with fear. Although the bloodlines in their bodies are very strong ancient era's beast bloodlines, they are far inferior to the heavenly lions. In ancient times, heavenly lions were existences that could slay dragons. They were existences as powerful as dragons. Just now, when Qin Yan had used the Heavenly Lion's lightning force and the Heavenly Lion's roar, the people from the bloodline aristocrat clan had a faint feeling that Qin Yan was hiding a powerful strength. Now, seeing Qin Yan's fist explode the heads of the Heavenly Lions, they were certain that the power Qin Yan displayed was related to the Heavenly Lions. The Heavenly Lion could defeat the dragon. Meng Yangning has the bloodline of a flood dragon. At this moment, he was also intimidated by the power of the Heavenly Lion. You're the one who lost. Qin Yan had long been displeased with Meng Yangning. At that moment, his violent fists violently smashed out without any mercy. Qin Yan is currently using his pinnacle power. Meng Yangning, who was in a deranged state, was no longer as berserk as before. This was because no matter how berserk he was, he would always be suppressed by Qin Yan. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yangning had fallen into a bitter battle. He was suppressed by Qin Yan to the point where he had no strength to retaliate. Qin Yan's ferocious fists were like two hammers as they smashed down in all sorts of ways. Every time the hammer struck, there would be a boom 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 sound, as though it was about to collapse the earth. The fists surged and roared as the Heavenly Lion's roar echoed in the plaza. From time to time, huge golden lion heads would appear on the battling platform. They exploded like phantoms, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Mu Feng, who was standing on the pillar, was astonished. At the same time, he recalled Qin Yan's dragon suppression cauldron. Many people also thought of the dragon suppression cauldron. Those martial kings began to discuss in surprise. Could it be that Qin Yan has the bloodline of a Heavenly Lion? What is his background? The power he is using now is the power of the Heavenly Lion. Is he from a bloodline aristocrat clan? Impossible, our bloodline aristocrat clan does not have a Heavenly Lion. Furthermore, it is very difficult for such a powerful bloodline to appear in a human's body because a human's flesh and blood body is unable to withstand the power of the Heavenly Lion's bloodline. A bloodline martial king said. If he really does have the bloodline of the Heavenly Lion, then, what does that mean? Wei Zhongjing also realized the seriousness of the matter. If Qin Yan had obtained his bloodline by himself, the other bloodline aristocrat clans would definitely think of ways to obtain the Heavenly Lion's bloodline. When Qin Yan heard the discussions of the crowd below the battling platform, he felt somewhat anxious. He did not want to expose his Heavenly Lion bloodline because it was extremely likely that he would be besieged by multiple bloodline aristocrat clans. Although Meng Yangning was suppressed, he was not defeated for a moment. He was still able to bitterly hold on. Let's end this quickly. In order to avoid any unexpected incidents, Qin Yan could only end the match as soon as possible so that he could enter the ancient garden as soon as possible. Meng Yangning's body suddenly flashed with a bloody light as he roared, "Qin Yan, I'm going to eat you." Only Meng Yangning, who was on the battling platform, could clearly sense the suppressed bloodline power of Qin Yan. He, who had fallen into madness, was instantly excited and completely lost his mind. In Meng Yangning's heart, there was only one strong thought. It was to eat Qin Yan. Qin Yan cursed inwardly, "This bastard, he saw through my Heavenly Lion bloodline." Meng Yangning suddenly seemed to have gone mad as he charged at Qin Yan with a thunderous punch. He opened his bloody mouth and his expression was extremely sinister. Die. When Qin Yan saw that his opponent wanted to eat him, he did not show any mercy. His left arm suddenly flashed with lightning and fire as a strong energy surged out. The muscles on his arm swelled up and tore his sleeve apart. His arm was exposed and the Heavenly Lion totem tattoo gradually appeared. Following the deep roar of a Heavenly Lion, a huge claw appeared on Qin Yan's arm. The tips of the claws were like a few sharp giant blades, surrounded by lightning and fire. 6-style Wind Slayer. After Qin Yan released the Heavenly Lion fighting dragon claw, as he brandished it, the Tao energy that surged out was like a violent storm. The ground constantly shook as if it was about to collapse. The lion's claw slashed down with the power to split mountains and rivers. The roar of a lion resounded in all directions. 6 consecutive slashes were unleashed in practically an instant. Mu Feng, who was standing on the pillar, had no time to stop him. Meng Yangning had been turned into pieces and those pieces were burning with purple gold flames. A bloodline martial artist had been killed in front of his family's elders. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock like a raging storm. The most shocking thing was that Qin Yan had a calm expression on his face. Everyone looked at the few people from the Meng family and did not dare to breathe. Many people retreated, believing that a great battle was about to break out. Xianxia slowly lowered his raised hand. The huge and mighty lion claw gradually disappeared as well. He let out a long sigh. It was obvious that he was prepared for the second round of attacks. Victory or defeat was a matter of an instant. It also meant that in that instant, life and death were in Xianxia's hands. In the quiet plaza, the Meng family members suddenly roared angrily. All of their eyes were red as they glared at Xianxia. A Ning. A middle-aged man roared as he charged towards the battling platform as though he was about to fall into a frenzied state. Now, everyone could see that there was an extremely powerful heavenly lion totem on Xianxia's bare left arm. No one expected Xianxia to possess a totem inheritance. Furthermore, he had comprehended a powerful totem martial art from it. Everyone immediately thought that the reason why Xianxia possessed the heavenly lion totem was most likely because he had obtained it through the dragon suppression cauldron. Wei Zhongxing also let out a long sigh. He had long known that Xianxia was hiding his strength, but he never expected it to be the powerful heavenly lion totem. Hong Mengshu had seen Xianxia's lion claw before, but she never expected it to be a totem martial art. Friends of the Meng family, we can understand your pain. Mu Feng let out a long sigh. You saw the situation just now. Either Xianxia dies or Meng Yangning dies. I can't stop it at all. Mu Feng was only a martial artist at the Xian martial realm. Facing the Meng family's bloodline martial king, he was not afraid at all. He slowly landed below the battling platform. The Meng family members were so angry that their bodies trembled as they glared at Xianxia on the battling platform. Xianxia did not wish to see such an outcome. If Meng Yangning had not made up his mind to eat him, he would not have been so ruthless. The Meng family was a bloodline aristocrat family from the magical beast Desolate Land. It was normal for them to be filled with hostility. Xianxia did not feel the slightest bit of regret. In his eyes, Meng Yangning would become a peerless devil in the future. Mu Feng said again, the martial king must stay behind and open the gate of the ancient garden. If you go back on your promise, you should know the consequences. He closed the array on the battling platform and Wei Zhongxing hurriedly came to Xianxia's side. Mu Feng said, the winning team will follow us to the bridge of the garden tonight. Now, all of you go back and rest. Xianxia and Wei Zhongxing followed Mu Feng into the divine inscription palace and arrived at a suite. The onlookers hurriedly dispersed. Now, they knew that Xianxia did not have the bloodline of a heavenly lion. He only had the heavenly lion totem. However, this was an existence that was comparable to the power of a bloodline. Little Yun, I didn't expect you to have a totem inheritance. Wei Zhongxing said with a happy smile. I didn't want to expose myself, but I didn't expect the strength of a bloodline martial artist to be much stronger than I imagined. Xianxia said with a smile. Mu Feng said with a smile, Xianxia, if you were at the third level of the martial Dao realm, you would be able to defeat that guy without using the power of the totem. Of course, that guy is not the strongest bloodline martial artist. This batch of young bloodline martial artists do not have good aptitude. In the bloodline aristocrat family, the strongest bloodline martial artists are those with totem inheritances. Wei Zhongxing nodded his head. Those bloodline aristocrat families have all mastered the method to inscribe totem inscriptions. Bloodline combined with totem power, that kind of ancient power is the most terrifying. Xianxia had the bloodline of the heavenly lion, but he did not know how to use it. After resting, Xianxia changed into a set of tiger skin clothes. There were many light inscription equipment inside his clothes, and he also wore the dragon-resisting boots. At night, Xianxia and Wei Zhongxing followed Mu Feng and left the divine inscription palace. Martial kings from many powers were also waiting outside. The martial king of Totem Pavilion also appeared. He was a black-robed old man. A strange garden now that everyone knew that Xianxia had the heavenly lion totem on him. Only the people from the bloodline aristocrat clan and Totem Pavilion were concerned about it because they had the method to obtain the totem. Previously, Xianxia's father had told him to hide his totem well. And now, he had still been exposed. The martial kings of the king-level powers all had to follow and open the gate of the ancient garden. The powers of the Fire King sect hated Xianxia to death, but they had no choice but to open the gate together. After everyone left the city, they followed Mu Feng and flew in a certain direction. They wanted to go to a bridge that led to an ancient garden. It was also on the path of the thorny devil. In the middle of the night, they entered the mountain range on the path of the thorny devil and arrived at a place with a thick fog. It was extremely dark here. Mufong threw a few talismans in the air to illuminate the bridge. The bridge was a broken bridge. It was supposed to connect two mountains, but it was broken in the middle. Even though it was only half a bridge, it was still several thousand meters long. It was completely black and was made of many black stone bricks. It did not look very stable. The bridge was very wide and could allow 100 people to stand side by side on the bridge. There were still many gaps in the middle. Mufong also directed the martial kings to stand in position. Qin Yun, after we begin, all you need to do is charge forward and you will be able to reach the ancient garden. Generally speaking, you will be able to come out in a year. The specifics will depend on the situation inside. Mufong said, "Oh right, you need to take out your pass." Mao Mimi and the other two hurriedly took out their pass. They were all secretly excited. This was because according to the rumors, as long as one entered the ancient garden and came out, they would become very strong. They would be able to obtain many secret inheritances inside. Qin Yan also took out the ancient garden pass. When the martial kings saw it, they were curious as to who had lent him such an important item. "Alright, you can jog forward now. When you see a screen of light appear in front of you, you can speed up and rush over." After Mufong finished speaking, he took out 4 pills and handed them to Qin Yun and company. He said, "These are mysterious replenishing pills. If the power of your Dao cores is exhausted, you can immediately recover after eating them." Lu Wudi said, "Is this our reward for winning?" "That's right. Don't underestimate this pill. It's very expensive and very useful." Mufong said with a smile. "I have 2 Dao cores, can I also recover?" Qin Yan asked. "It should be possible." Mufong wasn't too sure either. After Qin Yan and company were ready, they ran on the bridge. Mufong hurriedly instructed the martial kings to pour all their power into the bridge. Dozens of martial kings poured their strongest power into the bridge at the same time. The bridge suddenly trembled slightly, and the pitch-black bridge suddenly turned white. In the dark night, the bridge that was emitting white light became very beautiful. Qin Yun and company also saw a white light screen appear at the broken bridge. They suddenly quickened their pace and rushed over. The 4 of them rushed into the light screen and disappeared. After Qin Yun entered, there was a flash of light inside. It was actually daytime. He held the ancient garden pass in his hand, blocking the strong light that suddenly shot over. "Why is it daytime in here?" he asked. No one answered him, for there was no one around. Qin Yun looked around abruptly and realized that he was in a desert. "Mimi, little Lu, Wushuang, where are you?" He was alarmed as he shouted loudly. He had thought that after entering, everyone would be together. Qin Yun looked at the ancient garden pass in his hand and muttered, "Could it be that there's a problem with my pass?" His pass was indeed different from the others. Everyone else's pass was passed down. As for his pass, he had obtained it from the mysterious pill scripture. What the hell? What the hell is this place? He looked up at the sky and saw 10 suns. Qin Yun immediately rubbed his eyes and continued to look up, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. It's really 10 suns, what's going on? Qin Yun sat paralyzed on the sand. He felt that it was very hot and suddenly jumped up. He also discovered that the 10 suns here were emitting a very strong heat. Suddenly, the pass in his hand released an intense golden light. Then, it floated up and began to absorb the power of the sun. Qin Yun looked at the pass in astonishment. He did not know what would happen next. He had entered an ancient garden, but the situation inside was different from what he had imagined. He had originally thought that this place was rich in resources and beautiful. Unexpectedly, it was a desert and there were 10 very hot suns. The pass absorbed the power of the sun and slowly descended. Qin Yun grabbed the pass and felt a strange feeling. He seemed to be able to hear something calling out to him through the pass. He circled around a few times and after confirming a direction, he hurriedly rushed over. "Momo, can you sense anything in this damned place?" Qin Yun released Momo, "Are you afraid of the heat?" After Momo came out, she sat on Qin Yun's head and looked at the 10 suns in the sky. She said with a frown, legend has it that in ancient times, there were 10 sons. Later on, one of them mysteriously disappeared, leaving only 9. How come there's another one now? Xianxia said, could it be that I'm no longer in the 9 desolate? Mo thought for a moment and said, that bridge should be a teleportation array that teleported you to another place. In short, this is not the 9 sons and 9 desolate that we are familiar with. Xianxia used the 9 yang divine spirit to absorb the 9 sons' spiritual energy, but he was unable to do so. He couldn't even absorb 1 son's spiritual energy. Now, he was certain that the place he was in was not the 9 sons that he was familiar with. Mo said, it's also possible that this isn't a real ancient garden. Could it be that the place little Lu and Mei went to is different from where I am? Xianxia hurriedly stopped and said, Brother Yun, how did you get your ancient garden pass? Mo asked. Xianxia was also carefully thinking about this problem. The ancient garden pass in his hand should be rather old. At that time, the immortal graveyard had yet to appear. Perhaps even the ancient gardens did not exist. However, if the ancient gardens did not exist, why would there be an ancient garden pass? Xianxia told Mo his thoughts. Mo flew into Xianxia's palm and said, I suspect that there are many ancient gardens. And the one you are going to, is not the one from the 3 desolate lands. Xianxia gently caressed Mo's face and realized that it was very hot. He hurriedly placed her into his storage space and said, all right, I'll follow the guidance of the pass and take a look at the situation over there. Right now, his mind was in a mess. I can't absorb the spiritual energy here. If I use it all up, wouldn't I be unable to replenish it? After running for more than 2 hours, he suddenly thought of this problem and stopped. 2 hours had passed and the sun in the sky remained in the same position. It did not move at all. This was also very strange. Xianxia took out the 9 yang spirit convergence array and spread it out on the sand. What surprised him was that the 9 yang spirit convergence array could actually absorb a large amount of 9 yang energy, and he could also absorb the energy converted by the 9 yang spirit convergence array. How strange, it seems that I can't absorb the 9 sun spiritual energy through the spirit vein. But I can pass through the formation. Xianxia was now relieved. He put away the 9 yang spirit convergence array and continued running. It should be the effect of the inscriptions. He could not understand what was going on. Since he had come to such a place, he could only investigate. Xianxia followed the guidance of the pass and traveled for 2 days. He was still in the desert. He took off his upper body's clothes because it was very hot here. The 10 suns were always hanging in the sky and the temperature had never dropped. A sun that never sets? Xianxia frowned as he sat in the 9 yang spirit convergence array and recovered his energy. More than 2 hours later, he had also recovered. He took out the passage medallion, sensed the strange and mysterious call, and began to run madly. Another day passed and he finally arrived at a place that was not a desert. However, it was still desolate and filled with rocks. The boundless land in front of him was covered with gravel of all sizes. Xianxia picked up a stone and said with a frown, this is a meteorite. There are actually so many of them here. Brother Yun, be careful. This place is very strange. Mo warned from inside, I have a feeling of unease. Xianxia nodded. I will pay attention. He stepped into the meteorite field and continued running. After running for a few hours, Xianxia saw a huge crater. It looked like it had been hit by something. It was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was very big and also very deep. He circled around the crater and continued on his way. What shocked him was that there were many such craters along the way. Could it be that someone is fighting here? Xianxia was secretly astonished. He really could not understand what the relationship between the mysterious pill scripture and this damned place was. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem like a place related to gardens. Xianxia felt extremely helpless. He was the only one here and it was far from what he had imagined. He did not know if Hu Wushuang and the others were also in this kind of place. After running for a few days, he was still on the ground covered with meteorites. But the strange thing was that the temperature here was slowly dropping. The further he went, the faster the temperature dropped. Xianxia hurriedly put on his clothes and cursed in his heart. There were 10 suns above his head and the intense sunlight shone down. However, the cold here made his entire body shiver. This damned place is only SOSO. Xianxia was still very hot before, but not long after, he shivered from the cold. Fortunately, he had the heavenly lion bloodline. Otherwise, he would have been frozen long ago. At this moment, he also discovered that there was a thin layer of frost on the surface of the stones on the ground. He suddenly entered a very cold place. Xianxia, who was running, looked ahead and suddenly saw a large building. It seemed to be a palace and it was covered in ice. He finally saw something and immediately ran over in high spirits. He quickly arrived in front of the palace's gate. The gate had been blasted to pieces. Sun Sul Xianxia carefully probed his surroundings but did not find anyone. Looks like this palace should be abandoned. It was better for him to leave. He had to figure out where he was. Obviously, this was not the ancient garden where the 3 desolate lands converged, but another place. Xianxia entered the palace. It was cold and cheerless inside. Furthermore, it was extremely cold. "Is anyone there?" he shouted loudly. His voice carried a trace of vibrating power as it reverberated through the palace. After shouting, he immediately became vigilant, worried that someone else would suddenly attack. A moment later, there was no movement inside at all. Xianxia could only carefully walk through the palace. It should have been very beautiful inside. There were fake mountains and waterfalls, small rivers and ponds, gardens and pavilions, and countless unique and classical buildings. However, they had all been destroyed. It shouldn't have been too long since it was destroyed. In the garden, he picked up a withered herb and was slightly surprised. It looks like it's only been a few decades. A few decades ago, this should have been a place with people and many medicinal herbs were planted here. Xianxia had entered the ancient garden to find the medicinal herbs needed to cure Feng Honglan's poison, but now, he had come to this damned place. Is this an ancient garden? Are little Lu and the others in this damned place? Xianxia had already asked this question countless times in his heart, but he could not get any answers. This abandoned and dilapidated palace was Xianxia's only clue. Therefore, he could only search the entire palace bit by bit to find some clues. After 2 days of searching, he finally entered the core of the palace's formation. It was located under a stone house in the southeast of the palace. The core of the formation was where the Great Formation was maintained. After Xianxia entered the core, he took out 2 glowing stones and illuminated the huge underground hall. After illuminating it, he could not help but be alarmed. They are all moon runes and star runes. Xianxia suddenly felt that these moon runes and star runes were very familiar. They were very similar to the ones he had obtained in the inscription gate. This caused him to fall into deep thought. The star and moon runes of the inscription gate were obviously related to this place. And his mysterious pill scripture was definitely related to this place. Could it be that Martial King Lan Shao has been here before? Xianxia thought to himself before walking out of the core of the array formation. When he came to the top and walked out of the stone house, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash over. It scared him so much that his heart started to beat violently, and he immediately entered a state of battle. "Who is it?" Xianxia shouted. The black shadow suddenly appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Xianxia hurriedly ran out and jumped to the top of a pavilion. He observed his surroundings with a frown. After searching for a while, the black shadow appeared again. This time, it was slowly behind him. Xianxia also sensed something behind him. He turned around and discovered a short old woman with dark skin and a face full of wrinkles. After being frightened, he quickly retreated. "Granny, who are you?" This old woman is very strong. Although the body under the black robe is thin and small, that terrifying power made Xianxia feel extremely powerless. "I am the general director of the Moon Palace." The old granny looked at Xianxia carefully and muttered, "I seem to recognize you. Aren't you that immortal king?" Xianxia was taken aback as he said with a smile, "Granny, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not some immortal king. I am only at the Martial Dao realm right now. I won't remember wrongly. You are that immortal king. You often come to the Moon Palace to meet with the young palace master. I remember you," the old granny said with certainty. "Ah? Then is your young palatial lord a man or a woman? Qin Yan was also baffled. Of course it's a woman. The old granny smiled and said, you are that immortal king, there's no mistake. Qin Yan sat on the roof and did not continue to harp on the problem. He could tell that the old granny was a little deranged. Grandmother, when was this palace destroyed? Qin Yan asked. It has been destroyed for more than 20 years. Other than me, they are all dead. The old granny took out a portrait and could not help but cry, my pitiful young palace master, she was brought up by me but in the end, she died. Qin Yan leaned over and looked at the portrait. He was immediately dumbfounded. The person in the portrait was none other than Xianxia. He suddenly thought of reincarnation or something. Xianxia was exactly the same as the woman in the portrait. It was extremely likely that she was the reincarnation of that young palace master. Qin Yan also thought of himself. The old granny said that he was some immortal king. He did not continue thinking about it. He could not believe that he had a past life. He had no memories of this at all. Grandmother, does this young palace master of yours have a moon martial spirit? Qin Yan asked. Of course. This is the moon and everyone born here has a moon martial spirit. The old granny said. This greatly alarmed Qin Yan, causing him to abruptly stand up. The place he was at was actually above the moon. Right now, he was more worried about how he could return to the Martial Desolate. Grandmother, have you heard of the Martial Desolate in the 9 Desolate Lands? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. Of course I've heard of it. Isn't that a place for mortals? Why are you asking this? The old granny put away the portrait. Can you tell me how to get there? I have urgent matters to attend to. Qin Yan asked anxiously. He wanted to leave this damned place as soon as possible. There are several teleportation formations here. One of them can teleport over but it's damaged. The old granny said. It's fine, I'll go fix it. Qin Yan was secretly delighted as he hurriedly said. The old granny quickly got up and flew in a certain direction. Her speed was extremely fast. Qin Yan immediately chased after her and shouted, Grandma, wait for me. The old granny snorted and said, as an immortal king, you should be much stronger than me. Why are you so slow? Qin Yan smiled bitterly in his heart because he was not an immortal king at all. He was just a mortal. Grandma, have you heard of reincarnation or something like that? He asked after catching up to the old granny who had slowed down. Of course I've heard of it. It's a very normal thing. However, not many people have successfully reincarnated. The old granny sighed. What is a successful reincarnation? Qin Yan asked curiously. Are you an immortal king or not? Why don't you even know this? The old granny frowned and said, successful reincarnation means that after reincarnation, the memories of the previous life will be retained. Qin Yan suddenly thought of Xianxia. She had said that she had reincarnated and had even brought out the immortal graveyard diagram and the 9 yang divine spirit. Could it be that my reincarnation failed? He thought to himself. The old granny pointed at the few mountains in front of her and said, there is a teleportation formation in each of those short mountains. Qin Yan nodded and asked again, Grandmother, I saw a woman who looked exactly like the young palace master in the Martial Desolate. However, she doesn't remember anything and she has a purple moon martial spirit. When the old granny heard this, she suddenly stopped and grabbed Qin Yan's shoulders with both hands. She shook Qin Yan excitedly and shouted in ecstasy, that's the young palace master. There's no mistake. In a damned place like the Martial Desolate, it's very difficult for mortals to awaken the moon martial spirit. But her reincarnation failed. Qin Yan muttered. He had seen people who had awakened the sun martial spirit before. In the records, there were many who had awakened the sun martial spirit but there were very few who had awakened the moon martial spirit. It was indeed strange. She did not fail. Her moon martial spirit is still preserved. The old granny said excitedly, maybe it's just that her memories won't awaken that quickly. Qin Yan's heart was in a mess. He never expected Xianxia to have such a powerful past life. Then Grandma, do you have anything to give her? I'll go to the Martial Desolate and bring it to her. Qin Yan was also very curious as to how this old granny had survived. That was because everyone in the Guanghan Palace had died. The old granny quickly took out a large black bead and handed it to Qin Yun. She said, "Give this to her. This was left behind by our palace master before he died." "What is this?" When Qin Yun received it, he felt a chill. Black Moon Martial Spirit. This is the strongest moon martial spirit. The old granny's words left Qin Yun dumbfounded. Qin Yun could tell that the black bead in his hand was not a soul-sealing pearl but a large bead condensed from a martial spirit. "Grandma, to tell you the truth, I mistakenly entered this place from the martial desolate and it was not that immortal king at all." Qin Yun sighed. "Do you still believe me now?" Only then did the old granny react. She frowned and said, "Could it be that you failed to reincarnate as well? Then how did you come to this place?" Qin Yun took out his ancient garden pass and said, "I took this pass and ran in through a bridge." "This token? It's that woman's." The old granny said in astonishment, "Mog and our palace master are good friends, that's why she has this token and can freely enter and exit this place." Qin Yun immediately understood that the item inside the 9-yang divine spirit was most likely placed inside by Mog, but why did she seal it up? Furthermore, the things that were placed inside, compared to Mog's status and identity, were considered relatively ordinary things. Mog was Xiaqiru's mother and Mog had a good relationship with the palace master of the Guanghan Palace. In that case, Xiaqiru must have known Yang Shiyu's previous life. Qin Yun followed this train of thought and suddenly felt that Xiaqiru must have known that person as well. It was most likely the immortal king from his previous life. Big Sister Grand Preceptor hid a lot of things about me. Qin Yun had such a feeling from before. The old granny sighed and said, "Even you died. It can be seen that the calamity back then was too great." "Grandma, I'm still alive." Qin Yun curled his lips and asked, "What calamity is it?" The old granny looked at the sun in the sky and said, "The 9 suns have lost control. The sun souls have left the 9 suns one after another. One of the sun souls landed on the moon, causing many experts from the immortal desolate land to come and snatch it, turning this beautiful ancient garden into ruins." Qin Yun recalled the matter of the waves in the myriad star lake. Back then, he had met the dragon bull at the bottom of the lake. The dragon bull had said that the 9 sun souls within the 9 suns had completely separated from the 9 suns. In other words, when the waves rose in the myriad star lake, it was the time when the last sun soul separated. Those bastards, they made this place a mess but they couldn't find the sun soul. "It's really hard on us," the old granny said angrily. Beast flower moon pattern. The old granny looked at the sun in the sky and said, "I don't know if the sun soul is still here, but the sun soul has indeed fallen here." Qin Yun looked at the sky as well. His heart stirred. If the sun soul was really here, he would definitely be able to obtain great power if he obtained it. "Grandma, why are there 10 suns here?" The old granny landed in front of a mountain and walked towards the cave. She said, "There is a sun that is hidden, it cannot be seen in the 9 desolate land. That sun is the original sun." Qin Yun was baffled by these matters and did not probe further. "Grandma, those people didn't find the sun soul and left?" He was extremely curious about the sun soul. The old granny nodded. "They searched here for more than 10 years. In the end, they confirmed that the sun soul was not here before leaving. But I think the sun soul is still here." Qin Yun followed the old granny into the cave. There was a very large teleportation formation here that mostly used moon runes. The teleportation array was still in good condition, only the runes were damaged. "This is the teleportation formation to the martial desolate land. When you return, you must hand over the Black Moon martial spirit to the young palace master," the old granny said. It could be seen that she trusted Qin Yun very much. "I need to repair the teleportation formation to go back." Qin Yun said, "This might take some time." He was unable to repair the damaged moon rune, but Momo could. The old granny said, "You are only at the martial Dao realm, yet you can repair such a powerful teleportation array?" "I don't know, I'll give it a try." Qin Yun released Mo flew above the teleportation array. After flying for a while, she said, "I can repair the runes inside but it will take a long time. Furthermore, it will consume a lot of magical beast crystal eggs." "How long will it take?" asked Qin Yun. "Half a year." Mo thought for a moment. I might need to consume more than 100 magical beast crystal eggs. Moreover, it can only be barely repaired. When the time comes, it can only be used once. This was a very complicated teleportation array. It was already very good that Momo could repair it. The old granny looked at Momo and said with a frown, "Isn't this little elf the elven high priestess?" A very cute little elf. Xianxia smiled and asked, "Grandma, is there a lot of medicinal herbs in the Moon Palace?" "Of course. We used to plant immortal medicines here, but now they've all been destroyed." The old granny sighed in heartache. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. There was actually a legendary immortal medicine here. He suddenly felt that this moon should belong to an extremely powerful place. There was once an immortal king here, and that powerful MOG often came here as well. But now it was destroyed. "What medicinal herbs do you need?" the old granny asked. "I want the exquisite profound fruit." Xianxia said with some disappointment, "I have a friend who has been poisoned. I need the exquisite profound fruit to cure the poison." The old granny said, "To mortals, the exquisite profound fruit is a very precious fruit. But to us, it's just a normal fruit." The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. That was a very precious draft, yet it was eaten like an ordinary fruit. "Are there any more here?" he asked quickly. "If Feng Honglan's poison is not resolved, her appearance will not be able to recover. Moreover, it will be life-threatening for her if it takes too long." The old granny said with a smile, "No. However, you don't have to eat draft to cure the poison. There's a jade rabbit here. You just need to find that little thing and bring it back." "Jade rabbit?" Xianxia asked doubtfully, "Is it really useful?" "Jade rabbit can absorb all kinds of poisons. You have to know. That jade rabbit is fed with many detoxifying Xian fruits and Xian medicines. It's an immortal little Xian beast." The old granny said. "Where is the jade rabbit?" "I'll go look for it now." Xianxia said. "I don't know either. Back then, there was a great battle here and only I survived." The old granny let out a long sigh. "The others are either dead or captured. However, the jade rabbit should still be alive because it's hibernating deep underground." Xianxia said with some disappointment, "How can I find the jade rabbit?" The old granny shook her head. "It's in the Moon Palace. Look around." The Moon Palace was so big and the jade rabbit was hiding deep underground. It would definitely be very difficult to find it. "Grandma, how big is the jade rabbit? What are its characteristics?" Xianxia asked. "How big can it be? It's just a small dot, just like an ordinary rabbit. However, its body emits a pale white light." The old granny said, "That's the little rabbit that the young palace master liked very much when he was young." Xianxia had thought that the jade rabbit was very big. After all, it was a Xian beast. "Got it." He hurriedly took out a booklet. There were star and moon runes on it. He remembered that there was a type of moon rune that could attract beasts. Beast flower moon rune. Xianxia quickly found the moon rune. Although it looked very complicated, with his perception, he would be able to understand it as long as he had some time. He immediately took out the tools to make talismans and prepared to make a beast flower talisman. "I wonder if I can make a talisman with the beast flower moon rune." Xianxia placed the beast skin into the dragon suppression cauldron and released flames to burn it. The beast flower talisman could condense a strange energy called the beast flower moon dew. It was an energy that all sorts of beasts liked to absorb. The old granny looked at Xianxia's things and said, "You even said that you don't have the memories of your previous life. In your previous life, you were extremely proficient in the Tao of inscriptions." "There's such a thing?" Xianxia said in surprise. The old granny said, "In your previous life, you were an immortal king but you were very mysterious. I don't even know the name of your previous life. I only know that your Tao of inscriptions is very impressive. It looks like after the young palace master died, you went to seek revenge on those fellows. However, you didn't succeed, so you died." Xianxia said with a frown, "To be able to become an immortal king, does that mean that I've lived for a long time?" "That's right." "What a pity, you actually died." The old granny said with a pained expression. "I'm still alive." Xianxia felt strange because the old granny looked at him as though she was looking at a dead person. The young palace master lived for a long time, but she still died. As the old granny spoke, tears streamed down her face. Xianxia hurriedly comforted her. "Grandma, don't cry. Didn't the young palace master reincarnate? She's still alive. And she's also my friend." When the old granny heard this, she nodded. She will definitely be able to rebuild the Guanghan Palace in the future. I will wait here for her return. Xianxia asked, "Grandma, aren't you coming with me to the martial desolate land?" The old granny shook her head. "I'm too strong. I've been restricted from entering the martial desolate land. That's a place for mortals, we can't just casually enter." "Grandma, what else do you know about my previous life?" Xianxia was not sure if he had a previous life. The old granny thought for a moment and said, "The young palace master rarely reveals anything about you. She only said that you like to explore ancient gardens. This is an ancient garden." He came in by chance and got to know the young palace master. There seemed to be 9 ancient gardens scattered throughout the 9 great desolate lands. Xianxia was hammering the beast skin when he suddenly stopped. He said in surprise, "There are a total of 9 ancient gardens?" The old granny said, "N. The group of people who destroyed this place forcefully attacked and completely destroyed the beautiful ancient gardens. I heard them say that the sun souls of the 9 suns will fall into 9 ancient gardens. It seems that tens of thousands of years ago, there were sun souls that fell into the martial desolate, beast desolate, demon desolate, magical desolate, and spirit desolate. I wonder if anyone has obtained them." Xianxia suddenly thought of the ancient gardens on the path of the thorny devil. There might be a sun soul inside as well. I wonder how little Lu and the others are doing. That ancient garden only opens once every 1,000 years for people to enter. Furthermore, those who enter cannot reveal what is happening inside. Could it be related to the sun soul? He could not help but let his imagination run wild. The old granny suddenly patted Xianxia's head and said, "Be serious, you're about to hit it." Xianxia came back to his senses and seriously hammered the beast skin. Not long after, he hammered the beast skin into the size of a talisman paper and took out the mental resonance Xian pen. He did not immediately inscribe on the talisman paper. Instead, he took out a large stack of paper and began practicing on it. What surprised him was that when he was inscribing the beast flower moon rune, the inscription spirit inside the Xian pen suddenly moved. It released a strange power that fused with his soul, allowing him to smoothly inscribe the beast flower moon rune. I never thought that the beast king inscription spirit would have such a miraculous effect on the beast flower moon rune. This is great. Xianxia was overjoyed. He planned to try to inscribe more beast-related runes in the future. He secretly blamed himself for not making good use of the mystical inscription spirit. In the future, he would have to put in more effort in this area. In order to ensure success, Xianxia practiced a few more times. He was still able to successfully inscribe it. If I collect more inscription spirits, wouldn't I be able to inscribe runes faster in the future? He was only thinking about it because it was not easy to obtain an inscription spirit. Next, he began to inscribe the beast flower moon rune on the beast skin talisman paper. There seems to be an inscription spirit inside your tool for inscribing runes. The old granny suddenly said. "Grandma, you know this too." Xianxia was slightly alarmed as he said with a smile, "Then do you know the greatest use of the inscription spirit?" "The greatest use is that it can carve the corresponding runes on the martial spirit or the body," the old granny said with a smile. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. His inscription spirit was a beast king. Previously, he had smoothly carved the heavenly lion totem rune onto the puppet. In other words, he could easily carve a beast totem on someone else's martial spirit or body. He also planned to give it a try in the future when he had the chance. On both sides of the talisman paper, Xianxia inscribed a set of beast flower moon rune. It was unknown what level of talisman it was. Let's give it a try. After the beast flower spirit talisman was activated, it floated and absorbed a faint silver glow from the ground, condensing into drops of beast flower moon dew. Ice immortal veins. The beast flower moon dew was silvery white like the moonlight. It was very beautiful. Mo shouted from the storage space, "Big brother Yun, let me go out and take a look." He quickly released Mo. When Mo saw the drops of beast essence moon dew, she became extremely excited. She hurriedly went over and used her small hand to dip a little bit before licking it. She smiled happily and said, "It's really delicious. This is great. This is much better than the magical beast crystal egg." "Really? Then in the future, when the magical beast crystal eggs are used up, I don't have to worry about you starving," Xianxia said in pleasant surprise. If the beast essence moon dew could become Momo's food, he wouldn't have to look for magical beast crystal eggs in the future. The beast flower talisman had gathered quite a lot of moon dew, filling up the entire plate. Not long after, the talisman disappeared. Xianxia said, "Let's wait for a while and see." Momo also hurriedly returned to the storage space. It was too cold outside. The old granny watched from the side and said, "Jade Rabbit has slept for a long time, so she should be hungry. Maybe it will come out very soon." "Grandma, can Jade Rabbit follow me back to the Martial Desolate?" Xianxia asked. "Of course. Bring that little thing to the young palace master. It might be of help to her." The old granny said, "No matter what, Jade Rabbit is a Xian beast. It's still very strong and can protect young palace master." Xianxia also wanted to know how Xianxia was doing in the Moon Profound Valley. Fortunately, old Madame Dew of the Moon Profound Valley had taken down the forces at the edge of the border in a timely manner to prevent the news from leaking out. One had to know that Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan's martial spirits were extremely rare even in the Martial Desolate. "Grandma, why is the Guanghan Palace so cold?" Xianxia asked. "The moment I stepped into the vicinity of the Guanghan Palace, I felt very cold." The old granny said, "Because there is a cold ice immortal vein below the Guanghan Palace, it can release a very strong cold ice immortal qi. That's why the temperature around here is uniform. Originally, it was neither hot nor cold, but after this place was attacked, many of the formations were destroyed. Our moon palace is at the center of the garden, the core of the entire garden." Xianxia recalled how he could not see anything along the way to Moon Palace. It was filled with a deathly aura. It was obvious how thoroughly the ancient garden had been destroyed. "The little rabbit is here," the old granny suddenly shouted in surprise. Xianxia suddenly looked around and asked, "Where is it? Where is it?" "It's here." The old granny gently caressed the little rabbit next to the plate and smiled. Xianxia was alarmed. The little rabbit's speed was so fast that it arrived in an instant. Furthermore, it was silent. He did not notice it at all. The jade rabbit wasn't big, just a little bigger than a palm. Its entire body emitted silver moonlight, making it look very beautiful. She was currently greedily sucking the beast essence moon dew on the plate. "It doesn't seem to be enough." After Xianxia said that, he took out a magical beast crystal egg. "I wonder if she eats this." He also knew that if he wanted Jade Rabbit to follow him willingly, he had to feed her. After Jade Rabbit finished drinking the beast essence moon dew, it excitedly sprawled on the magical beast crystal egg and absorbed the energy inside. "It really can eat." Xianxia watched as the magical beast crystal egg gradually shrank. He could only take out another one. Not long after, Jade Rabbit absorbed more than a dozen magical beast crystal eggs. That was enough for Momo to eat for a year. Right now, he was very worried. If he were to hand Jade Rabbit over to Xianxia, he did not know if she would be able to feed this little thing. "Jade Rabbit, do you know him?" "He is a friend of the young palace master. Although the young palace master is dead, he has been reincarnated. Are you willing to follow him to the Martial Desolate to find the young palace master?" The old granny caressed Jade Rabbit and asked. "Yes." Jade Rabbit spoke. Her voice was similar to Momo's. It was very delicate, like a little girl's. Xianxia felt that the little Jade Rabbit was definitely eyeing his magical beast crystal egg. "Little rabbit, don't eat so many magical beast crystal eggs yet. Because Momo needs to use a large number of magical beast crystal eggs to repair the formation," Xianxia said as he held the little rabbit in his hand. "I'll eat one a day." "No problem, right?" Jade Rabbit said. "It's a big problem," Xianxia hurriedly said. "One a day, 180 in half a year. As for Momo, she would need half a year to repair the teleportation formation. She would need to use more than 100 magical beast crystal eggs. Then how about this, give me 20 and let me sleep." Jade Rabbit said, "I might be sleeping." When I sleep, I don't need to eat. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. This Jade Rabbit was not an unreasonable person. All right. He took out 20 magical beast crystal eggs and gave them to Jade Rabbit. Jade Rabbit quickly finished absorbing it. Then, she bounced around on the ground and played. It was unknown what she was excited about. Little Rabbit, can you really absorb all the poison? Xianxia asked. Any poison is fine. Jade Rabbit jumped very high and landed on Xianxia's head. Xianxia hugged her and asked, your young palace master might not have the memories of her previous life. Are you willing to continue following her? Of course I'm willing. Jade Rabbit giggled, when are you going to the Marshal Desolate? When the formation is repaired, I'll go back. Xianxia also released Momo. When Momo saw the little rabbit, she was also very happy. Then, they played together. Jade Rabbit could release a silver-white power that wrapped around Momo, preventing her from feeling cold. These two cute little things were just playing around happily. Momo, we can start repairing the teleportation formation now. Xianxia said. Big brother Yun, the Sun Soul is still here. Don't you want it? Jade Rabbit suddenly asked. Sun Soul? You know where it is? Xianxia asked in surprise. The old granny was also shocked as she hurriedly asked, Little Rabbit, do you know where the Sun Soul is? It's in the Ice Immortal Vein. I'll take you there. As Jade Rabbit spoke, she quickly ran to the side. Xianxia placed Momo into his storage space and followed the old granny, chasing after Jade Rabbit. Jade Rabbit arrived at a frozen river in the Guanghan Palace. There was a small hole in the ice. Jade Rabbit said, I was sleeping in the Ice Immortal Vein. The old granny shattered a piece of ice with her palm and created a large hole. Then, she pulled Xianxia and jumped into the river. The river emitted a silver glow. It was very beautiful and it was not pitch black. Although the surface of the river was frozen, the water was very warm. The old granny pulled Xianxia along and quickly dived down. More than an hour later, they followed Jade Rabbit to the bottom of the river. There were many large rocks and hills at the bottom of the river. Jade Rabbit drilled into a crevice in the mountain and continued to dive. The old granny and Xianxia could also enter the crevice and dive deeper. Not long after, they were sucked down by a suction force and arrived at an ice cave. This is where the Ice Immortal Vein is. I'll bring you to find the Sun Soul. Jade Rabbit widened her short legs and quickly ran on the ice. The old granny grabbed Xianxia and followed closely behind. It was also at this moment that Xianxia sensed a strong call from the front through the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit. The Nine-Yang Divine Spirit is refined from the Nine-Yang Soul. Xianxia was secretly delighted. This might make it easier for me to obtain the Sun Soul. Soon, he saw a large ball of fire in front of him. At the end of the ice cave, there was a pearl that was half the height of a person. It emitted intense flames, although the flames looked very intense, they did not have any temperature. This pearl is the Sun Soul? Xianxia said in surprise. Yes, whether or not you can take it away will depend on you. Jade Rabbit said. The old granny walked up and gently touched the pearl. Her hand was instantly ignited. She quickly retracted her hand and extinguished the flames. Don't go over, it's very dangerous. The old granny hurriedly pulled Xianxia. It's not easy to obtain the Sun Soul. Think of a way to see if you can take the Sun Soul. Jade Rabbit said. Through the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit, Xianxia could sense that the Sun Soul had a very strong life force. There seemed to be something alive inside the pearl. I'll go touch it. Xianxia reached out and touched it. No flames ignited. The old granny was also surprised, what's going on? Why aren't you ignited? Just as she finished asking, the large bead suddenly disappeared. With a thought, Xianxia stored the Sun Soul into the second bead of the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit. He thought to himself, the Sun Soul is very strange. It is not like a martial spirit that can be swallowed at will. I don't know what use it has for now, but to be able to store it in the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit, it can be considered as obtaining it. When Jade Rabbit saw that Xianxia had obtained the Sun Soul, she was extremely happy. Xianxia and company left the Frost Immortal Vein and arrived on the ground. They entered the cave. There was a teleportation array inside the cave. As long as it was repaired, they would be able to teleport to the martial desolate. Jade Rabbit also entered a deep slumber and was placed into the first beat of the 9-yang divine spirit by Qin Yun. Momo, on the other hand, began repairing the teleportation array in the cave. The cave was not cold, so Momo could comfortably fly around and repair the damaged runes. Qin Yun and the old granny stood guard outside the cave entrance, looking at the sun in the sky. "Grandma, why can't I absorb the sun's spiritual energy when I'm here?" Qin Yun asked. "That's because you don't have an immortal meridian, so you can't absorb it," the old granny said with a smile. Qin Yun was also extremely astonished. This place actually had immortal energy. He also understood why he could obtain spiritual energy through the 9-yang spirit convergence array. It was because the 9-yang spirit convergence array could turn immortal energy into spiritual energy. The one spirit vein in my body has yet to evolve into an immortal vein, so I am unable to absorb immortal energy through the 9-yang divine spirit. So that's how it is. Qin Yun looked at the sun in the sky and felt somewhat regretful. The old granny looked at Qin Yun and asked, "Little Yun, when you return to the martial desolate, you must take good care of Palace Mistress Shui." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Definitely." "Oh right, Grandma, I have a black martial spirit and I can't cultivate it right now. Do you have a way to help me break through?" The old granny said in surprise, "Of course there's a way, but the specifics will depend on you." The 9 suns are different. Qin Yun had previously learned from Wei Zhongxing that the key to cultivating a black martial spirit was indeed to cultivate one's body. "Grandma, I don't know how to use the power of the 9 suns to temper my body. Do you have any ideas?" Qin Yun said. At this moment, he was unable to absorb the 9 suns' spiritual energy in this place, nor could he try. First of all, you have to decide which sun's energy you want to use to temper your body. Although every sun looks the same now, they are all different, the old granny said. Qin Yun looked at the sun in the sky and asked with a frown, could it be that everyone can only choose one sun when using the power of the sun to temper their body? Don't some people have many spirit veins in their bodies? They can sense several suns. The old granny smiled and said, "That's right." However, when tempering his body, he only needed the power of one sun. Otherwise, it will destroy your body. Qin Yun was still puzzled. "We can absorb the spiritual energy of multiple suns and store it in our bodies. Why can't we use the power of multiple suns to temper our bodies?" "I just said it." The sun power, which was used to refine the body, was different from the spiritual energy. It was very violent. Just the power of the sun was enough to make you feel very uncomfortable. If the power of the 2 suns fuse together, it will increase by several times. You have absorbed the spiritual qi of many suns into your body, so you must understand that the fusion of the spiritual qi of 3 suns is much stronger than that of 2 suns. The old granny explained patiently. Qin Yun also recalled that 9 suns are different mentioned in the yang refinement body. The power of each sun was different. This required careful comprehension. Then, "Grandma, what should I do to draw the power of the sun to temper my body?" Qin Yun asked anxiously, "I've always been worried that I won't be able to break through the bottleneck because of the black martial spirit." "Don't worry, I can guide you to comprehend the power of the sun." The old granny smiled and said, "There's a benefit to being here. It's to be able to sense the power of the sun better. We'll definitely succeed very soon. As long as you complete the first step, in the following days, slowly temper your body, your martial soul will also evolve." The black moon martial spirit that the old granny had given Qin Yun had also been cultivated to a very high realm. In this kind of place, the black martial spirit simply did not have the so-called curse. "Then I will thank Grandma first," Qin Yun said with some happiness. The old granny said, "I'll help you draw in the sun's power now so that you can familiarize yourself with it first." At that moment, Qin Yun also understood that the power of the sun was different from the sun's spiritual energy. As long as there was a spiritual vein, one could easily sense spiritual energy. As for the power of the sun, no matter how many spirit veins there were, it was difficult to sense it. It required a special technique. There was no such technique in the martial desolate. The old granny placed her hand on Qin Yun's dantian and said, "Is your black martial spirit here?" "Grandma, the black martial spirit I want to cultivate is in the heart." "Is it through the martial spirit to guide the power of the sun?" Qin Yun asked in surprise. Of course. Only the black martial spirit could sense the power of the sun. At your stage, your martial spirit has to evolve. The black martial spirit is already the limit of the martial spirit. Only by evolving into a divine ability martial spirit can you become stronger. After absorbing the power of the sun, a corresponding divine ability will appear according to the sun. The 9 suns contain countless divine abilities. It all depends on how much you can comprehend. Qin Yun was taken aback. He finally understood the meaning of the 9 suns are different, the myriad of divine abilities. It was what the old granny had just said. The 9 suns are different, the myriad of divine abilities, the sun god flying soul, the divine abilities enter the body. This was a short chant for refining the body. What Qin Yun could not understand was the meaning of sun god flying soul. Grandma, do you know what the sun god flying soul means? Qin Yun asked hurriedly. How do you know this chant? The old granny asked in surprise. The meaning of the sun god flying soul is to cultivate the sun god and then let the martial spirit fly out of the body and approach the sun to absorb the power of the sun. What is the sun god? Qin Yun never expected the old granny to know that chant. That is the highest state of mental power. There are 3 stages to the realm of mental power. The first stage is to transform the spirit into a star, the second stage is to transform the star into the divine moon, and the third stage is the sun god. The old granny said, it's very difficult to reach the third stage. Even I am only at the stage of the divine moon and it's only a small crescent moon. I'm still far from the full moon. Qin Yun's current star crystal was at the first stage. Originally, he thought that with just a change in color, he would be able to improve it. But from the looks of it, he still needed to cultivate the star crystal to become bigger. Then can I use the sun god flying soul now? Qin Yun asked curiously. The old granny shook her head and smiled. Silly child, that's definitely impossible. Only by cultivating the sun god can you allow your martial spirit to fly close to the sun without being destroyed. With your current mental power, your martial spirit won't be able to fly far. Qin Yun recalled the time when he was at the soul guiding star peak. His consciousness could enter the vast sea of stars. In the vast sea of stars, there were countless suns. The great formation of the soul guiding star peak can allow a person's martial spirit to approach the sun in advance. The old granny placed her palm on Qin Yun's heart and said, Xiao Yun, I'm going to begin. I will absorb the power of the sun and then inject it into your black martial spirit, guiding it to absorb itself. Grandma, since you can absorb the power of the sun, do you also have a black martial spirit? Qin Yun asked curiously. Of course. During the process of cultivation, a martial artist can have many opportunities to evolve their martial spirit. As long as they grasp the opportunity, their martial spirit can evolve to black. If the martial spirit cannot evolve to black, then how can it obtain the myriad divine abilities of the 9 suns? Without a black martial spirit, it is extremely weak and unworthy of obtaining a divine ability. The old granny said. Qin Yun had previously obtained a blue divine ability martial spirit. That could be considered a very special divine ability. I'll begin. The old granny said before injecting a wave of sun power into Qin Yun's vibration Dao core to wrap around the black martial spirit inside. Qin Yun also understood the effects of this guidance. It was just like how he could guide others to carry out spiritual aura. This kind of guidance was beneficial and harmless. Only people with extremely high realms could help others conduct all kinds of guidance. Therefore, those disciples of famous sects all wanted to acknowledge a good master. This would help them in many aspects in the future and help them avoid many detours. The old granny frowned and said, Your vibration martial spirit is rather special. The power of the sun I sense is not compatible with the vibration martial spirit. Is there a compatibility or not? Qin Yun was somewhat disappointed because the old granny had failed. Of course. The 9 suns are different but they contain different powers. You can't mess around. The old granny said, but you don't have to worry. I'll use another method to help you guide it. It will take a little longer. Qin Yun gradually calmed down as he laid on the chair in peace and basked in the sun. The old granny sat opposite him with her eyes closed. She seemed to be sensing the power of the sun. Grandma, what are the powers of the 9 suns? Qin Yun asked. I don't know the specifics either. In short, different martial spirits need to correspond to different suns. As for the 9 suns, they are all-encompassing. The old granny said, I heard that one of the 9 suns is a great calamity. It can release all kinds of calamities. Vibration can cause the earth to shake and cause mountains to collapse. It might need to absorb the power of the great calamity sun. Grandma, what if it's a black moon martial spirit? What kind of sun power do you need to absorb? Xianxia asked again. Of course the black moon martial spirit absorbs the moon. And it's very easy. The old granny smiled and said, it's best if you teach the black moon martial spirit to the young palace master before she reaches the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. Let her grasp the opportunity to evolve her martial spirit and obtain a divine ability as soon as possible. Her martial spirit is the purple moon martial spirit. If she were to fuse with the black moon martial spirit, what would happen? When Xianxia thought of this, he was secretly alarmed. The old granny said, when the time comes, the black moon martial spirit will absorb the purple moon martial spirit and strengthen itself. As for what will happen, the young palace master should be able to handle it. Xianxia thought of his nether sun martial spirit. He did not know which sun the nether sun would absorb to temper itself. Grandma. To tell you the truth, I have another black martial spirit called the nether sun martial spirit. After careful consideration, he decided to tell the old granny about this matter. The old granny, who had her eyes closed, jumped down from her chair. Why didn't you say so earlier? Great. The nether sun martial spirit is the strongest sun martial spirit. Is this true? Xianxia asked in surprise. Do you think the black sun martial spirit is the strongest? The black martial spirit must be the nether sun martial spirit. I am very sure of this. The old granny said, if it was any other martial spirit, it would not be able to fit and withstand the power of multiple suns. But only the nether sun martial spirit can. The nether sun martial spirit can absorb a large amount of sun power and then release it bit by bit to temper your body. When the time comes, you will be able to cultivate the 9 sun body. The old granny said excitedly, do you know what this means? Xianxia's face was filled with surprise as he shook his head. I don't know. The old granny said excitedly, it means that you will master a large number of divine abilities. It means that you will be able to easily cultivate a sun soul. Xianxia never expected the nether sun martial spirit to be so powerful. Now it's easy. I'll help you channel the power of the 9 suns into the nether sun martial spirit. Then, you can control the nether sun martial spirit and release different types of sun power to temper your other black martial spirit. The old granny said. Previously, the old granny had said that it was impossible to use the power of 9 suns to temper his body, but now, she said that it was possible. Xianxia felt somewhat confused, but he could only try according to the old granny's instructions. Sun gathering formation. Xianxia had the nether sun martial spirit, but he was unable to sense the mysterious sun power on his own. He could only rely on the help of others. It was extremely difficult to sense the sun power on his own. Even with the old granny's help, Xianxia was still unable to sense it in a short period of time. 3 days passed. Grandma, why isn't it working? Xianxia asked. Don't worry, it will definitely work. It's just that it will take a bit longer. The old granny said, actually, the main reason is because the environment you were born in is different. Xianxia could only wait patiently. In the past few days, he had asked the old granny for her name, but she did not say it. It was as if she did not want others to know her name. Every day, the old granny would send a strange warm power into Xianxia's nether sun martial spirit. Xianxia did not know what kind of power it was, but he felt that the nether sun martial spirit seemed to like to absorb that kind of power. Originally, he thought that it would only take him about 10 days to complete. But later on, it took him 2 months to successfully sense the power of the sun. This is considered rather fast. The old granny smiled and said, you must know that you can now draw the power of 9 suns into your Dao core. Xianxia felt rather puzzled. He thought that absorbing the sun power into his body would allow him to strengthen or recover quickly. However, he never expected that he would need to consume the inner strength of 3 Dao cores to absorb a bit of the sun power. He said somewhat anxiously, if this goes on, when will I be able to evolve my black martial spirit? Xiaoyun, you can't rush this kind of thing. The old granny said, "You cultivate 2 black martial spirits. How can you evolve them in such a short period of time?" Xianxia thought of the great formation at the soul-guiding star peak. He felt that there must be some great formation that could increase the speed at which he absorbed the sun's power. He hurriedly took out a book and flipped through the star and moon runes inside. The stars and moon also grow by absorbing the sun's power. There should be a star and moon rune that can absorb the sun's power. Xianxia looked at it seriously. Not long after, he found a very complicated star rune and moon rune. If they were combined together, he would be able to absorb the sun's power. He quickly took out a pen and paper and began practicing. Momo was still repairing the teleportation formation. There were still 4 months before she could complete it. Xianxia also took advantage of the time to create a beast skin array. The star congregating sun rune and the moon congregating sun rune can be inscribed together to form a formation. I wonder how much energy it will consume. First, he practiced the star pattern and drew it on the paper. If drawing 100 times was not enough, he would draw 1,000 times until he was familiar with it. Xianxia spent a month to familiarize himself with these 2 complex runes. Then, he began to refine beast skin and begin carving. He quickly refined a piece of beast skin that was big enough for him to sit on. The beast skin was hexagonal, and there was a large pearl at each corner. There was a storage space inside the bead, which was used to store purple crystal coins or other items that contained energy. This was to allow the array formation to absorb energy and operate. The old granny just watched from the side. Although her cultivation is very strong, she doesn't know much about inscriptions. Xianxia struggled for 2 months before finally coming up with an array formation. He was exhausted to the point of suffocating. The last time he refined the flag array, it wasn't even this hard. This sun congregating energy formation consumes a lot of energy. The 600,000 purple coins I have shouldn't be able to last long. Xianxia only had 600,000 purple coins in his storage space. The other purple coins were all in his crystal card. He needed to go to the Divine Inscription Palace to exchange them. He placed 100,000 purple coins into each of the 6 beads of the formation. Then, he activated the formation and sat in the middle. After the formation was activated, it was immediately enveloped by a 9-colored light. Xianxia's nether sun martial spirit also became extremely active as it absorbed the 9-colored light. The speed at which the sun's power is absorbed is very fast. Furthermore, it's absorbing 9 suns. Xianxia was overjoyed. He did not know if it was because he had the 9-sun divine spirit, but it was relatively easy for him to guide the flow of the 9 suns' power. This was because the old granny had said before that it was rather difficult to control the sun's power. The sun's power was absorbed by the nether sun martial spirit. Then, the nether sun martial spirit released the power of the 9 suns bit by bit. This way, it would not cause any harm to the body. Otherwise, if the 9 suns' power wreaked havoc in the body, it would cause great harm. Xianxia closed his eyes and used the power of the 9 suns to temper his body. His body also became extremely hot. Even though he had the nether sun martial spirit to control the strength of the sun's power, the weakest of the sun's power still made him feel as if his body was being poured into lava. The old granny was secretly surprised as she watched from the side. She never expected that Xianxia would actually find a way to quickly temper his body. An hour passed and the formation that was enveloped by the 9-colored light also dimmed. The energy was exhausted and the formation stopped. Xianxia's nether sun martial spirit still had a lot of sun power that could allow him to continue tempering his body. However, it could only last for more than 10 hours. 600,000 purple coins is only enough for half a day. Xianxia was speechless. If he wanted to temper his body for an entire day, he would need 1,000,000 purple coins. That would be 30 million purple coins a month. Originally, he had tens of thousands of purple coins and felt that it was quite a lot. But now that he thought about it, it was only enough for him to use for 10 days. Alright. Who told me to have 2 black martial spirits to nurture? Xianxia felt that since he was a spirit inscription master, it would be relatively easy for him to obtain purple coins. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Momo had finally repaired the teleportation formation, but it was only enough to open it once. She did not carry out a deep level of repair. After using it once, the inscription would be torn apart by the powerful energy and destroyed again. The teleportation formation was also very complicated. The energy it absorbed came from the ice-immortal vein, so there was no need to worry about the problem of energy. The old granny had been here by herself for many years. When she saw that Qin Yun was about to leave, she was extremely reluctant. "Grandma, I have a few magical beast crystal eggs here. If you can hatch the magical beast crystal eggs, the magical beasts that come out can also be your companions." Qin Yun took out a few magical beast crystal eggs and handed them to the old granny. "Thank you, Xiao Yun. You must give the Black Moon martial spirit to the young palace master," the old granny warned. N. Qin Yun placed Mo into his storage space and stepped onto the teleportation array. "Goodbye, Grandma, we will definitely meet again." He waved goodbye to the old granny. "Take care." The old granny smiled kindly at him and waved her hand. The teleportation array opened and emitted a slight vibration. Qin Yun felt his vision turn white as he arrived at a very familiar place. Here, he could directly absorb the Nine Suns' spiritual energy. He had returned to the martial desolate land. The teleportation array could only send him into the martial desolate land and did not specify where he would be teleported to. "Where am I? I have to quickly find someone to ask." He was in a hurry to return to the Nine Extinction Gate and have Jade Rabbit cure Feng Honglan. Qin Yan took out a compass. This was a small gift that Mu Feng had given him when he was in the Inscription Royal City. It could point out the nearby cities. Following the pointer on the compass, he used the power of the dragon-resisting boots and began to run at full speed. As long as he went to a city and determined the location, he would know how to head to the Nine Extinction Gate. After traveling for an entire night, Qin Yun rested for 2 hours when the sky was about to brighten. After resting, it was already morning. He took out the compass and determined the direction before continuing to fly in the air. After flying in the air for an hour, he suddenly sensed a very strong aura of a devil warrior in front of him. Why would there be devil warriors in this place? Could this be the vicinity of the thorny devil road? Qin Yun thought to himself before landing in the forest below and sneaking forward. There were many traces of people walking in this forest. It was obvious that people often walked here. Qin Yun carefully flew in the air as he sensed the demonic energy. He gradually approached it. Not long after, he saw many people standing in the forest in front of him. From afar, most of them were very young people. There are quite a few devil warriors. What the hell is going on? Qin Yun's heart was filled with doubts as he continued to approach. Soon, he discovered that the group of people in front of him were surrounding a few people. The people who were surrounded were a family of old and young. There was an old man and a middle-aged couple. They protected a youth in the middle, preventing him from being attacked. The old man and the middle-aged couple were all in the martial Dao realm while the youth was in the martial body realm. Other than the youth, everyone else in the family was riddled with wounds. As for the few red-clothed youths, their faces were ferocious. At that moment, Qin Yun was about 100 meters away from the group of people. He more or less understood what was going on. He could not believe that there were so many Devil Sect disciples in the martial desolate land. Furthermore, this group of Devil Sect disciples were actually mixed with the righteous disciples of the martial desolate land. There were about 100 disciples of the righteous and demonic sections. They were all in the martial Dao realm, ranging from the first level of the martial Dao realm to the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. The disciples of your righteous sect should have long heard of the matter of us Devil Sect disciples eating people, but you've never seen it before, right? A tall and sturdy young man dressed in black said with a wild laugh. A disciple of a righteous sect said with a smile, I've heard of it since I was young, but I never had the chance to see it. There were dozens of Devil Sect disciples here. When they heard this, they immediately laughed out loud. We have a lot of ways to eat people. You will definitely see it often in the future. Now, I'll eat that brat. That old man and the 2 middle-aged men are too old, I can't eat them. The red-robed demonic Dao disciple laughed heartily as he walked over. Qin Yun, who was hiding in the canopy of a tree, was stunned by the situation in front of him. From the looks of it, the relationship between the Devil Sect disciples and the disciples of the righteous sects was quite good. What happened in the martial desolate land in the past half a year? When Qin Yan saw that the devil sect disciples wanted to eat people, he was infuriated and hurriedly flew over. He landed in front of the tall and sturdy devil sect disciple. When the disciples saw a black-clothed youth suddenly appear and his strength was not ordinary, they were all somewhat surprised. Slay the devil. Qin Yan looked coldly at the group of Devil Dao disciples and said coldly, "You bunch of Devil Dao beasts are so arrogant even in the martial desolate. Could it be that the martial desolate has already been controlled by your Devil Dao?" The group of young disciples burst into laughter. "You ran out from that ravine? Don't you know that Arid Triad has come to an agreement that we can travel with each other? We've come to an agreement that we will not be enemies with each other. Don't you see the disciples of the righteous and demonic paths are all together? Also, it is not allowed for you to insult our demonic path. You came here to seek death, don't blame us." Arid Triad had actually made such a decision. Qin Yan could not accept such a thing. That was because the disciples of the demonic Dao were very brutal. Letting them walk in the martial desolate land was only letting them do evil everywhere. "Then why are you eating people here? Since there is an agreement, then you devils should follow the rules," Qin Yan said coldly. "We just don't want to be enemies with the disciples of the righteous sections. We don't care about the others, ha ha ha. In any case, the various sects of the martial desolate land did not object to us eating people everywhere. Just don't eat their disciples." The demonic path disciples suddenly burst into sinister laughter. Qin Yan took a slight breath and said, "I don't know what the sects of the martial desolate will decide. I only know that regardless of whether they are disciples of the demonic Dao or not, as long as they eat humans, they are demons and my enemy." "Yo yo yo, looks like you're also a disciple of a sect. Tell me, what sect are you from? What's your name?" He won't dare to say it. If he dares to say it, we'll kill him immediately. Report your sect if you have the guts. We will definitely join forces and kill our way over. That's because the sects in the martial desolate have all promised not to be enemies with the devil sect. Hurry up and tell me which sect you are from. Ha ha ha, are you afraid now? Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will force you to say it. Not only were the demonic sect disciples hooting, but even the righteous sect disciples were also hooting. A saber suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's left hand and a few talismans in his right hand. The power of the heavenly lion in his left arm was already burning and boiling. He sent a voice transmission to the family behind him, telling them to wait and run if they saw the situation. A few demon martial artists also walked over. Qin Yan looked at the group of disciples and said coldly, "All of you listen up. I am Qin Yan of the 9 Extinction Gate." With that said, the broadsword in his hand began to dance wildly. Qin Yan, who was using the 6th-style Wind Slayer, is like a god of war bursting with killing intent. When the disciples heard Qin Yan's name and saw the ferocious saber technique that Qin Yan used, they were all shocked. Boom boom boom, every slash from Qin Yan could cut into the tall and sturdy body of the devil warrior. Furthermore, a violent explosion erupted, causing the body to explode into pieces. With a set of 6th-style Wind Slayer, he killed more than 10 devil warriors in the vicinity. These devil warriors were all young martial Dao realm cultivators. They were rather important in the devil sect. Now, they had died in an instant. This scene caused the group of disciples to be dumbfounded. Didn't Qin Yan enter the ancient garden? Why are you here? Totem Pavilion and the Meng family are both offering a bounty on him. If we capture him alive, we can get 50 million purple coins. If we kill him, we can get 20 million. Not only Totem Pavilion and the Meng family, the Fire King sect, the mighty Heavenly Royal Clan and the Overlord sect have also placed a bounty of tens of millions on him. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and attack. He's only one person and he's at least at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. We have 7 people at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm on our side. We can definitely take him down. After a moment of shock, the group of people immediately became excited as they charged at Qin Yan. Qin Yan never expected that he would be so valuable. When he saw the group of disciples charge at him, he felt fear as well. However, he had to buy some time for the old and young to run away. Qin Yan suddenly threw out the body-securing talisman. The dozens of people near him were immediately frozen. With a roar, he allowed the vibration martial spirit to attach itself to his body and then released the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw. he charged into the frozen crowd and used the 6-style Wind Slayer. Hoo 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 hoo. The heavenly lion fighting Dragon Claw was like a raging gale, emitting waves of roars that were filled with vibrations. Purplish gold flames and electric arcs shot out, enveloping the dozens of people. At that moment, Qin Yun was using the strongest power in his body to release his Dao energy to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, those martial Dao realm devil and martial Dao realm martial artists were all smashed into pieces by Qin Yun's heavenly lion fighting Dragon Claw. There was no lack of 3rd and 4th level martial Dao realm cultivators. There were even 2 5th level martial Dao realm cultivators. Previously, there were people who were annoyed that they did not charge fast enough, but now, when they saw the group of people charging forward turn into pieces, they were rejoicing in their hearts, but at the same time, they were also incomparably terrified. It's the body securing talisman. Everyone, quickly stay away from him, don't gather together, someone shouted. Many people immediately dispersed. Why couldn't Qin Yun's body securing talisman stop a large group of people at once? Qin Yun, you have killed so many disciples. You will definitely be hunted down by many disciples of the devil sects. You're dead today. Everyone, attack him from afar. Qin Yun gritted his teeth. He knew that the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Although he had killed more than half of this group of people, there were still a few at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. There were also more than a dozen at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm. He took out the dragon suppression cauldron and blocked a large portion of the attacks. He didn't have many body securing talismans left in his hands. They were reserved for critical moments. When the group of people saw the corpses on the ground, they didn't dare to approach. If they were to surround and attack, they would definitely be killed by Qin Yun. At this moment, they could also expend Qin Yun's strength by attacking from afar. When Qin Yun saw that it was about time, he ran. Don't let him escape, chase after him. He killed so many people and we let him escape. We will definitely be laughed at. We are a big team, we can't let others laugh at us. If we can capture Qin Yun alive, we can get the bloodline aristocrat clan to buy him at a high price. The heavenly lion totem on his body is extremely expensive. Everyone shouted as they chased after him. They could tell that Qin Yun had fled because he knew he was no match for them. Qin Yun put on the dragon-resisting boots and sprinted through the air at an extremely fast speed. Only a 5th level martial Dao realm cultivator could barely catch up to him. As he flew through the air, he took out the Finger City compass and looked at the formation. After confirming the direction, he also flew over with ease. The directions pointed to by the compass were all cities with Divine Inscription Palace. As long as he could reach the Divine Inscription Palace, he would be at ease. The Divine Inscription Palace that was built in the city would release an aura that could be sensed by the compass, allowing the Inscription Master to quickly reach the Divine Inscription Palace. When Qin Yun saw that the people behind him were not chasing too closely, he felt much more at ease. More than half a day passed and it was evening. Qin Yun also saw a large hall in front of him. It stood alone on the flat ground in front of him. It was a Divine Inscription Palace. This was the first time Qin Yun had seen such a lone Divine Inscription Palace. He did not expect that the Divine Inscription Palace that the compass pointed to was not in the city. The Divine Inscription Palace was not too big. It was 5 or 6 stories tall and the door was tightly shut. It was unknown if it was an abandoned Divine Inscription Palace. It's that Divine Inscription Palace. Don't let him pass. Qin Yun is an inscription master. If we let him enter the Divine Inscription Palace, there's nothing we can do. Quick, attack him. Many people fiercely attacked Qin Yun from behind. They were attacking the flying Qin Yun. Qin Yun's flying speed was extremely fast. He only needed to dodge left and right a few times to avoid it. The wave of attacks just now had also caused a series of explosions. The people inside the Divine Inscription Palace seemed to have been alarmed as they hurriedly opened the door. At this moment, the old-looking Divine Inscription Palace suddenly shone with a purple-gold light. The Grand Hall seemed to have suddenly come to life. It became resplendent and filled with an imposing aura. This was the activation of the Divine Inscription Palace's Great Formation. The previous wave of attacks produced a very strong energy fluctuation. When it was sensed by the Great Formation of the Divine Inscription Palace, the Great Formation automatically activated. I'm an inscription master, quickly let me in. Qin Yan took out a platinum badge. A long-bearded old man walked out from the door. When he saw Qin Yan, he exclaimed, Qin Yan. Grandpa Zhua. Qin Yan did not expect it to be Zhuchuan. Furthermore, Duan Qian was beside Zhuchuan. Zhuchuan hurriedly closed the array and pulled Qin Yan into the divine inscription palace before closing the door. After Qin Yan entered the divine inscription palace, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and looked at the deserted hall. He did not expect Zhuchuan and Duan Qian to be here. Seniors, I've finally met you. Qin Yan said with a happy smile. Qin Yan, you've caused so much trouble. You should keep a low profile. Zhuchuan said with a smile. I never thought that the bounty offered by those great powers would be so useful. There are so many people chasing after you. Duan Qian said. Qin Yan shook his head and took a deep breath before telling Zhuchuan and company the whole story. Zhuchuan sighed, it's mainly because the great powers of the Martial Desolate want to go to the magical beast Desolate land to extract beast oil. That's why they're open to each other. Although the sect masters of the Devil Dao sects have all promised not to harm the people of the Martial Desolate land. But the disciples of the Devil Dao are so savage and used to doing evil. There's no way to restrain them. Qin Yan said with a cold snort, as long as I can defeat these devils, I'll kill them one by one. Qin Yan, didn't you enter the ancient garden? It said that it will take a year to come out. Why are you out now? Duan Qian asked curiously. There was an accident. Qin Yan said with a wave of his hand. Duan Qian and Zhuchuan also knew that they could not speak of the matters in the ancient garden, so they did not pursue the matter. What is this place? How long will it take to return to the 9 Extinction Gate? Qin Yan said. Zhuchuan said, this is a wasteland in the northern region. Originally, even birds wouldn't shit here. But in the past 6 months, many meteorites have fallen here. There are many life marks crystal jades in the meteorites, so they attracted many people. Qin Yan said with a frown, could it be that those fellows are also here to look for the life marks crystal jade? Definitely. Those meteorites are all very strange. Some of the large meteorites even have very powerful beasts inside them. Even those at the spirit realm have been killed. Duan Qian said. Jade Rabbit Detoxification. Qin Yan did not care about the life marks crystal jade. He only wanted to quickly return and detoxify Feng Honglan. After that, he would wait for Zi Qingqing to come to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate and have her bring Xianxia over. Qin Yan, let's escort you out. Zhuchuan said. Zhuchuan was only at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. Even he was not a match for those people outside. However, with him protecting Qin Yan, those people did not dare to act recklessly. If he killed someone from the Divine Inscription Palace, he would be hunted down by them. Qin Yan was only a certified inscription master of the Divine Inscription Palace. He could not be considered a member of the Divine Inscription Palace, so those people were not afraid. If they killed Qin Yan, they could hide in those great powers and wait a few hundred years before coming out. Qin Yan took a map and nodded. He said, when are we leaving? The sooner the better. Let's leave from above. Just as Zhuchuan finished speaking, the door opened. 2 blue-robed men walked in. One of them was Lan Huayu, who had a young face but a head full of white hair. The other was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat. He was the Grand Palace Master of Blue Spirit Star Palace, Lan Chen. When Qin Yan saw Lan Chen, he curled his lips and said, Big Baldy, why did you abandon Blue Spirit Star Palace and run away? Well, it's my fault. I never thought that I would lose. Lan Chen smiled awkwardly. Congratulations. After coming out of the Inscription Gate, you are now the sect master of the Inscription Gate. But the Blue Spirit Star Palace is gone. What's the point of me being the sect master of the Inscription Gate? Qin Yan said unhappily. Let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, we will always be disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Although we have joined the various sects, we will still be able to rebuild Blue Spirit Star Palace in the future. Lan Chen said. Lan Huayu and Lan Chen had naturally heard of what had happened after Qin Yan entered the martial desolate land. Now that they saw Qin Yun here, they were very surprised. They thought that Qin Yun was in an ancient garden. The people outside are all here to kill you? Lan Huayu asked. Those guys want to kill me and exchange me for the bounty. Qin Yun gritted his teeth in anger and said angrily, I really want to go out and kill them one by one. Lan Chen was at the spirit martial realm. With him here, Shuchuan and the others felt much more at ease. Lan Chen is not from Divine Inscription Palace. He and Xia Wufeng joined a Xian sect that cultivates sword Dao. Lan Huayu entered the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun, I'm the general director here. I just received a message from the upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace saying that I can't protect you. Lan Huayu said with a frown. It's the spirit martial realm outside. If Qin Yun runs out, he will definitely die. Lan Chen said with puzzled expression, Qin Yun is a young inscription master. Is your Divine Inscription Palace brain damaged? To give up such a good inscription master. Shuchuan's face was also filled with anger as he said, Old Lan, did the Divine Inscription Palace really say that? Why? With the strength of the Divine Inscription Palace, they should not be afraid of the bloodline aristocrat family and totem pavilion. Lan Huayu sighed and shook his head, I don't know either. I just received the message. Furthermore, the Divine Inscription Palace will not recognize Qin Yun as an inscription master. The various Divine Inscription Palace will not be able to protect Qin Yun. Qin Yun suddenly thought of the reason why he did not enter the ancient garden. The Divine Inscription Palace was in charge of organizing the selection of the qualifications to enter the ancient garden. However, because of the problem with the pass, Qin Yun had gone to another ancient garden. In the ancient garden, there must be other important things for him to do, but he was absent. This made him unable to help but let his imagination run wild. He secretly guessed that for many years, the reason why the Divine Inscription Palace had selected some third-level martial Dao realm cultivators to enter the ancient garden was to search for the Sun Soul. Because the ancient garden had been sealed by the Spirit Desolate, only martial artists with no more than 3 great Dao life marks could enter. The people in the 3 desolate lands did not know about the fall of the Sun Soul, but it was very likely that the Divine Inscription Palace from the Spirit Desolate would know. Could it be that because of me, they were unable to obtain the Sun Soul? Is that why they are angry? Qin Yun thought to himself. This was only his guess. No one knew the specifics. Lan Chen said, Old Lan, Qin Yun is the sect leader of our inscription gate. The star and moon inscription he has mastered is something that even the Divine Inscription Palace does not have. Regarding these matters, you'd better not leak it to the Divine Inscription Palace. Shuchuan, Duanqian and Lan Huayu also nodded their heads. Although they were all from the Divine Inscription Palace, they had a good relationship with Qin Yun. They had never revealed anything about Qin Yun to the upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace. Lan Chen said, Qin Yun, I am not from Divine Inscription Palace, I will escort you out. Old Lan, you are not in a hurry to leave the Divine Inscription Palace. You must properly stay in the Divine Inscription Palace and provide us with reliable information. This Divine Inscription Palace is definitely not protecting Qin Yun because of benefits. Lan Huayu nodded. It's possible that the Inscription Palace also believes that Qin Yun is unable to break the Black Soul Curse. That's why they don't think highly of him. Lan Chen said with smile, other people have no way to break Black Soul Devil Curse but Qin Yun is different. The star and moon runes he mastered are very formidable, they will surely help him break through. Qin Yun said, can we leave late at night? Sure. Lan Huayu said, it's getting dark now. It'll be late at night soon. Qin Yun also rested well during this period of time. Late at night, the entire Divine Inscription Palace was surrounded. There are actually more than 2,000 people surrounding the Divine Inscription Palace. Lan Chen said, there are more and more people outside. Fortunately, there aren't many spirit martial realm cultivators. At night, Qin Yun could use shadow power to hide himself in the darkness. Even without Lan Chen's escort, he could safely leave the Divine Inscription Palace. Lan Chen, is the pattern on your head a totem rune? Qin Yun asked. Of course it is. That's something I was born with. Don't spread this matter, I don't want to be targeted by Totem Pavilion. Lan Chen said. What totem is it? Qin Yun is very curious. Lan Chen felt that Qin Yan's gaze is strange. He said, "Star totem. Don't have any ideas about me. Time is of the essence. When I have time in the future, I want to borrow your star totem." Qin Yan said with a chuckle. He could let Mo copy Lan Chen's totem without harming him. However, it would take a lot of time. Let's talk about it later. Lan Chen is also somewhat worried that Qin Yan would act recklessly. Qin Yan paced back and forth in the great hall of the Divine Inscription Palace and said, "How about this, you go out and lure those people away. I'll leave by myself. Is that all right? You're still being chased so closely in broad daylight." Shuchuan said worriedly. "I can hide in the darkness at night, there's no problem." Qin Yan said with a smile. Shuchuan and company did as Qin Yan said. After discussing, they left the Divine Inscription Palace and flew in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. Many people thought that it was a spirit martial realm cultivator who was escorting Qin Yan away and immediately chased after him. Just as there were very few people left, Qin Yan, who had hidden himself in the darkness, quietly left the Divine Inscription Palace and ran in the direction of the 9 Extinction Gate. Although there were still a few hundred people outside the Divine Inscription Palace, they did not notice Qin Yan. Qin Yan smoothly left the Divine Inscription Palace and embarked on the road back to the 9 Extinction Gate. After half a month of traveling, Qin Yan finally returned to the 9 Extinction Gate. At dusk, the bright red light of the 9 suns enveloped the 9 huge pillars, causing the 9 pillars that were engraved with the totem of the sun to appear even more mysterious. The person who came out to open the formation was Wei Zhongxing. "Little Yun, I heard that the time you spend in an ancient garden is not less than a year. Why did you come back half a year earlier?" Wei Zhongxing said. He had long known about Qin Yan's return. "Sect Master, the Divine Inscription Palace will no longer protect me in the future," Qin Yan said with a serious expression. "I've heard of this as well. I've already asked Mu Feng about the specific reason. He said that he will come to the 9 Extinction Gate in a while and discuss this matter with us in detail." Wei Zhongxing sighed and patted Qin Yan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, there's still us. No matter what, the 9 Extinction Gate is your home." Qin Yan's heart immediately warmed as he said anxiously, "Sect Master, I found a way to cure the poison. Quickly take me to see Honglan. Is she all right? I gave her the red orchid martial spirit. I don't know how she did it, but she managed to create a double red orchid martial spirit. It's just that because the poison is accumulating more and more, her current condition is very bad and she is unable to cultivate normally." Wei Zhongxing hurriedly pulled Qin Yan and flew to the medicine garden. He said helplessly, "The poison in her body is too strong and has exceeded my expectations. It's getting harder and harder to suppress." Feng Honglan had been living in the small bronze building in the medicine garden and was taken care of by Yuan Yenying. When Qin Yan arrived at the medicine garden, he saw Yuan Yenying's worried expression. She looked very sad. "Yenying, what's wrong?" The moment Qin Yan arrived, Yuan Yenying threw herself into Qin Yan's arms. "Sister Honglan's situation is getting worse and worse. Brother, quickly save her." Yuan Yenying sobbed softly. Qin Yan hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I rushed back to save her." When Yuan Yenying heard this, she hurriedly brought Qin Yan and Wei Zhongxing to a room. Feng Honglan, who was lying on the bed, had her eyes slightly open. Her entire body was pitch black and emitted a black aura. Qin Yan hurriedly took out Jade Rabbit and woke her up. Jade Rabbit had been asleep for a long time and was currently extremely hungry. Only after absorbing more than 10 magical beast crystal eggs did it begin. When the weak Feng Honglan saw Qin Yan, her eyes were filled with joy. She said in a low voice, "Qin Yan, I'm very happy to be able to see you one last time. Don't say such silly words. You'll definitely be fine." Qin Yan smiled. Jade Rabbit bit Feng Honglan's wrist with its teeth and began absorbing the poison in her body. "Brother, will this little rabbit be all right? Those poisons are very powerful." Yuan Yenying could also tell that the Jade Rabbit was extraordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to absorb so many magical beast crystal eggs so quickly. Wei Zhongxing also watched in astonishment from the side. This was because the Jade Rabbit had absorbed a lot of poisonous blood, but it was completely fine. Sect Master, can you help me buy more magical beast crystal eggs? I want 1,000. Qin Yun said. This jade rabbit was a Xian beast and it took a lot of effort to raise it. Alright, I'll let the elders do it. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly left. At this moment, he felt much more at ease. The jade rabbit absorbed the poison very quickly. Feng Honglan's entire body was originally emitting black gas and there were many black spots on her skin, but now, they were gradually disappearing. This made Yuan Yenying and Feng Honglan very happy. Qin Yan also gradually relaxed. Grave of the Immortal. After Wei Zhongxing walked in, he said with a smile, Yenying, Moon Profound Valley sect leader, old Madame Du, is outside watching the flag array. Go out and demonstrate it to her. Alright. Yuan Yenying hurriedly walked out. She had long heard of old Madame Du's name, but she had never had the chance to meet her. Zi Qingqing's beautiful face originally had an enchanting smile, but the moment she saw Qin Yun, she became somewhat angry. In her eyes, Qin Yun was a very mischievous brat who always wanted to pinch her face. You guys take your time, I'll go out and accompany old Madame Du for a stroll. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile before running towards the medicine garden. Zi Qingqing looked at the haggard Feng Honglan on the bed and asked with some heartache, how is her poison? It will gradually get better. Qin Yun said with a smile, Sister Steamed Bun, she's the #1 beauty of the northern region. She's much prettier than you, the #1 beauty of the northern region. Zi Qingqing knew that as long as she was with Qin Yun, she had to be prepared to be angry. She rolled her eyes at Qin Yun and snorted, I won't lower myself to your level. Feng Honglan chuckled, Senior brother, don't say that. Back then, Sister Qingqing was a beauty whose name shook the 4 prefectures of the Martial Desolate. Not only is she devastatingly beautiful, but her martial talent and other aspects are also very strong. Really? Maybe at that time, there weren't many good-looking people. Qin Yun said with smile. Feng Honglan quickly said, no. Back then, there were bloodline martial artists who fought over Sister Qingqing, causing 2 bloodline aristocratic families to become enemies. Furthermore, there are many young elites in the Martial Desolate Land who have stirred up a storm of blood for Sister Qingqing. They have been fighting each other for several years. Qin Yun looked at Zi Qingqing in disbelief and said in surprise, Sister Steamed Bun, is this true? You've really made me see you in a different light. As long as I keep a high profile, even now, a large group of old men in the spirit martial realm will fight for me. Zi Qingqing had a complacent look on her face. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, pushing her chest up high. Her aura immediately became very fierce. When Qin Yun saw her smug look, he could not help but reach out and pinch her beautiful face. He said with a smile, Sister Steamed Bun, your face is indeed the easiest to pinch in the northern region. Zi Qingqing immediately bared her teeth and extended her hand to rub Qin Yun's face. Then, the two of them started playing around with each other. Feng Honglan, who was lying on the bed, was in a daze. She never thought that a woman like Zi Qingqing would actually fight with Qin Yun like a hooligan. A moment later, Zi Qingqing's hair was also messy and her clothes were disheveled. She was gasping for breath. She realized that no matter how she fought with Qin Yun, she would be at a disadvantage. Just now, Qin Yun had eaten a lot of his tofu. Let's talk business. Zi Qingqing tidied her hair and snorted, I brought Grandma Du to see the 9-colored spirit rain formation. How much is this formation? Where is Sister Lan? You didn't bring her here. Qin Yun said, you have to promise me that you will let Sister Lan join the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. No problem, Feng Jin is in seclusion to break through to the 3rd level of the Martial Dao realm. When she breaks through, I will send her over. Zi Qingqing said, the 9-colored spirit rain formation is indeed not bad. Tell me how you want to sell it first. Feng Honglan had been in the medicine garden for half a year. She also knew that the 9-colored spirit rain was a formation that only a king-level sect had. Furthermore, it was set up by Qin Yun. She was very surprised at that time. Let Grandma Du give you to me and I'll help the Moon Profound Valley create a 9-colored spirit rain formation. Qin Yun said with a smile, this way, when I'm bored, I can pinch your face. Zi Qingqing was taken aback. She never expected Qin Yun to have such thoughts. She had thought that Qin Yun would want a lot of purple coins or something else. Well, it's not impossible. For the sake of the Moon Profound Valley, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Xianxia gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness. Qin Yun gently patted her face and said with a smile, I'm just joking. You don't have much value, so what's the use of you? Purple coins are still more practical. Xianxia's jade-like hands trembled. She really wanted to slap him. She had already agreed to give herself away. She never expected that Qin Yun was actually teasing her. It infuriated her to death. Feng Honglan was also astonished. A beauty like Xianxia had once caused the disciples of a bloodline aristocrat clan to fight. Yet, Qin Yun despised her in all sorts of ways. Xianxia was also so angry that she stomped her feet. She ground her teeth as she looked at Qin Yun, wishing that she could eat him up. 100 million purple coins. Qin Yun said with a smile. Too expensive, 80 million. Xianxia immediately arrived. Sister Steamed Bun, although you're nothing much, I think you're still worth 100 million purple coins. If you offer 80 million purple coins, isn't that admitting that you're only worth 80 million? Qin Yun curled his lips. Xianxia immediately cursed in the star formation. At this moment, old Madame Du, who was dripping wet, also walked in. She was dressed in white and leaning on a walking stick. With a happy smile on her face, she asked, Qingqing, how's the price? Grandma Du, I offered a price of 130 million but Sister Qingqing lowered it to 110 million. Qin Yun muttered, the 9-colored spirit rain formation is very difficult to set up. Your Xian sect has the chance to obtain such a formation, yet you're still bargaining with me. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened. She wished that she could pinch Qin Yun's face ruthlessly. She shouted, You. Didn't you say 100 million? Qin Yun said, Grandma Du, look. She's going to 100 million again. Alright, since your Moon Profound Valley is filled with women, 100 million is 100 million, we have a deal. Grandma Du frowned because this had exceeded her expectations. She had originally thought that she would be able to get it for 90 million. Feng Honglan was stunned. This was the first time she had seen someone raise the price like this. Since that's the case, let's make a deal. Grandma Du also nodded. Originally, she was very confident that she could take it for 80 million but now, Qin Yun had forcefully taken it for 100 million. Qin Yun was in urgent need of purple coins to activate the sun-gathering formation. That was because it would allow him to quickly step into the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. Therefore, he thickened his skin and asked for more purple coins. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, Don't look at how our 9 Extinction Profound Gate has a martial king like me. We are actually very poor. And the wealth of your Moon Profound Valley is one of the best amongst the Xin sections. You have been keeping a low profile for many years and have been silently making a fortune. I know this very well. When Qin Yun heard this, he felt somewhat vexed that he did not ask for more purple coins. When will it be delivered? Grandma Du asked. About 2 months. Can you pay me 100 million purple coins first? Qin Yun said with a smile, I'm in dire need of purple coins right now. As you all know, I have 2 martial spirits and a black one at that. It consumes a lot of resources. Grandma Du nodded. She could understand Qin Yun as well. She took out a purple card and gave Qin Yun 100 million purple coins. Xianxia said worriedly, Brat, can you really step into the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm? The Inscription Palace has given up on you. Grandma Du sighed and looked at Qin Yun. She said, I've heard some news. Totem Pavilion and a few bloodline aristocrat families have given the Inscription Palace a lot of benefits to make them give up on protecting you. Maybe the Inscription Palace thinks that you really can't break through and that the benefits placed in front of them are great, so they chose to give up on you. Wei Zhongxing said, the benefits that the Inscription Palace has their eyes on should be the ancient desolate arcane domain. Totem Pavilion and the bloodline aristocrat families controlled many ancient desolate arcane domains. It is very possible that they gave a few ancient desolate arcane domains to the Inscription Palace. Oh right, Sect Master Wei, have you heard? In the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, they found a very large ancient desolate arcane domain. In this desolate arcane domain, there is a huge immortal tomb, like a very large city. Grandma Du suddenly said. I haven't heard of it. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly asked, when did this happen? Grandma Du said, it looks like they didn't invite you. However, this is normal. After all, your 9 extinction profound gate has so many enemies and you even have a bloodline aristocrat family. They definitely won't let you go. Zi Qingqing continued, they said that when the people who went to the ancient garden come out, they will head to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range together and enter the ancient desolate arcane domain. Qin Yan secretly felt that there were many reasons why he had been abandoned by the Inscription Palace. Firstly, it was because he had not entered the ancient garden. Secondly, he had a black martial spirit and was unable to break through. Thirdly, he had too many enemies. This would also cause the Inscription Palace to weaken in the martial desolate land. Fourthly, the bloodline aristocrat family and totem pavilion had given a lot of benefits to the Inscription Palace. The reason why the bloodline aristocrat family and totem pavilion wanted to capture him was also because of his heavenly lion totem and dragon suppression cauldron. Those were extremely precious items. Since they didn't invite us, then we won't join in on the fun. The immortal tombs in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range are all very strange, they might even die inside. Wei Zhongxing said. It's said that they will gather 50 martial kings and 100 Xian realm cultivators this time and bring their juniors in. If the 3 desolate lands join hands, their safety should be guaranteed. Grandma Du smiled and said, when the time comes, Qingqing and I will go as well. Although Qin Yan did not say it, he had already decided to go. He had to confirm if that immortal tomb was related to Xiaqiru. Then I'll make the best use of my time to create that formation for you. Qin Yan said. Alright. Grandma Du said with a happy smile. Their moon profound valley would soon have a king-level sex grade array. Qin Yan asked Zi Qingqing to stay behind to help. He also asked Grandma Du to bring Xiao Yuelan, Yang Shiyu and the others over in 2 months. Following that, Zi Qingqing was like a servant, being ordered around by Qin Yan to do all sorts of work. It was a good thing that she had a good personality. Otherwise, she would have constantly complained. There were also Yuan Yening and Feng Honglan here. They also joined in to help. Feng Honglan's poison had completely healed. At this moment, she was extremely spirited. She wore a pure white dress, looking holy and beautiful. Especially when her face was filled with a happy smile, it was bright and moving. Even Zi Qingqing thought that Feng Honglan was prettier than her. Qin Yan spent half a month to create the flag array. This caused Zi Qingqing to curse in her heart. Qin Yan had previously said that he would need 2 months to complete it, but now, it was so fast. Zi Qingqing originally wanted to return, but she was left behind by Qin Yan to continue working as a helper. This was because Qin Yan still had to forge royal-grade spirit talismans, royal-grade spirit artifacts, as well as various talisman arrays and talisman weapons. Balance of 3 souls. Zi Qingqing had also seen that Qin Yan had a high-ranked spirit inscription master badge. That was why she was very willing to help. Otherwise, she, the former #1 beauty of the northern region, would not have done such hard work. Other than Qin Yan, there was no one else who could make the #1 beauty of the northern prefecture of 2 generations work for them. Senior brother, where's Little Rabbit? Why didn't you release her? Feng Honglan didn't know the exact situation of Jade Rabbit. She only knew that Jade Rabbit was sleeping. She better not wake up, or else she'll have to eat a magical beast crystal egg every day. When you need her, wake her up and feed her some magical beast crystal eggs. Qin Yan said. Feng Honglan said in surprise, so that's how it is. I didn't expect Little Bunny to be so miraculous and easily detoxified the poison for me. Of course. Qin Yan said with a smile. Zi Qingqing had helped Qin Yan here for a month and she had worked hard without complaint. Of course, she also gained a lot and knew that being an inscription master was not easy. Big Sis steamed bun, it seems like you're having a good time, so why don't you stay for another month? I'm going to try to refine a Xian artifact. Qin Yan said with a smile, do you want to witness the first Xian artifact I refine? Yuan Yening, who was taking care of the spirit herbs, hurriedly ran over when she heard this. Brother, is this true? Are you preparing to refine a profound weapon? Over the past few days, Qin Yan had refined 2 royal-grade spirit weapons. He was very familiar with refining royal-grade spirit weapons. He could take a step further and attempt to refine a Xian artifact. I want to help too. Feng Hanlan was also looking forward to it. Her beautiful face was filled with a happy smile. All of you, plant the herbs properly. It's very hard to refine Xian artifacts. Qin Yan said with a smile. Sister Steamed Bun is at the spirit martial realm. She's enough. Zi Qingqing had originally planned to return, but when she heard that Qin Yan wanted to forge a Xian artifact, she immediately agreed to stay. Qin Yan was only 20 years old and he was about to begin refining Xian artifacts. Zi Qingqing also wanted to see if he could succeed. After saying that, Qin Yan and Zi Qingqing entered a spacious secret room. Little brat, if you succeed, then can you help me refine a Xian artifact a little cheaper in the future? Zi Qingqing asked coquettishly, looking very charming. She wore a plain white dress and didn't put much effort into it. However, she seemed to have a natural sexiness to her. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and as she looked around, the seductive look in her beautiful eyes was faintly discernible. It was an elegant yet extraordinary charm that was completely natural. This was the first time Qin Yan had seen such a Zi Qingqing. He suddenly understood how this big Sister Steamed Bun had stirred up a reign of terror back then. Sister Steamed Bun, who are you and who are we? We are already so familiar with each other, yet you still want to seduce me. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, I won't be hooked by you that easily. Zi Qingqing snorted and said, You're good. I'm not afraid to tell you, other than the title of the Purple Succubus Enchantress, I also had another title, the Devastatingly Deadly Killer. A hero doesn't boast about his past achievements. Pour the power of the spirit martial realm into these Xianyuan steel. Qin Yan took out a large pile of Xianyuan steel and said. Zi Qingqing, who was still feeling proud a moment ago, immediately became like a servant. She pouted her lips and helped Qin Yan do all sorts of things. Qin Yan took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and filled it with beast oil. Then, he poured the Xianyuan steel that had been infused with energy into it. He ignited the beast oil and began to burn the Xianyuan steel. The beast oil contained a special energy and the burning flames could make the Xianyuan steel even more sturdy. Sister Steamed Bun, don't worry. I can refine a Xian artifact. Not to mention giving you a cheaper one, it won't be a problem for me to give you one. Qin Yan grinned and said, Who told you to have such an easy-to-pinch little face? Zi Qingqing was delighted. She happily stuck out her tongue at Qin Yan and asked, What kind of Xian artifact do you want to refine? I was going to refine a saber but I'm missing a few materials. Therefore, I can only refine a special Xian artifact, the Xian Royal Cannon. Qin Yan said with a chuckle, This thing is really powerful. It's a good item for sneak attacks. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron could strengthen the burning of flames. Especially after the beast oil was poured in, the flames burned even more fiercely. After the beast oil inside was burned, the pieces of Xianyuan steel also turned red. Qin Yan took out the Xianyuan steel and placed it on the forging platform. He used his Dao energy to execute the 6-style forging dragon and hammered the Xianyuan steel with all his might. Zi Qingqing watched from the side in a daze. That was because at that moment, Qin Yan seemed to be facing a difficult battle. He had fallen into a bitter battle from the very beginning. Bang bang bang, Qin Yan's violent 6-style forging dragon continued to forge the pieces of Xianyuan steel into a single piece. Furthermore, he had to fold and forge them until the impurities were removed. Sister Steamed Bun, quickly channel your energy to me. Qin Yan hurriedly shouted, I've consumed too much energy. All right. Zi Qingqing never expected that Qin Yan would consume so much energy in just an hour. She could understand when she thought about it. After all, Qin Yan was only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. Most of the people who could refine Xian artifacts were inscriptionists at the spirit realm or Xian martial realm. This was also the reason why Qin Yan needed Zi Qingqing's help. Zi Qingqing was at the spirit realm. She could channel her power to him and allow him to continue. 2 days passed, Qin Yan and Zi Qingqing were exhausted and had no choice but to stop and rest. So difficult. Xianyuan steel is so hard to forge. Zi Qingqing was also recovering from her exhaustion as she exclaimed repeatedly. Isn't that so? Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Qin Yan smiled. To tell you the truth, if I were alone, I wouldn't be able to do it. The reason why he didn't want Yuan Yanning and Feng Honglan's help was because they couldn't help him at all. Sister Steamed Bun, if the Moon Profound Valley asks me for help in setting up any array formation, I'll get Grandma Du to give you to me. Qin Yan said with a laugh, I suddenly realized that you're quite useful. Zi Qingqing snorted, little brat, do you know how good your sister is? You even despised me so much before. After resting, Qin Yan poured beast oil into the dragon suppression cauldron to burn the large piece of Xian Yuan steel. After half a month of forging, Qin Yan finally created a beautiful black cannon barrel. It was just right for him to chop on his shoulder. The next step was to carve Xian runes. This was also very difficult. Fortunately, his comprehension of inscriptions was extremely high. Furthermore, with the help of the mental resonance Xian pen, his progress was relatively smooth. The only flaw was that he couldn't carve continuously. When inscribing Xian runes, it consumed a lot of energy and he needed to borrow Zi Qingqing's power. Furthermore, every once in a while, they would have to rest. Especially Zi Qingqing, she would often run out to take a bath. A month had passed, Qin Yan and Zi Qingqing had finally completed a Xian artifact. Is this considered a success? Zi Qingqing looked at the Xian royal cannon in disbelief. Of course it's a success. Qin Yan said with a smile, thank you, Sister Steamed Bun. Let me pinch you. Zi Qingqing held the Xian royal cannon and looked at it carefully. She allowed Qin Yan to pinch her face. She was also very happy because she had participated in the process of refining a Xian artifact. She felt a great sense of accomplishment. Sister Steamed Bun, when you want to refine a Xian artifact, just get the blueprints and materials and come find me. I'll help you refine it for free. Qin Yan said with a smile. That's what you said. Don't swindle me of my purple coins again. Zi Qingqing pinched Qin Yan's handsome face and said with a charming smile, I must prepare the materials and blueprints as soon as possible. It wasn't that she didn't have her own Xian artifact, it was just that it wasn't easy to use. If it wasn't a Xian artifact that suited her, even if it was a high-grade Xian artifact, it would be difficult to unleash its power. Zi Qingqing happily walked out of the room. Grandma Du had also come. She had brought Lan Fengjin along. Lan Fengjin wore a blue short-sleeved tight shirt, perfectly outlining the curves of her upper body. She wore a pair of very short pants, revealing a pair of slender, firm, and beautiful thighs. She was sexy and fiery, full of wildness. Her entire body exuded a kind of wild beauty. Where are Yuan and Teacher Yang? Didn't they come? Qin Yan asked. They're cultivating and don't have time to come. Next time. Grandma Du said with a smile, where's my flag array? Qin Yan glanced at Zi Qingqing. Grandma Du also understood that the flag array was with Zi Qingqing. I've left the method to her. You can go back and set it up now. Qin Yan said with a smile. Alright, let's go back and give it a try. Grandma Du was extremely excited as she excitedly pulled Zi Qingqing out of the medicinal garden. Yuan Yanning and Feng Honglan looked at Lan Fengjin with curiosity. Lan Fengjin was taller than them and had a wild and valiant beauty. Common women looked delicate and gentle, but it was very rare to see a woman like Lan Fengjin, who was fierce and wild, and also slightly charming. Honglan, Yanning. This is my disciple, Lan Fengjin. You can just call her Sister Lan. From now on, she will be a disciple of our 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Qin Yan said with a smile. Lan Fengjin also warmly greeted Yuan Yanning and Feng Honglan. She had heard of Feng Honglan, but this was the first time she had seen her. As for Yuan Yanning, she was not familiar with her. Although Lan Fengjin was a masculine woman, she was still a woman. She quickly became acquainted with Yuan Yanning and Feng Honglan and began talking about Qin Yan's matters at the borders. Qin Yan instructed Lan Fengjin and company on some matters before hurrying to find Wei Zhongjing. He had previously entrusted Wei Zhongjing with helping him exchange a large amount of purple coins at the Divine Inscription Palace. Wei Zhongjing also knew that Qin Yan wanted to use the purple coins to activate the array formation. He hoped that Qin Yan would succeed. Qin Yan obtained a large amount of purple coins from Wei Zhongjing. In the secret chamber, he used the sun-gathering formation to draw in the power of the 9 suns to temper his body. Every month, he would have to spend more than 30 million purple coins to cultivate. Wei Zhongxing could only bring back 10 million each time, and he would need many storage spirit artifacts to store them. Qin Yan decided to head to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range and follow Zi Qingqing and company into the ancient desolate arcane domain. There were still 3 to 4 months left. He didn't know if he would be able to break through before then. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yan had used the sun-gathering formation to cultivate for 3 months. 100 million purple coins had also been used up. I'm not far from breaking through. Qin Yan was extremely excited. However, he felt that he was still lacking something. The 3 martial spirits were unable to reach a uniform state. That's right. I should take advantage of this opportunity to turn the purple gold thunder flame martial spirit into a black martial spirit. Only by evolving the 3 martial spirits together could they be balanced. Maybe I will have 3 divine abilities at that time. Qin Yan planned to borrow tens of millions of purple coins from Wei Zhongxing to reach the final step. Heavenly phenomenon Qin Yan could clearly sense that his purple gold thunder martial spirit was close to the level of a black martial spirit. If he could successfully advance to the black martial spirit and then break through to the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, he would be able to obtain another divine ability. Regardless of whether I can become a black martial spirit or not, I have to give it a try. In any case, it will make my martial spirit stronger in the end. Not only did he want to turn his martial spirit black, the most important thing was to carve the heavenly lion totem into his martial spirit. If his martial spirit had the heavenly lion totem, it would make his heavenly lion arm even stronger. This was also the first time he had carved the heavenly lion totem into his martial spirit. Qin Yan first allowed his martial spirit to leave his arm and float in front of him. Then, he held the mental resonance Xian pen in his hand and used the Beast King inscription spirit inside to condense a special power before inscribing the heavenly lion totem. When inscribing the heavenly lion totem, the mental resonance Xian pen could consciously absorb the energy in Qin Yan's body and condense a power that was even stronger than the power of the blood soul. Qin Yan was now able to smoothly inscribe spirit inscriptions. This was the profoundness of the Beast King inscription spirit. When he was inscribing the heavenly lion totem, he realized that he could still divert some of his energy to do other things. He picked out many soul-sealing pearls and placed them into the dragon suppression cauldron. He wanted to refine those martial spirits into a type of energy for his purple gold thunder fire martial spirit to absorb. Over the past few days, he had collected quite a few martial spirits, and there were many powerful martial spirits among them. The higher the cultivation of the martial spirit, the stronger the martial spirit and the more energy it contained. I should be able to succeed. Qin Yan was extremely confident. Since he was going to break through, he had to be thorough. He had to obtain a 3rd black martial spirit and break through in one fell swoop. A few days passed. In the secret chamber, Qin Yan was looking at the heavenly lion's arm that was overflowing with black gas. The heavenly lion's arm overflowed with waves of black lightning fire. Its aura was extremely berserk. Very strong. Qin Yan was extremely excited. I've succeeded. Fortunately, my body is strong enough. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to withstand 3 black martial spirits. He had spent 100 million purple coins to temper his body. A body tempered by the power of the 9 suns was extremely terrifying. After Qin Yan succeeded, he ran out excitedly to find Wei Zhongxing and borrowed 30 million purple coins. The 9 Extinction Profound Gate was currently quite poor, but the sect also had a lot of purple crystal coins in reserve. 30 million purple crystal coins was still something the 9 Extinction Profound Gate could afford. Qin Yan returned to the secret chamber and continued operating the sun-gathering array. He guided the power of the 9 suns to temper his body. Lan Fengjin is now following the second elder to learn some inscription knowledge, such as how to maintain a great formation. One had to know that Lan Fengjin was currently the 3rd inscription master in the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. Feng Honglan and Yuan Yening both had variant martial spirits. Before their cultivation reached the spirit realm, their red variant martial spirits could not unleash any special power. After cultivating for a month, Qin Yan fell into a state of deep sleep. He could not sense anything in the outside world. It was noon. However, the 9 suns in the sky were gradually turning black, just like a dog eating the sun. The edges of the suns were gradually turning black, all the 9 suns were the same, the powerful martial kings of the desolate triad were all alarmed. Even the old martial king, who had been in seclusion for many years, sensed the phenomenon in the sky and immediately came out of seclusion. In the major cities of the martial desolate, many martial artists walked onto the streets. Their faces were filled with fear as they looked at the 9 suns that were gradually turning black. An hour later, the 9 suns turned completely black, the world suddenly turned dark. Just as the major cities were in endless fear, another sun appeared in the sky. In the Hongwu royal city, the Honging martial king looked at the only sun that had suddenly appeared and said with a frown, "This is the 10th sun that had disappeared previously. Why has it appeared now? Father, has there been such a phenomenon recorded in history? What does this mean?" Hong Mengshu asked, "Is there going to be a disaster in the 9 desolate land?" Honging shook his head and said, "I don't know what's going on either." Hong Yen said, "This sun is starting to turn black again." Indeed, the only sun in the sky was gradually turning black. The hidden 10th sun only appeared for a short moment before disappearing. As for the world, it once again fell into darkness. At the top of the inscription manor in the inscription royal city, there were more than 10 powerful martial kings. Among them, there were a few bloodline martial kings. They were all looking at the sky, their faces filled with astonishment. What does this phenomenon mean? Your inscription palace came from the spirit desolate land, so there should be relevant records, right? A middle-aged man said, "There is no record of such an astonishing phenomenon in the ancient books of our bloodline aristocrat clan." The martial king of the inscription palace frowned and said, "I'm not sure either. I'll have to go and ask." No matter what, we have to go to the immortal graveyard desolate domain in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. A bloodline martial artist said. Does the sudden appearance of this phenomenon mean that a great calamity is coming? A martial king said worriedly. Even if there is a disaster, it will be aimed at the 9 desolate lands. We will not be affected in the desolate domain. An old man laughed. In the Moon Palace, an old granny stood on the roof of a dilapidated building. She said excitedly, "Little Yun has succeeded. He has successfully broken through. This is the phenomenon caused by the successful evolution of the Nether Sun martial spirit." Qin Yun, who was in the secret chamber, was completely unaware of the phenomenon that had occurred outside. The 9 suns gradually recovered and once again appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth. The martial artists gathered in the various cities immediately burst into cheers. Previously, they were very worried that the martial desolate land would be swallowed by the darkness forever. Qin Yun woke up and looked at his 3 martial spirits. He looked at the 3rd life mark on the surface of the 3 Dao cores and revealed a satisfied smile. "I've finally succeeded. What black soul curse? I've broken it in just a few short months. Inscription Palace, you guys have really disappointed me." The people that Qin Yun had come into contact with before were all very good. For example, Shuchuan and Duan Qian, as well as Mu Feng, who he had met later on, had all treated him very well. But now, the inscription palace was no longer protecting him. It didn't matter if the inscription palace did not protect him, but to revoke his qualifications as a spirit inscription master was too much. Of course, he did not say that he was Qin Yun. He could still use that badge to enter and exit the major cities for free. The vibration martial spirit's divine ability is the earthquake divine ability. As long as I use it, I can cause a strong earthquake. Qin Yun could sense what his divine ability was. The thunder fire martial spirit's divine ability is the heavenly lion summoning technique. It can summon a nether realm heavenly lion. The nether sun martial spirit's divine ability is very special. It can devour any divine ability martial spirit. In addition, it can also sense the divine abilities of the 9 suns through the nether sun. This should be rather difficult. Qin Yun recalled the blue divine ability martial spirit he had obtained. It was the penetration divine ability. After using it, he could easily penetrate many things. He immediately took out the soul sealing pearl. He had kept all the better martial spirits. Qin Yun used the power of the nether sun's divine ability to easily absorb the penetration divine ability. That's right, there's also a variant martial spirit. That seems to be a divine ability that can make oneself transparent. He thought of the assassin from Totem Pavilion who tried to assassinate him. He took out the red soul-sealing pearl but was unable to succeed. Now, he was certain that the special power of the red variant martial spirit could not be considered a divine ability. Xianxia grabbed the transparent soul-sealing pearl and urged the power inside to make himself transparent. Then, he used the penetration divine ability to penetrate the wall of the secret room. When he penetrated it, he felt like he was passing through a refreshing breeze. It was very comfortable. Xianxia excitedly passed through the wall and arrived at a room. He saw Lan Fengjin preparing to take off her clothes. Lan Fengjin's entire body was dripping wet and she was wearing very little. This made her wild and fiery body even more alluring. Her long hair hung down on her chest, making her look somewhat charming. "Sister Lan." Xianxia immediately appeared and shouted. When Lan Fengjin saw Xianxia suddenly appear in her room, she was also shocked. She snorted and said, "Master, why are you here?" "I was just about to change my clothes, you're too bad." Xianxia said with a chuckle, "Your master, I, broke the Black Soul curse and obtained a new ability, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect to come to you so quickly." "Sister Lan, if I was really that bad, I would have continued to hide it just now." When Lan Fengjin heard that, she ran over happily and asked excitedly, "Master, are you at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm now?" "That's right." Xianxia said with a smile, "I'm very strong now." Lan Fengjin did not doubt Xianxia's words at all. She was also very shocked. This was because Xianxia had just stepped into the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm not long ago. Now, he was at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. Ignoring the fact that Xianxia had a black martial spirit, it would not be easy for an ordinary person to step into the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm so quickly. However, Xianxia had done it. Of course, Xianxia had previously obtained a 1,000-pound 3rd stage life mark crystal jade. When he was in the secret chamber, he had placed the life mark crystal jade beside him to absorb it. This could also help him break through quickly. After Xianxia cultivated the 3rd life mark, his inner force could be converted into the power of the great Tao even faster. Furthermore, it had become even stronger. Using a divine ability required the use of the power of the great Tao and the consumption was enormous. Not long after he used the penetrating divine art, he had already consumed 10% of his inner force. "Master, you don't know. Just now, there was a natural disaster outside and the 9 suns suddenly disappeared." Lan Fengjin hugged Xianxia's arm and pulled him outside. "Sister Lan, don't spread the news of my breakthrough. I'm only telling the sect leader and the elders. Only you and Yening know about it." Xianxia said. Yuan Yening was controlling the 9-colored spirit rain formation from the outside. When she saw Xianxia come out, she hurriedly ran over and told him about the shocking phenomenon. However, when she learned that Xianxia had broken through, she immediately forgot about the phenomenon and cheered happily. "Alright, I'm going to find the sect leader. Remember, don't tell anyone about my breakthrough." Xianxia warned with a smile. "Got it, brother. I'm not that kind of gossipy woman." Yuan Yening smiled tenderly. Xianxia suddenly felt that the phenomenon had something to do with him. That was because it happened to appear at the same time as his nether sun martial spirit was evolving. Shui Tianzi Xianxia came to a house and saw Wei Zhongxing wearing a short suit. He was sitting on a table in the courtyard, seriously reading a book. "Sect Master." Xianxia shouted happily. "Little Yun, I haven't seen you for a few months. How's your closed-door cultivation going?" Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, "You're so happy. Have you made any progress?" Xianxia looked around and nodded. "I've successfully broken through." Wei Zhongxing hurriedly put down the book and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "Is this true? Why can't I sense your aura at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm?" "I've hidden it." Xianxia chuckled. After his nether sun martial spirit evolved, it could firmly absorb the aura in his body and not release it. Even a martial king like Wei Zhongxing was unable to sense it. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly brought Xianxia into the house and asked in a deep voice, "Did you break through just now?" Xianxia said, "N. Sect Master, was the phenomenon that appeared earlier related to my breakthrough?" Wei Zhongxing paced back and forth in the room with a serious expression. He seemed to be thinking about something. He pondered for a moment and said, "It seems like the phenomenon that appeared just now has a lot to do with your breakthrough. Why did such a phenomenon occur when I broke through? Isn't this too big of a commotion?" Qin Yan had only suspected it previously, but now that he heard Wei Zhongxing's words, he found it hard to believe. "I'm not sure what the exact reason is yet. The timing just now was too coincidental. There must be a connection." Wei Zhongxing said, "This should be related to your Nether Sun martial spirit." Qin Yan nodded. His Nether Sun martial spirit was indeed very strange and could not be viewed with common sense. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, "Since you've successfully broken through, I don't need to read all kinds of books all day to find a way." "It's been hard on you, sect master." Qin Yan said with a chuckle, "I will work hard and quickly earn enough purple coins to return it to you." "It's only 30 million purple coins. You don't have to worry about it. We haven't thanked you for helping us set up the 9-colored spirit rain formation." Wei Zhongxing said with a smile. The rainbow spirit rain formation was worth hundreds of millions of purple crystal coins. Furthermore, it would bring great benefits to the 9 extinction profound gate in the future. Wei Zhongxing was also filled with emotion. The last time Qin Yan broke through to the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm, he was also present. That scene seemed to have happened yesterday. However, not long after, Qin Yan had broken the Black Soul Curse and stepped into the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. "Xiao Yun, you broke through so quickly. I was also worried that your foundation would be unstable." Wei Zhongxing said, "You cultivate 3 Dao cores and you also have a black martial spirit. However, your breakthrough speed is even faster than cultivating a single martial spirit." Qin Yan scratched his head and said with a smile, "I used the array formation to draw in the power of the 9 suns to temper my body. That cost more than 100 million purple coins. You know your own situation the best." "Maybe I'm thinking too much." Wei Zhongxing smiled. "In the coming days, I also have to go into seclusion for a period of time." Qin Yan left Wei Zhongxing's mansion and returned to the herb garden. As soon as he arrived, a faint and peculiar fragrance drifted over. It was the unique fragrance of Xianxia, very similar to the purple immortal dew. "Sister Steamed Bun, you're here." Qin Yan walked into the bronze building and saw Xianxia wearing a black robe. She was sitting in the hall with a black veil covering her face. She was dressed mysteriously. He was somewhat disappointed that he did not see Xiao Yuelan and Yang Shuriwei. "Yuelan and the others didn't come?" Xianxia stood up and said, "They are all in seclusion to break through to the 2nd level of the martial Dao realm. When they come out, I will bring them here." "Brat, are you sure you want to follow us to the immortal graveyard desolate domain?" Qin Yan and Xianxia had previously agreed to forge artifacts in the secret chamber. N. Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. "This might be a little inconvenient. The people of our moon profound valley are all female disciples. It's not good for me to bring a man like you along." Xianxia smiled mischievously. "How about this, you dress up as a woman?" When Lan Fengjin and Feng Honglan heard this, they covered their mouths and chuckled. "Master, don't worry. With Honglan and Sister Qingqing, the 2 number 1 beauties of the northern region, we will definitely be able to dress you up into a peerless beauty." Lan Fengjin was grinning from ear to ear. Xianxia also said with a charming smile, "Little brat, your foundation is not bad. After dressing up, you will definitely become a great beauty." Qin Yan rolled his eyes at them and curled his lips. "I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Sister Steamed Bun, just say that I'm a follower or something. In any case, you once left the moon profound valley, so it's normal for you to have a follower. That's not good because the status of a follower is too low. Other people are definitely not allowed to bring followers into a place like the desolate domain. How about this, I'll tell them that you're my male pet, how about it?" Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "No problem. Then how should I serve you tonight?" Qin Yan smiled mischievously. "You still want to pretend to be real?" Xianxia snorted and said, "No way." After the discussion, Qin Yan took out a set of armor and put it on. He also wore a human skin mask, making his appearance look very ordinary. He smiled, "Let's go." With this appearance, "It's better if you don't become my male pet, no one will believe you." Xianxia said with a look of disdain, just be my cousin. Cousin, let's hurry up and go. Qin Yan said with a smile. Xianxia and Qin Yan left the 9 extinction gate and headed for a city outside the Cloud Dragon mountain range. When Qin Yan left, he asked the second elder to inform Wei Zhongxing that he would be going out for a period of time. Although Qin Yan had been fooling around with Xianxia all day, he liked to be with her. Because he could often pinch that beautiful and easy-to-pinch face, he could satisfy his craving. It took Xianxia a few days to bring Qin Yan to the northern spirit city. This was the closest spirit-level city to the Cloud Dragon mountain range. At this moment, many experts were gathered here. They gathered here and waited for the people from the various sects to arrive before heading to the Cloud Dragon mountain range together. The northern spirit city was a spirit-level city. It was originally lifeless and no one expected so many experts to gather here. This also caused the entire city to become bustling with noise and excitement. Old Madame Du also knew that Qin Yan wanted to follow them into the Cloud Dragon mountain range. She did not object and was instead more willing. After all, if she had a good relationship with Qin Yan, she wouldn't need so many purple coins the next time she asked him to set up some powerful formation. Ever since the Moon Profound Valley had the 9-colored spirit rain formation, old Madame Du had become even more confident. Especially the disciples in charge of growing medicinal herbs, they were all wild with joy. Of course, they were keeping this matter a secret for the time being. In a suite of a luxurious inn in the northern spirit city, old Madame Du, Xianxia, and a few elders and disciples were sitting in a hall. Sister Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have a cousin. I've never heard you mention him before. A beautiful woman looked at Qin Yan and said softly. Qin Yan immediately looked at the woman who spoke. The woman was dressed in a blue dress and her black hair draped over her shoulders. She had a pair of charming almond-shaped eyes and her light blue eyes were moving about with intelligence. Her appearance was also very beautiful. She was staring at Qin Yan with incomparable curiosity. When she saw Qin Yan looking over, she hurriedly dodged his gaze and lowered her head slightly. A faint blush appeared on her snow-white and charming face, making her look somewhat shy. Although this woman looked mature and charming, she had the shyness of a girl. She was very pure, which added a bit of innocence to her beauty. Little dessert, this cousin of mine is just a country bumpkin. He doesn't look that good either. What are you shy about? Xianxia smiled tenderly and said, You've seen quite a few men along the way when you followed Grandma Du out. Why do you act as if you've never seen a man before? Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. This little dessert's cultivation was actually at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. Other than little dessert, there was also a young woman called Little Fruit. Little Fruit looked exactly the same as Little Dessert. The two of them weren't very tall, around 1.6 meters. Their clothes were also the same. However, Little Fruit was exceptionally cold. She didn't even look at Qin Yan. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the window. Her charming face was filled with coldness as she looked out the window. There was actually such a huge difference in the twins' personalities. At this moment, a tall woman wearing a light pink dress opened the door and walked in. When Qin Yan saw the woman, he was secretly alarmed. The woman who walked in also had a pair of phoenix eyes and a peerlessly charming face. She looked very similar to Little Fruit and Little Dessert. The moment she entered and saw Qin Yan, she narrowed her eyes that were filled with charm. Qin Yan only took a glance at her before he was stunned by the woman's seductive demeanor. Her charm was completely different from Xianxia's. Xianxia's charm was hidden. When it was revealed, it was like a flash in the pan, gorgeous and alluring. As for the woman in the pink dress, she completely revealed her charm and coquettishness, especially her clothes. There was a large opening on her chest. It was snow-white and dazzling, forming a very beautiful 8 shape. As for the lower half of the pink dress, it was also a translucent pink gauze that faintly covered her snow-white and slender legs. She generously revealed more than half of her most beautiful thing. It was filled with a strong temptation that could easily captivate men. Big sister. Little Dessert shouted softly, Where did you go to play? Why didn't you bring me along? I just went out for a walk. The pink-dressed woman looked at Qin Yan and smiled coquettishly. That smile seemed to have the power to captivate one's soul. Qin Yan suddenly recalled that on the way here, Zi Qingqing had asked him to pay attention to a woman named Shui Tianzi. Obviously, the charming and flirtatious woman in a pink dress in front of him was the Shui Tianzi that Zi Qingqing had mentioned. Shui Tianzi was also a warrior of the spirit martial realm. She seemed to be slightly stronger than Zi Qingqing. This was also what surprised Qin Yan. Shui Tianzi came to Qin Yan's side with a coquettish smile. Her delicate, lily-white hand flirtatiously swept towards Qin Yan's cheek. When she touched Qin Yan's cheek, she shouted, "Io, you're wearing a human skin mask. Evil water spirit, that's my cousin. Don't act recklessly." Zi Qingqing hurriedly shouted. "Tianzi, this is a guest. Don't mess around." Old Madame Du also spoke. A deceptive gambling method. Shui Tianzi was very willful and did not listen to Old Lady Du's words. She looked at Qin Yan with a charming smile and asked, "Cousin, what's your name?" As she spoke, she used her orchid fingers to pinch a piece of purple jade with a phoenix carved on it. She continued to smile and said, "Cousin, do you think my little purple jade bird looks good? I just bought it. I think the bird's nest looks better," Qin Yan said indifferently. This caused Shui Tianzi to be startled. Then, she giggled. Her laughter was also very pleasant to hear, making one's bones go soft. "Cousin, you haven't told me your name yet." Shui Tianzi stood in front of Qin Yan and asked with a chuckle. "Just call me a Shui." Qin Yan's tone was still very calm as he stared at Shui Tianzi's charming and light blue phoenix eyes. Zi Qingqing hurriedly walked over and grabbed Shui Tianzi's waist-length hair, dragging her to the side. "Water fairy, that's enough. You should learn more from your two little sisters. They are so obedient." Shui Tianzi looked at Zi Qingqing with hidden bitterness and said coquettishly, "Purple Demoness, is this your man? Why are you in such a hurry?" Old Madame Du and the two old granny elders did not seem to be surprised by Shui Tianzi's actions and did not continue to say anything. However, they secretly admired Qin Yan. His eyes were still as clear as ever. This was also the reason why Shui Tianzi could not help but tease Qin Yan. "Elder sister, is there anything fun outside? Take me out to play. I've never played outside before." Little Dessert walked over and pulled Shui Tianzi's jade-like hand, shaking it. Shui Tianzi snorted and said, "There's nothing fun about it. I was cheated of millions of purple coins." Zi Qingqing came to Qin Yan's side and said, "Cousin, this is Shui Tianzi. I told you before, you have to pay attention to her. This is Little Dessert, her name is Shui Xian, she is the third sister of the water fairy. Little Fruit's name is Fruit, she is the second sister of the water fairy." "Hello," Qin Yan said. "A Shui, why are you wearing a human skin mask? Don't you look good?" Little Dessert asked curiously. "Yes, because I am too ugly, I don't want to scare people, so I can only do this." Qin Yan nodded. "Then you can wear a nicer human skin mask." Little Dessert became bolder when he saw his sister beside him and asked again. Shui Tianzi said with smile, "Second sister, don't believe a man's words, he is lying to you. It's only because you are inexperienced and don't know how to read people. This guy's eyes are very beautiful. I've seen many men, but this is the first time I've seen a man with such eyes. Moreover, this guy's willpower is astonishing. He's very shrewd. I can tell from his eyes that he's a wily old fox with many experiences. Purple Demoness, is this really your cousin?" Shui Tianzi was even more curious about Qin Yan's identity. "He's my cousin." "How is he? Have you taken a fancy to him?" Zi Qingqing curled her lips. "Even so, he still has to take off his human skin mask and let me see his true appearance. Only then can I proceed with the next step." Shui Tianzi was a very curious woman. She wished she could tear off Qin Yan's human skin mask. Zi Qingqing said, "Evil water spirit, how many powers have come to the northern spirit city? Are the people from the bloodline aristocrat clan here yet?" "They're not here yet. I hope they come quickly. I just lost a few million purple coins, so I need to find a few fish to make up for it." Shui Tianzi brushed away the hair on her forehead, looking very charming. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. He never expected that in Shui Tianzi's eyes, the disciples of the bloodline aristocrat clan were like big fish waiting to be slaughtered. "Elder sister, why did you lose so much? Little Dessert said with some pity. I can be considered to be good. Hongwu Country's Hong Mengshu, known as the Gambling King, brought her martial king father to gamble. Didn't she also lose 20 million purple coins? Shui Tianzi smiled and said, it doesn't matter. When the princes of the aristocratic families come, I'll go let them bleed. Is it stone gambling? Qin Yan asked. He was very surprised that Hong Mengshu had lost so miserably. Shui Tianzi said, it's not stone gambling. At the entrance of the newly built inscription palace in the northern spirit city, there are 100 large vats. They are all specially refined and covered with lids. This game is called Guessing the Vat. It's something that the inscription palace has created in the past few months. It's a very deceitful thing. Following that, Shui Tianzi explained the details of the game. Each of the 100 vats had a number, from 1 to 100. Before the bet, the people from the inscription palace would put a puppet bird into the first vat. Then, they would activate the formation and activate the spatial formation inside the 100 vats, allowing the 100 vats to communicate with each other. After a short period of time, they would stop and then let everyone guess which vat the bird would fly to. If they guessed correctly, they would get 10 times the reward. The minimum bet was 10,000 purple coins and the maximum bet was 10 million, once every 2 hours, 6 rounds a day. Qin Yan secretly despised the inscription palace for coming up with such a low-end trick to swindle purple coins. I want to play, Qin Yan said. Then let's go. In any case, we haven't started heading to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range yet, it's good to go and have some fun. Zi Qingqing said. Let's go together. Shui Tianzi smiled. Elder sister, I want to go too. Little Dessert also hurriedly shouted. Alright, Little Fruit, are you going? Shui Tianzi looked at the ice-cold Little Fruit by the window and asked. Not going. Little Fruit replied. Following that, Qin Yan followed the 3 beauties out of the inn and walked on the streets in a very ostentatious manner. Especially Shui Tianzi, many men on the road stopped to stare at her, causing a lot of commotion along the way. Zi Qingqing seemed to be used to Shui Tianzi and did not say much. Qin Yun, on the other hand, maintained a distance from them. Soon, they arrived at the square in front of the inscription palace. Here, there were 100 vats that were half the height of a person. The vat was black and looked very thick. It was impossible to use one's mental energy to probe the interior. The moment Qin Yun arrived, he used his mental energy to probe but was blocked outside. It's useless. Even a martial king can't see through the vat. However, 2 martial kings have lost hundreds of millions of purple coins. When Shui Tianzi saw Qin Yun looking at the vat seriously, she felt somewhat displeased. This was because when Qin Yun looked at her, he had never been that serious. She could not help but think that the vat was more attractive than her in Qin Yun's eyes. Qin Yun frowned slightly and used his extinction spirit eye. In an instant, it pierced through the vat. This caused him to be pleasantly surprised. He had originally come here to see Hong Mengshu and not to gamble, but now, he had used the extinction spirit eye to look through the vat. He had to make a good profit. The inscription palace had tricked him and he now held a grudge against the inscription palace. Now was a very good opportunity for revenge. Ever since he had stepped into the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, his extinction spirit eye had been cultivated to the point where he could see through many things. We're starting to put in the bird puppets. Everyone, prepare your purple coins and line up to buy a number. Those with more than 1 million purple coins don't have to line up. A middle-aged man with a mustache chuckled. The Honging martial king and his princess of gambling are here. Someone suddenly shouted. They lost quite miserably, they're still coming. It can be considered good. Yuwu country's King Yuwu has lost hundreds of millions of purple coins. There's also Xiaowu country's Xiaowu Wang. He also lost about 100 million. After the Honging martial king arrived, he said with a smile, tens of millions of purple coins is nothing to me. As long as my daughter is having fun. Even if she wants to continue playing, I will continue to give her purple coins to play. I'm not playing anymore, this is too much of a scam. Hong Mengshu snorted and said, I'm just here to see if anyone can really guess it. There were still some people who guessed correctly but not many of them. Some people only bought 10 to 20,000 purple coins, and they also bought 2 to 300,000. It wasn't too much. Isn't this the Moon Profound Valley's water fairy and purple succubus? Back then, they were known as the absolute charm twin beauties, and they caused a storm of blood in the martial desolate land. The water fairy also lost a few million just now. These two women are really uncontrollable. If only I could get them. Don't even think about it. The women of the Moon Profound Valley are not to be trifled with. Those who provoke the women of the Moon Profound Valley will not have a good ending. I heard that the Moon Profound Valley is a master of poison and some kind of goo technique. There's a knife on top of the word lust. It's better to stay away from them. When Qin Yan heard the crowd discussing Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing, he was secretly amazed at the power of the two demonesses. A moment later, the formation stopped operating. Many people went to line up and began to place their bets. After placing their bets, they would receive a jade token with the number and time they had bought as well as the amount of purple coins they had bet. Qin Yan used his extinction spirit eye to look at the water tanks and discovered that the bird was hopping around in the 80th tank. Then he went to line up. Violet Demonis, I really didn't expect your cousin to be a gambler. Shui Tianzi said in a low voice. Aren't you the same? He's just having fun. Zi Qingqing snorted lightly. I'll buy the 80th tank, 500,000 purple coins. Qin Yan took out his purple card and bet the last 500,000 purple coins. Even the people from the Divine Inscription Palace didn't know how many water tanks had bird puppets. When Zi Qingqing heard this, she hurriedly walked over. Cousin, are you crazy? By so much. Everyone had been looking at Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi from afar. After all, they were both great beauties. They never thought that Zi Qingqing would have an average-looking cousin. Many people secretly envied this cousin of theirs for being able to mingle with the beauties of the Moon Profound Valley. The Hongying Martial King and Hong Mengshu were also somewhat surprised. They had heard of Zi Qingqing's reputation, but they never expected her to bring a cousin along. Cousin, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I would come here to buy number 80. I will definitely win. You buy it too, you will definitely win. Qin Yan smiled at Zi Qingqing and said, my dreams are very accurate. When I was young, I dreamed that I went to relieve myself and then I wet the bed. This caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. For 38 Chapter 438 True and False. When Zi Qingqing saw how determined Qin Yan was to bet, she did not say anything else. Qin Yan paid 500,000 purple coins and received a jade token. Then, he smiled foolishly as he waited for the prize to be announced. Many people had been cheated before, so many tycoons were very cautious when placing their bets. They only played 10 to 20,000. In this round, the Divine Inscription Palace had only received a few million purple coins. It wasn't too much. 2 hours passed and more people gathered in the plaza. This was because many people had come to take a look when they heard that the two beauties were here. As soon as they arrived, they found out that Zi Qingqing had a fool cousin who used 500,000 purple coins to play with the vat. They were all somewhat surprised. Prepare to reveal the results of today's fifth round. The mustached man from the Divine Inscription Palace controlled the lids of all the vats to open. The bird puppet flew out from the 80th vat. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the bird puppet fly out. Especially those who had mocked Qin Yan for being a fool. They felt their faces heat up. This? He guessed right. Hong Mengshu said in surprise, did he guess it? Shui Tianzi, who had lost several million in this game, also looked at Qin Yan in shock. The Hongying Martial King frowned because he did not know if this cousin of his could really see through any mysteries. Everyone was talking about it. This was too incredible, a fool had actually guessed the result accurately through a dream. Coincidence? It was definitely a coincidence. This was something that everyone present agreed on. Qin Yan chuckled as he took the jade token to receive the prize. Cousin, look, I've obtained 5 million purple coins. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace were secretly unhappy. They also believed that this was a coincidence. Those vats were all toys refined by the Dao Inscription Masters. Even the Dao Inscription Masters could not see through them, let alone a foolish person. Next is the sixth round. The mustached man grabbed the bird puppet that flew out and placed it into a large vat. Then, he activated the formation. The great formation began to operate again. A moment later, it stopped. Qin Yun used his extinction spirit eye to take a look and discovered that the bird puppet was in the 81st vat. Ah Shui, are you still playing this time? Little Dessert asked softly. Let me think about the dream I had last night first. Qin Yun very seriously closed his eyes and then opened them. He grinned and said, I remember. I want to continue playing. With that, he ran over to join the queue. This guy. I've just used up all the luck in my life. He actually believes in his own dreams. Should we buy it from him? What if I hit the jackpot? It's impossible. Coincidences only happen once. Let's wait and see what he buys, then avoid the number he buys. The second time he bought it, he definitely won't win. That's right, it's impossible for it to happen twice in a row. Others might not know that Ah Shui was Qin Yun, but Zi Qingqing did. Who was Qin Yun? He was a rare genius. Even if he claimed to be the #1 genius in the Martial Desolate, it would not be an exaggeration. Zi Qingqing gritted her teeth and lined up behind Qin Yun. She planned on following Qin Yun to buy and gamble. Cousin Ah Shui, don't trick us. I'll buy it from you too. Shui Tianji also knew that Zi Qingqing's mysterious cousin had an extraordinary background, so she mustered up her courage to buy it. Little Dessert also went to line up. She also planned to join in on the fun. These women, they really have short hair, big breasts, and no brains. I really don't know what their brains are thinking. That fool's second round definitely won't hit the jackpot. That's right. This is a gamble of luck to begin with. Even if you play 100 rounds, you might not even hit the jackpot once. How could you hit the jackpot twice in a row? Everyone shook their heads. Hong Mengshu gritted her teeth and went to line up as well, preparing to buy with Qin Yun. Qin Yun could not help but admire a woman's intuition. However, he did not think much of it. If they were all hit, then the one bleeding would be the Divine Inscription Palace. This was something he would be happy to see. I'll buy number 81, 5 million. Qin Yun said as he handed over the purple crystal card. Everyone cried out in alarm. To play 5 million in one go, this could be considered a huge gamble. Number 80 came out just now. It's number 80 now, it's impossible. That's right. It seems like he's really trying his luck. The two beauties shouldn't be buying with him, right? If they were to buy with their foolish cousin, then they would really be foolish. When they heard that Qin Yun wanted to buy number 81, Shui Tianzi, Zi Qingqing and Hong Mengshu's hearts wavered. However, Zi Qingqing still braced herself and bought number 81 for 2 million purple coins. Shui Tianzi had lost a few million before, so she didn't dare to play too big. She only bought 1 million, Little Dessert didn't have much purple coins, so she only bought 200,000, Hong Mengshu had a martial king father behind her, so she willfully bet 10 million. It made people admire her heroism as a gambling king. This round of income was almost 20 million, causing the people from the Divine Inscription Palace to be overjoyed. Everyone felt that it was impossible to open 80 in the previous round and 81 in this round. Therefore, they all avoided 81 and bought something else. At this moment, the entire audience was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how Qin Yun and the women would look like when they lost. 2 hours had passed and the results were finally going to be known. The results of today's final round will now be revealed. The mustache man shouted happily as he controlled the lids of all the vats to open. The bird flew out from the 81st vat. The crowd immediately burst into a clamor. Motherf *Ker, it's really 81. Why didn't I buy it with an idiot? Who said that idiots are not allowed? Quickly stand up, I promise I won't beat you to death. Bastard, I bought 100,000. If I bought it with an idiot, I would have earned 10 times more. The scene was filled with wails. As for Hong Mengshu's loud laughter, it enveloped the entire plaza. 100 million, I won 100 million, ha 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 ha. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were also blinded by happiness. Shui Tianzi had won 10 million and Zi Qingqing had won 20 million. To them, who were at the spirit realm, this was a huge sum. Qin Yun was quite satisfied with winning 50 million. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace felt as if they had seen a ghost. They never expected that this fool would be so strange as to win twice in a row. In the sixth round, the Divine Inscription Palace had lost almost 200 million. Today's 6 rounds are over. We'll continue tomorrow. The mustache man said with a straight face. Qin grinned and said with a silly smile, I'm going back to sleep as well. Let's see if I can dream of what to do tomorrow. Shuai, do you want big sister to sleep with you? Shui Tianzi smiled charmingly. Upon hearing these numbing words, many of the men present immediately felt a wave of jealousy. The jealousy in their eyes seemed to be able to burn Qin to ashes. I've grown up, I don't need anyone to sleep with me. Besides, it's rare for me to have a big bed. It's more comfortable for me to sleep on my own. Qin said with a look of disdain. When everyone heard this, they wanted to beat him to death. He was too pretentious. Qin was not pretending. This water fairy was not someone who was easy to deal with. Who knew what she was going to do at night? Hong Mengshu won 100 million purple coins and was overjoyed to death. Then, she and Hong Ying followed Qin and company out of the plaza. Qin and company returned to the luxurious inn and discovered that Hong Ying and Hong Mengshu had stayed in. It was obvious that they were going to stay there and follow him to continue guessing the VAT tomorrow. This was the first time they had lost so miserably in the past few months since the invention of the Divine Inscription Palace. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire northern spirit city. Many Dugui had gathered purple coins overnight and decided to gamble with Xianxia's foolish cousin tomorrow. Returning to the inn, old Madame Du and the 2 elders were astonished when they found out about this. Shuai, did you really dream of it? Shui Tianzi very attentively poured tea for Qin because she wanted to win more tomorrow. No one would complain about having too many purple coins. Xianxia asked from the side, Cousin, are you really confident that you can continue winning tomorrow? No matter how much I buy tomorrow, you guys will buy with me. If you believe me, you will be able to make a huge profit. Qin smiled and did not say anything else. Then, he returned to his room to rest. Returning to his room, he used a talisman paper to fold a special paper crane. By the time he finished folding it, it was already dark. He used the Imperial Spirit technique to control the paper crane and flew within the inn. He followed Hong Mengshu's remnant aura and flew through a window. After Hong Mengshu won 100 million purple coins, she could not fall asleep. She looked at the moon and stars by the window. Suddenly, she saw the paper crane flying over and reached out to grab it. This was a sound transmission talisman that Qin had refined. After confirming that it was Hong Mengshu with his mental force, he said, Mengshu, buy as much as I buy tomorrow. I'm Qin, remember to keep it a secret. When Hong Mengshu heard the voice that entered her mind, she was immediately overjoyed. She knew that Xianxia's foolish cousin was not simple. However, she never expected that Qin would be able to sneak into the Moon Profound Valley with 2 great beauties. She also somewhat believed that Qin was Xianxia's cousin. This fellow is the same as Yumei, real and fake. Hong Mengshu chuckled in her heart as she looked forward to tomorrow's arrival. The next day, the 2 beauties were dressed in a much more low-key manner. They wore simple purple dresses, but they were still incomparably beautiful and eye-catching. Early in the morning, Qin followed Xianxia and Shui Tianzi to the plaza of the Divine Inscription Palace. Many people had been waiting here, some even waiting all night. When this group of people saw Qin arrive, it was as if they had seen the god of fortune. They immediately became incomparably spirited. The mustached man from the Divine Inscription Palace viewed Qin as a god of plague. He wished that he could disappear as soon as possible. Today's first round will begin now. The mustached man unhappily placed the bird puppet into the large vat. After covering the lid, the formation was activated, allowing the bird to randomly fly around and teleport into the 100 vats. A moment later, the middle-aged man shouted, You can start buying now. Qin only used his extinction spirit eye to take a look. When he realized that he was in the 95th vat, he hurriedly went to line up. I'll buy number 8500,000. Qin said. This was the same as his first round yesterday. It was also number 8500,000, many people immediately followed suit. Moreover, they were all in the hundreds of thousands. There was no lack of tycoons among them. The mustached man's face turned green when he saw this. That was because the people who followed suit had placed a total of more than 200 million purple coins. Big profit. Yesterday, they had opened number 80 and today, it was number 80 again. Many people had some doubts. However, when they saw Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Hong Mengshu buy 500,000 purple coins, they dispelled their doubts and enthusiastically bought number 80. Although Qin Yan did not say it, Zi Qingqing and the others guessed that he might deliberately lose this round. Otherwise, the Divine Inscription Palace would definitely not be able to continue playing and they would not be able to continue fishing. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed. In the first round, everyone had invested a total of 300 million purple coins. Next, the results will be revealed. The mustache man felt nervous as he opened all the lids. He saw that the number 95 had flown out. Seeing this result, the mustache man with a bitter face immediately beamed with joy. He beamed with joy and said, "It's number 95. Many people at the scene were heartbroken as they wailed. The sound of cursing filled the entire plaza. When everyone sensed Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi's killing intent, they quietened down. They could only curse in their hearts. The second round is about to begin. The mustache man felt a lot more at ease because Qin Yan was not always accurate. After it began, Qin Yan saw that the bird was in the 73rd vat. All by number 90, 1 million purple coins. Qin Yan wanted to deliberately lose again. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianji also knew that Qin Yan was deliberately losing, so they pretended to be hesitant. Then, they gritted their teeth and bought 1 million purple coins. Hong Mengshu also considered for an hour before buying 1 million purple coins. In the second round, there were fewer people who followed suit. However, the total bet was still more than 100 million. It could be seen that many people were betting with the mentality of believing it once more. Soon, the results of the second round were revealed. Many people immediately began to cry. "I've been tricked by a fool. I bet all my wealth. Fools really can't be trusted." Many people complained bitterly. They could only blame their bad luck. And in the following third and fourth rounds, Qin Yan also bought 1 million purple coins in a row. Only Zi Qingqing and the others followed suit. They had won so much yesterday. As long as they didn't play big, they wouldn't lose anything. The fifth round. All by number 8, 10 million purple coins. Qin Yan shouted loudly. 10 million, everyone immediately became excited. They had been squatting here for more than half a day and had finally waited for a big move. However, because they had lost 4 times in a row, no one dared to follow suit. No one dared to play anymore. In fact, they all knew that they had to win this round. However, they had a tacit understanding to cooperate with Qin Yan. If they were too decisive, it would arouse suspicion. He won so much yesterday, so it doesn't matter even if he loses. He can afford to lose. That's right. We've lost everything we have. Sigh, it's all because we were too greedy. This fool is really a bastard. I've been tricked to death by him. When the 2 hours were almost up, Zi Qingqing also bought number 8 for 10 million purple crystal coins. Hong Mengshu and Shui Tianzi also bought 10 million. This was a huge sum of money, but when everyone thought about how much they had earned yesterday, they felt that it was nothing to play it big. On the side of the Divine Inscription Palace, they weren't too worried because they were very sure that Qin Yan was just fooling around. The mustache man walked over and opened the lids of all the vats with a smile. When he saw the bird fly out from the 8th vat, the smile on his face froze. Those who had lost miserably earlier immediately felt a string of profanities in their hearts. Many people at the scene could not help but curse loudly. As for the onlookers, they cried out in alarm. The fool had finally guessed correctly again, and this time, it was a very big bet. Qin Yan, Zi Qingqing and the other 2 girls had all bought 10 million. In other words, they had each won 100 million this time. It was a total of 400 million. The Divine Inscription Palace had only earned a total of 400 million today. Before they could even warm up, they had already given it away. Many people in the plaza were so angry that their faces were flushed red. This was because the purple coins they had lost were all in Qin Yan's hands. At this moment, Zi Qingqing and the others were also extremely excited. After all, that was 100 million purple coins. But it was enough for them to use for a long time. It's the last round. The mustache man's expression turned gloomy again. In this round, Qin Yun used his extinction spirit eye to see that it was number 39. However, he bought number 23 and 39 for 10 million each. It was fine even if he bought 100 numbers at once, so buying two was also allowed. Xi Qingqing and the others naturally followed decisively. The tycoons present had all been squeezed dry in the first two rounds. Even if they wanted to follow now, they couldn't afford it. This was because Qin Yun had bought two numbers. Even if they followed, they wouldn't be able to win much. Furthermore, there was the risk of losing. However, there were still some who followed suit. In total, they only added up to 2 million purple coins. 2 hours had passed and the mustache man was extremely nervous. If Qin Yun and company were to win, they would have suffered a huge loss today. Qin Yun and company had bet 20 million and earned 80 million. The four of them had earned more than 300 million purple coins. The Divine Inscription Palace had originally earned several hundred million in the first few rounds, but they had been won by Qin Yun and company in the fifth round. However, it could be said that they had not lost or earned anything. Open. After the mustache man opened the lid, he saw the bird fly out from vat number 39. He immediately fell to the ground. A loud cry came from the plaza. Two big ones in a row, both of them won. The first few were so small but they didn't win. Could it be that he did it on purpose? This idiot is not stupid at all. I've been tricked to death by him. It seems like he really has some heaven-defying ability that allows him to see through vats. Damn it, I've been played to death by him. The Divine Inscription Palace is also quite miserable. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace handed over hundreds of millions of purple coins to Qin Yun and company. Shui Tianzi and company had earned nearly 200 million today and left happily. In the main hall of the inn, Shui Tianzi was serving Qin Yun delicately. She massaged his shoulders and legs like an obedient servant girl. Old Madame Du smiled and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have gone with you guys to play and won so much. I'll go tomorrow as well." Qin Yun said, "The Divine Inscription Palace is not easy to deal with. They will definitely change the way they play tomorrow. We should be satisfied with how much we can earn. We can only bet 10 million. Otherwise, if we smash it all down, we will definitely be able to make the Divine Inscription Palace cry." Xi Qingqing snorted and said, "What a pity." Shui Tianzi rubbed Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a charming smile, "Purple Demoness, we should be content. Shui, are you still going tomorrow? Let's go take a look first." Qin Yun smiled. "I'll send you a voice transmission when the time comes to play." Tonight, many people were talking about guessing the vats. Now, everyone was certain that Xi Qingqing's cousin could see through the vats and play with the Divine Inscription Palace and many gamblers in the palm of his hand. Because he did not violate the rules, the Divine Inscription Palace could not say anything. After all, they had neglected it. Although the Divine Inscription Palace had suffered quite a bit of losses, they did not stop. They also wanted face. If they stopped playing after losing so little, others would say that they couldn't afford to play. One had to know that in other cities, there were martial kings who had lost hundreds of millions. Shui, you cheated a lot of people today. They must hate you very much. Little Dessert laughed softly. Who told them to call me a fool? Besides, these guys are all gamblers. Previously, they kept making fun of me. Later, when they saw that I won, they followed me to buy and kept calling me a fool. They are the ones I cheated." Qin Yun drank a mouthful of juice from Shui Tianzi and continued, "If the Divine Inscription Palace loses 2 to 3 billion in the first round, then we definitely won't be able to continue playing in the next few rounds. We can't get two big ones in a row." Shui Tianzi smiled coquettishly and said, "Shui, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Even the Divine Inscription Palace was tricked by you. I wonder how the Divine Inscription Palace will deal with it tomorrow. Actually, we should be satisfied after fishing a few times." Qin Yun finished his cup of juice and said with a smile, "I'm going to rest. I'll go take a look tomorrow." The major powers that were heading to the Immortal Graveyard had agreed to gather in the Northern Spirit City. However, most of them were only Xian sections. Amongst the king-level powers, only Hong Ying had arrived the earliest. From this, it could be seen that the king-level powers and the bloodline aristocrat families had deliberately put on airs and come a little later, making the Xianxia wait for them for a few more days. After all, they were king-level powers. It was impossible for them to come here early to wait for the Xianxia. This would be very degrading. Only the hanging martial king felt that it did not matter. The next day, Qin Yan woke up early in the morning. Last night, he had sent a message to Hong Mengshu, telling her to take a look at the situation today. When he arrived at the hall, he saw Shui Tianzi wearing a luxurious red dress. Her hair was decorated with beautiful red hair accessories. It was obvious that she had been meticulously dressed up. Zi Qingqing, on the other hand, was dressed in simple purple clothes, just like yesterday. Violet Demonis, the big fish from the bloodline aristocrat family, is here. Aren't you going to dress up? Shui Tianzi said with a chuckle. I'm too lazy. I'm not relying on big fish to earn purple coins right now. Zi Qingqing looked at Shui Tianzi with a look of disdain. Seriously, my cousin has clearly helped you earn so much, but you haven't given him any benefits at all. You're still thinking about those big fish. Shui Tianzi looked at Qin Yun with hidden bitterness. I said that I would sleep with him for a night, but he wasn't willing. What right do you have to sleep with me for a night? Qin Yun said with a bored expression. If I sleep with you for a night, I might be the one to suffer. Shui Tianzi said coquettishly, you don't lack purple coins and you don't like me. What do you want? I haven't thought of it yet. Let's talk about it when I think of it. Qin Yun smiled. I'm going to the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun walked very quickly. After leaving the inn, he headed straight for the Divine Inscription Palace. On the way, many people recognized him. Although he was wearing a human skin mask and his appearance was not outstanding, he looked very simple and honest. His silly appearance was very easy to recognize. At the entrance of the Divine Inscription Palace, there were still 100 large vats. Rules adjustment. Last night, Qin Yun had expected that the Inscription Palace would adjust the rules to this extent. In this way, his absolute spirit eye would be useless. The reason why he was able to win so easily before was because he could see which vat the bird was in before placing his bet. And now, he had to place his bet first before activating the formation to teleport the bird. If it was under these rules, if he could still win in a row, then this was the ability to predict the future. The Inscription Palace could only admit defeat. The mustached man felt that after fine-tuning the rules, even if someone could see through it, it would be useless. Now, he could only rely on his luck. He said with a smile, because some friends are too straightforward and think that it's not satisfying to only buy 10 million. Today, we will also raise the upper limit to 50 million. If it had been yesterday, the Inscription Palace would have definitely suffered a huge loss. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also felt that they would not be able to reap any rewards today. Now, everyone was very sure that Qin Yun could see through the water tank. That was why he knew beforehand and was able to obtain so many purple coins. With the change in the rules, Qin Yun could no longer win as easily as before. Today, some of the disciples of the king-level sects and bloodline aristocrat families had come. They were all sitting in luxurious carriages as they slowly drove along the streets. The big fish is here. Shui Tianzi said softly as she looked at the luxurious carriage on the street. The disciples of the bloodline aristocrat family were indeed extravagant. There were many large and small carriages. Not long after, many handsome men and women dressed in luxurious clothes walked out of the carriage. This was the first time Qin Yun had seen a woman from a bloodline aristocrat family. She looked very strong as well. Some of these young disciples were at the spirit realm. They were all people of the same generation as Zi Qingqing and the others. A few men saw Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi from afar and quickly walked over. Qin Yun was also curious. The disciples of the bloodline aristocrat family were actually so interested in ordinary human women. Back then, they had even fought. He really couldn't tell what was so good about Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. However, it had to be said that these two beauties were indeed very popular with the disciples of the bloodline aristocrat family. Qin Yun took a closer look and realized that although the women from the bloodline aristocrat family were quite beautiful, they were still lacking compared to Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. Shui Tianzi smiled charmingly as she chatted with the young masters. Zi Qingqing only responded with a cold face. However, those young masters were not disgusted. Instead, they said that she was still the same after so many years. Qin Yan never expected that Zi Qingqing would be an icy beauty back then. She was completely unlike the sister steamed bun he was familiar with. Qingqing, is this your cousin? I heard that he has a very powerful ability. He can see through the vats refined by Dao inscription masters. A man wearing luxurious blue clothes walked over with a smile and looked at Qin Yun. Zi Qingqing was very protective of Qin Yun. When she saw the young masters approaching, she hurriedly came to Qin Yun's side and said, he was just blindly guessing. He can't see through the vat at all. Qingqing, you really know how to joke. He was just blindly guessing. How could he have guessed correctly so many times? Another male laughed. The mustached man from the Divine Inscription Palace laughed loudly and said, heroes of the bloodline aristocrat family, you have come from afar. Aren't you going to have a good time? 2 days ago, these ladies gambled a few times and won quite a lot. In the eyes of the Divine Inscription Palace, these ostentatious young masters were also big fish. Let's play and try our luck. The blue-clothed man smiled, I'll buy number 9, number 15, number 43, number 50, number 75, 2 million purple coins each. Following that, the other 5 bloodline warriors also bought 5 numbers. They all bought 2 million for each number. As long as they bought correctly, they would be able to win 20 million. Apart from the 10 million cost, they would still be able to make a profit. Other than a few warriors of the spirit realm, there were also a few young disciples of the martial Dao realm. There were both men and women. They also joined in. Everyone could not help but exclaim in admiration. The bloodline aristocrat family was extremely rich. In their eyes, purple coins were like water. They squandered them without a care in the world. Idiot, aren't you going to buy today? Suddenly, someone shouted at Qin Yun, is it because the rules have been changed that you can't win for sure? That must be the case. This guy tricked us so badly yesterday. Although he can't win anymore, he has earned enough. Qin Yun had earned nearly 200 million purple coins. It was indeed a lot. Zi Qingqing pulled Qin Yun to the side, far away from the disciples of the bloodline aristocrat family. Cousin, those guys aren't good people. Let's see if the water fairy can get anything out of them. Zi Qingqing said. Why would their bloodline aristocrat family be so interested in the two of you? Qin Yun was very curious. There should be a lot of outstanding women in their bloodline aristocrat family, right? Zi Qingqing snorted lightly, you don't know, these bloodline aristocrat families cultivate both righteous and demonic cultivation techniques. If they really get us, they will use us as cultivation cauldrons and constantly absorb our power. We have better aptitude among ordinary humans. As long as they can get their hands on us, not only will they be able to obtain good playthings, they will also be able to rapidly increase their cultivation. Qin Yan looked at Zi Qingqing in surprise. Looks like they are not easy to deal with. Zi Qingqing said, that's right. However, they are still a bit inexperienced. Back then, they were played around by me and the water fairy. Now, so many years have passed, they should be veterans and won't be so easy to deal with. 2 hours passed. The mustache man placed the bird into a water jar and activated the formation. Qin Yan hurriedly concentrated and used his extinction spirit eye to look inside the 100 water jars. When the formation was in operation, he could see the trajectory of the bird's teleportation through the extinction spirit eye. If only my mental force could penetrate the water jar, I would be able to control that bird. Qin Yan sighed in his heart. Then, he suddenly thought of his penetration divine art. He thought for a moment and felt that his mental force might be able to penetrate those vats with strong defenses through the power of the penetration divine art. Qin Yan immediately gave it a try. After trying it out, he was extremely excited. This was because his mental force could really penetrate the vats. Moreover, it was silent and did not affect the operation of the formation. Through the extinction spirit eye, he saw the large vat where the bird was. He immediately used his mind to lock onto it and then used the imperial spirit technique to control the movement of the bird. Puppet. After a while, the teleportation array stopped and the bird landed. Qin Yan did not succeed in controlling the bird. The main reason was that he was not familiar with the teleportation trajectory. However, he was also very excited because he could control the bird's movement. Number 15. The mustached man opened all the lids and shouted when he saw the bird fly out of the 15th vat. My luck is pretty good. I got it on the first round. The blue-clothed bloodline warrior laughed heartily and went to collect the 20 million purple coins. The other bloodline warriors also walked over to congratulate him. Xianxia was unable to obtain any benefits from these bloodline warriors and walked towards Xianxia in disappointment. These fellows are no longer as inexperienced as they were back then. Xianxia chuckled and said, I knew they weren't that easy to trick, so I couldn't be bothered with them. Qin Yin said in a low voice, all of you have to be wary of these fellows. They will definitely hold a grudge against you. As long as they have the chance, they will definitely be ruthless towards you. The second round began and the group of bloodline warriors continued to play. Moreover, it was a huge sum of money. They all bought 5 of them for 5 million purple coins each. Qin Yin walked over and said, I'll buy number 80, 10 million purple coins. Xianxia and the others never expected Qin Yin to suddenly participate. Furthermore, he was spending so much money. Hong Mengshu and the Honging Martial King, who were watching from afar, also felt that it was strange. Mengshu, are you following? The Honging Martial King asked. Xianxia and Shui Tianzi didn't buy anything from him, so I won't be following for now. Hong Mengshu said. Qin Yin bought number 80 again. Everyone found it strange but they did not buy it with him. After the rules were changed, there were no loopholes at all. Even if they could see through it, it would be useless. I really can't tell that Qingqing's cousin is actually so heroic. A bloodline warrior laughed. Qin Yin ignored him. He took a jade token and came to the side of the vats. This made the bloodline warrior somewhat angry. That was because Qin Yin was only at the martial Dao realm. Yet, he was ignoring him. Xianxia had been following Qin Yin the entire time. She said, my cousin is like this. He doesn't talk to strangers. Please forgive him. I won't lower myself to his level. The bloodline warrior sneered. After the second round of betting ended, the Great Formation was activated. Just like before, Qin Yin tried to control the birds in the water tank. Last time, he failed because he was unable to grasp the trajectory of the teleportation. This time, he was much more familiar with the teleportation trajectory. However, it was still rather difficult to accurately control the birds. Qin Yin did not plan on winning this round. He only wanted to familiarize himself with it and warm up. He would lose a few times before winning a big one. That way, no one would suspect him. A moment later, the formation stopped and the bird flew out of the 51st vat. This time, there were also people who had won. Furthermore, there were a few of them. However, they did not buy much. Each of them only bought 2 to 300,000, which was nothing to the Divine Inscription Palace. And in the second round, the Divine Inscription Palace had received more than 100 million purple coins. Following that, Qin Yin participated in the third and fourth rounds. He bought 10 million purple coins each but none of them won. In total, he had only lost 30 million. As for those bloodline warriors, they had lost 50 to 60 million purple coins. Perhaps it was because the bloodline warriors had lost most of their money, so after the fifth round, they did not participate much. They also seemed to realize that this vat was a huge scam. In the fifth round, there were much fewer people betting. What was surprising was that Xianxing's foolish cousin actually still wanted to place a bet. I'll buy number 80 and 88, 50 million each. Qin Yin said. This caused the people in the plaza to cry out in alarm. This was a huge sum of money. 100 million at a time, only a martial king could afford it. Even the disciples of the bloodline aristocrat clan were moved. When Hong Mengshu saw that the opportunity had come, she hurriedly walked over and shouted, I'll also buy number 80 and 88, 50 million each. Miss, I'm not sure even in my dreams. I've lost a few times before, so I might lose this time as well. Qin Yin said. In fact, he was not completely confident. Otherwise, he would have asked Xianxia and Shui Tianzi to buy as well. Dragon bloodline family. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace were all somewhat puzzled because they were very sure that no one could know the result in advance. But this fool actually played it so big, What was inconceivable was that Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also bet 100 million. When Qin Yan saw that they were buying as well, he felt a lot of pressure. If they did not succeed, then they would lose this round. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and the others had earned nearly 200 million yesterday. Even if they lost now, it wouldn't matter, so they boldly bought as well. Those bloodline warriors immediately felt displeased. This was because they, the disciples from the bloodline aristocrat clan, were not even as big as a few women and a fool. This was completely inferior to them. Of course, they wanted to continue gambling, but they didn't have much purple coins on hand. They only had a little and they still had to stay in the inn. At first, they thought that they would be able to win a few rounds in a row, but they didn't expect to lose all of them. This was how it was when gambling. They always felt that they would make a comeback, so they continued to play. After Qin Yan and company placed their bets, they waited patiently. It would take another 2 hours before the results would be revealed. Many people were waiting as well. Although Qin Yan had bought a lot, no one followed him in buying. Just as the 2 hours were about to end, a beautiful woman wearing a white dress suddenly appeared. Her beautiful face carried a trace of coldness. When they saw this woman, Qin Yan and Hong Mengshu were somewhat surprised. This woman was Xiao Yuemei. However, it was not the twin tails that they were familiar with. Instead, it was a beautiful and cold outfit. I also want to buy number 80 and 88, 50 million purple coins each. Xiao Yuemei's tone was filled with a coldness that rejected people 1,000 miles away. As soon as she arrived, she heard a lot of things. She took out her mirror and saw a person with 3 martial spirits. She was sure that Qin Yan was here. Therefore, she was very sure that Zi Qingqing's cousin was Qin Yan. Since it was Qin Yan, she boldly followed him. A woman of unknown origin was playing with 100 million purple coins. This caused the bloodline warriors to be stimulated once again. They never expected that the women in the martial desolate land would become richer and richer. I am Xiong Zishuan, from the Exploding Bear bloodline aristocrat family. May I ask for your name? Miss is so generous, you must be from a big family. The bloodline warrior in blue robes walked over and asked Xiao Yuemei with a smile on his face. I am Long Yuemei, from the martial desolate northern domain, the ancient dragon blood family. Xiao Yuemei's voice is cold, her face is filled with arrogance. This caused many bloodline martial artists to be moved. If the Honging martial king had not seen Xiao Yuemei before, he would have definitely been fooled. Qin Yan knows that Xiao Yuemei is swindling people again. Is this real? I've never heard of the dragon blood family. Xiong Zishuan was shocked by Xiao Yuemei's words. Believe it or not. Xiao Yuemei coldly snorted, her eyes are filled with disdain as she looked at Xiong Zishuan. Xiong Zishuan was a bloodline martial artist of the spirit martial realm and he could be considered a relatively young one. However, he was now being looked down upon like this. This was something that had never happened before. Shui Tianzi said in a low voice, the inheritance of the dragon's bloodline has never existed. Those bloodline martial artists were also discussing this matter. At this moment, a powerful aura surged over. It was a martial king and a bloodline martial king at that. Everyone also saw a burly middle-aged man with a tiger's waist and a bear's back. He was wearing mighty battle armor as he slowly flew over and landed beside Xiong Zishuan. Father! Xiong Zishuan hurriedly shouted, have you heard of the dragon bloodline family? This bloodline martial spirit was actually Xiong Zishuan's father. From this, it could be seen that Xiong Zishuan's position in the Exploding Bear bloodline family was extremely high. Dragon bloodline? The middle-aged man frowned. Xiong Zishuan looked at Xiao Yuemei and said in a low voice, this woman, she said she came from the dragon blood family. Xiao Yuemei sneered, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Don't you know that in the spirit desolate, there are several dragon blood family? The reason why there are no powerful ancient beast bloodline inheritances in the 3 desolate lands is because the spiritual energy in the 3 desolate lands is too weak, so powerful ancient beasts are extremely rare. And in the spirit desolate, dragons are very common. The dragon in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range came from the spirit desolate and our Long family was ordered to subdue this dragon. Qin Yan felt that he did not recognize Xiao Yuemei anymore. He had almost believed her, but when he thought about how good she was at deceiving people, he immediately felt that she was lying. I wonder if Mrs. Elders are in the northern spirit city? The middle-aged man from the Xiong family asked with a face full of shock. My elders have already gone to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xiao Yuemei said, I also heard from my elders that there is an immortal treasure in the immortal graveyard desolate domain that attracted the dragon from the spirit desolate. She paused for a moment before continuing, there are many nether realm heavenly lions in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. This is also to prevent dragons from robbing tombs. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed because he had just mastered the Heavenly Lion summoning technique and could summon the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. Originally, he was very curious about what the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion looked like. Now that he heard Xiao Yuemei's words, he knew that it was a black lion. The black lion that had run out from the tomb that Jian Xuanzi and the others had opened was the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. Looks like we have to enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range as soon as possible. The Xiong family's martial king's face was filled with anxiety. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent a sound transmission to the other martial kings. Xiong Zishuan asked in a low voice, Father, does that mean there really is a dragon blood family? Why have I never heard of it? The Xiong family's martial king said, there is indeed one in the spirit desolate. I just didn't expect that there would be a dragon blood family in the martial desolate. I really don't know when they passed down their inheritance to this place. Xiao Yuemei laughed coldly, the Divine Inscription Palace is also one of the overlords of the Spirit Desolate. Because they seized the initiative and came to the Martial Desolate early to develop, they have a huge power in the Martial Desolate. Our dragon clan is only interested in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, so we sent people to the Martial Desolate 10,000 years ago. Qin Yan really wanted to ask Xiao Yuemei how she knew so many things. A martial king was not so easily deceived. Just now, the Xiong family's martial king had seriously probed Xiao Yuemei's aura and sensed the aura of the dragon martial spirit. That was why he believed her. Xiao Yuemei's mirror martial spirit could replicate a large number of martial spirits. One of them was her sister Xiao Yuelan's purple gold dragon martial spirit. Now that she was using this dragon martial spirit, she could indeed deceive many people. Miss, I wonder what level your dragon martial spirit is. It looks very strong. The Xiong family's martial king asked curiously. His question caused the thousands of people present to be incomparably shocked. The disciples of the bloodline aristocrat clan all looked at Xiao Yuemei in unison. The dragon martial spirit was a beast martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. It was one of the most powerful martial spirits. No comment. Xiao Yuemei said coldly. A pure dragon martial spirit was extremely rare and there were only dual attribute dragon martial spirits. For example, Lu Wudi's earth dragon martial spirit was a type of dragon similar to a pangolin. The mustache man said, prepare to reveal the results. Miss Long, you just bet 100 million. If you lose, don't hate our divine inscription palace. A mere 100 million purple coins, what is it? If I lose, I can afford to lose. Xiao Yuemei coldly looked at the middle-aged man and said, I'm actually afraid that your divine inscription palace can't afford to lose. How is that possible? Since you are from the dragon blood family, you must know the background of our divine inscription palace. The middle-aged man chuckled and then activated the formation. Qin Yan immediately paid close attention to the array. At that moment, many people were the same as him. They were all nervously looking at the vats. Just like before, Qin Yan used the penetrating divine art to allow his mental power to penetrate the vat. He controlled the bird to follow the teleportation trajectory and stop in the 88th vat. The array also stopped. Qin Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. He was secretly excited. He had succeeded. The mustache man stroked his beard and shouted, reveal the results. The lid of the vat was opened and the bird flew out of the 88th vat. Hua! The uproar from the audience was like a fierce explosion that enveloped the entire plaza. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I've won again. Hong Mengshu could not suppress her joy and laughed out loud. This fool, he actually guessed correctly. How did he know the result? Could it be that he really has the ability to predict the future? Maybe he really did rely on luck. He lost a few rounds in a row before. The disciples of the bloodline aristocrat clan were all extremely jealous. That was because Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had earned 400 million purple coins this time. Even the Honging martial king and the Xiong family's martial king were filled with surprise. They were all experienced and knowledgeable, but they could not understand how Xianxia's cousin knew the result. The expression of the mustache man from the divine inscription palace turned extremely unsightly. Previously, it could be said that he could see through the vat and know which vat the bird was in before placing his bet. But now, he had placed his bet first and began to activate the teleportation formation in the vat. It was impossible for him to know in advance. I've finally guessed correctly. Qinyan smiled as well. Gambling is like this. After losing a few rounds, your luck will definitely change. Everyone recalled that when Hong Mengshu placed her bet, Qinyan had tried to dissuade her. It was obvious that he did not have much confidence, so they were certain that he had guessed blindly. The divine inscription palace could indeed afford to lose. Although they were unwilling, they still gave 2.5 billion purple coins to Qinyan, Xianxia, and the other two girls. There's still the last round today. Shui Tianzi was grinning from ear to ear as her eyes narrowed. She and Xianxia were overjoyed. In the past few days, they had earned hundreds of millions of purple coins. If they were to do another round, they would earn another 500 million. That would be 1 billion. Divine Inscription Palace, do you not dare to play any more? Although Xiao Yuemei's face was ice cold, she was extremely happy in her heart. She knew that following Qinyan to Bai would definitely not be wrong. She was also very curious as to how Qinyan had guessed correctly. The mustache man wiped his sweat and said, "How is that possible? The 6th round begins now." Their divine inscription palace could lose purple coins, but they felt that they could not lose face and momentum. Otherwise, they would become a laughing stock. Under the notice of the Xiong family's martial king, many martial kings arrived one after another. Even Mufeng came. The moment Mufeng arrived, he heard that there was a woman from the dragon blood family here. When he saw that it was Xiao Yuemei, he immediately understood what was going on. However, he did not expose her. Although Xiao Yuemei did not disguise herself, the ice-cold attitude she displayed and the change in her hairstyle made it difficult to recognize her. Covert cooperation. There were dozens of martial kings at the scene. They were also eager to make a move and plan to bet with Xianxia's cousin. The pressure on the divine inscription palace was immense. If every martial king won several hundred million, then their divine inscription palace would lose 20 to 30 billion. Has the 6th round started yet? Someone shouted. These martial kings had a lot of purple crystal coins on hand. If they could use 100 million to bet a few hundred million and still win, they would be very happy. After all, earning purple coins from the divine inscription palace was a very pleasant thing. The mustache man looked at Mufeng and smiled as he hurriedly walked over. Mufeng seemed to have a rather special position in the divine inscription palace. Many large-scale events were hosted by him. Elder Mu, what about the 6th round? The mustached man looked at Qinyan, his heart filled with hatred. There were more than 100 Xian martial realm and spirit martial realm cultivators here. They were all very rich. The Honging martial king said with a smile, "Don't suddenly stop playing in the inscription palace. Everyone has lost quite a bit to you before." A few of the martial kings also started to shout. Many martial kings also disliked the inscription palace. Now that they had the opportunity to blackmail them, they naturally could not let it go. Mufeng said indifferently, "Of course our inscription palace can afford to play. Let's continue with the 6th round." The fact that the divine inscription palace wanted to continue playing caused the entire plaza to boil with excitement. Mufeng looked at Qinyan and said with a laugh, "Since this is a gamble, there will always be winners and losers." This little friend seemed to have the ability to predict the future. But I don't believe it. It must have been a coincidence that he won just now. Qinyan smiled, walked over and said, "I'll buy 52, 58, 50 million each." If he guessed correctly this time, he would earn another few hundred million. Since the divine inscription palace was willing to accompany him to the end, Qinyan did not stand on ceremony. As expected of a hero. Mufeng smiled calmly. Xianxia, Xiao Yuemei, Hong Mengshu, and Shui Tianzi also followed closely behind Qinyan and bought 52 and 58, 100 million each. The others did not follow Qinyan to buy, they were just watching. If Qinyan won again, he would definitely have the ability to predict the future. It would not be too late to play with him tomorrow. 2 hours passed. Only Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, and a few other women placed their bets. One had to know that Qin Yun had scammed people before, so many people were very cautious. The mustached man had activated the array. After a while, it stopped, and the bird flew out from the 50-second vat. All the martial kings exclaimed in admiration, and the square was once again shrouded in cries of surprise. This fool guessed it right. Another 500 million. Those women have also earned quite a lot. These women trust that fool a lot. They fished a lot yesterday. They didn't invest much in the first place. Even if they lose, they will only return it to the divine inscription palace. I have to say, these women's sixth sense is really powerful. Haha. The divine inscription palace has suffered a huge loss. This fool shouldn't be able to live for long. He possesses the ability to foresee the future and reveal the secrets of the heavens. This will damage his lifespan. I wonder what his martial spirit is. Could it be the foresight martial spirit? There were many voices in the square. Many people believed that Qin Yun had grasped the ability to foresee the future. Xiao Yuemei looked at the mustache man and said with a smile, "Does your divine inscription palace still dare to continue tomorrow?" "Why wouldn't I dare? However, the people who are going to the immortal graveyard desolate domain are all here, so we should head there as soon as possible. Your dragon blood family has already gone to the immortal graveyard desolate domain. If we don't hurry up, we might not even be able to get anything," Mu Feng said with a smile. Although the divine inscription palace had lost another 2 billion, he was still very calm. A bloodline martial king hurriedly said, "It's fine. It won't be too late for us to finish the round tomorrow." The dozens of martial kings present also agreed. It was clear that they wanted to scam the divine inscription palace before going. Everyone had seen with their own eyes that Xianxia's foolish cousin had accurately predicted the results twice in a row. He must have grasped a special foresight ability. If the divine inscription palace continued to play, that foolish cousin would definitely continue to play and win. Mu Feng laughed heartily and said, "I actually want to go to the immortal graveyard desolate domain as soon as possible. How about this? Our divine inscription palace will immediately start the next round. This way, after everyone finishes playing, we can immediately set off." Everyone was somewhat surprised and could not help but admire the foundation of the divine inscription palace. "In order to let everyone have fun, I will raise the limit to 100 million purple coins. When you buy a single number, you can bet up to 100 million. Mu Feng's words caused everyone in the plaza to cry out in alarm. Not only did the divine inscription palace make an exception for the 7th round, they had also raised the upper limit of the bet. This was simply crazy. Mu Feng looked at Qin Yun and said, "Brother, I really don't believe that you can foresee the future. I've never heard of such a thing, so I'll take a gamble. Let's bet that you won't be able to guess correctly next time." Qin Yun was very astonished because Mu Feng looked too calm and collected. No one placed a bet. They were all waiting for Qin Yun. At this moment, the person in charge of placing the bet had become Mu Feng. He used his purple crystal card to receive the purple coins. Qin Yun walked over and said, "I'll buy 70 and 75, 100 million each." He felt that even if he lost this time, he would only lose 200 million. In any case, he had earned enough. Xianxia and the other 3 girls also had faces full of joy as they followed suit to place their bets. Each of them bought 200 million. The Hongying martial king finally made his move. He followed Qin Yun and bought. If he won, he would be able to earn 800 million. The other martial kings and tycoons also followed suit. Everyone placed their bets on 70 and 75. In less than an hour, the total bet was more than 10 billion purple crystal coins. If they really opened 70 and 75, then the divine inscription palace would have to pay more than 100 billion purple coins. This was definitely a huge loss. The mustache man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When everyone saw Qin Yun's confident appearance, they felt that he would definitely win. At that time, everyone would have a rich income. To the divine inscription palace, they could afford to lose more than 100 billion. This was because they were the ones in charge of issuing the purple crystal cards. They could increase the amount of purple coins in the purple crystal cards at will. Of course, if it was exchanged for ready-made purple coins, there would be a limit that could not be exceeded every day. If it was exceeded, or if they wanted to exchange for a large amount of purple coins, they would have to go to the inscription royal city. There was also a time limit. Xianxia was also seriously observing the vats. At that moment, he suddenly heard Mu Feng's voice appear in his mind. Mu Feng had sent him a sound transmission. I know you are Xianxia. Mu Feng sent a sound transmission to Xianxia. I also know that you hold a grudge against the Divine Inscription Palace. This matter is not something that I can control. Back then, I was also against the Divine Inscription Palace doing that. Xianxia replied, General Director, I have never blamed you. We are still friends. Mu Feng was very happy and continued to send a sound transmission. Since we are friends, how about we make a good profit? You deliberately lost. This way, I can earn more than 10 billion. Then, I will split the purple coins with you equally. That way, you will have billions of income. When Xianxia heard this, his heart pounded. However, he did not trust Mu Feng very much. That was because he had previously been given up on by the Divine Inscription Palace and his qualifications as an inscription master had been revoked. Although we are friends, the benefits involved are too great. I don't trust you. Xianxia replied. Mu Feng immediately sent a sound transmission. Don't look at me as a middle-aged fatty. But I have lived for a long time and I am not younger than Shuchuan. Shuchuan is my disciple. He has reported everything that happened to you in the borderlands to me. I also know that Xiao Yuelan possesses the immortal graveyard diagram. If you want to know the great use of that immortal graveyard diagram, I can tell you in detail in the future. That's right, the Xiao family in the borderlands is a very mysterious family. I know a little about the Xiao family's situation. Xianxia was alarmed. He had previously investigated the Tian Xiao imperial tomb with Xiao Xianqin. It was indeed very mysterious. This was also a mystery that had been plaguing him. Mu Feng sent another sound transmission. If I wasn't trustworthy, I would have told everyone about your matter a long time ago. But I didn't say anything and I even tried my best to keep it a secret for you. I am also in charge of managing the Divine Inscription Palace in the borderlands. Any news that comes from there will come to me first. I have also sent a few trustworthy people over. They will join forces with the Moon Profound Valley to firmly control the borderlands. Xianxia thought about it seriously and felt that Mu Feng was trustworthy. He replied with a sound transmission, I'll take 80% and you take 20%. How about it? Mu Feng immediately replied, I'll take 40% and you take 60%. I'll take 70% and you take 30%. Each of us will take a step back. Xianxia said with a smile, if your Divine Inscription Palace loses, you will lose more than 100 billion purple coins. Alright. Mu Feng also agreed and said, I'll talk to you about the ancient gardens in detail in the future. You being abandoned by the Divine Inscription Palace has something to do with this matter. The two of them were transmitting their voices from afar, so no one could see through them. Xianxia did not have a good impression of those martial kings. Now that he could scam them, it was also very satisfying. Many of these martial kings were from bloodline aristocrat families and had good relations with Totem Pavilion. Xianxia had been paying attention to this place the entire time. He did not see the elders of Huwu King, the Beast Taming King and Mao Mimi. It seemed that only the three of them were missing. This made him feel very strange. He hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Mu Feng, General Director, did little Lu, Wu Shuang and Mimi not come? They entered the ancient garden and came out. They're out. I'll tell you the details later. Mu Feng replied with a smile, right now, there are still some things that I'm not sure about. Xianxia felt that this matter was not simple. He did not pursue the matter any further and waited for the formation to begin. The mustache man activated the formation. Xianxia also used the extinction spirit eye. He wanted to ensure that the bird puppet would not appear in the 70th and 75th vats. When the formation was activated, the entire place was silent. It was as if one could hear the whooshing sound of it being activated. The formation stopped. The moment the lid was opened, everyone held their breath and watched. A bird flew out from the 5th vat, everyone was stunned. The Xiao family's secret. After the silence, all sorts of curses erupted in the square. Especially those who had bet all their purple coins, they kept cursing at Xianxia. Among them, there were many young disciples, as well as the spirit and Xian martial realms of the various sections. They had all bet tens of millions of purple coins and now, they had lost all of it. Shui Tianzi was only a little disappointed, but her face was still full of smiles. Occasionally, I will miss once or twice. It's fine, I've earned enough anyway. Xiao Yuemei did not say anything. She glanced at Mu Feng and suspected that Qin Yun and Mu Feng must have discussed it in secret. Zi Qingqing and Hong Mengshu did not say anything either. They had won so much with Qin Yun, so there was nothing to complain about. As for the others, they were all complaining. Even a martial king would feel uncomfortable after being cheated of 200 million. Of course, the Honging martial king smiled and did not say anything. In any case, his daughter had won quite a bit. This bastard fool, I really want to kill him. 2 in a row and then he missed again. Is he playing with us? He must have tricked us on purpose. Motherf *Ker, he's giving the Divine Inscription Palace some blood. He'll slowly earn it from the Divine Inscription Palace in the future. What a bastard. The young disciples of the various powers had basically emptied their purple coins on their crystal cards. It was also these people who cursed Qin Yun the loudest and most intense. Qin Yun did not think much of it. After all, his current identity was only that of a fool's cousin. Most importantly, he had earned a lot of purple coins from it. It was enough for him to use for a long time. How about we set off tonight? A martial king from a bloodline aristocrat clan said. They knew that the Dragon Blood family had gone to the immortal graveyard desolate domain. They could not fall behind. Tonight. Gather outside the north gate. Many martial kings had agreed to set off tonight. Although they were in a bad mood, they still had to go to the immortal graveyard desolate domain. Let's go back. Zi Qingqing pulled Qin Yun along. Shui Tianzi also protected Qin Yun by her side, worried that someone would attack him. Brother, take care. You are a great benefactor of our Divine Inscription Palace. I want to treat you to a drink to thank you. Mu Feng hurriedly shouted when he saw that Qin Yun was about to leave. Shui Tianzi hurriedly said, Ah Shui, you must not go. Qin Yun gave a simple and honest smile. Since someone is treating me to a meal, why wouldn't I go? As he spoke, he walked towards Mu Feng and said, I want to eat the best. Brother is really straightforward. Let's go then. Mu Feng patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, have you mastered some kind of X-ray vision ability? Can you see through women's clothes? Hearing Mu Feng's words, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and the others immediately felt strange. Ladies, you can go back first. I will definitely send this little brother back safely. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Yuemei, Miss Long Yuemei, right? Since you are from the Dragon Blood clan, why don't you come along as well? I want to ask you a few questions about the Dragon Blood clan. Would you mind giving me some face? All right. Xiao Yuemei coldly said and nodded. Soon after, Mu Feng led Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei away. Hong Mengshu had also guessed that Qin Yun must have made a private agreement with Mu Feng. That was why he had deliberately lost. She was also secretly happy because Qin Yun must have earned a lot through their cooperation. She was also very unhappy with those people from the bloodline aristocrat families and some other powers. They were truly arrogant. If they were to earn something, she would feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Mu Feng brought Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei to a secret living room in the Divine Inscription Palace. You two, stop pretending. Sit down. Mu Feng said with a smile. After Xiao Yuemei sat down, she crossed her legs and said with a charming smile, You guys really have dirty deals that can't be seen. It's nothing, we are just maximizing the benefits. Mu Feng laughed. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yuemei's face. On the other hand, you are very good at pretending to be a disciple of the Dragon Blood family. I was almost fooled by you. Mu Feng said, Qin Yun, she is not lying. The Xiao family in the border region has a hidden dragon bloodline inheritance. The dragon bloodline in little girl Yuemei's body should have awakened as well. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuemei in a daze, speechless. Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue, Big fatty, you really know a lot. You can't be thinking of eating me, right? Mu Feng immediately laughed out loud. if I really wanted to eat you, you would definitely not even have bones left. Qin Yan recalled Xiao Xianxin's suspicions towards the Xiao family. Now, it was proven that her suspicions were correct. Their Xiao family did indeed have a special bloodline inheritance. Big fatty, how many purple coins did you give my brother? Xiao Yuemei asked. 7 billion. Mu Feng took out a purple crystal card and walked towards Qin Yun. He said with a smile, our cooperation is very pleasant. Qin Yun said with a smile, to be honest, I don't want to bring those guys to win at all. There was a total of 8 billion on Qin Yun's purple crystal card. Mu Feng exclaimed, you are truly amazing. You actually grasped the power of foresight. Qin Yun only smiled and did not say anything else. How he won, this matter could not be explained in detail, lest the divine inscription palace be on guard against him. Xiao Yuemei snorted lightly, big fatty, why did your divine inscription palace give up on protecting my brother? Even his qualifications as an inscription master were revoked. It's too unkind. Mu Feng sighed and said, the bloodline aristocrat family provided the upper echelons of the divine inscription palace with pure inherited blood. As for Totem Pavilion, they gave some totem runes. That's why the divine inscription palace decided to no longer protect Qin Yun. In addition, Qin Yun did not enter that ancient garden. Instead, he went to another ancient garden, causing one person to be missing. This also caused the upper echelons of the divine inscription palace to be criticized. Qin Yun asked, General Director, what's going on in that ancient garden? Mu Feng said with a smile, I can only tell you that only people with 3 life marks or less are allowed to enter that ancient garden. There are very precious things hidden inside. Once you enter, someone will receive you and arrange for you to search for treasures inside. Qin Yun was certain that the treasure was the Sun Soul. Mu Feng asked, Qin Yun, are you going to enter the immortal graveyard desolate domain? Qin Yun nodded and said, yes. I want to confirm what the relationship between the immortal graveyard desolate domain and the immortal graveyard diagram is. It has a lot to do with it. I'm not sure about the specifics, I'll have to go in to find out. Mu Feng said with a smile, the immortal graveyard diagram on Xiao Yuelan's body is the most important thing. It is said that as long as one can decipher the immortal graveyard diagram, they can easily enter the most powerful immortal tomb. Big fatty, don't have any ideas about my sister. Xiao Yuemei immediately said vigilantly. Don't worry. I'm not as inflexible as those old antiques of the divine inscription palace. Mu Feng said with a smile, I admire you youngsters very much. Xiao Yuemei said, I had originally planned to enter the immortal graveyard desolate domain but I felt that there was definitely nothing good inside, so I was too lazy to go. You lied to those guys and said that there was some dragonblood family inside. Qin Yun said with a smile. Who asked them to be stupid? Xiao Yuemei said with a chuckle, these idiots might even die inside. Brother, don't go either. It's very dangerous inside. Qin Yun shook his head. No, I want to go in and take a look. Then be careful. Xiao Yuemei stood up and walked towards the door. She said, I'm leaving now. I'm going to walk around. Yuemei, do you want purple coins? Qin Yun asked. No need, I still have a few 100 million. It's enough. Xiao Yuemei smiled, opened the door and left. Qin Yun did not need to worry about the elusive Xiao Yuemei. She had always been doing well and had also awakened a mysterious and powerful dragon bloodline. Qin Yun, do you have the bloodline of a heavenly lion? Mu Feng asked with a smile. Qin Yun nodded. Shuchuan knew that he had the bloodline of a heavenly lion. It's best if you don't expose yourself, otherwise. The bloodline aristocrat clan of the 3 desolate lands will definitely join hands with Totem Pavilion to capture you. At that time, maybe even the divine inscription palace will make a move. Your 9 extinction gates great formation might not be able to withstand it either. Mu Feng's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. Qin Yun nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, General Director. It's nothing. Mu Feng shook his head. He thought very highly of Qin Yun. Others might not know but he knew very well that Hongmingshu's mystic moon saber had been repaired. Although he did not ask, he was certain that the mystic moon saber had been repaired by Qin Yun. This was a very heaven-defying ability. Qin Yun, there was a group of people who participated in the construction of many immortal tombs. The descendants of this group of people reproduced in the border areas. Therefore, there are many good seedlings in the border areas. His talent is definitely not bad. It might just be because of the sparse resources that his breakthrough is slow. Mu Feng's words also surprised Qin Yun. It seems like there are many secrets hidden in the border areas. He thought of the Tianshao Imperial Tomb. That was an extremely mysterious existence. Mu Feng said, "Alright, I'll send you back to the inn now." Although the Moon Profound Valley is made up of women, it is also very mysterious. Although they have connections with several king-level sects, they have not been controlled by them. Instead, they have obtained quite a bit of benefits from the king-level sects. Qin Yun nodded and left the Divine Inscription Palace with Mu Feng. He sat in a carriage and headed for the luxurious inn. After returning, Qin Yun rested in his room. Using the penetration divine art and the extinction spirit, I consumed a lot of energy. He had to leave tonight, so he had to rest well. At night, Qin Yun, Zi Qingqing, and Shui Tianzi sat in a large purplish-gold carriage. This was Zi Qingqing's. Qin Yun had sat in it before. Grandma Du and a few elders were in another carriage. The vast majority of people were sitting in large carriages with extremely strong defenses as they headed for the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. As for some people, they were flying in the air. These people were mainly there to ensure that the main force would not be ambushed. Little Dessert looked at Qin Yun, her charming face filled with curiosity. She asked, "Shui, do you have the power to foresee the future?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "No, I'm just blindly guessing." Little Dessert pouted and whispered, "Liar, I don't believe you." Qin Yun only smiled and did not say a word. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled and a dragon's roar came from outside. Summoned Celestial Lion Qin Yun and company had just entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain range when they encountered this dragon. "Ever since I broke through, I've been restraining my aura quite well. This dragon shouldn't be able to sense my heavenly lion blood, right?" He was very puzzled. Shui Tianzi cursed in a low voice, "It's all because of those bloodline aristocrat families. The aura of their bloodline has attracted the dragon." Zi Qingqing said, "I'll go out and take a look. You guys wait in the car." Qin Yun now knew that the dragon was not targeting him but the warriors from the bloodline aristocrat clan. The fellows from the bloodline aristocrat clan didn't restrain their auras. In the end, they lured the dragon here. Wasn't it for the sake of everyone joining hands to kill the dragon? Shui Tianzi was very unhappy. Initially, she thought that she would be able to enter the immortal graveyard desolate domain comfortably. But now, she had encountered a dragon. For safety reasons, she asked Little Fruit and Little Dessert to go to Old Madame Du's carriage. Old Madame Du's side were all warriors of the Xian realm. If something unexpected happened, they would be able to handle it. The moving carriages all stopped. Many people heard the dragon's roar and ran out of the carriages to watch. The dragon's roar came from far away. Even if one flew high up in the sky, they wouldn't be able to see it. "Keep going, don't be afraid. We have so many martial kings, we can even defeat 2 dragons." A bloodline martial king shouted. Qin Yun felt that even if there were many martial kings, they would not be able to subdue the dragon. Zi Qingqing also returned to the carriage and continued to drive it forward. Just like that, a large number of luxurious carriages majestically shuttled through the forest of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Qin Yun is in a corner. He closed his eyes and used his powerful mental power to sense the situation outside. He was also someone who had narrowly escaped death in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, so he was quite experienced with the situation there. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing were also on guard with solemn expressions. This was because there were many dangers hidden within the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. If one was not careful, it was extremely likely that they would die. Late at night, the darkness disappeared, and the morning sun gradually shrouded the earth. Even though the sun was shining down, the mysterious Cloud Dragon Mountain range was still terrifying. Qin Yun felt that it would be safer at night because he could hide in the darkness at night. After a night of traveling, everyone had entered the depths of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. However, there was still some distance between them and the location of the immortal tomb. After another day, dozens of carriages suddenly stopped because the earth was slightly shaking. Then, a dragon roar was heard. This time, the dragon's roar was clearer, which meant that the dragon was nearby. I wonder if they can take down that dragon. She also knew that the dragon was very strong. The quaking of the earth was getting more and more intense. Qin Yun, who had his eyes closed, suddenly sensed a very familiar aura. After he opened his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion is nearby. The dragon is here." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from outside. The clear roar of a dragon suddenly exploded in his ears. The dragon was right above. Rumble, a powerful aura swept over, and many of the carriages were sent flying. Rumbling sounds could be heard from outside as well. Many martial kings flew out to fight with the dragon. Originally, there were several tall mountains nearby, but they were all flattened by the power released by the dragon in that instant. Qin Yan and company came out of the carriage and saw a mighty and gigantic dragon in the distance. The dozens of martial kings around the dragon appeared extremely insignificant. However, the power of those martial kings was not weak. It caused the earth to tremble continuously. Waves of air surged out like a violent storm, striking the surrounding forest. Many large trees were uprooted and sent flying in all directions. "Cousin, we have to be careful," Qin Yan said with a deep voice. "There's a Nether Realm Heavenly Lion nearby." There were also many Shan Martial Realm and Spirit Martial Realm warriors here. They all came out of the carriages and protected the juniors as they watched the battle in the sky. At that moment, Qin Yan's expression suddenly changed drastically. He shouted in a low voice, "Cousin, run with me." After he finished speaking, he ran in a certain direction. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi did not know what was going on and hurriedly followed him. Roar, a lion's roar could be heard as black gas enveloped the forest. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion had appeared. Although the size of this Nether Realm Heavenly Lion was not very large, it could fight to a draw with a dragon. Many Shan Realm martial artists could tell the strength of the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and hurriedly fled with their juniors. "Grandma Du and the others should be fine, right?" Qin Yan said in a low voice. He was the first to leave with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. "Don't worry." At this moment, Zi Qingqing's expression was also very solemn. Shui Tianzi snorted and said, "It's all the fault of those bastards from the bloodline aristocrat clan. They don't know how to keep a low profile and attract a dragon and a Nether Realm Heavenly Lion." The trip to the Immortal Graveyard Desolate Domain was not as smooth as everyone had imagined. In less than 2 days, everyone had been separated. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi both had sound transmission jade talismans to contact Grandma Du. Even if they were separated, they could still communicate with each other. Qin Yan sensed the aura of the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and felt relieved that it did not follow them. Just as he was feeling relieved, he suddenly sensed several auras of the spirit realm. "It's the bastards from the bloodline aristocrat clan," Shui Tianzi said coldly. "Why are they chasing us?" Zi Qingqing was also somewhat angry. "It's Xiong Zishuan and the others." Qin Yan and company ran through a dense forest at an extremely fast speed. As for the few bloodline warriors behind them, they were even faster. Those bloodline warriors were all young warriors of the spirit realm. Back then, they had all pursued Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing. Now that they had taken advantage of the chaos to chase after them, they definitely had ill intentions. "They're coming, I'll hide first." As Qin Yan spoke, he jumped onto the crown of a large tree and used the transparent pearl to make himself transparent. It was also at this moment that the few bloodline warriors flew over and surrounded Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. When Qin Yan saw this, he carefully took out the Xian Royal Cannon. The Xian Royal Cannon he had refined had a storage space inside which stored many cannonballs. Those cannonballs had also been specially refined by him. It was made from a mixture of magical beast cores and a large amount of beast oil. He had condensed over 1,000 kilograms of beast oil into a fist-sized piece of black oil and then refined it into a spirit beast core. It could produce a very strong explosive power. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were both dressed in tight clothes that were convenient for battle. As for the bloodline warriors of the spirit realm, they were all dressed in luxurious clothes. "Qingqing, where's that cousin of yours? This guy made us lose miserably," Xiong Zishuan asked as he faced the cold smile. "He's with Grandma Du," Zi Qingqing said. Xiong Zishuan laughed loudly. I saw him with you just now. I never thought that this fool's speed would be about the same as yours. Although Shui Tianzi was usually so charming and flirtatious, when she was about to fight, her face was also filled with power. With a cold face, she said angrily, "Don't stop us, get out of the way. You two bitches, you played us in circles back then. Now that we have a rare chance to make you pay, how can we let you go so easily?" A large man laughed sinisterly with a wretched expression. Zi Qingqing sneered, "Back then, didn't you want us to be your cultivation cauldron? Don't think that we don't know what you're thinking. Not only back then, but even now, you are still the best cauldron in my heart. I have to say, the women of our bloodline aristocrat clan are too domineering. You ordinary humans are the best, you can play however you want." A muscular man covered in black chi laughed loudly. There were 4 bloodline warriors. Even if there were only 2, it was not something that Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi could deal with. "You two sluts, I will definitely let you experience my power, ha 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 ha." Xiong Zishuan tore off his clothes, revealing his muscles. At the same time that Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were furious, they were also very anxious. Qin Yan closed his eyes. Through the black thunder flame heavenly lion martial spirit, he released the power of the great Tao. Suddenly, the surroundings overflowed with black gas. The ground trembled slightly as a black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. A lion's roar could be heard as a black lion that was more than 10 meters long descended from the sky. The sudden appearance of a nether-realm heavenly lion had an extremely terrifying aura. This scared the bloodline warriors who had evil intentions to the point that they all began to flee. Qin Yan descended from the tree and retracted his transparent power. He pulled Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi and jumped onto the back of the nether-realm heavenly lion. The nether-realm heavenly lion roared and began to run in a certain direction. The 2 beauties had been frightened by the nether-realm heavenly lion, but in the blink of an eye, they were sitting on the back of the heavenly lion with Qin Yun. "Cousin. What's going on with this nether-realm heavenly lion?" Zi Qingqing found it hard to believe. She touched the heavenly lion and it was a real existence. She knew that Qin Yun had the heavenly lion totem, so she could make the connection. As for Shui Tianzi, she did not know Qin Yun's identity. She only believed that the nether-realm heavenly lion had been subdued by Qin Yun. "Don't ask too much." Qin Yun smiled. "This heavenly lion isn't very strong, but it's enough to scare those guys." Shui Tianzi had just been surrounded by a few bloodline warriors and was secretly in despair. Now that she had been saved by Qin Yun, she was much happier. She even hugged Qin Yun dishonestly and touched his body with her hands. Zi Qingqing gritted her teeth and snorted, "Evil water spirit, don't touch my cousin." Shui Tianzi sat on Qin Yun's back. She hugged Qin Yun from behind and her fragrant body was pressed tightly against Qin Yun's back. Her jade-like hands were caressing Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun did not know what was so good about him. However, that pair of warm jade-like hands pressed against his body made him feel quite comfortable. "I like him, so I touched him." "What's wrong?" Shui Tianzi said with a charming smile. Qin Yun suddenly said in a deep voice, "Those fellows have caught up." They realized that this heavenly lion isn't very strong, so they chased after it. With that, he allowed the heavenly lion to return to the nether realm. Then, he quickly pulled the 2 girls and used the penetration divine art to enter a large mountain in front of them. There was a karst cave inside. When Qin Yun came to the karst cave, he quickly retracted the power of the penetration divine art. His face was somewhat pale. Bringing 2 people to use the divine art consumed a lot of energy. Who will win? When Zi Qingqing saw how exhausted Qin Yun was, she placed her hand on his back and channeled energy into him. Shui Tianzi also followed Zi Qingqing to help Qin Yun replenish his internal energy. With their help, Qin Yun recovered very quickly. In just a little more than 2 hours, he became spirited again. Qin Yun said, "It's getting dark, I wonder if those guys are still outside or not. They have too many people, we can't beat them. I'd better meet up with Grandma Du first." Shui Tianzi said, "I just sent a message to Grandma Du, but she hasn't responded to me. I don't know what's going on with them either." Zi Qingqing was also somewhat worried. She said, "That heavenly lion is also very strong. Only a martial king should be able to deal with it. Your moon profound valley has a few black tortoise elders here. It shouldn't be a problem. Qin Yan said, don't worry too much. Shui Tianzi lightly snorted and said, that group of martial kings is really something. Why didn't they go to the immortal graveyard desolate domain? Why did they run off to fight a dragon? They scattered the entire team. Zi Qingqing said coldly, they all want the things on the dragon's body. Maybe they don't want so many people to go to the immortal graveyard desolate domain together. If some people get separated, it's a good thing for them. So what are we going to do next? Are we going out? Asked Qin Yun. Let's go out and take a look first. Shui Tianzi nodded, but be careful, those guys might still be outside. Qin Yun did not use mysterious penetration divine ability because it consumes too much energy. Instead, he used nether sun flame to carefully burn a cave. After they came out, they sensed several auras here. They're still here. Shui Tianzi said in a deep voice. She had also suddenly received a message from Old Lady Du, Grandma Du, and the others aren't doing well either. There are actually quite a few powerful heavenly lions over there, and there are also many ghost beasts. After Shui Tianzi read the contents, she said worriedly, I hope little fruit and little dessert are fine. Qin Yan was very good at dealing with ghost beasts because he had the Ghost Suppression Talisman and Ghost Suppression Talisman Array. Let's go. This can also help them repel the ghost beasts. Zi Qingqing nodded. Shui Tianzi asked old Madame Du and the others where they were, but did not receive an immediate response. This made them even more worried. We must be careful, those guys are circling around nearby. Qin Yan said in low voice. Shui Tianzi finally received another message from old Madame Du. Little fruit and little dessert have been escorted away by Grandma Dang. Let's go and meet Granny Dang. It was also at this time that the auras of those bloodline warriors gradually weakened, which meant that they were far away from this place. Great, they left. Let's go back quickly. Zi Qingqing said. Qin Yan thought that he would have to fight a huge battle. Now, he heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, Qin Yan followed behind Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi and ran in the direction of Grandma Dang. On the way, Shui Tianzi had to stop from time to ask for directions. Qin Yan ran with them for more than an hour. Because Shui Tianzi did not receive any more messages, he cut off the connection. It's been so long, yet there's still no news. Did something happen to them? Shui Tianzi said worriedly. Qin Yan said, it should be nearby, let's split up and search. Cousin, follow me. It will be safer this way. Zi Qingqing said. She was at the spirit martial realm. Even if she encountered a situation, she would be able to handle it. Qin Yan shook his head and said, with one more person searching, we can find it faster. We can split up and search. You don't have to worry. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had thought that it was Qin Yan who had saved them. They felt that worrying about Qin Yan was unnecessary. All right. This is a sound transmission jade talisman. Remember to contact me when the time comes. Shui Tianzi handed Qin Yan a jade talisman. After Qin Yan received it, he looked at it and nodded. You guys have to be careful too. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi left in two different directions. Qin Yan also chose a direction and began searching. At night, Qin Yan was alone in the pitch-black forest, searching in a random direction. He had been separated from Zi Qingqing and the others for more than an hour. However, at that moment, he sensed a buzzing sound coming from the jade talisman. He hurriedly took it out and heard Shui Tianzi's anxious voice, Ah Shui, hurry up and leave the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. It's very dangerous here. Qin Yan was taken aback. From Shui Tianzi's tone, it seemed that she had encountered danger and was extremely likely to die. He was also very anxious in his heart as he cursed in a low voice, this woman is really something. She didn't even ask me for help when she was in danger. She's underestimating me too much. Helpless, he could only quickly refine a soul-chasing talisman. Zi Qingqing had given him a small bottle of purple immortal dew. It contained Zi Qingqing's aura, and after refining it into the soul-chasing talisman, he would be able to track Zi Qingqing's location. I wonder if Sister Steamed Bun and the Water Fairy are together. Qin Yan activated the soul-chasing talisman and sprinted in the direction indicated by the talisman. An hour later, he sensed the auras of a few bloodline warriors nearby. He hurriedly hid in the darkness and took out the Xian royal cannon at the same time. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded out in front of him. It was an intense battle between experts. It's the aura of the Xian realm. Could it be Grandma Deng's? Grandma Deng is being attacked by 4 bloodline warriors. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed as he hurriedly rushed over. After he went over, he saw a square cage that was a few meters long. Inside the cage were 4 women. They were the 3 sisters, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. As for Grandma Deng, she was panting as she was surrounded by 3 bloodline warriors. If it wasn't for Grandma Deng being injured, you scum wouldn't be her match at all. Shui Tianzi scolded angrily, Grandma Du is already on her way. She will definitely kill you bastards. Qin Yan also saw that Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing had some injuries on their bodies. There were bruises on their faces. They must have been attacked earlier. Xiong Zishuan walked to the side of the cage and grabbed Shui Tianzi's throat. Then, he reached out to tear her clothes. Zi Qingqing shouted angrily and struck out with her palm, pushing Xiong Zishuan away. Grandma Deng, run! Just take revenge for us in the future. Shui Tianzi shouted. You beasts, you will definitely die a horrible death. Zi Qingqing also cursed as she helped Shui Tianzi to the back. Both of their injuries were not light. The one with the heaviest injuries was Little Fruit. She was leaning against the corner of the cage with her eyes slightly open. Her body was covered in bloodstains. Little Dessert, on the other hand, was scared out of her wits. Her face was covered in tears as she dealt with the injuries on her second sister's body. Don't worry, I won't kill the 4 of you. You are our cauldrons. In a while, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death, ha ha ha. Xiong Zishuan laughed sinisterly. He wanted to stay here and watch over Zi Qingqing and the others to prevent them from self-destructing their Dao cores. Grandma Deng struggled to fight. She had clearly been injured before and had been attacked by the 4 bloodline warriors, causing her injuries to worsen. Zi Qingqing kept on cursing as she tried to persuade Grandma Deng to leave with tears in her eyes. Although Grandma Deng was an old woman, she was extremely strong. Her entire body was covered in wounds and one of her eyes had been smashed. However, she did not make a sound as she tenaciously fought against the 3 bloodline warriors. No matter what, she would not leave by herself. This scene also infected Qin Yun, causing him to be incomparably furious. His powerful heavenly lion bloodline was also ignited by his anger. Although he wanted nothing more than to rush over, he knew that the 4 bloodline warriors were all at the spirit realm. He could not deal with them alone. Right now, the most important thing was to save them. He took out the body-securing talisman and prepared to attack. Zi Qingqing, who was cursing non-stop, was suddenly choked by Xiong Zishuan. Her face was also pinched by Xiong Zishuan's fingernails. It had already sunk into her flesh and was extremely cruel. Sister Steamed Bun. When Qin Yan saw Zi Qingqing's beautiful face being ravaged in such a manner, his heart immediately burned with rage. He flew over and threw out a few body-securing talismans at the same time. His body-securing talismans were all royal-grade spirit bone talismans and they were refined with Zi Qingqing's help. After being thrown out, they could freeze the spirit realm for about 3 seconds. He used the Imperial Spirit technique to control the 4 body-securing talismans and accurately landed on the bodies of the 4 spirit realm warriors. Grandma Deng, now! Qin Yan shouted as he arrived beside the cage in a flash. When Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi heard Qin Yan's voice, they were extremely worried. They were worried that Qin Yan would die here as well. Just as they were worrying, they saw a large cauldron appear and cover Xiong Zishuan. It was the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Although Grandma Deng was severely injured, she was still at the Xian martial realm. When she saw that the 3 bloodline warriors surrounding her had been frozen, she quickly attacked. She held 2 long tridents in both hands and with an extremely fast speed, she appeared in front of a bloodline warrior and stabbed him dozens of times in an instant. Then, she hurriedly flashed in front of another martial artist and stabbed him dozens of times in an instant. Finally, she threw out 2 forks and pierced through the body of the 3rd bloodline martial artist. After she was done, she lay on the ground. Qin Yun, who was hiding in the darkness, also appeared. When Shui Tianzi saw the cauldron, she immediately understood that Zi Qingqing's cousin was that influential figure, Qin Yun. Qin Yun opened the cage in a few moves and took out a few royal-grade light inscription talismans. He threw them onto Zi Qingqing and the others, allowing them to bathe in the healing light. Then, he rushed towards Grandma Deng. Qin Yun took out a circular jade vat. This jade vat was a royal-grade spirit artifact. It was engraved with light inscriptions and healing moon inscriptions. He placed Grandma Deng into the jade vat and then placed a lot of purple coins into it. Cauldron of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression. This fool's cousin is Qin Yun. A bloodline warrior who had been severely injured was incomparably terrified. A bloodline warrior of the spirit realm, this is a pretty good treasure. Qin Yun laughed sinisterly. He wanted to extract the martial spirits of these 3 bloodline warriors. The 3 bloodline warriors were only seriously injured but not dead. Qin Yun took out the soul-sealing pearl and began to extract the martial spirit. Zi Qingqing and the other 3 girls were illuminated by the light emitted by the light inscription talisman and their injuries gradually healed. Little Fruit's recovery was rather slow. In order to protect her sister, she had suffered quite a few cuts. Grandma Deng, who was inside the jade vat, recovered rather quickly. She was also secretly amazed at the healing speed of the jade vat. At this moment, they all looked at Qin Yun. They saw Qin Yun place his palm on the abdomen of a burly man. Then, the burly man screamed in pain. In the darkness of the night, they could clearly see that after Qin Yun raised his palm, a small eagle covered in purplish gold lightning struggled to run out of the burly man's abdomen. Golden Ape Totem Shui Tianzi, Grandma Deng, and the others were stunned. They had always thought that Qin Yun was only an inscription master. They never expected him to be a soul refiner. When Zi Qingqing was at the border, she already knew that Qin Yun could extract martial spirits. Purple Gold Thunder Eagle Martial Spirit? Average. Your Thunder Eagle bloodline is not bad. Qin Yun took out a blood-sucking pearl and placed it on the wound of the burly man. He frantically absorbed the Thunder Eagle bloodline. Zi Qingqing and the others were all alarmed when they saw this. This was because such an act of absorbing an inherited bloodline would be wanted by all the bloodline aristocrat families. Because Qin Yun had the Heavenly Lion Totem, he had long been targeted by the bloodline aristocrat families. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. He walked towards another bloodline warrior and quickly drew out a martial spirit. It was the purple gold giant ape martial spirit. What bloodline does this guy have? Qin Yun asked curiously. It's the golden ape bloodline. Shui Tianzi replied softly. She had already known that Zi Qingqing's mysterious cousin was not simple. Now, it seemed that he was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Qin Yun, are you going to become enemies with all the bloodline aristocrat families in the world? The bloodline warrior said angrily. You were the ones who made me your enemy first. Qin Yun smiled as he took out the blood-sucking pearl and placed it on the bloodline warrior's body. He walked towards the last bloodline warrior with a grin. Water Fairy, where's this guy? What bloodline is he? Fire Tiger bloodline, martial spirit is also the purple gold Fire Tiger martial spirit. Shui Tianzi swallowed her saliva because Qin Yun was about to extract another martial spirit. Very quickly, the bloodline warrior let out a series of painful screams. This made Zi Qingqing and the others feel extremely pleased. At this moment, Mo said to Qin Yun, Big Brother Yun, there's someone here with a totem, that guy with the golden ape bloodline. When Qin Yun heard that, he hurriedly walked over and peeled off the man's clothes. He saw totem tattoos on his back. Ha ha ha. You didn't get my Heavenly Lion totem, but let me get your totem first. After he finished speaking, he took out the bloodline warrior's Dao core and killed him. After the bloodline warrior died, the totem on his body naturally entered Qin Yun's body and was obtained by him. Once a martial artist who was born with a totem was killed, he would be able to obtain the opponent's totem. Those tattooed totems in Totem Pavilion would not work. Qin Yun looked at the beads in his hand. There were soul-sealing beads, blood-sucking beads and spirit martial realm Dao cores. There were 3 of each. These things could not even be bought with purple coins. He came to the side of the iron cage and covered Xiong Zishuan with the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. Qin Yun walked over to Zi Qingqing and caressed her face. He said with a pained expression, Sister Steamed Bun, does your face still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm fine now. Zi Qingqing also knew that Qin Yan liked to rub her face the most. She also thought that her face was going to be ruined. Thankfully, Qin Yan had taken action in time. If not, they would have suffered terrible consequences. Zi Qingqing recalled that when she was at the 9 Extinction Profound Gate, she had helped Qin Yan refine many things. One of them was that huge vat. Now, she understood that Qin Yan had already begun his preparations at that time. Shui Tianzi saw Qin Yan caress Zi Qingqing's face and smiled meaningfully. Qin Yan came to the side of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and injected a few powerful streams of mental energy into it. It caused Xiong Zishuan's head to ache as he screamed non-stop. You black bear! Qin Yan poured Xiong Zishuan out and waved a pair of angry fists, constantly striking Xiong Zishuan's body. Xiong Zishuan wailed, Qin Yan, how dare you hit me like this? You're dead for sure. The one who's dead is you. Qin Yan lifted Xiong Zishuan up and let him look at the corpses of his companions. When Xiong Zishuan saw this, he was incomparably terrified. He cried and begged, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. I am a beast, if you kill me, you will dirty your hands. Just as he finished speaking, he cried out in pain. His martial spirit was being extracted by Qin Yan. Following that, Qin Yan used the blood-sucking pearl to absorb his inherited bloodline. Originally, when we entered the Cloud Dragon mountain range, we would encounter all sorts of dangers. Everyone should have joined forces to resist them. However, you beasts actually took advantage of the chaos to attack us. Aren't you courting death? Qin Yan threw Xiong Zishuan, who had been sucked dry, to the ground and took out his Dao core. Xiong Zishuan regretted it to death, but it was already too late. Before he died, he had seen someone even more terrifying than an evil demon. Grandma Deng came out of the jade vat and hurriedly thanked Qin Yan. She also promised that she would never tell anyone about what had happened today. Qin Yan felt that it was fine even if it was leaked. After all, he had long been wanted by the bloodline aristocrat clan and totem pavilion. After Little Fruit recovered, she was also grateful to Qin Yan. She rarely spoke and was usually ice-cold. However, at this moment, her voice was very sweet and her eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. Grandma Deng said, this place is too dangerous. I'll bring Little Fruit and Little Dessert back. Are you guys going back together? Qin Yan shook his head and said, no. I want to go to the immortal graveyard to take a look. Be careful on the way. Little brat, I'll accompany you. We'll meet up with Grandma Du with her here, we'll be much safer. Zi Qingqing said. I'll go too. Shui Tianzi said, Grandma Deng, bring the two of them back. Grandma Deng looked at Qin Yan and knew that Qin Yan was extremely capable. With him around, it would definitely be much safer. Alright, take care. Grandma Deng said. Elder sister, you have to take good care of young Master Qin. He's our great benefactor. Little Dessert looked at Qin Yan with a look of worship and said softly, young Master Qin, can you let me see your true appearance? Qin Yan said with a smile, of course. He took off the human skin mask, revealing a well-defined face. He was handsome and resolute, with a friendly smile on his face, making him look very approachable. You said you were ugly before, you really lied to me. Little Dessert laughed. Shui Tianzi's charming eyes were like silk as she looked at Qin Yan's handsome face. It was as though she had seen a delicious dish. After bidding farewell to Qin Yan and company, Little Fruit and Little Dessert left with Grandma Deng. Zi Qingqing said, I should leave quickly as well. Wait. Qin Yan took out a few fire talismans and set the area ablaze. He wanted to destroy the aura here. Then, he used the earthquake divine art to cause a strong earthquake, causing the ground to collapse rapidly. In the blink of an eye, this area collapsed. Zi Qingqing took out her carriage and said, hurry up and find Grandma Du. I wonder what the situation is like now. The commotion caused by the battle between the martial kings and the dragons was getting smaller and smaller. A few powerful Nether Realm heavenly lions chased after a group of Xian martial realm warriors, scattering the large group. Qin Yan sat in the carriage and said with a smile, to think that you are at the spirit martial realm. In the end, you actually want me to save you. Sister Steamed Bun, I've saved you several times. Shui Tianzi smiled and said, Sister Steamed Bun, why aren't you thanking your benefactor and dedicating your life to him? Water Fairy, don't cause trouble. Zi Qingqing said in a tender voice. Shui Tianzi came to Zi Qingqing's side and said with a smile, I never thought that the number one beauty of the northern region would actually be called Sister Steamed Bun. I told you before that you were a little fat, but you didn't admit it. As she spoke, she pinched Zi Qingqing's face and smiled. Zi Qingqing pushed her away and glared at her. Water Fairy, don't leak out what happened to Qin Yun today. Shui Tianzi came to Qin Yun's side and leaned on his shoulder. She smiled coquettishly and said, Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it. My little benefactor, how do you want me to repay you? Will you give your body to me? As she spoke, her clothes slightly slid, revealing her snow-white shoulders and beautiful collarbone. It was extremely beautiful. Qin Yun grabbed Shui Tianzi's delicate, jade-like hand and said with a smile, Water Fairy, do you really want to devote your life to me? Be my woman? Of course. Shui Tianzi kissed Qin Yun's cheek and smiled charmingly. I'm serious. Qin Yun nodded and said, Then it's settled. From now on, you will be my woman. Shui Tianzi stared blankly for a moment, and a blush immediately appeared on her face. She was even more charming and moved. She glanced at Zi Qingqing and said softly, Little brat, I love you to death. When will it start? Zi Qingqing was also stunned. She said with some jealousy, Water Fairy, don't play with the feelings of a little brat. Don't think that I'm usually so coquettish, but I'm very loyal. Qin Yun is the only man in my life. Shui Tianzi looked at Qin Yun with a deep and charming gaze that seemed to be able to hook away a person's soul. Qin Yun said with a smile, Water Fairy, don't misunderstand. I just want you to follow me and help me refine talismans or something. Of course, you don't have to leave the Moon Profound Valley, but you have to stay in the 9 Extinction Gate in the future. You little brat, you really don't know how to flirt. Shui Tianzi said with a face full of hidden bitterness before gently biting Qin Yun's shoulder. Zi Qingqing immediately smiled and said, Water Fairy, he has a wife. Don't even think about it. What? He has a wife? Who is it? Han Mengshu? Shui Tianzi hurriedly asked. No. You'll know who it is in the future. Zi Qingqing said. Shui Tianzi said in a low voice, Little brother Yun, I don't mind. As long as I can be with you. Don't worry, you'll be with me often in the future. With the help of a spirit martial realm cultivator, it's too convenient. Qin Yun said with a smile, You said that you would devote your life to me. You're mine now. All right. Shui Tianzi said with hidden bitterness, I'll follow you from now on and do odd jobs for you for the rest of my life. Just as Zi Qingqing was about to speak, she felt an aura pressing down on her. She hurriedly controlled the carriage in the air to avoid it. Boom, a loud sound rang out. Something had fallen below. It's a dragon. That dragon fell down. Zi Qingqing hurriedly shouted. Qin Yun immediately rushed out of the carriage and saw a dragon lying on the ground. He hurriedly took out the dragon suppression cauldron and swooped down to the ground to keep the dragon inside. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had just come out when they saw the scene. While they were shocked, they were also overjoyed. That was because Qin Yun had obtained the dragon. Sister Steamed Bun, put away your carriage. Let's run. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he pulled Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi into the darkness and quietly flew away from this place. Heavenly Lion's suspicious cloud. It wasn't easy for the group of martial kings to severely injure the dragon and flee. Just as they were about to chase after it, they suddenly couldn't sense the dragon's aura anymore. That dragon fell down just now. There are traces of it falling down. A bloodline martial king said. Many trees have been crushed. Such obvious traces, we can see it. The question is, where did the dragon go? The dragon's aura suddenly disappeared and its body is so huge. It's definitely not something that an ordinary storage magic treasure can store. You have to know that if that dragon is still alive, the storage magic treasure it needs will have to be of a higher level. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility of someone getting ahead of us. As long as it's a Xian beast, it can transform into a human. This dragon is much more powerful than a Xian beast. It might even turn into a human and hide. Then let's split up and see if there's anyone nearby. Dozens of martial kings hurriedly split into multiple directions to search for the dragon that had disappeared. The dragon that the group of martial kings were searching for had been kept into the dragon suppression cauldron by Qin Yun. They had long since left the place where the dragon had fallen. Qin Yun happily held the hands of the two beauties and quickly shuttled through the forest. He was so happy that he could die. He really did not expect that the dragon would suddenly land near them. Sister Steamed Bun, I have to say, the route you chose is really good. It allowed us to pick up a huge bargain. Qin Yun said with a smile. Brat, I don't want that dragon anymore, but you have to promise me that you will help me craft talismans and forge artifacts for free in the future. I'll pay for the materials. Zi Qingqing said. Shui Tianzi also said, Brat, big sister is also yours. I don't want that dragon either. You have to promise not to kick me away in the future. Qin Yun also knew that Shui Tianzi was sticking to him because he was an inscription master and a soul refiner. Furthermore, he was a very talented one. In the long run, fawning on him early would definitely have great benefits in the future. Don't worry. Qin Yun said with a smile. Then don't tell Grandma Du about this. Shui Tianzi said in a low voice, the fewer people who know about this, the more we can guarantee that it won't be leaked out. Zi Qingqing also nodded and said with a smile, little brat, good people will be rewarded. You just saved us and got a dragon. In the future, you must help others more. Qin Yun said with a smile, that group of martial kings worked hard to take down the dragon. They will definitely be worried about how to distribute it. Now that the dragon is in my hands, they don't have to worry about it anymore. I've helped them solve a problem. If the group of martial kings heard these words, they would definitely vomit blood in anger. Hong Mengshu's father is also involved. Your relationship with Hong Mengshu is so good, you have to make it up to her in the future. She was quite considerate of others. That dragon was still alive, but inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, it could not come out at all. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron was specially used to deal with dragons. If Qin Yun did not have the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, he would not know how to obtain the dragon. Not long after, they met up with Old Lady Du. When Old Lady Du saw that Zi Qingqing and company were fine, she felt relieved. Those bastards from the bloodline aristocrat clan, I'll get even with them sooner or later. Shui Tianzi looked at Old Lady Du and the two elders and said, Grandmother, we're all fine. Don't tell anyone about this. Previously, when she had sent a voice transmission, she had only told Old Lady Du that they had escaped from their predicament. Grandma Dang, on the other hand, had brought little dessert and little fruit back. As for the result, Old Lady Du seemed to be able to guess that the few outstanding bloodline warriors of the spirit realm had been killed. The death of a bloodline warrior was a sensational matter because over the years, bloodline warriors were rarely killed. Not to mention the death of 4 bloodline warriors of the spirit realm. Alright, let's hurry up and meet up with the people from the other sects. Old Lady Du took out her carriage. Qin Yun rested in the carriage as he listened to Old Lady Du constantly curse the martial kings. Old Lady Du cursed in a low voice, these bastards, they agreed to go to the immortal graveyard desolate domain but they went to slay a dragon halfway. Furthermore, they didn't care about us at all, causing us to almost be killed by the Heavenly Lion. Zi Qingqing said, there should be casualties among the people from the other sects, right? Old Lady Du nodded and said, dozens of people died. 2 of them died at the Xian realm. It's all the fault of those martial kings. They're really a bunch of sick bastards. Qin Yun felt that if the group of martial kings did not injure the dragon, he would not have the chance to obtain it. Of course, only he, Zi Qingqing, and Shui Tianzi knew about this. What about those heavenly lions? Shui Tianzi asked worriedly before glancing at Qin Yun. That was because Qin Yun could release a nether realm heavenly lion. Old Lady Du shook her head and said, I don't know. In short, a group of Xian realm warriors and I were being chased closely. When we thought that we wouldn't be able to escape, that black heavenly lion suddenly disappeared. Qin Yun secretly suspected that those heavenly lions were summoned by someone. This was because the nether realm heavenly lion could not stay in the human world for too long. Furthermore, it needed a period of time before it could be summoned again. Qin Yin could only summon the Netherrealm Heavenly Lion for more than 2 hours. He could only summon it again every 6 hours. Looks like there's a very strong person hiding in this forest. Qin Yin suddenly said, that guy might have always wanted to slay a dragon. Why do you think so? Old Lady Du asked. Those heavenly lions are all Netherrealm Heavenly Lions. They were summoned through a divine ability and came from the Nether Realm. Qin Yin said, they definitely didn't come out by themselves. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi looked at each other. They were secretly shocked. They also knew that Qin Yin had mastered a divine ability that allowed him to summon heavenly lions. Qin Yin said, only a martial king can summon a martial king Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. However, that guy summoned quite a few heavenly lions. His strength is definitely stronger than a martial king. Shui Tianzi asked worriedly, where is that guy? Grandma Du, the immortal tomb you went to with Jian Xuanzi and the others last time was opened. I suspect that person ran out at that time. Qin Yin said. He remembered that at that time, a Nether Realm Heavenly Lion ran out and fought with the dragon. Shui Tianzi said, we have to follow those martial kings closely. The journey to the immortal graveyard desolate domain will definitely not be that easy. Qin Yin nodded and said, there's a large group of ghost beasts outside. We have to be careful as well. At daybreak, Old Lady Du controlled the carriage and arrived at a forest. The trees in this forest were quite far apart and sparse. The sunlight could shine into the forest, causing the forest to become tranquil and beautiful. At this moment, many large carriages arrived one after another. Inside the carriages were the Xian realm and young disciples of the various Xian sections. Old Lady Du walked out of the carriage and chatted with a few Xian realm warriors. The people from the other sects were also full of complaints as they constantly complained about the martial kings. Because at that time, there were 2 or 3 martial kings present, so they didn't have to be in such a sorry state. However, those martial kings all rushed to attack that dragon like a swarm of bees. Suddenly, a sorrowful and angry roar came from afar, Zishuan. It was the angry roar of the Xiong family's martial king. He seemed to have discovered that his son had died. Qin Yin, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were all in the carriage. When they heard the angry roar of the Xiong family's martial king, they did not bat an eyelid. Qin Yin felt that the Xiong family's martial king would not discover anything. At most, he would only see the ground collapse. Only the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion could cause such an earthquake. At that time, he had even left behind the aura of the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. Mu Feng was also outside. He shook his head and sighed, looks like the losses of the bloodline aristocrat family are not small either. Many of the Xian sect masters were secretly delighted when they heard this. They were only gloating in their hearts and did not dare to say anything. Following that, a few angry roars could be heard. It was obvious that the few bloodline martial kings had found out that their family's disciples of the spirit realm had died. The other martial kings did not find the dragon and returned one after another. When they saw the mocking gazes of those at the Xian realm, they felt extremely depressed in their hearts. This was because they had worked so hard to besiege that dragon but to no avail. They had even been mocked in their hearts by this group of Xian realm warriors. The ones who suffered the most were the bloodline aristocrat clans. They had lost their young bloodline warriors of the spirit realm. The number of people who had come with them had lessened. Some of them had died and some of them had returned with their elders. This was because this place was too dangerous. Hong Mangshu left with the 2 elders of the Xian martial realm. That damned girl from the Long family, didn't she say that the dragon was in the immortal graveyard desolate domain? Why is it still outside? That's right, there are also a few black heavenly lions. They really caught us off guard. That dragon was seriously injured by us and escaped. It's no longer a threat. What we need to worry about are those heavenly lions that appear and disappear like ghosts. With us here, everyone doesn't have to worry. The heavenly lion was in existence as strong as the dragon and there were quite a few of them. Even the martial kings were somewhat worried. But they were still on their way. Those people from the bloodline aristocrat clans wished that they could kill the heavenly lions. This was because they believed that the spirit realm bloodline warriors were killed by the heavenly lions. There were more than 10 bloodline aristocrat clans here. At this moment, they were all restraining their auras, worried that they would attract the heavenly lions. The most important thing right now was to enter the immortal graveyard desolate domain. There would definitely be treasures in the immortal graveyard. This was something that everyone was certain of. This was because the immortal tomb that Xianxia and company had opened had a very powerful heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. It was an ancient Tao artifact. And within the immortal graveyard desolate domain, there were definitely many hidden treasures. Only the Inscription Palace, Totem Pavilion and a few bloodline aristocrat clans knew the location of the immortal graveyard desolate domain. Old Madame Du and company did not know. Qin Yan also discovered that Mu Feng's carriage was following them. It was obvious that he had purposely stayed nearby so that he could take action in time if there was any danger. Mu Feng was extremely protective of Qin Yan because he could obtain great benefits through Qin Yan. Especially after he knew that Qin Yan had become the sect master of the Blue Spirit Star Palace's Inscription Gate. He knew very well that the inheritance of the Inscription Gate was a very powerful star and moon rune. Everyone was majestically traveling on the ground. At night, Qin Yan's expression suddenly changed. The heavenly lions are here. Old Madame Du trusted Qin Yan very much. She hurriedly controlled the carriage to fly at high speed. Within the desolate domain a few powerful heavenly lions pounced into the crowd. Many martial kings also tried their best to resist, allowing the others to evacuate. Boom! 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 A series of tremors broke the silence in the darkness, causing many of the nearby forests to collapse and split open. A great battle was about to break out. Many martial kings and a few nether realm heavenly lions began to fight. Many pieces of the carriage were blown everywhere by the violent winds that erupted from the battle. Only Grandma Du and Mu Feng ran fast enough, so they were not affected. A few nether realm heavenly lions pounced in. If they didn't use the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw, they would roar out the heavenly lion's roar or unleash waves of heavenly lion thunder force. Not to mention a martial artist of the Shan realm. Even a martial king would find it difficult to handle. There were more than 10 Shan realm martial artists who ran slowly. Their luck wasn't that good and they were torn to shreds by the lion's claws. More than 10 spirit realm martial artists also died. Only the powerful martial kings were fine. Even dozens of martial kings found it extremely difficult to face those terrifying nether realm heavenly lions. Right now, they could only stall for time and let the others leave quickly to avoid heavy casualties. Grandma Du, follow General Manager Mu. He should know where it's safe. Qin Yan said. This fellow runs quite fast. I have to say, the people from the Divine Inscription Palace really do have some skills. Old Madame Du smiled and said, if we ran a little slower, we might all be in trouble. Hearing the tremors coming from outside, Zi Qingqing and the others felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Mu Feng's speed was very fast and even old Madame Du found it difficult to keep up. As for the people behind them, they could not help but curse in their hearts. That was because Mu Feng of the Divine Inscription Palace and old Madame Du of the Moon Profound Valley knew beforehand that a heavenly lion would appear. However, he did not warn them. It wasn't that he did not want to remind them, but after Qin Yan and Mu Feng discovered the heavenly lion, it was too late. One had to know that the powerful heavenly lion was extremely fast. When Qin Yan sensed the aura of the heavenly lion, it was only a few thousand meters away. In the next instant, it attacked. When they entered, many people felt that their team was very strong. After all, there were dozens of martial kings and over 100 Shan realm martial artists. However, they were defeated by a few heavenly lions. Many people secretly blamed those martial kings because heavenly lions and dragons are old enemies. If those martial kings did not severely injure the dragons, then there would be dragons to restrain the heavenly lions and they would not be in such a sorry state. At this moment, even the martial kings secretly regretted attacking the dragon. They made great efforts to besiege the dragon. Not only did he fail, he was also besieged by the heavenly lions. The heavenly lions only fought for a short period of time before running away in a hurry. The martial kings heaved a sigh of relief and chased after Mu Feng and company. This is just as Qin Yan guessed. The nether realm heavenly lion was indeed summoned, so after coming out for a while, it went back to rest. We're finally safe. Old Madame Du looked at the starry sky outside the window. Those Netherrealm heavenly lions were indeed summoned. I wonder when it will appear again. Xianxia said worriedly, I wonder if there are any Netherrealm heavenly lions in the Immortal Graveyard Desolate Domain. If the Immortal Graveyard Desolate Domain is really dangerous, we must leave immediately. Qianyan said. Old Madame Du and the others nodded. After all, saving their lives was more important. At daybreak, cheers could be heard from outside. Qianyan and company hurriedly walked out of the carriage and floated in the air. They saw a very ancient bridge below. It was a broken bridge. This bridge wasn't very big and it was entangled by many huge grass vines. If it wasn't for the fact that it had been cleaned up, it would have been difficult to discover that there was a bridge here. Qianyan was no stranger to this kind of bridge. Previously, he had entered the ancient garden through this kind of broken bridge. Let's join hands and open the passage to the desolate domain. The martial king of the divine inscription palace shouted, once we enter, we don't have to worry about the heavenly lion's siege. Not long after, the bridge was filled with people. The martial king stood at the front while the Xian realm cultivators stood at the back. As for the others, they were just watching from outside the bridge. 1, 2, 3, begin. The martial king of the divine inscription palace shouted loudly. The martial king and the Xian realm warriors released their power together and poured it into the bridge. Soon, a screen of light appeared at the broken bridge. The passageway had opened. Inject some more energy so that the gate to the desolate domain can be maintained for a period of time. The martial king of the divine inscription palace said. Many of the juniors are extremely excited because they would soon be able to enter the legendary huge immortal tomb. Qianyan did not know if this immortal tomb was related to Xianxia or not. He had to go in to confirm. When you go in, you have to be careful. The desolate domain has been closed for many years, there must be many dangers hidden inside. Xianxia said in a low voice. Qianyan nodded and said, when the time comes, we must not rush in front. At this moment, someone shouted, the passage is open, who will go in first? No one knew what dangers were inside. If they encountered danger inside, they might not be able to come out. You are martial kings and you are so powerful. You should be the ones to go in first, someone shouted. We are martial kings, it's true. If there is any danger inside and we lose a martial king, even 10 Xian martial realm cultivators won't be able to make up for it. A martial king coldly snorted. Who would go in first? This has become a very important question, the martial king of the divine inscription palace said, I'll try using a puppet. He took out a puppet and threw it in. After the puppet entered the light screen, the martial king frowned and said, I've lost connection. This won't work. Do any of you have a pet beast? Let's put it in and take a look. At most, we will only lose a pet beast. Mufeng said with a smile. No one was willing to do such a thing. Pet beasts were also very precious. The entire place was silent. No one was willing to sacrifice their pet beast. Suddenly, an eccentric long-bearded old man said, how about this, let the sect with the least contribution go in first. I feel that the Moon Profound Valley's contribution is the smallest. Furthermore, Xianxia's cousin doesn't belong to any sect at all. This cousin wants to take advantage of us but he doesn't pay anything. This is too unfair to us. When Qianyan saw the old man, he was immediately infuriated. This old man was Wang Tianshi. He was actually still alive. Many of the martial kings here had been tricked by this cousin when they were guessing the vat. Now that they heard this suggestion, they all agreed. Idiot cousin, if you want us to enter the immortal graveyard desolate domain, you should do something now. Hurry up and go in. Wang Tianshi laughed sinisterly. He had also been cheated of more than 100 million purple coins. In his heart, he hated this cousin of his. Xianxia hurriedly said, then we won't go in. That should be fine, right? Cousin, don't listen to me, let's go back. Wang Tianshi sneered, no. Your Moon Profound Valley originally did not know where the immortal graveyard desolate domain was. Now that you have followed us and know the location, you have taken advantage of us. You have to know that we have put in a lot of effort to investigate this place. Many martial kings expressed their stance and allowed their idiot cousin to enter. Alright, I'll go in. Qianyan gritted his teeth and said. cousin, don't go in. Let me go. Xianxia hurriedly pulled him back. Shui Tianzi said, Qingqing, step back and let me in. My speed is much faster than yours. If there's any danger inside, I can quickly retreat. Qingyan said, sisters, although you are women, you are very brave. You are much stronger than those bloodline martial kings. They are all a bunch of cowards, they are even inferior to women. With that, he quickly stepped forward and charged at an extremely fast speed towards the light screen that had appeared at the broken bridge. Qingyan's speed was extremely fast. Before Xianxia and Shui Tianzi could react, Qingyan had already entered the light screen. When old Madame Du saw that they were about to rush over, she hurriedly stood in front of them and said in a low voice, don't get yourself killed. This kid is a fool with a fool's luck, nothing will happen to him. Shui Tianzi and Xianxia were burning with anxiety. Even though they knew that there was danger inside, they still wanted to rush in. However, they were stopped by old Madame Du. After Qingyan entered, he was still on a bridge. It was the other end of the broken bridge. Now, he understood that this bridge was complete. It was just that a section of it was in the desolate domain. The last time I entered the ancient garden, if it was normal, I should have arrived at the other end of the bridge. Qingyan thought to himself. He carefully walked on the bridge and looked at the situation in the immortal graveyard desolate domain. It immediately caused him to fall into a state of shock. It was very spacious inside and he couldn't see the end of it. He had thought that it was just a small space. The 9 suns hung in the sky and the time was the same as outside. There were also many mountains and forests in the immortal graveyard desolate domain. After walking out of the bridge, there was a large ancient forest. The trees in the ancient forest were somewhat pitch black, especially the leaves. It was as if they had been dyed black. From time to time, gusts of cold wind would blow through the black forest. It was extremely frightening. Ghost beast. Qingyan released his mental energy and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. That was because the ancient forest was filled with ghost beasts. The ghost beasts seemed to have sensed him as well. Crap. Qingyan used the power of the dragon-resisting boots and quickly ran. In just a few moments, he had rushed to the light screen of the bridge and left the immortal graveyard desolate domain. Xianxia and Shui Tianzi had been anxiously looking at the broken bridge the entire time. When they suddenly saw Qingyan come out, they heaved a long sigh of relief. When everyone saw that the fool could come out safely, they couldn't help but cheer, thinking that it was very safe inside. How's the situation inside? Wang Tianxia quickly asked. When it came to ancient tombs, this kind of heavenly master was more proficient and was the authority in this area. Qingyan said, after I entered, I saw a large forest. There were many, many ghost beasts in the forest. When everyone heard this, the smiles on their faces immediately disappeared. There were a large number of ghost beasts inside. This was not good news. Is this true? If there are a large number of ghost beasts, how did you run back? Wang Tianxia asked in disbelief. Qingyan had cheated many people in the past, so everyone was skeptical. Oxhead Ghost Soldier. When everyone heard what their foolish cousin had just said, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If he really wanted to trick them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qingyan said, because my cousin wants to go in, I won't lie. If you don't believe me, you can send someone in to take a look. Those ghost beasts are very strong for me, but they might not be the same for a martial king. Everyone looked at each other. No one wanted to go in. I'll go in. After saying that, the hanging martial king flew in. Not long after, he came out and said with a serious expression, there are a lot of ghost beasts inside and there are all kinds of them. There are even some poisonous ghost beasts. Mufeng asked with a smile, can the spirit martial realm deal with those ghost beasts? Honging nodded, it should be no problem. Martial Dao realm cultivators might have to be careful. As for whether or not there are powerful ghost kings inside, I don't know. Wang Tianxia said, this kind of large immortal tomb is not absolutely safe to begin with. If you don't take the risk, how can you obtain immortal treasures? If anyone is afraid, they can go back now. After a moment of silence, no one left. Alright, then let's go in now. However, we have to arrange how to enter. The martial king of the Divine Inscription Palace said, I'll go in first. Who is willing to follow me in? With someone taking the lead, the other martial kings followed. Xianxia walked to Qin Yan's side and held his hand tightly. She was worried that something would happen to him here. Shui Tianzi also asked Qin Yan about the situation inside. Qin Yan said, when we enter, we need to pay attention to the Ghost King. The other small ghost beasts will not affect us. Old Madame Du said, Qingqing, Tianzi, you guys just need to take care of this kid. Don't worry about us. Qingqing and Shui Tianzi nodded. Qin Yan found it somewhat funny. In this place, he was the least afraid of ghost beasts. After the martial kings entered, the crowd followed suit. As soon as they entered, a violent gust of wind assaulted them. The martial kings led the way and used their powerful strength to kill the ghost beasts. Qin Yan said with a frown, these fellows sure have big hearts. Why did they make such a big commotion? The desolate domain, which had been sealed for many years, was immediately enveloped by a series of rumbling sounds. The martial king's attack caused a great commotion. It created a series of hurricanes that swept in all directions. The forest in front of them was instantly flattened. Qingqing said, I hope there will be a powerful ghost king. I wonder if there are any heavenly lions here. Shui Tianzi looked behind and realized that the passage was closed. The heavenly lion shouldn't be able to enter, but if we encounter any danger, it won't be easy to get out. Qin Yan was secretly worried. However, since he was already here, he could only take it one step at a time. Half a day passed, and it was already dusk. It had to be said that the group of martial kings were still very strong. Along the way, they killed many powerful ghost beasts and flattened dozens of mountains. They opened up a smooth path that led straight ahead. On the way, Qin Yan was picking up soul essences. They were used to refine spirit artifacts. What made him curious was that many people did not want the soul essence. They only wanted the bones and skin of the ghost beasts. Qingqing also helped pick it up and whispered, Cousin, what do you want these things for? No one else wants it. It's useful to me. Qin Yan said. Only Shui Tianzi and Qingqing helped pick it up while old Madame Du and the others protected them from the side. Enough. When Qin Yan saw that he was a distance behind the people in front of him, he shouted, Let's follow them. They hurriedly chased after him. Not long after, the people in front of them stopped. They were standing in front of a lake. When Qin Yan saw the lake, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was the Myriad Star Lake. He hurriedly floated into the air and looked down at the huge lake. With a glance, he could tell that the lake was about the same size as the Myriad Star Lake. The only difference was that the island in the middle of the lake was very big and there was a huge circular black building built on it. From high up in the sky, it looked like a black round cake floating on the surface of the water. The immortal tomb was in the middle of the lake. Many people were extremely excited. No one flew over because the entire lake was enveloped by a huge formation. Qin Yan looked down at Wang Tianshi. He was digging everywhere as if he was looking for something. Not long after, he dug up a lot of things and many people hurriedly went over to help him dig. Wang Tianshi dug out a black sacrificial altar. When Qin Yan saw the sacrificial altar, he cursed in his heart. That was because the sacrificial altar was exactly the same as the one from last time. He hurriedly landed on the ground and came to old Madame Du's side. Wang Tianshi said, This is a sacrificial altar. You need to sacrifice something in order to open the formation and enter. The martial king of the Divine Inscription Palace asked, What do you need to sacrifice? Life? Wang Tianshi looked at Qin Yan in the crowd and said with a chuckle, Brat, it's time for you to pay the price. Qingqing and old Madame Du were instantly infuriated. It was the same last time and it was the same this time. Do you need to bleed? No problem. Qin Yan walked over and said, As long as you don't kill me. I have a lot of blood, it should be enough. Mu Feng also knew that Qin Yan had sacrificed himself once before. It could only be said that it was too coincidental that he would meet him every time. He also hurriedly walked over and said, This little brother drank with me last time and we had a very good chat. He can be considered my friend. If it's just letting out blood, then don't harm his life. When Wang Tianshi saw Mu Feng come out to protect him, he could only nod. Mufeng said, all of you, step back. I want to use the flag array to help him recover his lost blood. As he spoke, he took out many array flags and inserted them beside the altar. When Xianxia saw Mufeng's help, she felt much more at ease. She was unable to save Qin Yun last time and felt extremely guilty. Not only could Mufeng's array flag help Qin Yun recover his blood, it could also hide the aura of his heavenly lion bloodline. After Qin Yun went over to bleed, the sacrificial altar seemed to burst into flames. Everyone cheered when they saw this. This meant that the sacrifice was effective. As Qin Yun continued to bleed, the array that enveloped the lake disappeared. There were also martial kings that flew towards the center of the lake. I'm fine. Let's go as well, Qin Yun said. Xianxia nodded in relief before floating in the air and flying towards the center of the lake. In the evening, the setting sun shone down. However, the black lake water was still black and did not reflect the setting sun. This was extremely strange. As Qin Yun flew above the lake, he said to Xianxia and Shui Tianzi beside him, you must be careful later. If anything happens, do not fall into the water. His intuition told him that it was extremely dangerous underwater. Everyone arrived at the small island in the middle and looked at the huge circular building. The black building was tens of thousands of meters wide and over 100 meters tall. From the sky, it looked like a flat black pancake. Here, there was a red door. At the entrance of the door, there was a pitch-black minotaur. The minotaur was more than 2 meters tall. Only his head was that of a cow and his body was filled with strong muscles. Judging from his aura, he wasn't very strong, probably around the spirit realm. Someone's finally here. The minotaur held a chain that emitted black gas and spoke with a hoarse voice. Are you the ghost soldier guarding the door here? Wang Tianxia walked forward and asked. The minotaur replied, that's right, I am the 500th generation of ghost soldiers guarding the door. Don't look at me because I'm not strong, but I will decide whether or not you can enter this immortal tomb. If you kill me, you will be able to enter. However, at that time, the powerful ghost beasts in the lake will also wake up. At the bottom of the lake, there are many ghost kings sleeping. Wang Tianxia asked, then what conditions do you need us to agree to? The minotaur said, if I let you in, I will also be severely punished, but I won't die. If you don't want to alarm those ghost kings and enter the immortal tomb, then you can only bribe me. Being able to bribe the minotaur made everyone feel a lot more at ease. If they were to face many ghost kings, even those martial kings would find it difficult. How can I bribe you? Give me a condition. Wang Tianxia asked. I want those 2 women. Let them be happy for me and you can bribe me. The minotaur pointed at Xianxia and Shui Tianzi and said. Not only did the 2 beauties have peerless beauty, their cultivation was also not low. They were both at the spirit realm. No problem. Wang Tianxia laughed sinisterly. Old Madame Du was instantly enraged and shouted, we're not going in. It's not up to you now. A bloodline martial king hurriedly flew over and blocked old Madame Du. Following that, a few bloodline martial kings also came over and surrounded old Madame Du and company. As long as they entered, they would be able to obtain immortal treasures. In order to enter safely, he had only sacrificed 2 women. Even though there was a king-level sect protecting the Moon Profound Valley, they would not make a sound. Otherwise, they would become enemies with many bloodline aristocrat families. Honging rushed over and said coldly, that's enough. Scram. A bloodline martial king said as he struck Honging with his palm. Following that, a few more martial kings appeared and surrounded Honging. If you don't want to die, then don't make a sound. If you want to step forward bravely, then be prepared to die. The Xiong family's martial king sneered, if you obediently shut up, you might even be able to follow us inside. Xianxia and Shui Tianzi were also captured by the 2 martial kings and escorted to the front. At that moment, Qin Yun was also caught by Mufeng. Qin Yun roared angrily, let me go. Mufeng sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and said, Qin Yun, I know you are very angry, but don't make a move first. Otherwise, they will kill you. Don't worry, I will let you go over later and kill the minotaur. When Qin Yun heard this, he calmed down. Ha 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 ha. What a peerless beauty. The minotaur laughed. Remember to keep your promise. Wang Tianxia said with a smile. The Minotaur used the black chains in his hands to tie up Xianxia and Shui Tianzi. Although they kept cursing and struggling, it was useless. At that moment, Mu Feng shouted, "Qin Yun, you can move now." As he spoke, he let go of Qin Yun. The furious Qin Yun shot forward like an arrow that had been released from a bow. A few martial kings reacted and wanted to stop him. However, they realized that Qin Yun could penetrate their bodies. It was the mysterious penetration divine art. Qin Yun used the mysterious penetration divine art. After passing through the bodies of many martial kings, he struck the Minotaur's head with a royal-grade ghost suppression talisman. Boom! The Minotaur's head suddenly exploded and burned with flames. Everyone was dumbfounded. The martial kings and Xian realm warriors all wanted to kill Qin Yun. Totem in the tomb. The moment the ghost king flew out of the water, all the martial kings were stunned. There were many ghost kings, over 100 in total. Just as the martial kings were in a daze, Qin Yun carried the chain Xianxia and Shui Tianzi and used the mysterious penetration divine art to charge towards the door. When the martial kings saw the ghost king approaching, they looked at Qin Yun angrily. They wanted to kill him, but they realized that he had passed through the door and disappeared. No one expected that Xianxia's silly cousin would have such a strange ability to penetrate things at will. At this moment, Honging felt a lot more at ease. If something really happened to Xianxia and Shui Tianzi, he would feel guilty. After all, he couldn't let go of his conscience. At this moment, he was also with Old Lady Du and the others. Let's get out of here quickly. Honging did not plan to enter the immortal tomb, so he quickly got up and flew away. The Ghost King had already attacked and dozens of martial kings hurriedly blocked. Then, the Xian realm warriors opened the door. After Qin Yun passed through the door with Xianxia and Shui Tianzi, he hurriedly took out a mysterious replenishing pill and ate it. Then, he helped them open the chains. He had used the mysterious penetration divine art continuously just now and had consumed a lot of energy. And after eating the mysterious replenishing pill, he could quickly replenish the energy of the Dao core. The mysterious replenishing pill was only effective for one Dao core and could quickly replenish one Dao core. Qin Yun had 3, so he could only recover 30%. However, this was still pretty good. He had almost used up all of it just now. The door is moving. They're coming in. Xianxia hurriedly said. She and Shui Tianzi really thought that they were done for. They never expected that Qin Yun would suddenly rush over and kill the Minotaur ghost soldier. Furthermore, he had even entered the immortal tomb. Qin Yun had saved them again. Shui Tianzi also knew that Qin Yun had consumed a lot of energy. She hurriedly supported him and said gently, "You rest first. Leave this to me and Xianxia." The tomb was pitch black, but Qin Yun could roughly tell that it was a large hall through his mental energy. On the left and right walls of the hall, there were 9 doors. They were all quite far apart and it was unknown where they led to. Let's choose any door. Xianxia took out her weapon. It was 2 long hooks and walked in front. While Shui Tianzi is supporting Qin Yun, she is also transferring energy into his body to help him recover quickly. The movement of the door became louder and louder, as if it would open at any moment. Xianxia quickly arrived in front of a door. After opening it, a dense and cold aura of death overflowed from inside, causing her to choke and retreat. It should be very dangerous inside. Should we go in? Xianxia was burning with anxiety as she looked at the door. If the door was opened, then a large group of martial kings and ghost kings would come in. They would definitely be captured. Go in. Qin Yun said. Xianxia walked in front while Shui Tianzi supported Qin Yun and followed closely behind. After they entered, Xianxia hurriedly closed the stone door. This way, no one would know which door they had entered. Boom! Not long after they entered, the giant red door outside was blasted open. Waves of berserk energy surged in. Outside, the martial king and the ghost king were engaged in an intense battle. A group of Xian Wu realm and spirit martial realm martial artists all rushed in. They were all injured, and some of them were badly mutilated. Outside, there were also some corpses. They were all killed by the Ghost King. They hated that idiot cousin of theirs to the core. The martial kings also entered the pitch-black hall one after another. The Ghost Kings did not follow them in. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As for the martial kings, they looked at the strange ghost kings outside with lingering fear. Just now, 2 martial kings had died. Mu Feng, it's all your fault. Why didn't you grab that fool? A martial king looked at Mu Feng and cursed. What does it have to do with me? That fool can easily penetrate your bodies. He has a very special ability. Grabbing him is like grabbing air. Mu Feng said with a sneer, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. In order to open the door, you sacrificed 2 weak women and angered that fool. We could have discussed this matter properly. For example, we could have subdued that minotaur. As long as he doesn't die, the Ghost King won't come ashore. However, all of you listened to that bullshit Heavenly Master and did everything according to him. That's why you made such a big mistake. You just put the 2 women in such a miserable situation and did such a thing that is worse than a pig or a dog. You will suffer retribution. The martial kings were all infuriated. They wanted to beat Mu Feng up but they did not do so. The people of the Inscription Palace were not people they could fight. Furthermore, Mu Feng's status was very high. At this time, someone took out a glowing stone and illuminated the hall. They also saw that there were 9 doors on the left and right sides. Fool, they must have entered one of the doors. We must chase after them and let them die a horrible death. Wang Tianshi said angrily. He had also suffered heavy injuries and had lost an arm. There are a total of 18 doors. We will split into 18 groups and enter. A bloodline martial king said. Mu Feng said with a frown, I don't even know what dangers there are in here. We should gather together and not separate like this. Otherwise, if we encounter danger and don't have enough strength to fight back, we might die here. Even the Ghost King doesn't dare to enter. It can be seen that it's very safe inside. That's right, if you're afraid of death, then don't go in. Mu Feng, you can't be worried. That will kill that fool, right? That fool tricked us and earned more than 10 billion purple coins for you. Are you planning to join hands with him in the future and continue swindling other people's purple coins? Damn fatty, your Inscription Palace is too sinister. Many martial kings criticized him. Mu Feng curled his lips and said, don't slander me. Alright, do whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not going in. I'm very afraid of death. Mu Feng really did not want to go in. Furthermore, he took out a very comfortable rocking chair and sat on it. Not long after, they split into 18 teams. Each team had 8 or 9 people. There were at least 2 martial kings and the rest were at the Xian martial realm and the Spirit martial realm. They entered the stone doors on both sides of the lobby. Mu Feng only hoped that Qin Yan could escape this calamity. After Zi Qingqing and company entered the door, they quickly jogged forward. Qin Yan also released the puppet he had previously refined. He did not have the totem runes needed to refine puppets but he had the mysterious puppet star runes. He refined the puppet star runes into a talisman and stuck it on the back of an Iron Man. He could control the Iron Man to run. The iron puppet ran at the front. If there was any danger, they would know from behind. The passageway was very long and it was unknown where it led to. Qin Yan and company did not advance very fast. Along the way, they were all nervous and worried and did not say anything. After 6 hours, they finally walked out of the pitch-black passageway and arrived at a very large stone room. Shui Tianzi took out a glowing stone and after illuminating the stone room, she said with a frown, there's no door, it's a dead end. Qin Yan said, there's a formation there. The stone room was made of pitch-black stone bricks and the walls were also pitch-black. There was no way to see any formation. However, Qin Yan could feel it. He hurriedly walked to the middle of the stone room and pressed his hand on the ground. He injected his mental energy and sensed that he could control the activation of the formation, so he hurriedly activated it. A white circle appeared on the ground in the middle of the stone room. Come in. Qin Yan shouted anxiously. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also quickly walked to Qin Yan's side. It's a teleportation array. After Qin Yan said that, he activated the teleportation array. Their eyes flashed, and they appeared in a huge tomb chamber. There was a faint red light inside. Qin Yan could not help but be alarmed because this place was very similar to the bottom of the Tianshao Imperial tomb. However, the coffins of the Xianxia imperial tomb were all in many small rooms. As for the jade coffins in this place, they were directly placed out. The jade coffins were exactly the same as the ones in the Xianxia imperial tomb. It's a very large tomb. There should be at least 10,000 jade coffins. Xianxia floated above and looked around. She took a deep breath. Xianxia walked towards a jade coffin and pushed it open forcefully. He saw a skeleton inside. Could it be that all the dead people under the Xianxia imperial tomb have been teleported here? Xianxia guessed inwardly. He believed that it was extremely likely. He opened a few jade coffins in a row. There were dead people inside and there was nothing else on their bodies. It was difficult to determine the identity of the dead. However, they could see the cultivation of the deceased. The jade coffins they opened were all at the outside and they were only at the martial body realm. As for the ones closer to the inside, they were at the martial Dao realm. Xianxia was standing by the wall in the distance. Holding a glowing stone, she shouted softly, "Little brother Yun, quickly come over and take a look. There seems to be a totem here." Xianxia and Xianxia closed the lid of the coffin and flew over. Indeed, the stone wall that Xianxia had illuminated was engraved with totem runes. However, it was not very clear. "Can you tell what kind of totem runes it is?" Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia shook her head and said, "Anyway, I can't tell what kind of totem it is. It's too blurry and some of the details have been lost. Furthermore, this totem seems to be very big." Xianxia stood a little further away. More than 10 meters away from the wall, he could see all the totem runes. "It seems to be the totem of a bird." He asked Mo if she was willing to be seen by Xianxia and Xianxia. She considered for a moment and agreed to go out. Thus, he let Mo come out of the storage space. The moment Mo came out, she shouted, "This is a very powerful bird. It can be in existence on the same level as the heavenly lion. It specializes in dealing with dragons." When Xianxia and Xianxia saw such a cute and beautiful fairy in Xianxia's palm, they were immediately alarmed. They could tell at a glance that it was a fairy. Even in the martial desolate land, this kind of fairy was very famous because they could allow people to obtain totems. "Someone's coming." Xianxia was suddenly alarmed. He hurriedly kept Mo and ran towards Xianxia and Xianxia. He held their lily-white hands tightly and at the same time, he used his shadow force to hide in the darkness. Zombie King when Xianxia and company saw these people, they did not dare to breathe heavily. They were worried that they would be discovered. That was because among the 8 of them, 2 were martial kings, 3 were at the Shen realm and the rest were at the spirit realm. This kind of strength was not something Xianxia and company could deal with. "Wang Tianshi, what kind of tomb is this? Why are the people in the coffins so low in cultivation?" A martial king opened a few coffins and said with a frown, "Isn't this an immortal tomb? There should be immortal corpses here." Wang Tianshi took a look and said, "These people were the ones who helped build this immortal tomb back then. From the outside to the inside, these coffins should be getting stronger and stronger. Let's go to the middle and take a look. There might be martial king corpses there." Xianxia could not help but admire Wang Tianshi. He knew quite a lot about these things. What he was more concerned about were the totem runes on the wall. That was because Mo had said that she could get the totem down. Wang Tianshi and company went to the middle and opened a few coffins. They are indeed martial kings. Furthermore, their weapons are all Dao artifacts. "Ha ha ha. We've finally found something good." A martial king picked up a large saber and laughed happily. Just as the 2 martial kings were feeling very happy, a few waves of black gas suddenly gushed out from the coffins. The corpses inside actually moved. This scared Wang Tianshi so much that he immediately screamed, "Quickly get rid of them. These things have turned into zombie kings, be careful." At that moment, Xianxia felt the 2 women holding his hands tightly. They seemed to be frightened as well. Zombie king. This is refined using the ancient corpse refining technique. It's mainly used to guard the tomb. Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. This is equivalent to refining a dead expert into a berserk puppet. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He looked not far away and saw the two martial kings fighting with the two zombie kings. Hoo. From the very beginning, the martial kings used extremely strong power to fight. They created waves of energy that overturned many coffins. The corpses inside were all stronger. After the coffin rolled, the corpses also fell out. It was as if they had been awakened by some kind of power. They immediately stood up and chased after Wang Xianxia and the others. The two martial kings faced as many as 6 zombie kings. As for Wang Xianxia and the others in the Xian realm, they faced dozens of other zombies. They were no match for him at all, so they could only flee. Wang Xianxia, quickly think of a way. If this goes on, we will all die. A martial king shouted. There's no other way. I can only run. Wang Xianxia also felt despair. In this situation, we can't even open the formation and leave. Qin Yan was still blaming himself for not opening the coffin lid in the middle to obtain the Dao artifact. Now, he was secretly glad that he hadn't done that. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were to face the zombie king, they would probably be killed in a single move. The huge tomb chamber was immediately enveloped by a series of rumbling sounds and a violent gust of wind. The battle between the zombie king and the martial king had already knocked over many jade coffins and sent them flying to the side. Some of the jade coffins were even smashed to pieces. Although Qin Yan and company did not directly face the zombies, they would still be in danger if this continued. This tomb chamber was sealed. If they wanted to leave, they could only use the teleportation formation over there. However, in the current situation, it was impossible to activate the teleportation formation. Xianxia and Shui Tianzi were also extremely nervous. Their lily-white hands that were holding on to Qin Yan were sweating profusely. If they were discovered by the zombie king, there would only be death for them. Let's take a look first. Maybe those zombies won't be able to discover us. Qin Yan sent a sound transmission to the two girls. Just as he finished speaking, for some reason, many of the glowing stones on the ceiling of the huge tomb chamber suddenly lit up. Under the intense light, Qin Yan and company, who were hiding by the wall, were also exposed. Wang Xianxia also saw it and shouted, "Damned idiots, it's you guys. I'm going to kill you." The two martial kings were unable to divert their attention because they were fighting with the 6 zombie kings. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and hurriedly brought Xianxia and Shui Tianzi with him. He used the penetration divine art and passed through the wall. Originally, he thought that he would have to pass through for a period of time. He didn't expect that he would arrive at a passageway in an instant. This passageway was 5 to 6 meters wide. It was extremely dark and there was no light at all. Is it safe? Shui Tianzi took out a glowing stone. After illuminating it, she saw Qin Yan lying limply on the ground. She hurriedly channeled her energy to help him recover. Xianxia said anxiously, "No. Tianzi, take good care of him. Leave this to me." She took out a pair of long hooks and rushed to the other side of the passage. There were actually zombies in this passageway. Judging from the intensity of their auras, they were at the spirit realm. Water Fairy, quickly go and help Sister Steamed Bun. I can do it myself. Qin Yan looked at Xianxia and saw her hook onto the zombie's throat. Then, a ball of purplish gold light exploded out and the neck exploded. Shui Tianzi said with a frown, "Xianxia can handle it for the time being. I'll help you recover first." A pair of purplish gold wings appeared on Xianxia's back. They constantly flapped, creating a strong gust of wind that blew the zombies back. It should be the participants in the construction of this tomb. They all died here and were then refined into zombies in batches. Xianxia's expression was solemn as she constantly forced the zombies to retreat. The zombies were all at the spirit realm and there were more than 100 of them. Fortunately, these zombies did not know how to use their powerful strength to fight. They only knew how to continuously attack and then randomly bite. Only the zombie kings had the awareness to fight. The zombie's body was extremely strong and it was very difficult to deal with. Xianxia could only force the zombies that were about to charge over to retreat. If she fought them one by one, the zombies would run over. As Qin Yan's cultivation was too low, every time he used the penetration divine art, it would consume a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had Xianxia and Shui Tianzi by his side to protect him. Otherwise, he would be in great danger after using it. An hour later, Qin Yan had recovered to 60 to 70%. Water Fairy, quickly go and help her. Qin Yan hurriedly shouted, quickly kill those zombies. Shui Tianzi took out 2 swords and charged at a zombie. She stabbed several times, but although she could penetrate the zombie's body, she could not kill it. Decapitate! Zi Qingqing shouted. At that moment, Qin Yan took out an evil suppression talisman and threw it over. When the evil suppression talisman landed in the midst of the zombie horde, it caused the zombies to let out a series of howls. Their bodies constantly emitted black gas as if they were being corroded. The effect is not bad. Qin Yan never expected that the evil suppression talisman would be so useful against zombies. The group of zombies' bodies were emitting smoke and they were also frozen by the evil suppression talisman. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi hurriedly rushed over and used an extremely powerful force to destroy the zombie's head. It didn't take long for nearly 200 zombies to be wiped out. Brother Yun, what talisman is that? It's really effective. Shui Tianzi exclaimed as she wiped the sweat off her face and revealed a smile. Zi Qingqing said, that's called the evil suppression talisman. It's very useful against ghost beasts. I never thought that it would also be useful against zombies. Back then, she had helped Qin Yan refine quite a few evil suppression talismans. Qin Yan looked at the 2 ends of the passageway and could not see the end. He said, this passageway seems to be very secretive. What exactly is its use? I don't know. Let's take a look. Shui Tianzi looked at the 2 sides of the passageway and said, which way should we go? The direction where the zombies are coming from. Qin Yan pointed and said. Shui Tianzi held 2 evil suppression talismans and walked at the front while Zi Qingqing followed behind. Qin Yan, who was in the middle, was also the safest. Not long after, they saw the end. The passageway was not very long. When they saw the end, their nerves tensed up. That was because there was a corpse at the end. The corpse's hands and feet were shackled with golden shackles. The chains of the shackles were embedded into the wall and were extremely firm. Looks like a lot of things happened when we were building the tomb. Qin Yan said, I wonder if this fellow is the zombie king? Zi Qingqing said with a frown, it's an old man. He looks like he's dead. The old man wore coarse hemp clothes and his eyes were tightly closed. There were some wrinkles on his grayish-black face and his short hair was slightly white. He had a beard on his chin and his body was thin. Although he was dead, he gave off a very strong feeling. Just as Qin Yun was about to go over, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of red eyes. Qin Yun screamed in fright and threw a few talismans at him. However, it was useless. The old man was still looking at him with a pair of red eyes. This is the zombie king, run. Shui Tianzi pulled Qin Yun and hurriedly ran. Don't run. I'm human. The old man's voice was very weak but it could be heard clearly in the passageway. Shui Tianzi hurriedly stopped and ran back with Qin Yun. The 3 of them were extremely shocked because this tomb had been built for a very long time. There was actually someone who could survive until now. You. Are you a good person or a bad person? Zi Qingqing asked hurriedly. That depends on what kind of people are good and bad in your eyes. The old man smiled. After so many years, I wonder what kind of people are good and bad in the eyes of humans. If you don't kill us or harm us, then you're not a bad person. Qin Yun said. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly, with my current state, how can I harm you? Qin Yun said, the thing that shackled you is very powerful. It can seal your power and make you not have the slightest bit of power aura. It's even absorbing your power but you still lived for many years. I can't tell that you're so weak but you actually know so much. The old man was slightly shocked and then asked, are you all from the Martial Desolate? What's the situation with the 9 suns now? Have the 9 suns fallen? Qin Yun and the 2 girls were astonished when they heard this. The 9 suns could actually fall. Ancient inscription masters Qin Yun was now even more curious about the old man's identity. To think that so many years ago, he predicted that the 9 suns would fall. Little brother Yun, let's go. I feel that he is very dangerous. Shui Tianzi saw that Qin Yun was about to walk over and immediately pulled him back vigilantly. The old man sighed and said, the 9 suns will eventually fall. Xianxia frowned and asked, what do you mean? The old man smiled. It seems that you still don't know about this. In that case, I haven't been locked up here for long. Senior, why did the 9 suns fall? Pressed Xianxia. It's all because some people have been coveting the power of the 9 suns and want to completely control them. The old man laughed. What those fellows didn't expect was that the 9 suns would actually release their own sun soul. If the sun soul falls into the 9 desolate, as long as it is not found and not devoured, then the 9 suns will be fine. Xianxia suddenly thought of the sun soul he had obtained. It was just a very large pearl. He did not know how to use the power of the sun soul. Senior, why are you locked up here? Shui Tianzi looked around. You're actually still alive after being locked up in this kind of place. The old man said with smile, I have a martial spirit called sleeping martial spirit. It can make me fall into a deep sleep, like a dead person. Xianxia felt that the elder was not bad, but he could not be sure. Senior, there's a tomb on the other side of this wall. There are quite a few zombie kings inside. How should we deal with them? Xianxia asked, if we want to leave, we have to pass through that tomb. Xianxia said, we don't have the sleeping martial spirit, so we can't stay here for long. The old man said, young man, did you just throw the ghost-suppressing talisman? It's not a problem to deal with ordinary zombies, but it's still not enough to deal with a zombie king. If I had a stronger evil suppression talisman, it wouldn't be a problem. Xianxia frowned and asked, will Xian talismans work? The old man said, it should be enough. Do you have it? No, but I can refine it now. Xianxia could even refine Xian artifacts, let alone Xian talismans. Just when he felt that it was possible, he remembered that he didn't have the ghost-suppressing Xian rune. This is bad, I only have high-grade spirit marks, I don't have any ghost-suppressing Xian runes. Xianxia patted his head and sighed. The old man said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be an inscription master. Actually, there are no levels to runes. It's just that inscription masters wanted more people to learn it, so they simplified the originally complicated runes. After simplifying the runes, the power will also be weakened by a lot. However, the advantage is that it will make it easier for beginners to master. Then, step by step, they will slowly master the complex and profound runes. Xianxia said with a frown, Senior, are you saying that you can evolve spirit marks into Xian marks? Yes. However, this required an extremely high level of comprehension. There are also many inscription masters who, by comprehending low-level runes, constantly refine low-level runes and turn them into high-level runes. This is a method of practicing inscription. Xianxia had never thought of it in the past. Now that he heard it, he was greatly inspired. Senior, are you an inscription master? Xianxia quickly asked. The old man laughed and said, that's right, I am a Dao inscription master. A Dao inscription master was also very powerful. This caused Xianxia and company to be greatly alarmed. For an ancient Dao inscription master like him, the runes he grasped were very strong. The old man said, the people in the tomb next door are all from the Long family. They came from the Spirit Desolate and were appointed to build this huge immortal tomb here. Later on, during the construction process, many things happened, causing many people to die. When Shui Tianzi heard this, she immediately asked, is it the Long family with dragon bloodline? The old man nodded and said, that's right. Because they have a rare dragon bloodline, after they die, they will become zombies. Before that, they were forced to eat a type of zombie evil pill. After they die, they will become zombies. Are there really immortals buried in the immortal tomb? Xianxia asked. This was also a mystery in his heart. The masters of the immortal tomb are basically all close relatives of the immortal desolate immortal emperor or those who have a good relationship with the immortal emperor. The old man's eyes were filled with helplessness, even the people beside the immortal emperor cannot escape the fate of death. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and asked, Senior, have you heard of the immortal graveyard diagram? Since there are many immortal tombs here, what kind of immortal tomb does the immortal graveyard diagram refer to? Who is the person buried inside to the immortal emperor? When the old man heard about the immortal graveyard diagram, his expression changed and he did not immediately answer. Qin Yun only knew that it was the place where Emoji's daughter was buried, and it had a lot to do with Xiaqiru. The person buried in the immortal graveyard diagram should be the daughter of the immortal emperor. The old man slowly said, back then, because of this daughter of his, many powerful immortals died in the immortal desolate and they were all buried here. Qin Yun said with a frown, the daughter of the immortal emperor? She shouldn't have died so easily, right? The old man's eyes were filled with memories as he said, it's a long story. The immortal emperor had many children, but he had a daughter who was extremely extraordinary. She was born from the immortal emperor and Mog. Later on, when the other powerful martial immortals of the immortal desolate found out, they went to suppress the immortal emperor. Even the relatives of the immortal emperor became enemies with the immortal emperor. In the end, there was a tragic war. In the end, the immortal emperor's daughter died and the immortal desolate became peaceful. That's why the immortal emperor built the immortal tomb here. This way, he wouldn't be harassed by the people of the immortal desolate and spirit desolate because they wouldn't be able to come to the martial desolate. Qin Yun said, however, there are spatial cracks between the magical desolate and the beast desolate. The magical desolate annexed the beast desolate. When the old man heard this, he said with a grave expression, I heard that the immortal emperor obtained a divine artifact called the Nine-Sun Divine Spirit. And Mog obtained another divine artifact called the Nine-Yin Divine Spirit. Therefore, the daughter they gave birth to possessed an extremely heaven-defying immortal devil body. It is said that this can bring disaster to the immortal desolate, which is why it caused such a calamity. When the immortal emperor's daughter was born, the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit and the Nine-Yin Divine Spirit also became burial items. The Nine-Yang Divine Spirit was in Qin Yun's hands. Now, he was certain that Xiaqiru was the daughter of the immortal emperor. The old man said again, the immortal devil body is extremely powerful and will never be destroyed. I'm not too sure about the specifics. In short, we were not responsible for building that immortal tomb. Zi Qingqing looked around and asked, then Senior, who is the owner of this immortal tomb that you built? It's actually in a desolate domain and it's a very large one at that. The old man shook his head and said, I don't know who is buried in this immortal tomb that we built. I only know that it's a relative of the immortal emperor. Because after we finished building this tomb, we would inexplicably die. Later on, someone would come in and bury the dead immortals here. Shui Tianzi said with a frown, this immortal emperor is not a good person either. He actually treats human life like grass. The old man said with a sneer, back then, there was a rumor that the immortal emperor killed his own daughter in order to protect himself. Because he was worried that his dead daughter would turn into a powerful zombie, he had no choice but to use the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit to suppress it and seal it here. There are also rumors that the relatives of the immortal emperor buried here were also killed by the immortal emperor. If they become powerful zombies, they will only be a scourge to the martial desolate. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. I only know that the person who commissioned us to build the immortal tomb came from the spirit desolate and obeyed the orders of the immortal emperor. Later on, he killed all the people who participated in the construction of the immortal tomb. Because I made a mistake at that time, I was imprisoned here. The zombies you just killed were all my subordinates. The words Divine Inscription Palace suddenly appeared in Qin Yun's mind. He could not help but suspect that the Divine Inscription Palace was in charge of this matter back then. After all, the Divine Inscription Palace came from the Spirit Desolate and after many years of development, they became one of the overlords of the Martial Desolate. Zi Qingqing said, Qin Yun, do you have a way to refine Xian talismans? Whether or not we can get out will depend on you. Even if I can, it will take a long time. Qin Yun looked at the old man and asked, Senior, do you have the ghost-suppressing Xian rune? The old man said, of course I do. It's just that with my current appearance, I can't give it to you. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, Senior, if we release you, can you bring us out? The old man said with a smile, I'm not afraid of those zombie kings when they're alive, let alone dead ones. But how can we trust you? What if we let you out and you kill us? Qin Yun said warily. Brat, although I'm trapped here, it's still very easy for me to kill all of you. The old man laughed loudly. At the same time, his eyes emitted a red light before shooting out two strong beams of light that struck the wall. Boom, the wall was struck until it emitted a loud bang and began to tremble violently. Qin Yun said with some fear, isn't your power sealed? How can you still unleash such a strong power? Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi could also tell that the aura of that power belonged to a martial king. This is what I'm capable of. Of course, I don't expect you to release me. With just you guys, you're still too far away. The old man smiled and said, Brat, you're only at the second or third level of the martial Dao realm, right? You still want to refine Xian talismans? You're simply dreaming. If those two girls knew how to craft talismans, I would believe them more. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Don't look down on me. The old man laughed out loud and said, It's not that I'm looking down on you, but it's against common sense. With your energy at the second or third level of the martial Dao realm, can you create Xian talismans? Senior, what if I can release you? Qin Yan said with a serious expression. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi did not believe that Qin Yan would be able to save the powerful old man. The old man said with a smile, If you can release me, I'll take you to the Tomb Master's tomb. Then we'll split the contents equally. Don't worry, I'll sign a soul contract with you first. That way, you won't have to worry about me going back on my word. With how huge this tomb was, it would definitely not be easy to find the Tomb Master's tomb. Mysterious sword cultivator. When Qin Yan heard about signing a soul contract, he felt that it was more reliable. This kind of contract secret technique was very binding. If it was really signed, then it would be completely trustworthy. Alright, let's sign that soul contract now. Qin Yan walked over and said. Although the old man was trapped here, he could still use a very strong power to attack. If he wanted to kill Qin Yan and company, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Kid, can you let me regain my freedom? I really don't believe that you have the ability to do so. The old man laughed, but he still signed a soul contract with Qin Yan. He and Qin Yan would each separate a strand of soul power to fuse together. When fusing, they would reach the contents of the contract. Then, they would separate the strand of soul power and return to their respective souls. The content of the contract was that after Qin Yan rescued the old man could not harm them. Furthermore, he had to protect them to the tomb owner's tomb and split the treasures inside equally. Furthermore, he had to protect them as they left the desolate domain. The old man's name was Wu Mingxiu. When he reported his name, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi thought back, but they had never heard of this name. Kid, tell me, how do you plan to release me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the thing that trapped me is very powerful. It's a royal grade Dao artifact. Even if there were a few of me, I wouldn't be able to open this thing. Wu Mingxiu said. Generally speaking, it was already very good to have a low-grade Dao artifact. However, this royal-grade Dao artifact was used to lock people up. It was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. Qin Yan released Momo and asked her to take a look at the chains. When Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi saw this cute and beautiful little fairy again, they wanted to place her in their palms and tease her for a while. This little thing, is it a fairy? Wu Mingxiu said in surprise, My goodness, this kind of fairy has never acknowledged humans, but you have a very good relationship with her. This is truly rare. Shui Tianzi said softly, The fairies can bring totems to people, but humans can only use forced methods to make the fairies release their totems. Zi Qingqing asked, Qin Yan, what's going on with this fairy of yours? It seems to be very familiar with you. I think it depends on the person. I am handsome and also a good person, so the fairy willingly followed me. Qin Yan said with a chuckle. Momo appeared in front of so many people and felt somewhat nervous. However, she trusted Qin Yan very much. She believed that Qin Yan would not let her be harmed, so she mustered her courage and flew to the chain to check the runes inside. Humans did not know much about fairies. They only knew that fairies could help humans obtain totems. At most, he only knew that the chief elven priestess could help totems evolve. Most people did not know that elves could repair or destroy runes. After taking a look, Momo released a gentle light that shot into the shackles. She had been busy for almost an hour, flying back and forth on a few chains. She seemed a little tired. It's done. After she finished speaking, she flew back to Qin Yan and returned to the storage space. When Wu Mingxiu felt that his powerful strength was no longer sealed, he could not help but be surprised. Then, with a forceful tug, he tore the shackles apart. Soon, he completely broke free from the shackles that had bound his hands and feet for many years. I'm free. Wu Mingxiu still couldn't believe it. Senior Wu, you were very sure that I wouldn't be able to open it. Qin Yan said with a smile. Alright, I made a mistake. Wu Mingxiu laughed, your cultivation isn't strong but you have two powerful beauties accompanying you. I shouldn't have underestimated you. He also knew that the one who had helped him escape was that magical fairy. It was actually able to destroy the runes inside the Dao artifact. Senior, there are several zombie kings and martial kings on the other side of the wall. Do we still need to return to that place? Zi Qingqing was also very happy as she asked. Wu Mingxiu said, of course we have to go back. We have to leave through that tomb. With that, he placed his hand on the wall and pushed with great force. He actually pushed open a door. After Wu Mingxiu pushed open the stone wall, Qin Yan and company sensed a thick zombie aura. Is this senior reliable? Shui Tianzi immediately held Qin Yan's hand tightly and said worriedly. It should be reliable. After all, to be able to live for so long, he must have some skills. Qin Yan said, let's go out and take a look. Zi Qingqing walked in front and said, if anything happens, I'll block it for a while. Tianzi, you just need to run with Qin Yan. Sister Steamed Bun, don't say such words. If you want to run, we'll run together. Qin Yan hurriedly walked forward and held her delicate hand tightly. After they followed Wu Mingxiu to the spacious tomb, they saw that it was a mess. All the jade coffins were in a mess and many of them had turned into fragments. The two martial kings, Wang Tianshi and company, were surrounded by zombies. The most terrifying thing was that the two martial kings' abdomens were dripping with blood. That was because their Dao cores had been taken out and their hands and feet had been torn off and bitten by the zombie king. Wang Tianshi and company were severely injured and were about to be eaten by the zombies. The moment Wu Mingxiu appeared, the zombies looked over. Wang Tianshi also saw Qin Yan and two peerless beauties walking out hand in hand. He hated himself to death because he was about to be killed while Qin Yan was so carefree and happy. Idiot, hurry up and accompany me in death. It's all your fault, you bastard. Wang Tianshi's voice was filled with endless resentment. None of my business. Qin Yan said coldly, you bastard, you've used me as a sacrifice time and time again. You deserve to die. Time and time again? Wang Tianshi suddenly thought of something and realized that the fool was Qin Yan. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Mingxiu flew over. His arm overflowed with a purplish gold light and a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword looked very ordinary but it exuded an incomparably cold killing intent. It immediately enveloped the evil zombie aura inside. The spacious tomb chamber instantly turned ice cold. This was all because of the appearance of the sword in Wu Mingxiu's hand. Although Wu Mingxiu had been sealed for many years, it did not affect his performance. The speed at which he flew over was very fast and the speed at which he brandished his sword was even faster. Qin Yan and company could not even see the moves he made when he brandished his sword. The zombies were killed and turned to dust. That's the origin sword. Qin Yan was alarmed as he whispered. Sword cultivator? Zi Qingqing also looked at Qin Yan in astonishment. Qin Yan nodded because it was very similar to the aura of Xia Wufeng's sword. Of course, it was much more domineering than Xia Wufeng's sword. Shui Tianzi exclaimed, this is almost extinct. Sword cultivator or Dao inscription master? This is too terrifying. Not long after, the zombies were all killed by Wu Mingxiu. As long as they were stabbed, the zombies would vaporize. It could be seen that a very strong power had been injected into their bodies. After the bodies of two of the zombie kings shattered, two beads fell. They should be the Dao cores of the two martial kings. The energy inside the Dao core was absorbed by Wu Mingxiu in an instant. Qin Yan hurriedly walked over and looked at the astonished Wang Tianshi. You old dog, you let my blood go so easily back then. Now, you've finally received your retribution. Qin Yan stepped on Wang Tianshi's chest and said with a sneer. Wu Mingxiu walked over and said, I want to take out his Dao core to recover his losses. With that, he reached his claw into Wang Tianshi's abdomen and took out a Dao core. Wait. Just as Qin Yan finished shouting, the Dao core was instantly absorbed by Wu Mingxiu. What's wrong? Wu Mingxiu asked. I want the martial spirit inside. Forget it. Qin Yan curled his lips. His martial spirit is a ghost martial spirit. It's platinum rank, useless. Wu Mingxiu laughed. Do you have enmity with him? I was almost killed by him a few times. There's a deep hatred. Qin Yan stepped on Wang Tianshi's face. After Wang Tianshi's Dao core was taken out, he was in pain and fear. He originally thought that he would die at the hands of the zombies, but he never expected that he would die at Qin Yan's hands. Then let's kill him. Wang Tianshi looked into the distance and with a wave of his hand, the 3 Dao artifacts were sucked over. He said, it's been so many years and they've been well preserved. I'll give them to you. Qin Yan was taken aback as he received a silver saber. Don't kill me. Wang Tianshi wailed. Just as Qin Yan was about to slash Wang Tianshi to death, he saw Wu Mingxiu strike out with his palm. A burst of flames erupted and burned Wang Tianshi to ashes. This guy has been poisoned by the zombie poison. If his blood splatters on your body, it might bring you a lot of trouble. It's better to burn it yourself. Wu Mingxiu laughed. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also obtained a sword each. Although they were low-grade Dao tools, they were extremely happy. Thank you, Senior Wu. Did you refine all these Dao tools? Shui Tianzi asked. Of course. You might not believe me, but these fellows used the Dao tools I refined to capture me. Wu Mingxiu laughed self-deprecatingly. I reaped what I sowed. He absorbed a few Dao cores and his complexion became much better. Come, let's go to the Tomb Master's tomb. I also want to see who is buried in this tomb and what good things are there. Wu Mingxiu laughed loudly as he walked towards the teleportation array. Qin Yan shouted, wait, there's a totem here. I'll get the fairies to take it away. With that, he released Momo. Wu Mingxiu said, that's only an incomplete totem of the 9th heaven sparrow. It's useless. The complete one should be in the main tomb. When Qin Yan heard that, he put away Momo and hurriedly walked towards the teleportation array. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing had just obtained a Dao artifact and were reluctant to keep it in their storage magic treasure. They held it tightly in their hands. Although they had not been refined, they could still use it. Temporarily. That was because this Dao artifact was refined by Wu Mingxiu. He could make the Dao artifact acknowledge Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. After the teleportation array was activated, Qin Yan and company returned to the passageway from before. Wu Mingxiu was very familiar with this place. The light carriage brought Qin Yan back the way they came. Are we going to the lobby outside? Qin Yan asked. Dao Talisman Shui Tianzi said, it's not safe at all. Those zombie kings are so terrifying, they are as powerful as the Ghost King. If not for little brother Yun carrying us and running fast, we would have died long ago. At least you guys are still alive. But then again, how many people enter the immortal tomb? Wu Mingxiu asked. Qin Yan roughly explained the number of people, causing Wu Mingxiu to frown inwardly. The experts of the 3 desolate lands have all come. If they can't return, then the power of the major powers will decline. Zi Qingqing said. Wu Mingxiu said, is that all Desolate 3 has? The bloodline noble clans occupy a lot of resources. They will definitely have many martial kings. And you must understand that this is just an active faction of power in Arid Triad. This number of martial kings was just the tip of the iceberg for Arid Triad. None of the most powerful martial emperors are here. Wu Mingxiu said. Martial emperor? Is there really a fellow at this level? Qin Yan exclaimed. That's an existence beyond the martial king realm, of course there is. This kind of fellow can also enter the spirit desolate. It's just that he doesn't want to be controlled by others, so he continues to stay in the 3 desolate lands. Wu Mingxiu said, there are many half-immortals in the spirit desolate. That is the most terrifying. What kind of strength do I have to reach in order to go to the spirit desolate? Shui Tianzi yearned for the spirit desolate. After all, that was an existence close to immortals. Actually, martial kings can also go. It all depends on whether or not they have enough perseverance to pass through the great Tao of Spirit Desolate. In any case, I don't want to go to the Spirit Desolate right now. Otherwise, I would have gone long ago. Wu Mingxiu said with a smile. Zi Qingqing exclaimed, Senior, Could you be a martial emperor? Wu Mingxiu only smiled without saying a word. Not long after, they walked out of the door and arrived at the lobby outside. They saw Mu Feng comfortably lying on a rocking chair. When Mu Feng saw Qin Yun and company come out, he jumped up in surprise. You all? Didn't you meet anyone else inside? Mu Feng hurriedly asked before looking at Wu Mingxiu. Wu Mingxiu looked like a sloppy old man. He did not have much of an aura on his body and had a faint smile on his face. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like an expert. Mu Feng could not tell how strong Wu Mingxiu was. He only felt that it was strange. Qin Yun and company had clearly entered, but when they came out, there was an old man. Steward Mu, are Grandma Du and the others all right? Zi Qingqing quickly asked. The Honging martial king has escaped with them. They should still be in the desolate domain. After all, with Hongying's strength alone, he is unable to open a passage out. Mu Feng looked at Wu Mingxiu with a smile and asked, Who is this senior? Wu Mingxiu laughed, I am a rotten old man. Are you from the inscription palace? Mu Feng hurriedly nodded. I never thought that the bloodline warriors of the divine inscription palace would come to such a dangerous place. Wu Mingxiu's words surprised Qin Yun and company. This Mu Feng was actually a bloodline martial artist. Qin Yun did not know if his heavenly lion bloodline had been seen through. Senior, you really have good eyesight. Could it be that you are from the Long family? Mu Feng smiled as he recalled that the little swindler Xiao Yuemei said that the Long family's people had already entered. He didn't believe it at first, but now he was starting to believe it. Wu Mingxiu nodded, I am from the Long family. But my surname is not Long. Mu Feng frowned as he pondered, I remember that there are 3 surnames in the Long family, the Xiao family and the Wu family. I wonder which surname senior is? Wu clan. Wu Mingxiu said. Senior Wu, did you come alone? How did you enter this tomb? Mu Feng asked curiously. I used the teleportation array to come in, but I teleported to the wrong place. Fortunately, I met Qin Yun and was able to escape. Wu Mingxiu said with a smile. No matter what he said, he also told Qin Yun and company not to talk about his origins. Mu Feng was immediately pleasantly surprised. Senior Wu, do you know where the main tomb is? Wu Mingxiu laughed, of course I know. You want to go? Mu Feng hurriedly nodded. You can go, but you can't get anything. Wu Mingxiu said. It's fine, I'm just going to take a look. I didn't expect to get anything from coming here. Mu Feng said with a smile. Wu Mingxiu also agreed to let Mu Feng follow him. After all, Mu Feng was at the Xian martial realm and was also a Xian inscription master. His strength was not bad. Mu Feng happily put away the chair and asked, which door is it to enter the main tomb? Just as Wu Mingxiu was about to reply, a door on the right wall suddenly opened and a few people covered in wounds ran out. Amongst these people, 2 were bloodline martial kings and the other 3 were at the Xian realm. The moment they came out, they saw Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and their foolish cousin who had tricked them. It's you guys. A bloodline martial king immediately said angrily, damned fool, I'll kill you. With that, he rushed over and shouted, Mu Feng, go to the side. Another martial king also rushed over and shouted, be careful, don't hurt those 2 women. I want them to die even more miserably. If it weren't for them, the ox-head ghost soldier wouldn't have died and would have been able to bring us safely into the main tomb. After the 2 martial kings and 3 Xian realm warriors flew over, Wu Mingxiu gave a low shout. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a gust of angry wind. The purplish-gold gale transformed into the shape of a dragon, emitting waves of dragon roars as it charged towards the few people who were charging over. Roar! The purplish-gold gale immediately exploded, emitting a loud dragon's roar that shook the hall. Those people were also sent flying and crashed into the stone wall. Those people had also noticed Wu Mingxiu earlier. Because they could not sense his aura, they did not take him to heart. Who would have thought that this unassuming old man would be so terrifying? Who are you? One of the martial kings was terrified, but he still shouted angrily. I don't even care who you are, so why do you care who I am? All you need to know is that I was the one who killed you. Wu Mingxiu smiled faintly and floated over. A bloodline martial king said angrily, I'm from the Heavenly Eagle bloodline aristocrat family. If you kill me, it's equivalent to offending. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Mingxu's hand shot out like lightning and reached into the martial king's body. Then, he pulled out a bloody pearl. What was even more terrifying was that Wu Mingxu's finger had pierced into the martial king's throat and was crazily absorbing the martial king's inherited bloodline. In just a few moments, the martial king had been sucked dry. Wu Mingxu's face originally had some wrinkles, but after he absorbed the pearl and devoured the inherited bloodline, the wrinkles had lessened a little. This scene caused Qin Yun and company to be alarmed. "You evil demon." The other martial king's expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape, but he was grabbed by Wu Mingxu and sucked over. Wu Mingxu chuckled, "Evil demon? You bloodline aristocrat families are no better than me. I know very well how many heartless things you have done. As far as I know, many of you bloodline disciples are unable to awaken your inherited bloodline. However, you have used an ancient evil technique to awaken your inherited bloodline by consuming a large amount of human blood or by soaking in a medicinal bath made from human blood." Mu Feng's entire body trembled when he heard this. He said, "I always thought that this was just a legend. I never expected it to be true. This is too terrifying. They used this method to maintain a large amount of bloodline inheritance. No wonder they are so powerful." Zi Qingqing said. "Even in a bloodline aristocrat family, not everyone can awaken their bloodline. After using the ancient evil technique, everyone can awaken their bloodline. This kind of bloodline martial artist has one characteristic, and that is that they are very brutal." After Wu Mingxu finished speaking, he grabbed the Dao core of the bloodline martial artist. Then, he sucked the martial king's blood dry. The remaining 3 Xian martial realm warriors were also bloodline warriors. Their fates were the same. Mu Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he said, "Senior Wu, I am also a bloodline martial artist. You won't suck me dry, right?" Wu Mingxu said with a smile, "If I had that kind of thought, you would have turned into a corpse long ago." Mu Feng immediately felt a lot more at ease. However, he was still secretly afraid. These fellows have quite the ability to escape. I'll wait a little longer. Maybe someone else will come out alive. After Wu Mingxu finished speaking, he sat on the ground and said with a smile, "I need to replenish myself. If I encounter something powerful in the main tomb, I will have the strength to fight." The martial spirits of those experts could also replenish Wu Mingxu's strength, so Qin Yun did not ask further. Wu Mingxu had slept for so many years, so he must have consumed quite a bit of energy. If he could replenish himself, he would be able to handle the danger in the main tomb. The main tomb was where immortals were buried, so it was definitely not that simple. Mu Feng also took out a rocking chair and sat down, patiently waiting. "Qin Yun, should we guess which door the next group of people will come out from? If we guess correctly, we'll get 100 million purple coins. How about it?" Mu Feng said with a smile. "What if both of us guess incorrectly?" Qin Yun asked. "Then no one needs to give it." Mu Feng said with a laugh, "Since we have nothing better to do, we might as well have some fun." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Forget it, I think it's quite boring." Wu Mingxu said to Mu Feng, "Little fatty, go out and catch a few ghost kings for me to replenish myself." How about it? This scared Mu Feng so much that he jumped up from his chair. "Ghost king? Senior Wu, please spare me. If I go out to capture the ghost king, I will only become its food." It was unknown where Wu Mingxu took out a few black talismans and threw them to Qin Yun and company. "One for each of you. As long as you hold it in your hands, the ghost king will not dare to approach. Then, you guys can join hands to capture it." Wu Mingxu said, "I will guard here and wait for others to come out." Qin Yun took a look at the black talisman and said in pleasant surprise, "This is the ghost suppression talisman. It has Dao runes carved on it. It's truly profound." Mu Feng's small eyes immediately widened. "Senior Wu, so you're actually a Dao inscription master." Nine Sun Sect Qin Yun and company could rest assured. One had to know that even the ghost-suppressing Xian talisman had a great effect on the Ghost King, let alone the ghost-suppressing Dao talisman. Zi Qingqing said, "Manager Mu, you are the strongest. You should walk in front." Mu Feng held the talisman and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid at all. With this, watch how I beat up those Ghost Kings." As he spoke, he quickly ran out. Although he was a little fat, he was very agile. Qin Yan and Zi Qingqing followed him out. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi felt a lot more at ease with the Dao artifact-level swords in their hands. After they left, many ghost beasts pounced at them. Ghost beasts were all strangely shaped and they were a mixture of all kinds of beasts. For example, some ghost beasts had several heads on their bodies and eyes on their backs. The strangely shaped ghost beasts were also very strong and some of them were also very large. The ghost beasts that pounced over were repelled by the ghost-suppressing power of the talisman the moment they approached Qin Yan and company. They were unable to approach them at all. "I need a soul essence. Just give it to me," Wu Mingxiu shouted from the lobby. Qin Yan had planned to take the opportunity to obtain some of the Ghost King's soul essence for himself. Wu Mingxiu only wanted the Ghost King's soul essence. He didn't want anything else. Mu Feng pointed at a somewhat humanoid ghost beast and said, "That guy is the Ghost King. I never thought that after eating humans, they would be able to turn into a human." As he spoke, he took out a long saber and flew over. The Ghost King also rushed over. Just as it was attacking, it suddenly sensed the power of the ghost-suppressing Dao talisman and hurriedly fled in fear. However, Mu Feng's speed was very fast. With a slash of his saber, the Ghost King was split into two. "Qin Yan, you have to channel the power of the ghost-suppressing Dao talisman into your weapon to attack," Mu Feng shouted. When Qin Yan and company heard this, they immediately did as they were told and charged at the group of ghost beasts. The energy they released through the slash of their weapons contained the power of ghost suppression. After flying out, many ghost beasts were chopped into many pieces. Mu Feng had obtained a Ghost King. After obtaining the soul essence, he was very happy. Having strong equipment is great. He himself is a Xian inscription master, but he is also deeply moved by the might of this kind of ghost-suppressing Dao talisman. He feels that in the future, he will be able to rely on this talisman to kill ghosts. To Mu Feng, the biggest gain from this trip should be the ghost suppression talisman. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also had a great time killing. Not to mention the Ghost King, even some of the stronger ghost beasts were not something they could deal with under normal circumstances. But now, killing these powerful ghost beasts was as easy as cutting grass. Mu Feng smiled as he chased after the nearby Ghost Kings. As for Qin Yan and Zi Qingqing, they killed some Xian rank ghost beasts and obtained their Xian rank soul essences. Mu Feng was very happy to kill because these Ghost Kings were things that even martial kings were afraid of. Now, they were just weak chickens in his eyes. He was already bored, so he was naturally very happy to have something like this to relieve his boredom. More than 2 hours had passed, and the number of Ghost Kings and Ghost Beasts outside had decreased significantly. Furthermore, it was surrounded by flames. That was what Mu Feng had released to burn the corpses of the Ghost Beasts. Mu Feng had killed a total of more than 10 Ghost Kings. As for Qin Yan and company, they had killed over 100 Xian rank Ghost Beasts and obtained over 100 Xian rank soul essences. Wu Mingxi received the dozen or so Ghost King soul essences with great satisfaction and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad." He quickly absorbed the energy of the soul essence. Wu Mingxiu could devour many kinds of energy and his speed was very fast. This made people very curious about what his martial spirit was. Continue. It's not enough, there should be quite a few Ghost Kings outside. Wu Mingxiu said with a smile, "After this, I will give you some ghost suppression runes as compensation." Mu Feng said with a smile, "Senior, you're too polite. I'll go kill the Ghost King now." "Qin Yan, you don't have to go. After all, that fatty is at the Xian martial realm and he's a bloodline martial artist. You guys can't compare to him." Wu Mingxiu laughed. There weren't many ghost beasts outside the gate. If he wanted to kill more ghost beasts, he could only go to the lake to lure them out. Mu Feng was at the Xian martial realm and his strength was not bad. With the help of the ghost suppression talisman, he would be fine even if he was surrounded and attacked by a few Ghost Kings. Shui Tianzi asked with a light smile, "Senior Wu, that fatty is a Xian inscription master. His status in the Divine Inscription Palace is very high. I never thought that there would actually be a bloodline martial artist in the Divine Inscription Palace." Wu Mingxiu said, the Divine Inscription Palace is also a very powerful force in the Spirit Desolate. Back when they were building the Immortal Tomb in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, the Divine Inscription Palace had also provided many inscription masters and provided a lot of materials. It can be considered a big participant. Of course, the people who participated in the Divine Inscription Palace are mostly fine because they did not directly enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. On the other hand, those of us who know the location of the main tomb will be trapped here to death after the Immortal Tomb is built. Xianxia said, Senior, you should be a very powerful force as well. To think that you are unable to contend against them. What kind of power is that? Wu Mingxiu took a deep breath and said, there is a very ancient legend. I wonder if you have heard of it. In other words, in the mysterious and ancient divine wasteland, there are 9 powerful sections. Each sect controls the power of a sun. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and Tianzi. They also shook their heads with blank expressions. They had never heard of it. Wu Mingxiu said with some surprise, back then, many people knew of this legend but now it has been lost. It seems like those 9 sects want to hide their existence. These 9 sects are also known as the 9 Sun sects. Legend has it that these 9 sects are extremely powerful and can build palaces on the sun. This might be a bit outrageous but the 9 Sun sect does exist. With these 9 sects as the birthplace, they passed down all kinds of martial arts cultivation techniques and then passed them down to the Sacred Desolate, Immortal Desolate, Spirit Desolate. In the Spirit Desolate and Immortal Desolate lands, there are many sects or aristocratic families that are related to the 9 Sun sects. Wu Mingxiu looked at the astonished Qin Yun and continued, among them, the Divine Inscription Palace is one of them. In the Magical Desolate Land, Beast Desolate Land, Martial Desolate Land and Demon Desolate Land, they would definitely use the 9 Sun sects inheritance sects or aristocratic families. These fellows are the most terrifying. But none of you seem to have heard of it. That means that they are all hiding for some reason. Back then, they were also responsible for building these immortal tombs with us. However, they were all fine and we were all used to accompany them in death. Qin Yun suddenly thought of the Sun Soul. According to Wu Mingxiu's words, the 9 Sun sects definitely knew that the Sun Soul had left the sun and fallen into the 9 desolate lands. In that case, they would definitely be the ones searching for the Sun Soul with all their might. They must have used their strongest power to search for it. Now, because the Martial Desolate restricted the people of the Spirit Desolate from entering, they could only search through the Divine Inscription Palace. Senior Wu, have you heard of an ancient garden? Qin Yun suddenly asked. Of course I've heard of it. There are a total of 9 ancient gardens and each ancient garden is very special. I heard that the ancient gardens have a special relationship with the Sun Soul. The 9 suns and the ancient gardens have a very close connection to maintain the circulation of the sun, moon and stars. Wu Mingxiu said. Qin Yun hurriedly explained the matter of him entering the ancient garden. After Wu Mingxiu finished listening, he said with a serious expression, it seems that there is a Sun Soul in that ancient garden and it has not been found. After the Sun Soul falls into the ancient garden, it will cause the ancient garden to produce a special defense, forbidding those with high cultivation from entering to avoid being disturbed. When Qin Yun, Xianxia and Tianzi heard this, they fell into deep thought and surprise. Especially Xianxia and Tianzi. They never expected that there would be such a powerful existence in that ancient garden. What exactly is the Sun Soul like? Qin Yun thought of the Sun Soul in the second pearl of the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. It was a large pearl. Wu Mingxiu said, I'm not sure either. In short, the Sun Soul has its own intelligence. They only left the 9 suns after they sensed danger. Legend has it that they all appeared in the form of beasts. It's not easy to obtain it. That ancient garden can only be entered by cultivators at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. It's impossible to obtain the Sun Soul. Qin Yun suddenly felt that the Sun Soul he had obtained was a beast egg. At that moment, a door opened and someone came out. The other doors also coincidentally opened and a total of 6 martial kings came out. 4 of them were bloodline martial kings and the other 2 were martial kings from Totem Pavilion. Xianxia and Tianzi hurriedly surrounded Qin Yun to protect him. Although Wu Mingxiu was here, they were secretly worried. After all, they were a few very powerful martial kings. You're actually not dead yet. An injured bloodline martial king looked at Xianxia and company and said coldly, that's good too. This way, we can kill you with our own hands. These martial kings hated that fool to the core. Because the ox-head ghost soldier had been killed, they were trapped here. Otherwise, even if they could not obtain the treasures from the immortal tomb, they would still be able to escape unscathed. But now, if they wanted to return, they would have to fight with the ghost king outside. It was extremely likely that they would die outside. You bunch of old bastards, are you all injured? It must be great. Let me tell you, Wang Tianshi and his group are already dead. You martial kings will all die here. You won't be able to escape. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Damned fool, you're courting death. A bloodline martial king charged at Qin Yan. When he passed by Wu Mingxiu extended his hand and took out the bloodline martial king's Dao core. The bloodline martial king did not expect such a thing to happen. He held on to his bleeding abdomen and retreated. His face was filled with fear as he looked at the pearl in Wu Mingxiu's hand. After Wu Mingxiu grabbed the bead, he began to devour the energy inside. The other martial kings were also stunned on the spot. An incomparable fear immediately surged into their hearts. The strength of a bloodline martial king was not weak. Even if he was injured, he would not be able to be grabbed by someone in an instant. Who are you? Quickly return the Dao core to me. After the martial king finished speaking, he saw his Dao core suddenly dim before shattering into powder. The energy inside had been completely devoured in an instant. Underground giant crocodile. The other martial kings looked at Wu Mingxiu with extreme vigilance. A person who could take out a martial king's Dao core in a single move was definitely very strong, far above them. However, they still felt that with a few martial kings on their side, if they were to surround and attack Wu Mingxiu, they still had a high chance of winning. Wu Mingxiu stood beside Qin Yan and company. Facing such a siege, he could not leave Qin Yan and company by even half a step. Otherwise, the other side would have an opportunity to take advantage of. No matter who you are, you stole the Dao core to devour. This is a violation of the taboo. We will capture you. A bloodline martial king's old face was filled with anger as he shouted, let's attack together. In the battle between multiple martial kings, Qin Yan and company were caught in the middle. Even if they were not attacked, they would still be affected. At that time, Wu Mingxiu would have to take action to protect them. This was also the thought of the martial kings. They felt that Wu Mingxiu would definitely split a portion of his strength to protect Qin Yan and company. However, just as they were about to go over, Wu Mingxiu waved his hand and a few cold lights flashed. A few sharp short swords flew out and pierced through the hearts of the martial kings. Following that, the few bloody short swords returned to Wu Mingxiu's hands. When Qin Yan and company saw this, they were alarmed. He could tell that Wu Mingxiu had used a very strong mental power to control the short sword to fly out. This was an extremely high-level control technique. Of course, those short swords were not ordinary short swords either. The short sword in Wu Mingxiu's hand was slightly longer than a finger. It was extremely small and there were many mysterious runes carved on it. He was a sword cultivator to begin with, so even if he used other weapons, they would be similar to concealed weapons. The bodies of the martial kings were pierced through by the short swords. They stood on the spot, unable to move. It was as if their bodies had been frozen in place. The short sword also has the power of the body securing inscription. Qin Yan was alarmed. He never expected that the body securing inscription could be used in such a manner. Wu Mingxiu also rushed out. In a few blinks of an eye, he took out Dao cores from the abdomens of the martial kings. Then, he threw out a few short swords and killed all the other Xian martial realm cultivators. Who the hell are you? After a bloodline martial king lost his Dao core, he was shocked and furious as he shouted angrily. Wu Mingxiu's strength was obviously much stronger than these martial kings. He did not reply. Instead, he walked to the side of a bloodline martial king and grabbed the martial king's throat, absorbing his inherited bloodline. In an instant, that martial king turned into a dried corpse. You are a martial emperor? A bloodline martial king shouted. Just as he finished speaking, he was also sucked dry. Don't be arrogant. Our bloodline noble clans also have martial emperors. Wu Mingxiu's expression was calm. Without the slightest bit of fear, he flew over and sucked the man's blood dry. So what if your noble clan has a martial emperor? They don't even know who killed you. If you want to blame someone, blame them for not coming themselves. Wu Mingxiu laughed loudly before going over to suck the martial kings dry one by one. At this moment, Mu Feng also returned. He was originally smiling, but when he saw several martial kings lying on the ground with their blood sucked dry, he was immediately stunned. Little fatty, how many Ghost King soul essences did you get? Wu Mingxiu looked at Mu Feng and asked. More than 10. Mu Feng hurriedly ran over and handed the Ghost King's soul essence to Wu Mingxiu. Wu Mingxiu took the Ghost King's soul essence and immediately absorbed the energy inside. He said, I've almost recovered. We can set off now. Mu Feng was secretly excited. He was finally going to head to the main tomb. Wu Mingxiu released a burst of flames, burning the corpses on the ground. Then, he walked around the lobby, counting the stone bricks on the ground. In this spacious lobby, the stone bricks on the ground were all very large. Each one was 2 to 3 meters wide and could be considered to be extremely large stones. After walking back and forth for less than an hour, Wu Mingxiu stood on a large stone brick. He closed his eyes and released an extremely strong mental force that seeped into the large stone brick. Not long after, the large stone brick gradually floated up. After the stone brick was completely lifted by Wu Mingxiu, there was a bottomless square hole below. Wu Mingxiu used his mental force to control the stone brick to float in the air. He walked to the side of the hole and said to Qin Yun, I'll go down first, then little fatty. You guys are last. With that said, he jumped down. It was pitch black below. Mu Feng also boldly jumped down. With the powerful Wu Mingxiu at the front, they felt a lot more at ease. Qin Yun, Shui Tianzi, and Zi Qingqing were the last to go down. After they went down, the stone gradually fell down and blocked the entrance of the cave. If it wasn't for Wu Mingxiu, they wouldn't have thought that there would be such a secret passage in the lobby. After they went down, they used their strength to float their bodies and took out glowing stones to illuminate the area. The 4 walls were made of very stiff stone and there were many strange runes carved on them. This hole was more than 1,000 meters deep and they safely reached the bottom. After reaching the bottom, Wu Mingxiu took the glowing stone and walked down a long passageway. This passageway was very spacious. It was 20 to 30 meters tall and 70 to 80 meters wide. However, the walls were simple and rough, and they were all uneven stones. Wu Mingxiu said, Do you know why this passageway is so wide? Mu Feng smiled and said, It's convenient for passage. That's right, it's to facilitate the passage of some powerful beasts. Wu Mingxiu nodded. This shocked Qin Yun so much that he gripped the 2 girls' lily-white hands tightly. Mu Feng also hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Are there really many powerful beasts down there? Mu Feng asked worriedly. I don't know if those fellows are still alive. After all, so many years have passed. However, Wu Mingxiu was not afraid at all. His face was full of smiles. Qin Yun asked, There's such a huge building built on top but the main tomb is not on top. What exactly is the use of that huge round pancake building? Is it just to confuse people? Wu Mingxiu shook his head and said, That huge building is a great formation that can suppress immortal corpses. I'm guessing that the immortals buried here have bodies that are difficult to destroy, which is why they were sealed. Mu Feng said with some fear, It's so dangerous. Senior, can you deal with that kind of immortal corpse? I don't know. Wu Mingxiu smiled, You guys can rest assured. As long as we don't act recklessly and don't release the immortal corpse, nothing should happen. Just as he was chatting and laughing, a bang 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 sound suddenly came from the cold and humid passageway. It was a gigantic beast rushing over and there was more than one of them. Let's retreat and go back to where we came from. The passageway up is small, so the giant beasts won't be able to catch up. Wu Mingxiu's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly shouted. Qin Yun and company quickly retreated to the end. Above them was a passageway that led to the ground. If it was a large beast, it would be impossible for it to pass through. Wu Mingxiu released his origin sword and waited in front of him. In the depths of the spacious passageway, 2 large balls of red light suddenly appeared. They were the eyes of the behemoths and they separated to the left and right. The beast that came was a pitch-black giant crocodile. Its body was 34 meters wide. And it took up half of the passageway. When the gigantic beast saw Wu Mingxiu, it opened its mouth and roared loudly, spitting out a black mist. It's poisonous gas. Wu Mingxiu hurriedly retreated and threw out a storm Dao talisman to blow away the poisonous gas. The power of the Dao talisman was extremely terrifying. The howling wind was actually able to blow the giant crocodile back. It was also at this moment that the origin sword in Wu Mingxiu's hand slashed down, releasing a purplish gold sword qi. It transformed into a large arc of light and flew out, splitting the giant crocodile in half from head to tail. Qin Yan and company thought that Wu Mingxiu would fall into a bitter battle, but they never expected that he would be able to take care of the giant crocodile with a single strike. Wu Mingxiu rushed into the giant crocodile's body and waved the sword in his hand randomly, searching for something. Not long later, he found a black bead the size of a watermelon. This beast core is so small. I knew this guy wasn't strong. After Wu Mingxiu finished speaking, he quickly charged forward and killed all the giant crocodiles that were charging at him. Mu Feng said with a smile, the corpse of this kind of giant beast should be pretty good. It should be pretty good for forging weapons. Let's go collect some. Don't come over. Although these giant beasts only have the strength of a martial king, their bodies are filled with poison. Wu Mingxiu shouted, the muscles and bones on their bodies can't be used to forge artifacts. They contain too much poisonous gas? Although he had killed a few giant crocodiles, he frowned and released flames to burn them. It's very difficult to burn. If we don't burn them clean, the corpses of these poisonous beasts will gradually rot and the poisonous gas released will be even stronger. Wu Mingxiu said with a headache, using ordinary flames to burn it will only produce a large amount of black poisonous gas. He had no choice but to stop. Because if he continued, this passageway would definitely be filled with this poisonous gas. Senior Wu, how can we burn the corpse of the poisonous beast? Zi Qingqing asked. Beast oil is the best. Wu Mingxiu said, but where can I find beast oil now? Qin Yan hurriedly said, I have it. Senior, come back quickly. With that, he took out the Xian royal cannon. When Wu Mingxiu came over and saw what Qin Yan was carrying on his shoulder, he found it extremely interesting. There were quite a few cannonballs in the storage space of the Xian royal cannon. They were all refined from beast oil and spirit beast cores. Qin Yan said with a smile, it's beginning. He fired a cannon at the corpse of the giant beast in front of him. Immediately, a violent flame exploded out and a strong shockwave spread out. The concentrated beast oil surged like a raging wave towards the other giant crocodile corpses. Boom, Qin Yan fired another shot. The flames released by the beast oil completely enveloped the giant crocodile's corpse. Kid, not bad. Did you refine this yourself? Wu Mingxiu said with a smile, it seems to be a Xian artifact. Can you really refine a Xian artifact? I refined it with her. Qin Yan looked at Zi Qingqing and said with a chuckle. Wu Mingxiu and Mu Feng were secretly alarmed. They never expected that such a young Qin Yan would possess the ability to refine Xian artifacts. Main tomb chamber in the martial desolate land, the only powerful beasts were the dragon and the heavenly lion. At most, they could be considered martial emperors. As for the beasts guarding the tomb, they were probably only at the level of the ghost king. To Wu Mingxiu, they were still easy to deal with. Of course, the beasts that were placed here to guard the tomb were not easy to deal with. Even if they were killed, it would be difficult to deal with them. For example, a poisonous giant crocodile could release an even more intense poison after its death. Qin Yan and company followed behind Wu Mingxiu very carefully. They all maintained a distance from Wu Mingxiu. This was also Wu Mingxiu's request. Wu Mingxiu was powerful. Even if he encountered any sudden situations, he would be able to deal with them. Therefore, with him leading the way, the journey would be very safe. Mu Feng said with a smile, it's a good thing that we have Senior Wu. Otherwise, even if we knew how to get to the main tomb chamber, we wouldn't be able to get there safely. There are too many unknown dangers on the road. Shui Tianzi smiled and said, it looks like that group of martial kings have underestimated this immortal tomb. There shouldn't be many of them who can return. Fatty Mu, your inscription palace also has a martial king. If he dies, will it be a big loss to your inscription palace? Zi Qingqing also asked. It was also because Wu Mingxiu was in front that they didn't have to worry about following behind. That was why they dared to chat. Mu Feng said with a smile, that Martial King is not a good person either. If he dies, then he dies. At most, the Inscription Palace will only feel heartache for a moment. The Inscription Palace was an ancient power with a long history. Losing a martial king was nothing to them. Boom, suddenly, a loud sound rang out in front of them. It was not Wu Mingxiu's attack but a ball of purplish gold flames that suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Wu Mingxiu managed to explode the ball of flames in time. After the flames exploded, a scorching wave of air was set off, causing the humid and cold passageway to immediately become stuffy. Boom, another huge purplish gold ball of fire flew over from afar. Wu Mingxiu shouted, "All of you, pay attention. This area is more dangerous because it's close to the main tomb." Qin Yan and company immediately became vigilant. Shui Tianzi suddenly shouted, "Look at the stone wall." There were purplish gold flames everywhere and the pitch-black passageway was illuminated by the purplish gold light. Suddenly, strange ghost beasts appeared on the stone walls. What's going on? How did these ghost beasts come out? Mu Feng shouted in shock. Qin Yan thought of his penetration divine art and felt that there must be some special power that allowed the sleeping ghost beasts to escape from the stone walls. These demonic beasts were different from the ones outside. Their bodies were burning with purplish gold flames. Thankfully, Qin Yan and company have ghost suppression Dao talismans, so they are not afraid of these ghost beasts. Mu Feng took out a saber and rushed forward to slash. After he killed a ghost beast, the ghost beast immediately exploded, sending his heavy body flying and crashing into the wall. The ghost beast's soul essence will self-destruct. Be careful. Qin Yan shouted before looking at Mu Feng. He asked, "Fatty Mu, are you alright?" Mu Feng hurriedly flew to Qin Yan and company's side and said solemnly, "I'm at the Xian martial realm. It's not a big deal to be blown up but you guys are different. You must be careful." Wu Mingxiu was also very busy. He was dealing with a few huge flame scorpions that had emerged from the flames. Those fire scorpions all had extremely strong and thick armor that could block Wu Mingxiu's terrifying sword qi. Qin Yan and company were also surrounded by many ghost beasts. Use the rain talisman. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he took out a few talismans and threw them out, summoning a torrential rain that drenched the flaming ghost beasts. The effect of the rain talisman was not too good. "Let's retreat." Qin Yan shouted, "I'll use the Xian royal cannon to blast it." Mu Feng, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi hurriedly released powerful inner force, forcing the flame ghost beasts to retreat. They opened up a path for them to retreat to the back. Following that, Qin Yan threw out a few ghost suppression talismans to stop the ghost beasts and slow them down. When they were more than 1,000 meters away from the ghost beasts, Qin Yan took out the Xian royal cannon and fired at the ghost beasts. Boom. Boom, the beast oil contained in the Xian royal cannon was extremely powerful. Even the flame ghost beasts could not withstand it. After being hit, their soul essences exploded. Dozens of flame ghost beasts were also instantly detonated, emitting a series of tremors. The flames that exploded out carried a strong shockwave as they charged towards the two ends of the passageway. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Mu Feng hurriedly used their strongest powers to form a wall to protect Qin Yan, preventing him from being affected by the shockwave. There were more than 200 ghost beasts that emerged from the stone wall. They were all killed by Qin Yan with a few cannons. After Wu Mingxiu killed the powerful flame scorpion, it would also cause a strong explosion. The explosion of those scorpions was even more terrifying. The resulting impact pushed Qin Yan and company to the starting point. At this moment, the passageway had become incomparably hot. The black stone walls were burning red. Wu Mingxiu was also pushed to the vicinity of Qin Yan and company. "We've finally killed those things." Wu Mingxiu sighed, "I never thought that after so many years, these ghost beasts guarding the tomb would still be so terrifying. I wonder if there are any more up ahead." Qin Yan still felt a lingering fear when he thought back to what had just happened. If Wu Mingxiu was not here, they would definitely have been killed by those scorpions. There shouldn't be any more. Let's continue. Wu Mingxiu said with a smile, "We were beaten back in an instant. We'll have to walk a little longer." If it was safe in front of them, they could move forward quickly. This passageway was winding and extremely long. After they left the place where they had fought with the flame ghost beasts, the passageway became cold and gloomy once again. After traveling for more than half a day, they finally arrived at the end of the passageway. At the end, there was a red and black door. The handle of the door was a pair of ferocious beast heads. The door was also engraved with frightening patterns. It looked like all sorts of evil demons were baring their fangs. The main tomb is inside. At this moment, Wu Mingxiu's expression was also solemn. With a trace of fear, he said, "I suddenly feel that there's something very terrifying inside the main tomb." Mu Feng asked with a smile, "Then should we go in?" Wu Mingxiu said, "Since we're already here, let's go in and take a look." The door was over 20 meters tall and it was in the middle. Wu Mingxiu needed to float up to pull the large door open. "I can't open it." Wu Mingxiu used all his strength to open the door. He landed on the ground and said, "Qin Yun, let that fairy come out and try to fight. This door should be sealed by the inscriptions." Qin Yun hurriedly released Momo. After Momo came out, she looked at the door and said, "There's a totem seal." Mu Feng and Wu Mingxiu were immediately alarmed. Totem seal? Qin Yun did not understand, but he knew that it was very powerful. "Then, do we still want to go in?" Mu Feng asked. "If we can open it, of course we have to go in." Wu Mingxiu looked at Momo and asked, "Little fairy, can you destroy the totem seal?" Momo nodded. "Sure, but I need some time. I'll go open it now." Wu Mingxiu said, "The totem seal is the strongest type of seal. It's usually used to restrain. I wonder what kind of totem this is." "An ancient fire totem." Momo said, "But it's not complete. I can't see it clearly either." Qin Yun said, "Generally speaking, ice and wood should be restrained by fire." Wu Mingxiu nodded, "The ghost beasts we encountered earlier were all fire. And this passageway is relatively cold. It seems like the immortal corpse sealed inside should be of the ice attribute." Qin Yun and company were secretly alarmed. For such a large formation to seal the immortal corpse, it must be something extraordinary. An hour later, Momo finally destroyed a small portion of the totem runes, causing the entire totem seal to temporarily fail. After Qin Yun placed Momo into his storage space, Wu Mingxiu immediately floated above and opened the door. After the door opened a crack, a gust of cold air surged out. Qin Yun and company hurriedly circulated their energy to resist the cold air. It was also because Qin Yun had the bloodline of the Heavenly Lion that he was able to block it with his cultivation at the Martial Dao realm. If any other third-level Martial Dao realm cultivator was here, they would have instantly turned into ice. Wu Mingxiu landed on the ground and looked inside. The main tomb chamber was actually very bright. It was as if it had been carved out of a huge piece of ice. It was surrounded by ice on all sides and emitted a bright light. This tomb chamber was circular and only a few dozen meters wide. It could be considered relatively small. In the middle of the circular, ice-cold tomb chamber, there was a round black chest that was more than 2 meters wide. "The coffin in this main tomb chamber is really special." Mu Feng said with a smile, "That immortal corpse should be inside." Qin Yun said, "Since it's a seal, there shouldn't be any burial items, right?" Wu Mingxiu walked in front and looked at the round box. He said, "There's a seal on it too. But it's too cold here, we can't let that little fairy out." After he finished speaking, he used his Origin Divine Sword to hack at the circular box non-stop, creating boom 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 sounds. "Senior Wu, can we really open it like this?" Qin Yun asked. "It shouldn't be a problem. I just need some time." Wu Mingxiu randomly hacked at the circular box. Qin Yun and company hid far away. If the box was destroyed, the immortal corpse inside would still be alive. It would definitely be very strong. "Senior Wu is too curious." Mu Feng frowned and said in a low voice, "It's obvious that the round box is a coffin. The thing inside must be very strong." After a series of fierce slashes from Wu Mingxiu, the lid finally loosened a little. He hurriedly inserted his sword into the gap and used all his strength to pry it open. "Because it's been too long, the seal's power is very weak." Wu Mingxiu laughed loudly. After he finished speaking, the lid was pried open. It actually opened. Quickly come and take a look at this immortal corpse. Wu Mingxiu shouted in surprise. Fairy Qingyun went over to take a look and could not help but be stunned. Lying in the round coffin was a very beautiful woman. Her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. The woman was wearing a white dress, and her entire body was emitting a faint silvery white mist, as if she was surrounded by immortal qi. Beside him, there were some other things. There were a few books and a small box. Qingyun picked up the books and flipped through them. He realized that they were related to the immortal graveyard diagram. He said, "I want these books." Mu Feng, Zi Qingqing, and Shui Tianzi did not touch the things inside because this was something that only Qingyun and Wu Mingxiu could take away. Wu Mingxiu looked at the books and said, "It's related to the immortal graveyard diagram. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you. There should be pills in this small bottle." Wu Mingxiu opened a jade bottle and said with a smile, "There really is a pill. I wonder what pill it is, I'll give it to you." Qingyun received it and said with a smile, "Thank you Senior Wu for giving way." Wu Mingxiu picked up a few white stones and said, "This seems to be an artifact forging item. I'll give you one." After Qingyun received it, he discovered that there is a special energy inside. It reminded him of the energy he sensed in the Guanghan Palace. It contains immortal energy. This seems to be an inscription inheritance. Wu Mingxiu picked up a piece of beast skin and showed it to Qingyun. "It's Moon Rune." Qingyun found it very familiar and said, "I'll give it to you." Wu Mingxiu smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Qingyun also took out a piece of beast skin. On it was the totem of a huge flaming bird. "This is the 9th heaven Xian Sparrow totem." Wu Mingxiu exclaimed, "It's actually here. I want it." Qingyun said. "Alright, this totem isn't clear anyway." Wu Mingxiu didn't care. They searched around but did not find anything. There was no legendary immortal artifact or anything like that. Qingyun said, "It feels like there aren't many things here." Wu Mingxiu laughed, "Be content. At least this woman hasn't woken up yet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten anything. Those stones might be materials for refining immortal tools from the immortal desolate. Also, that pill should be an immortal pill. After you eat it, you might advance by leaps and bounds." Qingyun looked at the sleeping woman and said, "Sister Steamed Bun, look at her, her face is also a bit round. She should be easy to pinch. Let me pinch her." After saying that, he really pinched the woman's face. Just as he was about to pinch the woman's soft face, she suddenly opened her eyes. Suddenly, a cold aura rose up, and the temperature in the tomb dropped. Even Shui Tianzi and the others were shivering from the cold. Qingyun is even more astonished because he can feel his hand being sucked in by the woman's jade-like face. He can't retract it at all, roar. Qingyun used his left hand to touch it. At this moment, the heavenly lion thunder fire martial spirit also let out a roar, as though it was resisting the cold energy that had entered Qingyun's body. "How dare you?" The woman's eyes were filled with endless coldness. It was as if a single glance from her would freeze one into an ice cube. Her voice was filled with bone-chilling killing intent, causing Qingyun's body to tremble. Qingyun immediately cursed himself for having such a cheap hand. He wanted to pull his hand back but he was unable to do so. The woman sat up and grabbed Qingyun's throat with one hand. At the same time, she struck at Wu Mingxiu, who was about to attack her. The power of her palm was ice cold. After it was struck out, it condensed into two swords that pierced through Wu Mingxiu's shoulders and nailed him to the ice wall. Wu Mingxiu's strength was extremely terrifying but he was suppressed by this woman with a single palm strike. "Sister Fairy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pinched your face." Qingyun's throat turned incomparably cold. The cold energy that was injected into his body seemed to want to freeze him. The woman released Qingyun and pushed him to the side. Then, she looked at Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing before finally looking at Mu Feng. "You were the ones who opened this tomb?" The woman looked at Wu Mingxiu in the distance and with a wave of her hand, melted the two ice swords. What was shocking was that the melted ice sword actually had the power to heal the wounds on Wu Mingxiu's body in an instant. This woman's strength was simply too terrifying. For some reason, the woman had been very irritable just a moment ago but now she had calmed down. "We were the ones who opened it. Have you been sealed?" Wu Mingshu's face was also filled with fear as he said. The woman said, "Have all the things around me been taken by you?" Qin Yan hurriedly said, "We can return them to you." "No need, they are all useless things," the woman said coldly. She walked out and arrived in front of Qin Yan. Looking at his heavenly lion arm, she said coldly, "I never thought that a human would be able to obtain the heavenly lion's inheritance." "Well, it's all luck." Qin Yan smiled. "Luck?" the woman sneered. Qin Yan felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by the woman's ice-cold eyes. That was because when the woman looked at him, her eyes revealed anger and hatred. "Elder Sister Fairy, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I really didn't mean it." Just as Qin Yan finished speaking, the woman grabbed his throat again. The woman's delicate body trembled slightly as she said angrily, "I really want to break your neck." With that, she let go of Qin Yan. Everyone could tell that the woman's anger towards Qin Yan was not because Qin Yan had pinched her face, this was because the hatred in her eyes was not something that could be produced in a short period of time. That kind of bone-deep hatred seemed to have accumulated for many years. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something. When he was in the Guanghan Palace, the old granny had said that he was some immortal king in his previous life. He suspected that the immortal king had once provoked this woman. Of course, he was still not sure if he was that immortal king in his previous life, so he would not take the blame. "This is the Marshal Desolate?" the woman asked. "Yes, sir," Qin Yan hurriedly replied. He did not know if he was aware of it, but he felt that although the woman hated him, she did not have any killing intent. The woman took a light breath and the surrounding cold air immediately disappeared. Even the glowing ice wall turned into white mist and entered the woman's body. After the ice wall disappeared, the place turned into darkness. However, not long after, the woman's body emitted a white light that illuminated the tomb. Qin Yan and company could immediately see that the four walls were engraved with the totem of the ninth heaven sparrow. "Elder Sister Fairy, is the totem carved on the wall used to target you?" Qin Yan asked boldly. "The ninth heaven sparrow is the soul of the divine flame sun. I am ice and am most afraid of this kind of thing. However, after being sealed in ice for so many years, the totem has lost its power and is useless to me," the woman said coldly. Qin Yan was now certain that the sun soul pearl he had obtained was an egg with a ninth heaven sparrow inside. "What's the situation outside?" The woman looked at Wu Mingshu because Wu Mingshu was the strongest here. "I don't know either. I participated in the construction of this tomb and was sealed because I made a mistake. It was this kid who saved me." Wu Mingshu looked at Qin Yan and said. "What's the situation outside?" "It's hard for me to say." Qin Yan scratched his head. "The situation is still alright. The entire Marshal Desolate is relatively stable. Nothing major has happened." The woman snorted and asked coldly, "Are the 9 suns still in the sky?" Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. "Of course they're still here. It looks like I haven't been sealed for too long. The 9 suns are still in the sky." The woman's face revealed shock as she whispered. When Wu Mingshu saw Qin Yan and company, he also asked if the 9 suns were still there. The question was the same. Mu Feng said with a smile, "It's the end of the 9th era." Wu Mingshu and the woman's faces were immediately filled with surprise. "Senior Wu, what's wrong?" Qin Yan asked hurriedly. Wu Mingshu said, "An era of 10,000 years. This tomb was built at the beginning of the 8th era. It's now the end of the 9th era, almost 20,000 years. According to the prophecy, at the beginning of the 9th era, when the 9 suns fell to the ground, the 9 desolate lands would be covered in divine flames and would only stop burning at the end of the 9th era." The woman's face was also filled with doubt as she said, "It's not a prophecy, it's indeed like this. After the divine flames stop, the 9 desolate lands will give birth to a new 9 suns and begin a new 9 sun era." Qin Yan felt that this was very possible because there were 9 ancient gardens that were specially used to store the 9 sun souls. However, he had obtained a sun soul. Qin Yan found it difficult to understand the complicated 9 suns world. Wu Mingshu said, "From the looks of it, this 9 suns era will not usher in the apocalypse. I want to go out and take a look." The woman was very anxious as she hurriedly walked out of the tomb. Qin Yan and company followed behind. Wu Mingshu and Company were very curious about this woman's identity. According to the legends, this woman should have some relationship with the immortal emperor. But she was sealed here. They quickly arrived at the lobby. There was no one inside. The woman walked out of the lobby and went outside. Looking at the 9 suns in the sky, she said with a frown, "The vitality of the 9 suns is still very strong. There are no signs of them falling. What's going on? This is just a desolate domain. Let's go out and take a look," Wu Mingxiu said as he flew across the lake towards the bridge. The woman followed behind him without saying a word. From time to time, she would look at Qin Yun with hatred in her eyes. Qin Yun secretly cursed the immortal king who looked very similar to him. He was very sure that the fairy must have thought of him as the immortal king. Soon, they arrived at the location of the broken bridge. Hong Ying, old Madame Du and company were also here. They saw that Qin Yun and Zi Qingqing were still alive. They seemed to be able to tell that Wu Mingxiu and the woman were very strong. Wu Mingxiu sent energy to the broken bridge by himself and opened the teleportation gate. Qin Yun and company heaved a sigh of relief because they had finally left the immortal graveyard desolate domain. After arriving outside, the woman raised her head to look at the 9 suns in the sky. She could feel the fierceness of the 9 suns. "You, come with me," the woman suddenly grabbed Qin Yun and with a so sound, they disappeared. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were extremely anxious. "Senior Wu, quickly chase after them," Zi Qingqing hurriedly pleaded. Martial ancient city Qin Yun was brought far away by the woman, but he was still in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. What made him depressed was that no matter what he asked, the woman did not answer. The woman grabbed Qin Yun and kept flying. She circled above the Cloud Dragon mountain range. It was unknown what she wanted to do. "Elder Sister Fairy, are you taking me for a ride?" Qin Yun said helplessly, "Even if we're going for a ride, we should at least change a place. If we keep circling around here, I'll vomit at the scenery below." He really did not want to call this woman an immortal. Although she was as beautiful as an immortal, there was something wrong with her head. When she had nothing to do, she would bring him to fly in the sky and circle around in the same place for more than half a day. "If you say another word, I'll throw you down," the woman said coldly and angrily. "Then throw me down," Qin Yun said. As expected, the woman threw him down. Qin Yun was overjoyed and immediately used the mysterious star steps to run. However, not long after, he was caught by the woman. "You bastard." After the woman grabbed Qin Yun, she waved her hand, wanting to slap him. However, she did not manage to do so. He did not know why she was so angry. The woman's beautiful eyes, which were filled with hatred, revealed a complicated expression. She actually became slightly moist. Qin Yun cursed that martial king in his heart. He must have broken this woman's heart. However, he was Qin Yun, not that martial king. He did not want to take the blame. The woman looked at the 9 suns that were setting in the distance and said, "I'll leave when it gets dark." She brought Qin Yun to the top of a tall mountain. She looked at the distant beautiful and intoxicating sunset. Her eyes seemed to be filled with memories, revealing a trace of tenderness. "Your name is Qin Yun, right?" the woman asked. Her voice did not seem as cold as before. "And, elder sister immortal, what about you?" Qin Yun asked. "Bing Xing." After she finished speaking, she looked into Qin Yun's eyes and asked seriously, "Have you really forgotten me?" Qin Yun's heart trembled because it was just as he had guessed. That damned immortal king from his previous life definitely knew this woman. "Sister Bing Xing. I don't understand what you're saying." Bing Xing closed her eyes and sighed faintly. She said, "It's good that you forgot." Qin Yun asked softly, "Sister Bing Xing, can you bring me out of the Cloud Dragon mountain range later?" Bing Xing did not answer Qin Yun. Instead, she looked at the dark sky. Only when she saw many stars appear did her tightly knitted eyebrows gradually relax. Her ice-cold and beautiful face also revealed a gentle smile. "Sure." With that, she grabbed Qin Yun and flew into the sky. "Where are we going?" Qin Yun was secretly delighted as he pointed in a direction. Bing Xing hurriedly flew in that direction at top speed. "Sister Bing Xing, I obtained a pill." "What pill is it?" Qin Yan asked curiously. I didn't put it there. I don't know either. You can show it to me. Bingxing's voice is still ice cold. Qin Yan took out the jade bottle and handed it to her. Bingxing opened it and sniffed, then said, an expired 9 origin immortal pill. It contains the 9 yang origin energy and can quickly replenish the 9 origin energy. Although it has expired, it is still very useful to you. She returned the immortal pill to Qin Yan. Qin Yan curled his lips gloomily. It was actually an expired immortal pill. Soon, she brought Qin Yan and flew out of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Qin Yan looked at the Cloud Dragon Mountain range from the sky. The layers upon layers of gigantic mountains were illuminated by the starlight. He sighed endlessly in his heart. He is certain that Xiaqiru is not in the immortal tomb. Instead, a powerful immortal was released from the immortal tomb. After I'm released, the immortal emperor will definitely know. Not long from now, people from the Spirit Desolate will come over and they will definitely find out who released me. You better take care of yourself. Bingxing placed Qin Yan on the ground and looked at him with a complicated expression. Qin Yan really wanted to know how that immortal king had let Bingxing down to the point where her heart was broken like this. Bingxing looked at Qin Yan with a complicated expression. Then, she extended her lily-white hand and gently caressed Qin Yan's cheek. Her lily-white hand is warm and very gentle. Qin Yan's mind is in turmoil. He is also somewhat alarmed. He is worried that Bingxing will become insane due to her emotions and kill him with a single word. Farewell. Bingxing's body suddenly overflowed with a faint white glow. Her white dress danced in the wind as it overflowed with an ice-cold aura of stars. Her aura was like that of an immortal, extremely beautiful. She looked at the resplendent starry sky and soared into the sky like a shining white meteor. Sigh. Qin Yan had wanted to ask something but Bingxing had already walked far away. Farewell? He murmured, where did she go? Do I look like that immortal king or do I really have a past life as an immortal king? He sighed helplessly. No matter what, he was cursing the immortal king in his heart for causing him such a romantic debt. When Qin Yan thought of Bingxing's expression when she left, he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. He shook his head and ran towards the 9 Extinction Gate. After more than 10 days of traveling, Qin Yan finally returned to the 9 Extinction Gate. When Wei Zhongxing saw that Qin Yan had returned safely, he felt a lot more at ease. He had previously heard that there was an extraordinary cousin by Ziqingqing's side. At that time, he had guessed that it was Qin Yan. Wei Zhongxing was wearing a fiery red robe as he danced with his sword in the courtyard. He said with a smile, Xiao Yun, how is the immortal graveyard desolate domain? Did you get there? The moment Qin Yan returned, he went to Wei Zhongxing's small house. He sat on a stone chair in the pavilion and said in a low voice, other than the Hongning martial king, the other martial kings should not be able to return. Wei Zhongxing, who had a smile on his face, was immediately filled with shock. Then how did you get back? That's a long story. Qin Yan also wanted to know where Wu Mingxiu and company were. He quickly got a pigeon and sent a message to the Moon Profound Valley. After that, Wei Zhongxing roughly understood what had happened inside. Looks like the rumors from a few days ago were true. Suddenly, a few groups of powerful people appeared and came here through the teleportation array. It is said that these people are very strong but they are seriously injured and are hiding in the various king-level sects. Wei Zhongxing frowned. They all came from the Spirit Desolate? Qin Yan recalled what Bingxing had said. Wei Zhongxing nodded. It should be. They came from the Spirit Desolate land and it was very difficult for them, so they were all injured. As for the strength of these fellows, I am not sure right now but there are definitely martial kings. The martial desolate land has a strange power that restricts powerful warriors, so they can't send people with extremely high cultivation. Qin Yan also found it strange. Bingxing should be very strong but she could walk around freely in the martial desolate land. He suddenly understood why Bingxing was in such a hurry to leave. It was also possible that she was worried about being attacked by the power of the martial desolate land. The second elder hurriedly walked in with a letter in his hand. He handed it to Wei Zhongxing and said, Sect Master, this is from the Divine Inscription Palace. Wei Zhongxing took it and opened it. He was slightly shocked and said with a frown, the martial ancient city has opened. The second elder said in surprise, could it be that they are here to invite our disciples to the martial ancient city? Yes, this is an invitation letter. Invite all the disciples of the martial Dao realm of our 9 extinction gate to the martial ancient city. Wei Zhongjing looked at Qin Yun and said, Little Yun, you can go by yourself. Martial ancient city? What's that? Qin Yun asked in surprise. Wei Zhongjing said, it's a very ancient city. The divine inscription palace has always been guarding the entrance and not allowing anyone to enter. This ancient city was not built by the divine inscription palace. I heard that it fell from the sky a long time ago and is extremely huge. Only martial Dao realm cultivators can enter and it is called the martial ancient city. Qin Yun thought for a moment and asked, could this have something to do with the people from the Spirit Desolate? It's very likely to be related. After the martial ancient city opens, the powerful martial Dao realm cultivators of the 3 desolate lands will gather. They might need to find some outstanding disciples of the martial Dao realm. If I'm not wrong, they should be planning to enter the ancient garden again. Qin Yun was certain now. There must be a sun's soul in the ancient gardens on the path of the thorny devil. He had already obtained a sun's soul. Although he did not know what use it had, something that even immortals and gods were looking for was definitely extraordinary. When he thought about how he could obtain another sun's soul, he was secretly excited. No one would complain about having too much of such a good thing. All right, I'll go. Qin Yun nodded. Go back and rest first. I'll send you to the martial ancient city. Wei Zhongjing said with a smile. In the medicine garden, Lan Fengjin, Yuan Yenying and Feng Honglan were all busy with various matters. When they saw Qin Yun return, they happily surrounded him and asked him many questions. Qin Yun had originally planned to bring them to the martial ancient city but they were not interested. After resting for a day, Qin Yun followed Wei Zhongjing to the martial ancient city. He felt that he might be able to see Xia Wufeng at that time. After all, this martial ancient city would gather all the martial Dao realm cultivators in the 3 desolate lands. As a rare sword cultivator, Xia Wufeng would most likely appear. On the way there, he also asked Wei Zhongjing to pay attention to Wu Mingxiu's matter. He asked him to contact Mu Feng and old Madame Du to ask about Wu Mingxiu. Wei Zhongjing also described the various wonders of the martial ancient city. It was a city with a strong defense. Other than martial Dao realm cultivators, no one else could enter. There were many places inside that allowed martial Dao realm cultivators to cultivate and improve in various aspects. This was originally a holy land for martial Dao realm cultivators but it had always been guarded by the divine inscription palace, preventing other martial Dao realm cultivators from entering. Now, the divine inscription palace had finally opened the martial ancient city to the public. Wei Zhongjing brought Qin Yun and flew for more than 10 days before arriving at a grassland in the eastern district of the martial desolate land. The martial ancient city was located in this grassland. He sent Qin Yun outside the martial ancient city and left. The martial ancient city was indeed very large. The city walls extended to both sides and one could not see the end of it. As soon as he approached, he could sense the powerful formation power of the city. Qin Yun had billions of purple coins. He felt that he should be the richest among the martial Dao realm cultivators. Furthermore, he was at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, so he definitely wouldn't suffer any losses. He passed through the ancient bronze city gate and entered the city. He saw many people dressed in luxurious clothes. These martial Dao realm cultivators came from the various clans and sects of the 3 desolate lands. The moment he entered, Qin Yun heard someone talking about the 7 beauties of the moon. It was said that the Moon Profound Valley had sent 7 very beautiful female disciples of the martial Dao realm. Looting in the streets in the ancient city of martial arts, the 7 beauties of the moon were very famous. On one hand, it was because their appearances were outstanding. All of them were outstanding beauties, like fairies that had descended to the mortal world. In addition, the Moon Profound Valley had curried favor with a sect from the Spirit Desolate Land. That sect from the Spirit Desolate Land was called the Nether Moon Palace. No one knew exactly how strong it was. In short, the other sects no longer dared to provoke the Moon Profound Valley. Furthermore, the disciples of the Moon Profound Valley had also received preferential treatment from the Divine Inscription Palace. They all lived in the Divine Inscription Villa in this ancient city. The ancient city of martial arts had always been controlled by the Divine Inscription Palace. Many of the industries here were basically owned by the Divine Inscription Palace. It could be seen that this time, the Divine Inscription Palace would definitely be able to make a huge profit. Xianxia also ran towards the Divine Inscription Palace of the Divine Inscription Villa. He did not have a good impression of the Divine Inscription Palace. However, the Divine Inscription Palace was still rather reliable. At least in the Divine Inscription Palace, there were quite a few people with good character. Only people of the martial Dao realm could enter the ancient city of martial arts. Therefore, the strongest person here was only at the 9th level of the martial Dao. The various sects and families had sent many disciples at the 9th level of the martial Dao. This was also to protect the young disciples of their sections. If there was any conflict, warriors of the spirit martial realm, martial Dao realm and martial king realm would not be able to enter the city. Therefore, the Divine Inscription Palace had also sent many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao. This way, they could control the entire city. Although the ancient city was very large and lively, the buildings here were all relatively low. At most, they were only 4 or 5 stories tall. Only the Divine Inscription Palace of the Divine Inscription Villa was the highest. It was 9 stories tall, so it was very eye-catching and could be seen from afar. It was only in the middle of the ancient city that there were the most buildings. The other places were all forest gardens or lakes and rivers. The scenery inside the city was beautiful and very suitable for a long time. It was a pity that this place was controlled by the Divine Inscription Palace. As Xianxia walked, he was also very curious about the places that were convenient for cultivation in the ancient city of martial arts. He was also even more curious about the reason for the existence of this ancient city. For now, I won't come into contact with Yuan and the others, lest I implicate them. As Xianxia walked, he suddenly decided not to acknowledge Xiao Yuan and company in public. After all, his current identity is rather sensitive. If his enemies were to discover anything, it would definitely affect the safety of Xiao Yuan and the others. The Divine Inscription Palace was a 9-story tower-shaped building. In order to cater to the style of the entire ancient city, it looked simple and unadorned. It was not as magnificent as the previous Divine Inscription Palace. In front of the main entrance of the Divine Inscription Palace, there was still a very spacious plaza. This was also where various activities were held. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he saw 30 large vats. He could not help but feel happy. There was actually a vat here. The Divine Inscription Palace had suffered a great loss in the northern spirit city guessing the vat, but they did not abandon the gambling method because of this. They only changed the rules. The original 100 vats had been changed to 30, and the upper limit of the bet was still 10 million purple crystal coins. There was a limit to the amount of purple crystal coins that could be won in each round, and the limit was the total amount of purple crystal coins bet in that round. For example, the bet for that round was only 50 million purple crystal coins, so he could only win 50 million at most. This way, even if someone were to continuously guess correctly, the Divine Inscription Palace would not suffer much of a loss. Because it had been changed to 30 large vats, more and more people were playing. Basically, the Divine Inscription Palace in all the major cities had them, so the Divine Inscription Palace relied on this to recover a large amount of purple crystal coins. After Xianxia found out about the rules, he felt that since it was the Divine Inscription Palace, there was no reason not to scam it. Although no matter what, the Divine Inscription Palace would not lose money, at the very least, they could not let it earn money. Xianxia did not wear a human skin mask. He was only dressed in black and wore a black straw hat. He had a bit of a beard on his face. If someone was not familiar with him, they would not be able to recognize him so easily. When he arrived, he saw 2 familiar figures. One of them was a skinny man dressed in black. He also wore a straw hat on his head and was dressed in a rather shabby manner. The other person was dressed in a red luxurious robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and had a handsome appearance. This person was Morone Darren. That skinny man was Hong Yan. Their expressions were unsightly. It could be seen that they had lost quite a bit in guessing the vat and were currently quarreling. Morone Duck, do you think my purple crystal coins grew out of the wind? Hong Yan's face turned red as he said angrily, you always borrow purple coins from me and don't return them. You already owe me 30 million. Morong Darren said with a faint smile, a mere 30 million is nothing to a seventh prince like you. Why do you have to be calculative? Bullshit, 30 million is a huge sum of money to me. Hong Yan roared, I lost tens of millions myself. And you? When will you return it to me? Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, I'll return it to you. Morong Darren said with an indifferent smile. He suddenly caught a glimpse of a person wearing a straw hat that looked like a bird's nest in the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was very familiar. He hurriedly pulled Hong Yan and asked, Red-eyed chicken, is that Brother Yan? Hong Yan immediately looked over and realized that he was indeed very familiar. He said, it should be. Qin Yan greeted them with a smile. Morong Darren and Hong Yan did not shout and ran over in a very low-key manner. Brother, it's really you. Morong Darren said with a happy smile. I knew you would come here. Hong Yan rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Brother, can you lend me some purple coins? I'll return it to you after the tables are turned. All you know how to do is gamble all day. Qin Yan scolded with a smile, this is clearly a huge pit for the Divine Inscription Palace. You guys are still jumping into it. Mengshu won several 100 million purple coins. Hong Yan snorted, she really got lucky and met an expert. That's why she got so much money. Morong Darren looked around and brought Qin Yan to a place with fewer people. Hong Yan followed him. Brother, is that Long Yueme that damn girl? Morong Darren asked. Hong Yan was stunned and almost shouted out, that expert is, Qin Yan smiled but did not say a word. This made Hong Yan and Morong Darren even more excited. It was as though they could see a large amount of purple coins entering their cards. I can help you guys get some money, but I want you guys to do something for me. How about it? Qin Yan said. With more than 7 billion purple coins, he was not lacking much. Hong Yan and Morong Darren hurriedly nodded. As long as they could win. The total bet for this round was more than 20 million purple coins. As long as he bet 2 million, he would be able to win all of them. Hong Yan and Morong Darren borrowed 1 million from Qin Yan and bought number 20 together. Qin Yan stood by the side and waited for the array to begin before operating it. This was also the last round of the day. After it began, Qin Yan was familiar with the route. He used the penetration divine art to control the birds in the vats to fly. Because there were only 30 vats, the teleportation path was very simple. There was no need to buy 2 numbers just in case. After the formation stopped, many people held their breaths and watched, waiting for the result. After the lid was opened, the bird flew out of vat 20. Immediately, Hong Yan and Morong Darren cheered and hugged each other excitedly. Everyone looked at these 2 lucky people enviously. Morong Darren and Hong Yan were looking forward to tomorrow. At that time, they would definitely make a huge profit. Today's 6th round ended and everyone dispersed. Qin Yan followed Hong Yan and company and left. He did not go to see Xiao Yuelan and company. He only planned to take a look at them from afar. Hong Yan had entered the ancient city of martial arts very early on. He was very familiar with this place. He brought Qin Yan along a street and headed for a hotel. Suddenly, the sound of running could be heard on the street. Qin Yan immediately looked at the street in front of him. He saw a white-clothed man with a cold expression. He was riding a huge blue-black tiger that was 4 to 5 meters long. He was charging over in an extremely domineering manner. The blue-black tiger's entire body was emitting lightning. As it ran, lightning burst out from its feet. Not only was it fast, it also carried a strong momentum. If he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. The people on the street could only give way. That was because many people could not afford to offend such a rude and unreasonable person. Is that a puppet beast? Morong Darren said with some envy. It should be. This person is from the Spirit Desolate, a very strong 3rd-level martial Dao realm martial artist. Hong Yan said in a low voice. The madly running tiger suddenly stopped and looked at a stall on the side of the street. There were many sparkling fruits on the stall. They should be Thunder Attribute Spirit fruits. The white-clothed man riding the tiger had a thin face that was filled with arrogance. He patted the tiger's head and gestured for it to go over. The stall owner was an old granny. When she saw the tiger approaching, she hurriedly put away the fruits. "Old Granny, take out the fruit." The white-cloaked man's expression changed as he said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia never expected that someone from the spirit desolate would have such a strong hostility. He hurriedly walked over. "That's the thunder spirit fruit that I've been growing for decades. It's a royal-grade spirit fruit. If you want it, I can sell it to you for 20,000 purple coins." The old granny said with a face full of fear. "You dare to ask for 20,000 purple coins for this kind of crappy thing? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and take it out so that my beast pet can eat to its heart's content. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." The white-cloaked man's eyes were sinister as he looked at the old granny. "That's something that I painstakingly planted. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it." The old granny was also very angry. She never thought that there would be such a rude and unreasonable person in the ancient city of martial arts. Everyone only watched from afar. They did not dare to approach or speak carelessly. After all, the white-clothed man was a disciple from the spirit desolate. He had a very powerful elder outside. "You dare to be impudent in front of me." The white-clothed man was immediately enraged. He took out a long sword and controlled it to fly out, stabbing at the old granny. No one expected that a disciple from the spirit desolate would be so arrogant that he could kill people at will in the ancient city of martial arts. The sword flew out at a very fast speed. Just as it was about to kill the old granny, a black light suddenly flashed and opened the sword. Arena Lord, the white-clothed man was stunned. He never thought that someone would dare to be so arrogant in front of him. After all, he was from the spirit desolate and the people of the martial desolate could only look up to him. When everyone saw someone being so presumptuous in front of the white-clothed man, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Yan and Morong Darren knew that Qin Yun would not stand idly by the side. "Send me to hell? What big words you have!" The white-clothed man sneered. Qin Yun ignored the white-clothed man and looked at the old granny. He said, "Auntie, I want all of your fruits." The old granny was also frightened. She was secretly grateful to Qin Yun as she hurriedly took out the fruits one by one and handed them to Qin Yun. There were a total of 30 fruits and it was only 600,000 purple coins. The white-clothed man's expression was incomparably cold because Qin Yun was clearly provoking him. Qin Yun bit a thunder spirit fruit and said with a sneer, "I never expected that the people from the spirit desolate would be so poor that they would want to snatch fruits to eat on the streets. Since you're so poor, I'll give you one." With that, he threw a fruit on the ground. Then, he looked at the tiger and said, "Your master is a poor bastard. He can't afford to buy fruits, so he snatched them on the streets." How pitiful. Everyone had seen people courting death, but they had never seen someone who was worried about dying too comfortably. "You look young, but I didn't expect you to be tired of living." The white-clothed man's deep voice was filled with anger. He punched the thunder spirit fruit on the ground and shattered it. Following that, he brandished his sword and stabbed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun dodged to the side and said coldly, "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Why did you ruin my fruit? Hurry up and compensate me with 20,000 purple coins." The white-clothed man's sword was very fast, but Qin Yun was able to easily dodge it. It was clear that he was very strong. Just as the white-clothed man was about to fight, an old man suddenly flew over. Private fights are prohibited in the ancient city of martial arts. If there are any grudges, you can leave the city and engage in a life-and-death battle. "Senior, he is a disciple from the spirit desolate. He is an extremely vicious fellow, how could he listen to you?" Qin Yun mocked. After the white-clothed man heard this, he roared and fiercely jumped up from the tiger's back. The long sword in his hand suddenly flashed with a white light, and the sword chi was oppressive. The old man was from the Divine Inscription Palace and he was also at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm. With a cold snort, he flew over and struck the sword with his palm. It was also at this moment that a middle-aged man appeared on a roof by the street and shouted, "Zhao Jingyu, if you continue to be impudent, I will chase you out of the city." When Zhao Jingyu heard the middle-aged man's voice, he could only retract his power in anger and land on the tiger's back. "Don't run, you broke my fruit, it's worth 20,000 purple coins, quickly compensate me." Qin Yun shouted coldly. The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said, Qin Yun, what exactly is going on? Why did you guys suddenly start fighting? The onlookers in the distance were in an uproar as they exclaimed in surprise. Knowing that the person was Qin Yun, everyone felt relieved. Everyone knew about Qin Yun. He was someone who dared to kill bloodline warriors and totem warriors. He was not afraid of the bloodline aristocrat clan and totem pavilion. Only Qin Yun dared to go against a powerful faction. This guy stole someone else's spirit fruit on the street. If they don't give it to him, he'll kill them. Qin Yun said with a sneer, I thought that the people from the Spirit Desolate would be different from the rest and have some grace. I didn't expect that he would be the same as the playboy of our Martial Desolate. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. The middle-aged man standing on the roof was obviously from the Spirit Desolate. They were looked down upon by the people of the Martial Desolate and they did not feel good in their hearts. Zhao Jingyu was so angry that his eyes turned red. His face was filled with killing intent and he gripped his sword tightly as though he could stab out at any moment. I'll kill you. He roared and stabbed forward with his sword. The middle-aged man suddenly flew over and quickly snatched the sword that was thrust out. He shouted angrily at Zhao Jingyu, do you believe that I will chase you out of the city right now? Qin Yun laughed out loud. You just said that if he continues to be impudent, you will chase him out of the city. But now? You're just scaring him and he knows that you're scaring him, so he's not afraid of you at all. The middle-aged man was also infuriated. When the sects of the Spirit Desolate came here, even the elders of the king-level sects would be respectful to them. However, this brat looked down on them so much. Of course, he also knew that this was all Zhao Jingyu's fault. I'll remember you. Zhao Jingyu glared angrily at Qin Yun before riding away on the tiger. Qin Yun looked at the tiger and used spirit concentration kill to attack the mind of the tiger. That tiger was a puppet beast and a very special one at that. It was refined from a living beast and it could be said that it had the same flesh and bones as a beast. However, it was a puppet that was under the control of others and did not have its own consciousness or soul. After the blue-black tiger was attacked by Qin Yun, it suddenly fell to the ground. Zhao Jingyu, who was on the tiger's back, did not have time to react and fell down. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qin Yun bit the thunder spirit fruit and walked towards Hong Yan and Morong Darren before leaving with them. Zhao Jingyu hurriedly went to check on the tiger. He did not know what was going on and only thought that there was a problem with the puppet beast. He kept the tiger into his storage treasure and ran towards the Divine Inscription Palace in anger. The middle-aged man and the old man from the Divine Inscription Palace looked at each other. They clearly suspected that Qin Yun had done something but they could not tell, so they could only give up. In a hotel, Morong Darren and Hong Yan were happily drinking wine. They were celebrating that they had finally won. Hong Yan said, Brother Yun, that Zhao Jingyu is an arena master. Arena master? What is it? Qin Yun asked curiously. It's no coincidence that the ancient city of martial arts has opened and the Spirit Desolate has sent people over. Hong Yan said, those arena masters are all disciples of the Spirit Desolate. In the Inscription Villa, there are 7 arenas and each arena has an arena master. In 3 months, the 7 arena masters will be able to head to the ancient gardens and the pass will be provided by the Divine Inscription Palace. Didn't they say that the ancient gardens can only be opened once every 1,000 years? Qin Yun also knew that the Divine Inscription Palace and the other powers were frantically searching for the Sun Soul inside. I don't know about that. In short, we can go in again. There are a total of 7 spots. Hong Yan drank his wine and said, Brother Yun, if you still want to go in, you can challenge the arena master and teach that guy a lesson. Morong Darren said with a smile, Zhao Jingyu is the arena master of the 7th arena and he is also the weakest. If you challenge him, you will definitely be able to win and become the arena master. Qin Yun hurriedly asked, how can I challenge him? There must be some kind of condition, right? A large amount of purple crystal coins is required to bid for the challenge slot. There will be an auction every 5 days. The person who bids the highest price will be able to challenge the arena master in 5 days. When Hong Yan mentioned this matter, he cursed in a low voice before saying, those who participate in the bidding can only bid once. Regardless of whether they can get a spot or not, they have to give the purple crystal coins to the divine inscription palace. Xianxia said with a frown, if I bid 10 million to participate in the auction, even if I don't get the spot in the end, I would still have to give 10 million? Morong Darren nodded and said, that's right, the divine inscription palace is such a scam. Every 5 days, there will be 7 rounds of auctions and the qualifications to challenge the 7 arenas will be auctioned off. You can only bid once in each round. The method of bidding is to enter your own price into a badge and then announce it at the same time. Whoever bids the highest will be qualified to challenge. Xianxia put down his wine cup and looked at the sky outside. He said, the divine inscription palace really knows how to cheat. It's almost dark, when will it start? I'll go by a challenge qualification tonight. Hong Yan said with a smile, Brother Yun, if you become the arena master and successfully defend the arena, you will also get purple coins. For example, if the person who challenges you spends 100 million to buy the right to challenge you, if he loses to you, you will be able to get 50 million purple coins. That's not bad. Xianxia smiled, I'll go by a challenge qualification tonight and teach that Zhao Jingyu a lesson. He drank a cup of wine and asked, is Boss Xia coming? With his strength, he should be able to get an arena master, right? He should be coming. In any case, I haven't heard any news of him coming. Morong Darren said. Hong Yan said, let's go to the divine inscription palace. The auction should be starting soon. After paying the bill, they hurried to the divine inscription palace. In a spacious hall of the divine inscription palace, the auction for the qualifications to challenge would begin. When entering, one would receive a badge that required blood to recognize the owner. During the auction, one would enter their own price into the badge and the price would be transmitted to the crystal wall on the stage. At the end, it would be announced and one could see who offered the highest price. Xianxia held the badge and thought of a suitable price. The first to be auctioned was the qualification to challenge the 7th arena. The arena master was Zhao Jingyu. Xianxia considered for a moment before gripping the badge tightly and channeling his mental energy into it. The price was 150 million, he felt that the price should be quite high and he was very confident. An hour later, an old man on the stage shouted, the price has been announced. The highest price is 280 million and it was bought by Yun Pei Xiao. Everyone who is participating in the auction, please come on stage and pay the purple coins. Xianxia immediately cursed in his heart. As this was the first auction, no one was confident. They never expected that someone would bid so high. He cursed in his heart as he walked up and handed over 150 million. He also looked at the crystal wall. Many of them were for 1 or 200 million. Many people had been scammed. Those who participated in the auction were all disciples from various large sects or aristocratic families. Among them, the disciples of the bloodline aristocrat family bid the most fiercely. They were all above 200 million. In just the first round, the divine inscription palace had already made a huge profit. It made Xianxia's eyes turn red with envy. The ancient gardens were too attractive, so many people wanted to enter. Legend had it that as long as one entered an ancient garden, they would definitely become a martial king in the future. Just this alone was enough to make many people pay a lot of purple crystal coins. Xianxia's target was Zhao Jingyu, so he could only wait until the next time, which was 5 days later. The auction for the 6th arena had also begun. Xianxia also wanted to see the price. There were tens of thousands of martial Dao realm cultivators in the hall and it was very noisy. Everyone was discussing the final price of the 6th arena. Not long after, the price was announced. The highest price is 330 million. The right to challenge the 6th arena has been obtained by Xia Wufeng. An old man shouted. Same demon-breaking Xia Wufeng had come to the ancient city of martial arts to participate in the challenge of the arena master. It was obvious that he wanted to enter the ancient garden. Xianxia said in a low voice, if Boss Xia is at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, with his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to become the arena master. Of course, he will definitely win. Morong Darren said with a smile. During the martial arts competition, one could not use weapons. This kind of weapon was limited to the kind that had been refined. If it was a sword cultivator like Xia Wufeng who had cultivated his origin sword, he could also use his origin sword during the martial arts competition. In this way, this kind of martial arts competition was extremely advantageous to Xiao Wufeng. He had the upper hand from the very beginning. When Qin Yan and company saw Xiao Wufeng walk down from the stage, they hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Xiao Wufeng was still the same. He was dressed in simple white clothes and his handsome face was expressionless. One of his sleeves was empty. Although he had lost an arm, he was still very strong. When Xiao Wufeng saw Qin Yan and Murong Darren, he smiled and said, "I knew you would come." Actually, Xiao Wufeng had heard that Qin Yan had a small conflict with Zhao Jingyu. He had also planned to look for Qin Yan and company. He had also seen Qin Yan pay the purple coins on stage. However, he was unsure as he looked at his back from afar. After all, he had not seen Qin Yan for a long time. "Boss Xia, you broke through really quickly. You are indeed at the third level of the martial Dao realm," Murong Darren said with envy. "It's all luck." Xiao Wufeng smiled and looked at Qin Yan. He asked, "Brother Yun, do you want to continue bidding for the challenge qualifications?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "My target is Zhao Jingyu. I hope this fellow can successfully defend the arena so that I can beat him down." Xiao Wufeng laughed, "You're still the same. It looks like the guy you've set your eyes on is going to be out of luck." Xiao Wufeng had never doubted Qin Yan's strength. Rumor had it that Qin Yan would forever be trapped at the second level of the martial Dao realm, unable to break the Black Soul curse. However, Xiao Wufeng believed that he could not use common sense to look at Qin Yan's situation. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard the old man on the stage shout, 270 million, the right to challenge the fifth arena has been purchased by Xiaoyuan. Mu Rongjun was stunned as he looked ahead. When Hong Yan heard the familiar name, he suddenly looked over and said, "Is it that witch Xiaoyuan?" "No, she is even more dreadful than Xiaoyuan." Xiao Wufeng smiled, looked at Qin Yan and said, "The martial artists in the fifth arena are stronger than those in the sixth and seventh arena. She really dares to challenge them." Xiaoyuan wore a mask and walked onto the stage. No one could see her face, but they knew that she was a woman and a disciple of the Moon Profound Valley. She was one of the 7 beauties under the moon. Hong Yan looked at Qin Yan and company and asked, "Do you know this woman?" Murong Darren and Xiao Wufeng looked at each other and smiled. "Red-eyed pheasant, if you meet this woman, you'd better hide far away. Isn't Brother Yun powerful enough?" "They are sworn enemies." Mu Rongjun laughed. Xiao Wufeng said, "Brother Yun, do you want to go over and greet her? We're already so familiar with each other, so I won't go." Qin Yan looked at Xiaoyuan from afar. He was unable to sense her current cultivation. He was certain that Xiaoyuan also had a black martial spirit in her body. He just did not know if she could step into the third level of the martial Dao. When Xiaoyuan turned her head, she also saw Qin Yan. Her bright eyes were filled with smiles as though she was greeting him. When Qin Yan saw the look in Xiaoyuan's eyes, he smiled. He could feel the joy in Xiaoyuan's heart. After being separated for so long, they had finally met again. "Let's go drink. I'll treat you." Mu Rongjun was in an extremely good mood when he thought about how he would be able to make a huge profit tomorrow. Those who bought the right to challenge tonight would be able to challenge the arena master 5 days later. Of course, if they could negotiate with the arena master, they could also challenge him in advance. Xiao Wufeng was a sword cultivator, so he was highly valued in the Heavenly Sword sect. He was able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Mu Rongjun sighed and said, "If I want to obtain resources, I have to earn it myself." "Morong Duck, who told you not to fight for it? There are so many competitions held in the sect, but you haven't participated in any of them. You've been wandering around outside all day." Hong Yan curled his lips. He and Mu Rongjun were from the same sect. "It's all your fault, you red-eyed chicken. You brought me out to wander around all day. You're a prince, so it's natural that you have resources, but you've cheated me badly." Mu Rongjun said unhappily. "You came out to play with me because you've taken a fancy to my purple coins. Also, I wasted a lot of purple coins because of you." Hong Yan was instantly infuriated. Xiao Wufeng and Qin Yan smiled helplessly. They were drinking and eating in a private room, so it was fine even if they made a ruckus. As Mu Rongjun and Hong Yan argued, they began to fight over wine. Furthermore, they were drinking strong wine. At this moment, someone knocked on their door. The people who came in were two masked women in black robes and white robes. Hong Yan and Mu Rongjun hurriedly stopped and looked at the two women. Under Xiao Yuelan's mask, her cold and arrogant beautiful face had a faint smile on it. It was like a flower blooming in a world of ice and snow. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Qin Yun and said with a light snort, "You didn't even call me to drink." She was sitting on a chair. As for the other woman, she also took off her mask. She was also a beautiful woman. She had an oval face that was filled with a mature charm. With a faint smile, two dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her originally dignified and bright look slightly playful. This woman was not Xianxia. Qin Yan was certain when he saw her. He was only curious about her identity. "Qin Yun, is this big sister beautiful?" Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun and asked with a smile. Qin Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Beautiful. Is she one of the 7 beauties of the moon?" Mu Rongjun did not dare to look at her. He knew very well that there were some women that he could not afford to offend. Qin Yun said with a frown, "This big sister's aura seems to be at the spirit martial realm." Xia Wufeng said, "It is indeed the aura of the spirit martial realm. However, she has suppressed her cultivation to the 9th level of the martial Dao in order to enter the martial city." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. She is a disciple from the Spirit Desolate Nether Moon Palace. Her name is Kai Xiangjing." This was actually a disciple of the Spirit Desolate. This caused Qin Yun and company to be secretly astonished. To them, the Spirit Desolate was mysterious and powerful, filled with all sorts of mysteries. "Yuelan, you brought her here, is there something you need from me?" Qin Yun asked. "She wants your help to refine a devil-chasing talisman." Xiao Yuelan said, "Is it convenient to refine it now?" Qin Yun hurriedly took out a devil-chasing talisman and handed it over. He said with a smile, "I have one already." When Kai Xiangjing saw this, her face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. After receiving the devil-chasing talisman, she said, "How many purple coins does this cost?" "Well, purple coins are too vulgar. Why don't you give me some special products of the Spirit Desolate?" Qin Yun did not lack purple coins, but he lacked things that could not be bought with purple coins. Kai Xiangjing thought for a moment before taking out a piece of paper. "There's a star rune on this. I obtained it by chance. I don't know what use it has. Even the inscription masters in the sect don't know what kind of star rune it is." Qin Yun took it and looked at it before hurriedly putting it away. Although he did not know what use it had, it was definitely something good. A talisman in exchange for a strange star rune. This was a huge profit. "You guys continue drinking. We won't disturb you any longer," Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Then, she put on her mask and left with Kai Xiangjing. Although Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan did not converse much, they had a rough understanding of each other's situation. They had both stepped into the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, which meant that they had broken the Black Soul curse. Because there were too many people, they did not ask about each other's situation. Qin Yun did not know if Xianxia was here. If she was, with her strength, she should be able to challenge the arena master. After they finished drinking, they stayed at the hotel. The next morning, they hurried to the plaza in front of the entrance of the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun had lost more than 100 million purple coins last night. He thought that he had to make the Divine Inscription Palace bleed today. There were a lot of people playing the guessing game today. What was surprising was that the young arena masters from the Spirit Desolate land were also here. They believed that they would definitely be able to successfully defend the arena. When the time came, they would definitely be able to earn a sum of purple coins. Therefore, it was not bad to come here to play. When Qin Yun came, he was wearing a mask. He only needed Morong Darren and Hong Yan to place their bets. Zhao Jingyu is here as well. This guy looks very pleased with himself. He seems to think that he has won for sure. Morong Darren laughed softly. They were the big winners today. Sure enough, the young arena masters all placed their bets. They all bought 4 or 5 numbers and each of them bought a total of 30 to 40 million purple coins. There were a total of 5 arena masters who came to place their bets. In addition to the disciples from the Spirit Desolate land and the sects and aristocratic families, The total amount of bets in the first round had reached more than 600 million. Qin Yan looked at the crowd and saw the masked Xiao Yuelan and Kai Xiangjing. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission over, Yuelan, you guys buy VAT number 1. Each of you buy 10 million purple coins. Following that, he asked Xiao Wufeng to buy as well. When Morong Darren and Hong Yan received Qin Yan's voice transmission, they hurriedly ran over to buy as well. There were a few others who bought number 1 as well. However, they only placed a small amount of bets. This was because they could only bet 10 million. If they wanted to win 600 million in one go, they would need 6 people to bet. Xiao Yuelan had long guessed that Zi Qingqing's cousin was Qin Yun. Therefore, she had come here early to wait. After all, she had bought the right to challenge last night and had spent around 300 million. She had to recover some blood. After the time limit for betting ended, the Divine Inscription Palace activated the Great Formation. After the Great Formation was activated for a moment, it stopped and the results were revealed. That bird flew out from VAT number 1, Morong Darren and Han Yen suppressed the joy in their hearts and went to receive their awards. Xiao Yuelan and Kai Xiangjing also hurriedly went to receive 100 million purple coins. It was simply too easy to earn purple coins. The last person to receive it was Qin Yun. After he went over, Zhao Jingyu seemed to recognize him. Qin Yun, you were the one who broke my puppet beast. That is a puppet beast worth more than 1 billion purple crystal coins, hurry up and compensate me. Zhao Jingyu was immediately enraged. Endless wrath. Zhao Jingyu felt that he could easily defeat Qin Yun, but there were many restrictions here, preventing him from making a move. His face was filled with anger as he said coldly to Qin Yun, you thief, do you know why the Divine Inscription Palace no longer protects you? Because you are a thief who steals runes. You have no power or influence and are born poor. Yet, you grasp rare runes and can refine the devil-chasing talisman. If it wasn't stolen, where did it come from? It's just that the Divine Inscription Palace doesn't have enough evidence to prove that you stole the inscriptions. Qin Yun is young and does not have the guidance of a famous teacher. Yet, he has mastered some rare runes. This indeed caused many people to be suspicious. Are all the disciples of the Spirit Desolate sects so ignorant? Could it be that my inscription talent is also fake? The rare runes that I have mastered were all obtained by chance. What makes you think that I stole them? Qin Yun sneered as he looked at the few elders from the Divine Inscription Palace behind Zhao Jingyu. An old man from the Divine Inscription Palace walked over and said, Qin Yun, even our Divine Inscription Palace doesn't have the runes you have mastered. They are indeed extremely rare runes. Since you obtained it by chance, you should share it with us. The Inscription Masters and the Divine Inscription Palace will share the runes and our Divine Inscription Palace will bring glory to these runes. But you don't have this kind of spirit. You only want to be exclusive. This is also the reason why our Divine Inscription Palace abandoned you. What's more, the runes you obtained might have been left behind by a senior of our Divine Inscription Palace. Zhao Jingyu said, Qin Yun, did you hear that? Why aren't you handing over the runes? When you guessed the VAT earlier, you must have cheated through those mysterious runes. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace had long felt that something was fishy and quickly said, Qin Yun, hand over those inscriptions. Our Divine Inscription Palace will also recognize your identity as an inscription master. Qin Yun never expected that the Divine Inscription Palace would have such thoughts. The upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace had always been coveting his rare runes. Divine Inscription Palace, I, Qin Yun, no longer care about your inscription master certification. As Qin Yun spoke, he took out a platinum badge. Everyone could see that there were 3 stars on the badge. That was the badge of a high-level spirit inscription master. Among the onlookers, there were many disciples of bloodline aristocrat families. When they saw this emblem, they were all shocked. Qin Yun was already a high-ranked spirit inscription master at such a young age. He has a black martial spirit. Even if his inscription talent is great, if his cultivation can't go up, he won't be able to become a Xian inscription master. To become a Xian inscription master, you need to be at least at the spirit martial realm. Such a genius was abandoned by the Divine Inscription Palace. It must be because of the Black Soul Curse. What a pity, he has such great talent, but he is restricted by the Black Soul Curse. Hong Yan, Morong Darren and Xia Wufeng all knew that Qin Yan's inscription talent was very high. However, they never expected that Qin Yan was actually a high-ranked spirit inscription master. Qin Yan placed the badge on the ground and took out the giant king spirit hammer. With a powerful strike, it produced a loud boom. This bullshit badge, I don't care about it anymore. To hell with it. He threw the badge that had been flattened at the feet of the old man from the divine inscription palace. Zhao Jingyu was also astonished when he saw this. A talent like Qin Yan's was rare even in the spirit desolate land. However, he said with a sneer, Qin Yan, you are restricted by the Black Soul Curse and are unable to break through. This is retribution, ha ha ha. The old man from the divine inscription palace was also very angry because their divine inscription palace had been provoked. Qin Yan, since you are a high-ranked spirit inscription master, then my puppet beast was also destroyed by you? Hurry up and compensate me. Zhao Jingyu thought of his puppet beast and immediately said coldly. Qin Yan said coldly, prove that I was the one who broke it first. Shut up. Zhao Jingyu roared angrily as he charged forward and threw a punch at Qin Yan. Qin Yan had been on guard the entire time. When he saw Zhao Jingyu attack, he hurriedly threw a punch. The moment he punched out, he used the heavenly lion's lightning force. An earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out as it sent Zhao Jingyu flying. In the ancient city of martial arts, and in front of the divine inscription palace, everyone was alarmed as they hurriedly retreated. Qin Yan, you sure are bold. An old man was infuriated as he hurriedly flew over. He took out a net and wrapped it around Qin Yan. Following that, a few elders at the 9th level martial Dao took out all sorts of talismans to suppress Qin Yan. Qin Yan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Xia Wufeng and Xiao Yuelan, telling them not to attack. This was the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace, and there were many powers that had a good relationship with the Divine Inscription Palace. There were many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm. If Xia Wufeng and company were to attack as well, they would definitely be captured. Qin Yan, you have violated the laws of the ancient city of martial arts. We will imprison you for 3 years. The old man said coldly. Why am I the only one? Didn't Zhao Jingyu also make a move? Qin Yan was infuriated as he said coldly. The old man from the divine inscription palace said with a sneer, it was you who damaged his property first. Furthermore, you used words to anger him, causing him to have the intention to attack you. And in fact, he didn't really want to attack you. But you used such a powerful force to injure him. That's your fault. Quickly take him to the dungeon and lock him up for 3 years. Qin Yan was trapped by a few nets and there were all sorts of talismans stuck to his body. He was unable to resist. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with hostility. His words were like blades as he said, Divine Inscription Palace, Zhao Jingyu, just you wait. I, Qin Yan, will not rest until you are dead. Haha, with just you? Not to mention you, even your 9 extinction gate will be flattened by us very soon. When Zhao Jingyu saw that Qin Yan had been captured, he walked over with a loud laugh and punched and kicked Qin Yan. Xiao Yuelan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Xia Wufeng even closed his eyes. They were all restraining the anger in their hearts. If Qin Yan had not told them not to attack, they would have disregarded everything and gone over to kill Zhao Jingyu. Zhao Jingyu constantly slapped Qin Yan as he laughed maniacally. What martial desolate is number 1 at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm? It's all bullshit. In my eyes, you are trash that can only be trampled on by me. No one could say anything. After all, the Divine Inscription Palace had made a move. If the Divine Inscription Palace wanted to deal with a person, that person would definitely be unlucky. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yan never expected that the Divine Inscription Palace would be so shameless. This made his heart burn with rage. Take him down. The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace shouted. He was also worried that Zhao Jingyu would beat Qin Yan to death. When that happened, it would not be easy for him to explain himself. Suddenly, someone said in a low voice, Qin Yan has the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and the Heavenly Lion Totem. That is extremely precious. Could it be that the Divine Inscription Palace wants these things? Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Even the usually righteous Divine Inscription Palace could not resist the temptation and captured Qin Yan. Qin Yun was locked in the dungeon. Although he was seriously injured, he had the tree totem and the light inscription equipment, allowing him to quickly recover. The walls of the pitch-black dungeon were made of black iron and all sorts of formations. Even those at the spirit realm would find it difficult to escape. Qin Yun had the penetration divine art, so it was not difficult for him to come out. That was why he told Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Yuelan to hold back and not attack. Otherwise, if the three of them were captured, it would be difficult for them to escape. I'll leave once I recover from my injuries. Divine Inscription Palace, since you guys have designs on me, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, suppressing the anger in his heart. 5 days passed. Early morning, the dungeon was still very dark. There were no windows and no light at all. Qin Yun's injuries had also recovered. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in. It was a prison guard. He held a glowing stone in his hand, illuminating the dungeon's cage. Zhao Jingyu, young Master Zhao, let me give this to you. The prison guard placed a long box outside the cage. Qin Yun hurriedly went over and opened the cage box. Inside were 2 withered arms. This? Whose arm is this? Qin Yun's heart seemed to suddenly stop as he stared at the arm in the box with wide eyes. He thought of whose arm it was, but he wasn't sure. Young Master Zhao said that it's that old woman's. He also said that this is your 20,000 purple coins. The prison guard laughed out loud and stepped on Qin Yun's head. You are courting death by going against young Master Zhao. You must know that this is the territory of our Divine Inscription Palace, and young Master Zhao is from the Spirit Desolate sect. His sect has a very good relationship with our Divine Inscription Palace. After Qin Yun confirmed that it was the old granny's arm, he immediately fell into endless anger and resentment. His entire body was as still as a statue. Even when the prison guard crazily stepped on his head, he did not react at all. This was because he had already been overwhelmed by incomparable anger. His mind was blank. He was so angry that he wanted to cry. He did not know if it was because of him that the old granny had suffered such torture. Back then, he had only bought her Thunder Spirit fruit in order to help that old granny. However, he had clearly helped the old granny, but he had caused her to suffer Zhao Jingyu's revenge. He suddenly thought of the faces of those people from the Divine Inscription Palace. Back then, he had thought that this was the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace. With the Divine Inscription Palace restraining those silk pants, that old granny would not be retaliated against. But he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. He never thought that the Divine Inscription Palace would be so shameless. He never thought that the Divine Inscription Palace would protect a silk pants like Zhao Jingyu. It was precisely because of this that the old granny was taken revenge on by Zhao Jingyu and had her arms cut off. Qin Yun, who had fallen into a momentary daze, took a deep breath and poured the monstrous anger in his heart into the 3 Dao cores, igniting his endless rage. He fiercely grabbed the jailer's leg and forcefully dragged the jailer into the cell. The burly prison guard's body was forcefully pulled through the narrow iron fence, causing it to deform and explode. Immediately, it was drenched in blood. After his anger, Qin Yun became extremely calm. He hurriedly took out a soundproof talisman to isolate the sound. The burly prison guard screamed in pain. The prison guard at the 4th level of the martial Dao realm had never expected that he would be put into such a miserable state by a severely injured prisoner. Let me ask you, how is that old granny now? As he spoke, he pulled out the prison guard's martial spirit and took out the Dao core. I don't know. The prison guard's heart was filled with extreme fear as his voice trembled with pain. You don't know? Then go and die. Qin Yun's voice sank as he struck out with his palm. Violent counterattack. Zhao Jingyu, Divine Inscription Palace, I will make you pay the price. Qin Yun used his penetration divine art and left the dungeon. He took out the dragon suppression cauldron and looked at the huge dragon inside. This dragon was not dead, it was only seriously injured. He still did not know how to deal with this dragon, so he could only put it aside for now. Because the dragon suppression cauldron was locked in a dragon, he was unable to use the cauldron to fight. However, there were no spirit realm cultivators here. Even if he did not use the cauldron, he still had other ways to fight against a martial artist at the 9th level martial Dao. The dungeon was inside the Divine Inscription Villa and there were quite a few people guarding it. Qin Yun took out the transparent soul pearl and made himself transparent. Then, he walked out of the heavily guarded area. In the plaza in front of the Divine Inscription Palace, there was a huge battling platform. On the battling platform, Zhao Jingyu was fighting with a man and it was nearing the end. The man who was competing with Zhao Jingyu was also seriously injured. The disciples of the Spirit Desolate sect are really too strong. Yun Peixiao is a bloodline disciple. After exchanging hundreds of blows with Zhao Jingyu, he was still unable to injure Zhao Jingyu. Instead, he was heavily injured. This is the difference. Qin Yan actually wants to challenge him. It seems that Zhao Jingyu showed mercy a few days ago and did not kill Qin Yan on the spot. That's right, Zhao Jingyu was also wary of the Divine Inscription Palace, so he did not use his true strength. He was only trying to scare Qin Yan. I never expected Qin Yan to have such a killing intent that he sent him flying. Qin Yan is also reckless. Not only did he anger the Divine Inscription Palace, he even wants to challenge a genius like Zhao Jingyu. The Martial Desolate is the Martial Desolate. In the end, we can't compare to the Spirit Desolate. No matter what, they are much stronger than us. When many people saw Zhao Jingyu easily defeat Yun Peixiao, they began to discuss in shock. Zhao Jingyu stood on the battling platform, enjoying the gazes of everyone looking up to him. His face was filled with pride. Zhao Jingyu has successfully defended the arena and has also received the purple coin reward. An old man from the Divine Inscription Palace walked up and said with a smile, "Congratulations, young Master Zhao." The great formation on the battling platform was also closed. Many disciples of the bloodline nobility clans and the various king-level sects walked up to congratulate Zhao Jingyu on his victory. Young Master Zhao, since your martial skill is so powerful, can you take this opportunity to teach us a few moves? That's right, young Master Zhao. You didn't even use your full strength just now. We didn't even get to see your exquisite martial skills. Young Master Zhao, don't be so humble. Just a few moves. Everyone walked down from the stage, allowing Zhao Jingyu to display his skills. Zhao Jingyu's face was filled with arrogance as he laughed loudly and said, "Then I will now practice a set of high-grade earth-level martial art called Collapsing Fist. I have already learned it to the mastery realm." Everyone immediately cried out in alarm. To be able to master a high-grade earth-tier martial art to the large success stage at the third level of the martial Dao realm was extremely rare. Watch carefully. Zhao Jingyu bellowed and was about to punch when a person suddenly appeared on the battling platform. It was a cold-faced young man dressed in black. His star-like eyes were filled with monstrous murderous intent. The person who suddenly appeared was Qin Yan. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What happened next was even more unbelievable. Zhao Jingyu was about to punch but Qin Yan was even faster. Qin Yan wielded a black saber and executed the six-style wind slayer at Zhao Jingyu. With a few swoosh 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 swoosh, the wind and clouds in the world surged. The inky clouds in the sky seemed to surge up and down violently. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The saber winds were like raging winds and huge waves, surging in all directions. The murderous aura that filled the sky howled, setting off waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls, sending chills down everyone's spines. Zhao Jingyu was chopped into pieces by the six-style wind slayer. That painful scream before his death seemed to come from the nine nether hells, causing people to involuntarily tremble all over. Zhao Jingyu was dead, a disciple from the Spirit Desolate sect, a martial arts genius who had just been praised by many people, had actually been killed on the spot. Zhao Jingyu was killed in an instant without any strength to resist. Qin Yan, who suddenly appeared, is like a god of death. His entire body's killing intent is like a howling gale. There were also many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm nearby. However, they were unable to stop him in time. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Jingyu was killed. Jingyu! A white-cloaked middle-aged man roared angrily as he flew over. Qin Yan hurriedly used his penetration divine art and burrowed into the ground. In an instant, he disappeared. More than a dozen martial artists at the 9th level martial Dao stood on the battling platform. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked around, searching for traces of Qin Yan. "Seal the city, search the entire city." The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace shouted angrily. Xia Wufeng and company were also at the scene. They were originally thinking of how to save Qin Yan, however, they never expected that Qin Yan would actually run out and kill Zhao Jingyu on the spot. An outstanding disciple of the Spirit Desolate sect had actually died here. This immediately caused a huge uproar. Outside the ancient city of martial arts, there were many tents. They were all the elders of the various powers. They were waiting for the final result to see who would be able to obtain the quota to enter the ancient garden. But now, the news of Zhao Jingyu's death had suddenly spread. When the dozen or so sect elders from the Spirit Desolate heard this, they fell into shock and anger, especially the sect that Zhao Jingyu belonged to, the Feather Star sect. They were the most furious. They wished they could immediately rush into the ancient city, but because they were all at the martial king realm, they were unable to pass through the city gate. The Divine Inscription Palace, the various king-level sects, Totem Pavilion and Bloodline aristocrat families immediately sent people to mobilize all the 9th-level martial Dao realm cultivators to enter the ancient city to capture Qin Yun. The Divine Inscription Palace felt Qin Yun's provocation. Totem Pavilion and the Bloodline aristocrat families found an opportunity to capture Qin Yun. The other king-level sects and powers also wanted to use this opportunity to express their goodwill to the sects of the Spirit Desolate. Therefore, they all gathered the 9th-level martial Dao to enter the ancient city of martial arts to capture Qin Yun. After Qin Yun killed Zhao Jingyu, he used his penetration divine art and burrowed deep underground. He was also stuck in the hard rocks deep underground. He used all the strength in his body to use the penetration divine art to drill into the ground. After exhausting all his strength, he could no longer move forward. There are too many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun was resting as he waited for his recovery. If there were only a few martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao, he would be able to freeze them with the body-securing talisman. However, there were dozens of them present and they were all from the Spirit Desolate. He could deal with one wave, but he couldn't deal with the second wave. He could only temporarily leave. Qin Yun rested for a day and recovered. He was currently stuck deep underground. If he were to go up directly, he would appear in the plaza of the Divine Inscription Palace. I can only move down there and stay far away from the Divine Inscription Palace. He gritted his teeth and continued using his penetration divine art to travel in a certain direction. Just as he was about 100 meters south, he suddenly appeared in an empty space. I'm at least 2,000 meters underground. There's actually a huge stone room here. Qin Yun hurriedly took out a glowing stone to illuminate the area. This was a circular stone room that was dozens of meters wide. It was also the location of the ancient city's array foundation. This array foundation has not been discovered by the Divine Inscription Palace. When Qin Yun saw the core of the array formation, he could not help but feel excited. He suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to control the ancient city of martial arts. He carefully observed the stone room and discovered a teleportation array that was connected to the ground. No wonder the Divine Inscription Palace didn't discover the array foundation. So it turns out that I need to pass through a secret teleportation array to enter. He took out a transparent soul pearl and turned himself transparent before activating the teleportation array. After the teleportation, Qin Yun discovered that he had appeared in a tree hole. This tree hole was extremely secretive. The tree was in a forest in the ancient city of martial arts. After Qin Yun came out from the ground, he hurriedly went to the street to inquire about the news. What made him furious was that Hong Yan had been captured. In order to save Hong Yan, Morong Darren had also been severely injured. Currently, Xia Wufeng was fighting in the inscription villa to save Morong Darren and Hong Yan. When Qin Yun heard the news, he rushed over with red eyes. His relationship with Hong Yan was very good, and many people knew that. The Honging martial king was an anomaly and had long since angered the Totem Pavilion. That was why the various powers were not afraid of Honging and dared to capture his son. When Qin Yun arrived at the square at the entrance of the Divine Inscription Palace, he saw Morong Darren and Hong Yan tied to a pillar. Their bodies were covered in wounds. The shocking bloodstains made one's scalp tingle. It could be seen how much torture they had endured. Because Qin Yun had killed Zhao Jingyu, the few matches to challenge the arena master yesterday had been postponed. At this moment, Xia Wufeng was wielding his origin sword. He was fighting with 2 elders from the Heavenly Sword sect and more than 10 9th-level martial Dao cultivators. Although Xia Wufeng was powerful, he was only at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. It was difficult for him to fight against a 9th-level martial Dao cultivator. His body was covered in all sorts of injuries and his white clothes had long been dyed red with blood. Boss Xia, hurry up and leave. If this goes on, none of us will be able to survive. Morong Darren, who was tied to a stone pillar, endured the pain as he shouted. Hong Yan also said weakly, Xia Wufeng, you are a rare sword cultivator. Don't waste your life on us two scum, we won't blame you. The infuriated Qin Yun was also infected when he saw this scene from afar. Although Hong Yan and Morong Darren often quarreled, Morong Darren had disregarded everything for him. When Qin Yun, who had turned transparent, flew over, he saw Xiao Yuelan beside him. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and was about to attack. Yuelan, are the disciples of your Moon Profound Valley still in the Divine Inscription Palace? Qin Yun hurriedly asked. After the incident, they all left. Only senior sister Kai and I are here. Right now, there are many martial artists at the 9th level of the Martial Dao realm in the Divine Inscription Palace. No one is allowed to enter. Xiao Yuelan hurriedly replied when she heard Qin Yun's voice transmission. Just as she finished speaking, she saw a purplish gold bead shoot towards the 9-story tall tower of the Divine Inscription Palace. That bead was a Dao core of the spirit martial realm. Furthermore, it was a Dao core of a bloodline martial artist. The infuriated Qin Yun shot the Dao core through the Xian royal cannon at the tower of the Divine Inscription Palace. Boom, an incomparably intense explosion shook the entire ancient city of martial arts. The Divine Inscription Villa was enveloped by the explosive energy of the Dao core. The gigantic tower turned into countless fragments that were blown in all directions by the storm. The most terrifying thing was that the fragments of many 9th-level martial Dao cultivators fell everywhere like rain. Gather in the ancient city. This kind of intense explosion alarmed those martial king elders who were outside. They all floated in the air and looked at the city area that was shrouded in dust and debris. This is a power that can only be unleashed by someone at the spirit martial realm. A martial king frowned and said, isn't the ancient city of martial arts only able to enter the martial Dao realm? It should be the explosion of a Dao core. Someone detonated the Dao core of a spirit martial realm cultivator. This must have been done by Qin Yun. He had used a Dao core to blow people up before. This is bad. If a 9th-level martial Dao cultivator is not on guard against such an intense explosion, they won't be able to withstand it. We have to send more people to take down Qin Yun as soon as possible. These martial kings were also extremely anxious. Although they were very strong, they could only watch helplessly from the outside. They were unable to enter the ancient city of martial arts. If they were to forcefully enter, they would be repelled by the great formation inside and would be killed before long. In the past 5 days, a total of 50 to 60 people at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm had been gathered. After traveling for a few days, they had stayed in the Divine Inscription Palace to rest. Now, they had been destroyed by Qin Yun's cannon. In the square that was enveloped by the gale, Xia Wufeng, Hong Yan and Morong Darren were also saved. It was an old man beside Kai Xiangjing and Xia Wufeng who had gone to save Hong Yan and company. Although the storm was very violent, it also disappeared very quickly. After it calmed down, the inscription manor had also turned into ruins. The few elders of the inscription palace who were not in the tower were still alive. They looked at the ruins in disbelief. They had built that tower for many years, but now it was gone. Qin Yun, you demon! An old man from the inscription palace looked at Qin Yun, who was flying over, and roared loudly. The onlookers in the distance were also frightened by the explosion. They never expected that it was done by Qin Yun. A few 9th-level martial Dao realm elders from the Divine Inscription Palace charged at Qin Yun. Qin Yun took advantage of the opportunity and threw out a few body-securing talismans to freeze the few elders. Following that, he charged at the elders with a Dao artifact broadsword in hand. Just as he was about to go over, he saw a black shadow flash over. Its speed was even faster than his. It was a black-clothed man holding a slender and sharp miaodao. The black-clothed person was wearing a black hood, so her face could not be seen. Only a pair of cold, murderous eyes could be seen. It was a woman. As she flew over, she quickly brandished her blade and instantly chopped off the heads of those old men. Qin Yun recognized Xiao Yuelan from her eyes. He never expected Xiao Yuelan to be so strong. The few elders were killed and their corpses were stored in a storage bag by Qin Yun. He would extract their martial spirits later. In the direction of the city gate, another large group of powerful martial Dao realm cultivators entered. As soon as they entered, they dispersed. As long as they were scattered, they could prevent a large number of them from being immobilized by the body-securing talismans. They could also prevent a large number of Dao cores from exploding. Let's go. Qin Yan suddenly sensed a few powerful auras of the martial Dao realm nearby. They seemed to be preparing to attack. They were all youths from the Spirit Desolate. What worried him the most was that the 9th stage of the martial Dao in the Spirit Desolate was the most terrifying. Fortunately, there weren't many. At this moment, everyone had also left the ancient city of martial arts. This place was about to descend into a bloody battle. Those who did not want to be implicated hurriedly left the city. The city gate was guarded by many martial kings. Those who left would be carefully inspected. It was not easy for Qin Yan and company to retreat. They were being chased by a group of martial Dao realm experts. Fortunately, he had the royal spirit cannon. After firing another round of Dao core shells, the martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao who were chasing after him became much more obedient. That Dao core had killed more than 10 martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao. 2 of them were from the Spirit Desolate. When the martial king from the Spirit Desolate found out about this, he flew into a rage. However, there was nothing he could do. A martial king of the Divine Inscription Palace said coldly, "We will offer 1 billion purple coins for Qin Yan. As long as we capture him alive, we will be able to obtain 1 billion purple coins." The ancient city of martial arts was the territory of the Divine Inscription Palace. Now that such a big thing had happened in their territory, an outstanding disciple of the Spirit Desolate sect and many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao had died. Of course they had to be responsible for this matter. When the people who had just run out heard the 1 billion bounty, they were immediately moved. Many of the martial Dao realm cultivators had only planned to watch the show because it would not be beneficial for them to interfere in this matter. But now, as long as they captured Qin Yan, they would be able to obtain 1 billion purple coins. This was enough for many people to take the risk. There were thousands of martial Dao realm cultivators who had just left the city. At this moment, they were all looking for teammates, preparing to form a team to capture Qin Yan. The bounty offered by the Divine Inscription Palace was aimed at the 3 great desolate lands. This meant that the martial Dao realm of the magical beast Desolate Land and the demon Desolate Land could also enter the ancient city of martial arts to hunt down Qin Yan. Qin Yan led Xiaoyuan and company into a forest. The safest place in this ancient city of martial arts was the extremely secretive stone chamber. When they saw that Qin Yan was able to produce an explosive spirit martial realm Dao core, many of the 9th level martial Dao cultivators did not dare to rashly chase after him. This was because they did not know how many Dao cores Qin Yan had. Not long after, Qin Yan brought Xiao Wufeng and company to the underground stone chamber. Although this was an underground stone chamber, it was filled with incomparably abundant energy. "Yuelan, thank you." Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuelan and Kai Xiangjing who had taken off their hoods and smiled gratefully. Xiao Yuelan hammered him and said with a chuckle, "There's no need to say thanks between us." Qin Yan took out a jade vat and placed the heavily injured Hong Yan and Morong Darren inside, allowing them to quickly recover from their injuries. Although Xiao Wufeng was also injured, his recovery speed was very strong. He was wearing the light inscription equipment that Qin Yan had refined for him back then, so his recovery speed was even faster. Kai Xiangjing looked around and knew that this was an array foundation. She asked, "Qin Yan, do you have any plans now?" "I want to obtain this ancient city of martial arts," Qin Yan said ambitiously. Kai Xiangjing's mature and beautiful oval face revealed a smile as she said, "You have discovered the array foundation. It is indeed possible for you to control the ancient city. The question now is, how are you going to invite the people in the ancient city out? Next, there should be more martial Dao realm experts coming in. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Inscription Palace will definitely offer a huge bounty." Qin Yan said, "Let me try and see if I can control the ancient city's great formation. It might be able to help me." He injected his mental energy into the formation and not long after, he received a lot of information. It was all about the various formations in the ancient city. What disappointed him was that the ancient city did not have a formation that restricted others from entering. Furthermore, the city gates were wide open. However, there was a formation that could restrict others from leaving. He felt that this formation was somewhat useful, so he immediately activated it. This allowed those martial Dao realm cultivators to only come in and not leave. After the commotion from before, if there are still people coming in, most of them will be chasing after me for the bounty. This is also good, I want them to not be able to return. Qin Yan sneered coldly. He looked at Xia Wufeng and said, Boss Xia, when your injuries are healed, I'll send you out. Yuelan, are you going out now? I can easily send you out at night. When Xiao Yuelan heard that, she snorted and said, I'm not going out. I want to stay here with you. A large group of people entered the city to chase after my husband, how can I just leave? If it were you, would you leave me behind and run? Kai Xiangjing never expected that Xiao Yuelan would be Qin Yan's wife. Furthermore, their relationship was extremely good. They lived and died together, Xia Wufeng smiled. Brother Yun, I'm not leaving either. In any case, it's very safe here. Since those fellows are here to kill you for the bounty, I won't hold back. This is a good opportunity for me to practice my sword. Mu Rongjun also cursed in a low voice, those bastards from the Divine Inscription Palace, they actually captured us. I want to let them know that I, Mu Rongjun, am not that easy to bully. Hong Yan was also infuriated. If they dare to capture me, they must think that our Hongwu country doesn't dare to resist. I will resist right now and show them. They did not plan on leaving. They wanted to stay here with Qin Yan to deal with the martial artists who had entered the city. Qin Yan looked at Kai Xiangjing and asked, Sister Kai, what about you? My duty is to protect Yuelan. If she doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Kai Xiangjing said with a smile. The 1 billion bounty issued by the Divine Inscription Palace quickly spread throughout the various Xian cities and royal cities of the martial desolate land. Many martial Dao realm cultivators rushed to the martial ancient city after finding out about it. Everyone in those cities knew that Qin Yan had a black martial spirit. Therefore, he was restricted by the Black Soul Curse and was unable to form the third life mark. He would forever be trapped at the second level of the martial Dao realm. Many martial artists above the fifth level of the martial Dao realm felt that they and a few of their companions could easily take down Qin Yan. Although Qin Yan had a Dao core, it would be used up sooner or later. At that time, as long as they could find Qin Yan in the martial ancient city, they would be able to obtain 1 billion purple coins. Outside the martial city, there were also many large carriages. They were all elders of the various sections. In one of the carriages, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Grandma Du were all inside. Following that, Mu Feng and Hong Ying also walked into the carriage. Shui Tianzi asked anxiously, what should we do now? If we are unable to enter that ancient city, could it be that we will send someone at the 9th level of the martial Dao in? I heard that over 100 martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao will enter one after another. The martial Dao practitioners of the Bloodline Aristocrat Clan and Totem Pavilion are the most terrifying, especially those at the 9th level of the martial Dao. They seem to have entered the city as well. Mu Feng's face was also filled with seriousness. I never thought that the Inscription Palace would actually do such a thing. Hong Ying sneered, capturing my son and torturing him, your Inscription Palace sure has good methods. Mu Feng curled his lips, that has nothing to do with me. Those sects in the Spirit Desolate have a good relationship with our Inscription Palace, so they will be biased towards them. Zi Qingqing said, why don't we send someone in to contact Qin Yan and ask him about the current situation? Then, we can discuss countermeasures. How about it? Qin Yan must have hidden himself extremely well. It won't be easy to find him. Let's think of another way. Mu Feng shook his head. Qin Yan and company were all in the hidden array base. It was indeed difficult to find them. After he ate the 9-origin immortal pill, he quietly refined it by the side. What he did not expect was that this expired 9-origin immortal pill was extremely powerful. In an instant, it filled 3 of his Dao cores. Primordial Dao power. Qin Yan had originally thought that since the 9-origin immortal pill had expired, the medicinal power would definitely not be that great. But now, just as he ate it, the 9-origin immortal pill crazily surged out waves of energy that drilled into the 3 Dao cores. When Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan's flushed face, her expression turned ugly. She hurriedly went over and asked with a frown, Xiao Yun, how are you? Yuelan, there's too much energy in my body. When Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan come over, he hurriedly pressed his hand on her abdomen and transferred the swelling energy over. Xiao Yuelan felt the boundless energy surge over. She sat in front of Qin Yan and closed her eyes to quickly refine the energy. Xiao Yun, how are you now? She hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and asked worriedly. Better. Qin Yun had evolved the Nether Sun martial spirit, so the speed at which he refined the energy was very fast. After Xiao Yuelan absorbed a portion of the energy, Qin Yun gradually entered a stable state. The power of an expired 9-origin immortal pill was already so terrifying. If it hadn't expired, it would have been unimaginable, Xiao Yuelan suddenly said with a voice transmission. Xiao Yun, our Moon Profound Valley has a miraculous cultivation technique that is specially used for men to cultivate. It's called the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. As long as the man and woman transfer the power of their respective Tao cores to the other party's body, the energy of their Tao cores will fuse together and then circulate within their bodies. When cultivating alone, the Tao core's Tao energy will only circulate within one's body. If we cultivate together, it will be the fusion of our Tao energy and then circulate within our bodies. How magical! Are there any conditions? Qin Yun was astonished as he asked with a voice transmission. I only need to guide your power. This can speed up your cultivation in all aspects. You and I both have 3 Tao cores, this will definitely be able to increase our cultivation even faster. Xiao Yuelan said with a chuckle. Qin Yun asked curiously, do Zi Qingqing and the others also know the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? I don't understand. They are all single, so Grandma Du did not teach them. Xiao Yuelan said. Xiao Yun, relax. I'll guide the energy in your body now. All right. Qin Yun quickly entered a relaxed state. As for the Nether Sun martial spirit, it continued to refine the medicinal power of the immortal pill. Very quickly, he sensed that his 3 Tao cores are constantly producing Tao power. This Tao power passed through his hands and entered Xiao Yuelan's body. After the Tao energy entered Xiao Yuelan's body, she also released her own Tao energy and fused with Qin Yun's Tao energy. As a result, the Tao energy from the multiple Tao cores fused into a single stream of Tao energy. It rapidly circulated within their bodies, constantly scouring their bodies. Qin Yun could clearly sense that the Tao energy he was releasing was gradually strengthening. His Tao core was also constantly strengthening. This Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is truly peculiar. Qin Yun could not help but exclaim in admiration, we should be able to break through very soon. Xiao Yun, that pill of yours is really amazing. That kind of energy is a very pure 9 suns power. Xiao Yuelan was also surprised. When they were cultivating together, Qin Yun could also sense that the 3 martial spirits in Xiao Yuelan's body were all black. Yuelan, what is your 3rd martial spirit? I have the Nether Sun martial spirit. Qin Yun asked curiously. Xiao Yuelan's mental power martial spirit and dragon martial spirit had both evolved into black. Even just now, he was unable to sense Xiao Yuelan's 3rd martial spirit. Actually, I'm not too sure what my 3rd martial spirit is. Let's talk about it later. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yun did not continue asking. The fortuitous encounter that Xiao Yuelan had obtained was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to step into the 3rd level of the martial Tao with 3 black martial spirits. Kai Xiangjing also saw Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan seriously cultivating and secretly envied them. She also knew how powerful the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was. If she were to cultivate with her lover, she would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Kai Xiangjing's Nether Moon Palace also had the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. This kind of mysterious cultivation technique could only be learned by women and could only be cultivated together with their partners. If the man who cultivated with her was not someone she trusted very much, both of them would go berserk. Therefore, the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was rarely passed down to disciples. The reason why Xiao Yuelan was able to learn it was also because Old Lady Du knew the feelings between her and Qin Yun. After 3 days of cultivation, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan stopped cultivating together. Both of them looked at each other with wide eyes, their hearts filled with incomparable joy. They never expected that it would only take 3 days to form the 4th life mark and step into the 4th level of the martial Tao. After condensing the 4th life mark, the martial spirit would be able to absorb the Tao energy of the 4 life marks and then condense an extremely strong primordial Tao energy. The primordial Tao energy was 2 to 3 times stronger than the original Tao energy. Most importantly, one needed to use the primordial Tao energy to temper their Tao body and form the 5th life mark. Xiao Yuelan smiled lightly and did not say anything. The two of them seemed to be connected and could feel the joy in each other's hearts. Seal that immortal pill first. Wait for you to consolidate and adapt to the 4th level of the martial Tao before you cultivate. Xiao Yuan sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded and went to look at Hong Yan and Murong Darren. The two of them were almost done and were already teasing each other. Xia Wufeng, on the other hand, had recovered to his peak. The 2 old men accompanying him were also in excellent condition. Even so, they were still too weak when facing the bloodline martial artists, totem martial artists and spirit desolate martial artists outside. I'll go out and take a look at the situation first. Qin Yun said. Brother Yun, I'll go with you. Xia Wufeng said worriedly. All right. Then, Qin Yun, Xia Wufeng and the 2 old men at the 9th level of the martial Tao left the array base and arrived at the forest above. There were traces of many people coming to this forest. When Qin Yun saw many footprints, he raised his vigilance. Suddenly, 5 middle-aged men entered the forest. Qin Yun and company hurriedly hid in the canopy of a large tree. It's the Fire King sect. Xia Wufeng sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun. 2 martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Tao and the rest are at the 5th level of the martial Tao. Can you deal with them? Xia Wufeng was a sword cultivator at the 3rd level of the martial Tao. Using his origin sword, he could deal with someone at the 5th level of the martial Tao. Sure. Qin Yun was now at the 4th level of the martial Tao and could use the primordial Tao force. Dealing with a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial Tao was not a problem at all. Xia Wufeng suddenly flew in a certain direction. He wanted to lure those people away so that Qin Yun and company could pursue and sneak attack from behind. Chase! A middle-aged man from the Fire King sect hurriedly shouted. These people were all here to capture Qin Yun. They were all Qin Yun's enemies. Qin Yun and the 2 old men followed behind. He first used the body-securing talisman to stop the people from the Fire King sect. Then, he rushed over and used the primordial Tao force to strike the middle-aged man at the 5th level of the martial Tao. The moment the primordial Tao force appeared, it actually transformed into a totem heavenly lion. It broke through the middle-aged man's body and tore him to pieces. Qin Yun never expected that using the primordial Tao force would consume so much energy. Furthermore, the primordial Tao force was formed according to the life marks. The life marks on his heavenly lion Tao core had turned into the image of a heavenly lion after its evolution. The 2 elders from the Heavenly Sword sect were also frightened by Qin Yun's palm strike. With fear in their hearts, they used their weapons to kill the 2 middle-aged men from the Fire King sect. Then, they killed the rest of the people. The Fire King sect squad, which was not weak, was finished off by Qin Yun and company in just a few moments. Brother Yun, was that primordial Tao force just now? You're at the 4th level of the martial Tao realm? Xia Wufeng was pleasantly surprised. I knew it. That black soul curse can't restrict you at all. An old man said in surprise. Qin Yun, the life marks on your Tao core are actually totem life marks. I really didn't expect that. Generally speaking, the primordial Tao force at the 4th level of the martial Tao is only used to temper the Tao body. It consumes a lot of energy in battle and sometimes, it can even empty the inner strength of the Tao core. Qin Yun nodded and said, just now, it did drain the inner strength of one of my Tao cores. Thankfully, I have 2 Tao cores. He felt that if he used primordial Tao force to fight, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill someone at the 6th level of the martial Tao. Just now, when they were standing there, they had caused quite a commotion and attracted a very powerful team. There were 3 people in this team and they were all old men at the 9th level of the martial Tao realm. They could not see through their origins. We have to capture Qin Yun as soon as possible. I never expected Totem Pavilion to be so despicable as to capture Hong Mengshu. This girl has a very good relationship with Qin Yun. Qin Yun is a person who values friendship and loyalty. If he were to find out about this, he would definitely be lured over. An old man said. Although Hong Ying is a martial king, he has no power to resist Totem Pavilion. There was a battle here just now. Could it be that Qin Yun appeared here? Everyone knew that Qin Yun had saved Hong Mengshu's life before. He had a very good relationship with Hong Mengshu and Hong Yan and had also obtained Hong Ying's appreciation. That was why Totem Pavilion had immediately gone to capture Hong Mengshu. When Qin Yun, who was hiding, heard the news, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The anger in his heart suddenly erupted as he hurriedly took out 2 talisman weapons and attacked the 3 elders. Boom! The royal-grade talisman weapon exploded and the 3 elders were immediately severely injured. Qin Yun held a black saber in his hand as he furiously used the mysterious star steps. With a loud roar, he killed the 3 elders. Totem Pavilion. He let out a deep roar and flew in a certain direction. He wanted to go to the street and find out where the people from Totem Pavilion were. Xia Wufeng and the 2 elders hurriedly chased after him. Qin Yun put on his human skin mask and mingled on the streets. Soon, he found out that the people from Totem Pavilion were hanging Hong Mengshu on the city wall. At this moment, many people in the martial Dao realm knew that they would not be able to leave after entering the city. They believed that the inscription palace was sealing the city. As long as they captured Qin Yun, they would be able to leave the city. Hong Mengshu was also brought into the city. Her hands were tied and her body was covered in wounds. She was hung above the city gate. The people from Totem Pavilion were waiting for Qin Yun. The moment Qin Yun arrived, he sensed the auras of more than a dozen totem warriors. They were all at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm, and there were also several young totem warriors at the 4th or 5th level of the martial Dao realm. Bloodline phantom image. When Qin Yun saw the flags and pillars, he did not have the confidence to enter and save Hong Mengshu. Even if he used the penetration divine art, he would still be injured by the killing formations. Unless he destroyed those formations, it would definitely cause quite a commotion. There were enemies all around here. If he were to have a good time with the foam, he would be discovered. Mengshu. Qin Yun looked at Hong Mengshu's blood-covered face and gritted his teeth in anger. He wished that he could tear the people from Totem Pavilion into pieces. Totem Pavilion's power was spread throughout the martial desolate northern region, so they were able to capture Hong Mengshu in the shortest amount of time possible. At this moment, the people from Totem Pavilion believed that they would definitely be able to capture Qin Yun and extract the Heavenly Lion totem from him. That's the only way. Qin Yun suddenly took off his human skin mask and slowly walked towards the city gate. When he approached the great array, he stopped. Qin Yun had appeared. The people nearby immediately let out a commotion. Many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao from Totem Pavilion also flew over and surrounded Qin Yun. The bloodline warriors and spirit desolate warriors were all extremely jealous. The martial kings outside also flew into the sky and looked at Qin Yun. They were unable to enter the city, so they could only watch. Many martial kings were infuriated because many of their outstanding disciples had been killed by Qin Yun's Dao core. They all felt that it was a pity because Qin Yun had ultimately fallen into the hands of Totem Pavilion. If I die, you will definitely not get anything. Qin Yun said, all of you should know that I have a dragon suppression cauldron in my hands. There are a total of 9 sets of Heavenly Lion totem runes on it. That is the most precious. The people from Totem Pavilion were immediately moved. There were many types of Heavenly Lions, and this was something that many bloodline aristocrat families knew. If he could obtain 9 types of Heavenly Lion totems, that would be the greatest harvest. To Totem Pavilion, that was as important as the Sun Totem. Qin Yun, you appeared here so calmly. Are you going to negotiate with us? A middle-aged man from Totem Pavilion asked. That's right. Otherwise, if you kill me, you won't get anything. Qin Yun said coldly, if you are willing to negotiate with me, I can give you the dragon suppression cauldron. Exchange with Hong Mengshu? The middle-aged man asked. Qin Yun nodded and said, other than me, the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron doesn't recognize anyone. If you want to obtain the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, then send someone with strength equal to mine to compete with me. Only after defeating me can you obtain the recognition of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. There were a few youths at the 4th or 5th stage of the martial Dao in Totem Pavilion who were ready to make a move. The middle-aged man from Totem Pavilion looked at an old man in the air. The old man nodded. All right. We promise you. A middle-aged man said, during the competition, no one can interfere, nor can you use weapons or spirit talismans. You can only fight barehanded. No problem. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Xia Wufeng and others are also watching from the distance. They also don't know what Qin Yun's plan is, they can only take action after observing. Not far away, a bloodline warrior sneered and said, even if Totem Pavilion loses, they will not hand over Hong Mengshu. Qin Yan is too naive. That's right, a verbal promise from Totem Pavilion doesn't count at all. Even if they agree to hand Hong Mengshu over to Qin Yan, they will still surround Qin Yan and take him down. Qin Yan will not be able to escape this calamity. If he were to hide, he might be able to live for a long time. Is there a need to do this for a woman? In the current situation, no matter what, Totem Pavilion would have the upper hand. They would definitely be able to capture Qin Yan. This made many powers extremely jealous. Of course, Qin Yan did not trust Totem Pavilion. He had other plans. Totem Pavilion sent out a tall and sturdy man with a face full of beard and muscles. His upper body was bare and covered in totems. This was a martial artist with 2 totems. The totems on his body were the Ox Totem and the Thunder Totem. They could give him an extremely violent power. Dainyu, you should know very well what it means to defeat him. The middle-aged man from Totem Pavilion said somewhat excitedly. Defeating Qin Yan meant that he would be able to obtain the dragon-suppressing cauldron and obtain the 9 sets of heavenly lion totems on it. When Dainyu heard this, he immediately let out an excited roar. The totem on his body emitted bursts of light. His body flickered with purplish-gold electric currents. The totem also became lifelike, as if it was roaring in a low voice. Qin Yan, Dainyu is the strongest martial artist at the 5th level of the martial Dao realm in our Totem Pavilion. Although you are only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao, you have 2 Dao cores and a heavenly lion totem. Your strength is on par with his. The middle-aged man from Totem Pavilion said, you don't have any objections, right? Everyone secretly looked down on Totem Pavilion because in their eyes, the strength of both sides was not equal at all. No objections. Qin Yan clenched his fists as he looked at Dainyu and said coldly. Alright, then let's begin. After the middle-aged man shouted, Dainyu charged forward like a mad bull. When Qin Yan saw Dainyu charging at him, he did not dodge. He used the Extinction Dragon Palm and struck at Dainyu. The Extinction Dragon Palm was released from the Vibration Dao Core and the Heavenly Lion Dao Core. After it was unleashed, the terrifying vibration power rippled out in all directions. The vibrating aura condensed into an enraged lion that charged at Dainyu. Dainyu also released an extremely powerful force as he charged over. The Ox Totem on his body fused with the Thunder Totem. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as he charged forward, colliding with the Vibration Rage Lion. Boom, vibration, thunder, lion's roar and a few other violent sounds surged out, enveloping all the buildings near the city gate. Bang! Bang! Tremors rang out incessantly. The earth was trembling, and the surroundings were being struck by violent black lightning. The black lightning could only be seen during the day. This shocked everyone to the point that they were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Qin Yan's vibration martial spirit was black. The Thunderfire martial spirit was a purple gold martial spirit, but now, for Qin Yan to be able to release such terrifying black lightning meant that his purple gold martial spirit had evolved. The most terrifying thing was that the strength of his Dao energy was comparable to the 5th level of the martial Dao realm. What's going on? How did his purple gold thunder flame martial spirit turn black? In the sky, a martial king from the Divine Inscription Palace said in shock. The martial kings from the bloodline aristocrat clan looked at each other in shock. The pupils of the martial kings from the Spirit Desolate constricted as they looked at Qin Yan, who was covered in black gas. At that moment, Qin Yan's entire body was emitting black flames. Black bolts of lightning flashed around him. At that moment, he was not possessed by the vibration martial spirit but by the black thunder flame martial spirit. He has cultivated the 3rd life mark. A martial king from the Spirit Desolate took a few deep breaths and said with a face full of fear. He broke the Black Soul curse? What? Didn't they say that no one can break the curse? Black martial spirit, cultivating the 3rd life mark means that he will definitely become a very terrifying Black Soul martial artist in the future. The Black Soul curse has finally been broken. If we don't kill him, we will all be in trouble in the future. An old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said as he gritted his teeth. The black gas on the ground disappeared. Dainyu's entire body was dripping with blood. His skin was lacerated and there was a large hole in his abdomen. He had died a miserable death. A martial artist at the 5th level of the martial Dao with 2 totems had actually been killed by Qin Yun in a single move. This caused the nearby 5th level martial Dao realm martial artists who wanted to capture Qin Yun to feel fear. Qin Yun had broken through the Black Soul Curse and become a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. In addition, he had dual Dao cores and the Heavenly Lion totem. His strength was definitely comparable to the 6th level of the martial Dao realm. The 5th level martial artist who had come to capture Qin Yun immediately regretted it. That was because with their strength, it was impossible for them to capture Qin Yun. They would only be killed. Even the martial kings in the sky were terrified. They knew very well that if Qin Yun were to grow up in the future, it would be difficult for them to withstand him. Qin Yun, hand over the dragon suppression cauldron or I'll kill Hong Mengshu. A totem warrior grabbed Hong Mengshu and placed her on the ground. He held a long saber and placed it on her neck. The weak Hong Mengshu opened her eyes slightly and looked at Qin Yun. Although she did not say a word, one could see the determination in her eyes. Brother Yun, leave. After Hong Mengshu finished speaking, her body suddenly emitted a red mist. A martial king in the air immediately shouted, "Quick, stop her. She's burning. Her blood to commit suicide." Qin Yun roared, "Mengshu, stop. It's not easy for you to break through the Black Soul Curse. You can't fall into the hands of these villains because of me." Hong Mengshu's expression was resolute as her entire body emitted a red mist. She said softly, "You can avenge me in the future." Qin Yun suddenly raised his head and roared angrily. His body emitted the roar of a heavenly lion. The image of a mighty golden heavenly lion suddenly appeared behind him. When the bloodline warriors not far away saw this, they shouted in horror, "That's the heavenly lion's bloodline." The powerful bloodline energy has condensed into an illusory image. The shock in the hearts of the people from the bloodline aristocrat clan was like a surging ocean. In front of them, there was actually a heavenly lion bloodline martial artist. This was even rarer than a dragon bloodline. In the Spirit Desolate, there was the dragon blood family and there were quite a few members. However, in the historical records, there had never been a heavenly lion bloodline martial artist. The heavenly lion bloodline in Qin Yun's body roared in anger. He used the heavenly lion summoning technique and summoned a black nether realm heavenly lion. That's a nether realm heavenly lion. How did he get this thing? This is an ancient taboo divine ability, the nether realm ghost beast summoning technique. This is the nether realm heavenly lion that he summoned from the nether realm. The Spirit Desolate martial artists widened their eyes as they shouted in alarm. Qin Yun looked at Hong Mengshu and used the Imperial Spirit Technique and Spirit Concentration kill. He controlled the long saber in the martial artist's hand and attacked the totem martial artist at the same time. Then, he flew over at an extremely fast speed and saved Hong Mengshu. He placed her in the first beat of the 9-yang divine spirit. The totem martial artist was at the 6th level of the martial Dao. After suffering Qin Yun's powerful spirit concentration kill attack, he fell into a coma. Qin Yun took out the black saber and killed the martial artist with 2 slashes. The nearby killing arrays had been swept away by Qin Yun, so they were not attacked by the killing arrays. Out of control just as Qin Yun was about to use his penetration divine ability to leave, he saw someone holding a talisman in their hand. That talisman was most likely a soul-chasing talisman that could track his location. If he used the mysterious penetration divine ability, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, if he was caught again, only death awaited him. I can only go all out. Qin Yun suddenly took out a Dao core. When the totem warriors that were flying over saw this Dao core, they immediately flew away in all directions like frightened birds and beasts. That's a Dao core. Run. Damned guy, how many Dao cores does he have? Even many martial artists in the distance had no choice but to leave quickly. Otherwise, he would be affected as well. Qin Yun threw the Dao core into the air and detonated it. He also took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, opened the lid and hid inside. The dragon in the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was in a severely injured state and did not struggle recklessly. He only hid in the cauldron for a short while before coming out. The moment Qin Yun came out, he saw that the street block in front of him had been razed to the ground. The surroundings were shrouded in thick smoke and dust. In the martial desolate, taking out someone else's Dao core was a taboo, let alone using a Dao core to attack. At this moment, the martial kings in the sky, who were outside the ancient city's formation, could clearly see this scene. Although Qin Yan threw out a Dao core, the martial artists at the 9th level martial Dao ran very fast. They were only injured by the shockwave and did not die. "He can't run, go catch him," a totem martial artist shouted and quickly rushed over. When Qin Yan saw a dozen or so warriors rushing over, he threw out another Dao core. This was also his last one. After throwing it, he hid inside the dragon-suppressing cauldron. Boom boom boom, the area where the city gate is located is shrouded in dust. Those people could only sense Qin Yan's aura and did not see the Dao core in his hand. Therefore, when they flew over, the Dao core exploded. Another violent explosion occurred, and more than 10 totem warriors were blown to smithereens. The people from Totem Pavilion sensed that their 9th level martial Dao cultivators had suddenly lost more than 10 people. Their expressions were extremely ugly. "Qin Yan is from our Totem Pavilion. Please do not interfere in this matter." A martial king of Totem Pavilion noticed that there were bloodline warriors and spirit desolate warriors approaching Qin Yan and hurriedly said. The elders of the bloodline aristocrat clan and the sects of the spirit desolate could only order their people to retreat. In order to capture Qin Yan, Totem Pavilion had sacrificed so much. If they were to take advantage of the situation here, Totem Pavilion would most likely go crazy and fight with them outside. When Qin Yan saw the bloodline warriors and the spirit desolate warriors retreat, he was secretly delighted. This was because his current enemies were only the few injured totem warriors. The people in the city all wanted to attack, but that was Totem Pavilion's prey, so they could only watch from afar. There were only a few martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm in Totem Pavilion. At this moment, they were all rushing towards Qin Yan. The 2 old men who came with Xia Wufeng also suddenly flew over at this moment and blocked the 2 9th level martial Dao cultivators. "Brother Yun, you go first." Xia Wufeng also used his exquisite movement technique and flew over, holding back a few totem warriors at the 5th level of the martial Dao. These totem warriors had been affected by the 2 explosions of the Dao cores just now. They had suffered a certain amount of injuries, and in order to resist the explosion, they had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, it could be said that their strength had been greatly reduced. Qin Yan was very clear about the current situation. If he were to run, Xia Wufeng and the 2 elders would definitely not be able to escape. He clearly remembered that it was because Xia Wufeng had told them to run first that he had lost an arm and was almost killed. This time, he would definitely not run. A few totem warriors came to Qin Yan's side and surrounded him. Not far away, a loud explosion could be heard. The 2 elders from the Heavenly Sword sect were covered in injuries from the Xian talismans used by the totem warriors. "Old Zhang, Old Wang, quickly leave." When Qin Yan saw this, he immediately shouted. At that moment, a totem warrior slashed at him with his saber. At this moment, Totem Pavilion was determined to capture Qin Yan alive. If they killed Qin Yan, all their previous losses would have been in vain. Qin Yan immediately fell into a bitter battle. What made him feel immense pressure was that even if he finished off the warriors of Totem Pavilion, there were still the bloodline warriors and the spirit desolate warriors. "Elder Zhang, Elder Wang!" Xia Wufeng suddenly roared in grief and anger. He saw that the 2 old men from the Heavenly Sword sect had been killed by the 2 totem warriors and were lying on the ground. "Brother Yun, hurry up and leave." Xia Wufeng roared and struck his origin sword at a totem warrior who was about to attack Qin Yan. The totem warrior's head was immediately pierced. "You won't be able to escape," a totem warrior coldly roared. At this moment, Xia Wufeng had also finished off the totem warrior beside him. Just as he was about to help Qin Yan, he was stopped by a few bloodline warriors. Qin Yan looked at the 2 old men lying in a pool of blood and roared angrily. The berserk heavenly lion bloodline in his body was also constantly boiling as waves of raging power continuously surged out. He held the black saber in his hand as he crazily danced about. He used the 6-style Wind Slayer as he constantly shouted angrily. "Boss Xia, you don't have to worry about me." Black gas surged out from Qin Yan's eyes as he released the power of the Vibration Martial Spirit and the Thunder Fire Martial Spirit. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion also rushed into the battlefield to help him block the attacks of the Totem Warriors. Totem Warriors were all at the 9th level of the Martial Dao. Even if Qin Yan had stepped into the 4th level of the Martial Dao, he was still no match for them. He might have a chance of winning if he fought one, but he was currently being besieged by multiple 9th-level martial Dao cultivators. Qin Yun looked at the bloodline warriors and roared, "You bloodline aristocrat families, I, Qin Yun, will definitely flatten you." Xia Wufeng was surrounded by bloodline warriors and his entire body was covered in wounds. Everyone could tell that Qin Yun would definitely be captured by Totem Pavilion today. It was only a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun, you're about to be captured by us. Why are you still spouting so much nonsense? The warriors of Totem Pavilion laughed loudly. Xia Wufeng was suddenly stabbed by a sword and was forced to kneel on the ground by a palm strike. The origin sword that he had released was stored in a container by a bloodline warrior. Facing the siege of so many bloodline warriors, Xia Wufeng, who was at the 3rd level of the martial Dao, would not be able to hold on for long. Boss Xia. Qin Yun immediately roared angrily before forcefully activating the Nether Sun martial spirit. He allowed this mysterious and difficult to control martial spirit to attach itself to his body. At that moment, he seemed to have lost his mind. There was only one strong thought in his mind, and that was to devour. The devouring power of the Nether Sun martial spirit was extremely terrifying. After being released by Qin Yun, a black vortex appeared beneath his feet. The few totem warriors in the surroundings immediately fell into the black vortex. The energy within their bodies was constantly being extracted. Qin Yun, who had already consumed a lot of energy, was suddenly replenished. However, he couldn't control himself. He wanted to escape with Xia Wufeng, but he couldn't control his body. He couldn't control the power within his body. An incomparable fear immediately surged into his heart. He suddenly understood why he was unable to attach the Nether Sun martial spirit to his body. It was because that kind of power was not something he could control. At this moment, the Nether Sun martial spirit was like an incomparably hungry evil demon, constantly releasing waves of devouring power. The energy within the totem warrior's body was instantly devoured. He fell to the ground with a face full of fear as he looked at Qin Yun, who was walking over. At that moment, Qin Yun looked like a devil. He rushed over and grabbed a totem warrior. With a deep roar, he tore the warrior apart with his bare hands. The moment the totem warrior was torn apart, a large amount of blood spurted out. This blood was also absorbed by the devouring black gas that came out from Qin Yun's body. The martial kings in the air felt a chill run down their spines. There were many devil martial kings from the magical desolate. They also cultivated violent evil cultivation techniques, but they had never seen this kind of demonic art before. Qin Yun has used a demonic art. A martial king from the Divine Inscription Palace wanted to say something but immediately shut his mouth. There were quite a few devil martial kings here. The fact that the Divine Inscription Palace allowed the devil warriors of the magical desolate to walk around in the martial desolate meant that they acknowledged the devil warriors. At this moment, they could not use demonic arts to talk about it. The martial king of Totem Pavilion had an extremely ugly expression on his face. It was not easy for the totem warriors that they had painstakingly nurtured to reach the 9th level of the martial Dao at such a young age. But now, they were all torn to pieces by Qin Yun with his bare hands and devoured. Brother Yun, you can't go on like this. Otherwise, even your own humanity and soul will be devoured. Quickly wake up. Momo's voice suddenly appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun also knew his own situation. At that moment, he began to devour the power of the people in the distance. Even Xia Wufeng was not spared. Brother Yun, hurry up and leave. Xia Wufeng could also tell that Qin Yun's situation was amiss as he hurriedly shouted. Boss Xia. Qin Yun looked at the bloodline warriors surrounding Xia Wufeng and suddenly let out a ruthless roar. He transformed into a black shadow and flew over. When he flew over, the bloodline warriors were also incomparably shocked as they hurriedly fled. A young bloodline warrior was instantly torn into two after being caught by Qin Yun. Then, his inherited bloodline was also devoured by Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you evil demon! A bloodline martial king in the air roared angrily as the veins on his forehead bulged. Qin Yun could sense that Xia Wufeng's body no longer had any energy left. His origin sword had already been snatched away. He was even more furious. However, he was still unable to stop. His hands uncontrollably reached out towards Xia Wufeng, wanting to tear him apart, just as he was unable to control himself, the chant of the Star Yang Heart Sutra appeared in his mind. With a roar, he mixed the powerful devouring power into the earthquake divine art and released it. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, the ground suddenly cracked and trembled violently. The sudden appearance of the crack released waves of black gas that were filled with suction force, sucking all the martial artists floating in the air into the depths of the crack. Even Qin Yun and Xia Wufeng were sucked into the crack. The intense earthquake stopped and the cracks closed up. Originally, there were more than 1,000 martial Dao realm cultivators in the vicinity, but now, they had all been devoured by the earth. The martial kings in the air all widened their eyes as they looked at the quiet and uninhabited ruins below. Their faces were filled with shock. It's a divine ability. Qin Yan just used a divine ability. A spirit desolate martial king was both astonished and envious. They aren't dead. They were just sucked in. They actually let Qin Yan escape. The martial king of the divine inscription palace said unwillingly. 3 holy pools. This ancient and mysterious ancient city of martial arts had been controlled by the divine inscription palace for many years, but now half of it had been destroyed. The ancient city of martial arts was protected by all sorts of powerful and mysterious array formations. Only those in the martial Dao realm could enter. Now, so many martial Dao realm cultivators were unable to take down Qin Yun. Near the city gate, the ground was uneven. Many people drilled out of the ground with great difficulty, their hearts filled with fear. Qin Yun broke the Black Soul curse and mastered a divine ability. Even a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial Dao was afraid of this kind of power. The martial king in the sky wished he could break the ancient city's barrier and capture Qin Yun. However, the ancient city's barrier was very strong. Not to mention martial kings like them, even if someone stronger came, they would still be helpless. Divine Inscription Palace, hurry up and open the city gate. Judging from Qin Yun's strength, any martial artist below the 6th level of the martial Dao would be in great danger if they met him. A bloodline martial. King said. Those bloodline aristocrat families had sent many young bloodline warriors in to kill Qin Yun. Now that they knew that Qin Yun had broken through, they could only summon back the disciples with low cultivation levels. The martial king from the spirit desolate land also looked at the people from the divine inscription palace and said, Qin Yun is a high-ranked spirit inscription master. The body-securing talisman he refined is enough to stop any martial Dao realm cultivator. Furthermore, he has the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron, the bloodline and totem of the heavenly lion. Once he stops him, even a 9th level martial body would be killed. Your divine inscription palace, hurry up and close the formation sealing the city. Let the people come out. If this goes on, it won't be us hunting Qin Yun but him hunting our outstanding martial Dao realm disciples. One could only enter the martial city and not leave. Everyone believed that the divine inscription palace was trying to seal the ancient city. But in fact, Qin Yun was inside the array foundation, controlling the ancient city's array formation. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the martial king of the divine inscription palace. He said, to be honest, the ancient city being sealed is not controlled by our divine inscription palace. It suddenly appeared, and we are also looking for the reason. When the martial Dao realm cultivators below heard this, they immediately burst into an uproar and let out waves of curses. They originally believed that entering the ancient city to pursue Qin Yun would be fine even if they failed to succeed. But now, they were trapped in here. They clearly remembered how Qin Yun had torn the totem warrior to shreds and devoured him. He was like an evil demon, the martial king of Totem Pavilion said coldly. It looks like we have to work together to break through the ancient city's barrier. We are all Qin Yun's enemies. If he is allowed to mature, none of us will be able to escape. The experts from the spirit desolate land did not think much of it. An old man sneered and said, what's there to be afraid of for a mere martial Dao realm cultivator? He had 2 Dao cores. If he wanted to cultivate to the spirit martial realm, it would take at least 100 years. Above the spirit martial realm was the Xian martial realm. It will take at least 1,000 years, and at most a few thousand years to become a martial king. We must obtain his heavenly lion bloodline. A bloodline martial king's eyes were filled with greed. As long as we can obtain a bowl of heavenly lion blood, we can create a heavenly lion bloodline martial artist. After reproducing, more heavenly lion bloodline will appear in the future. That's right. Our bloodline aristocrat families must join forces to capture Qin Yun. This will only benefit us. Another bloodline martial king said excitedly, with this bloodline, it will be much easier to deal with dragons. The bloodline aristocrat families were extremely jealous of others seizing their inherited bloodline. But now, they wanted to take away Qin Yun's heavenly lion bloodline. This made many people secretly despise them. Following that, these martial kings joined forces and constantly bombarded the transparent barrier. However, it was to no avail. The barrier had a strong absorption ability and could absorb the powerful energy they sent over. After Qin Yun brought Xiao Wufeng deep underground, he ran into the distance through the cracks in the ground. Then, he used the penetrating divine art to return to the array base. After returning, he hurriedly placed the injured Xiao Wufeng into the healing jade vat. As for Hong Mengshu, Kai Xiangjing was in charge of treating her. When Xiao Yuelan saw that Qin Yun was also injured, she helped to heal him. Old Wang and Old Zhang are both dead. When Qin Yun thought of this matter, he clenched his fists tightly and said furiously, "Those bloodline aristocrat families, just you wait." At this moment, Morong Darren and company also learned of what had happened. While they were furious, they were also very surprised that Qin Yun was able to save Hong Mengshu under such circumstances. When Xiao Yuelan was healing Qin Yun, she discovered that there were several tyrannical and turbid energies in his body. Those energies were not Qin Yun's. They had been devoured by him. The few energies in your body are very strong. I'll refine them with you. Xiao Yuelan said, I'll also completely refine that immortal pill. Qin Yun also hoped to break through quickly and obtain even stronger strength. Only then would he be able to kill all the martial artists outside. Xiao Wufeng's origin sword had also suffered serious damage and was taken away by a bloodline martial artist. If he was unable to take it back, he could only cultivate it again. Kai Xiangjing came from the Nether Moon Palace of the Spirit Desolate. She was a martial artist of the spirit martial realm, but she could use a secret technique to suppress her cultivation and enter this ancient city of martial arts. However, she could not release the power of her spirit martial realm. Otherwise, she would be rejected by the power of the ancient city and be tortured to death. She also knew that she was the one with the highest cultivation here, and everyone needed her strength. Qin Yun, even if I make a move, I can only use the cultivation of the 9th level of the martial Tao. And my duty is to protect Yuelan. Kai Xiangjing said, if you are really in a hurry to obtain power, I have a suggestion. In the ancient city of martial arts, there are 3 holy lands for cultivation. They are the Tao Heart Pool, the Tao Origin Pool and the Tao Body Pool. As for where it is, I'm not sure. In short, it's a place where one can advance by leaps and bounds in the martial Tao realm. Qin Yun was cultivating with Xiao Yuelan. He opened his eyes and said, let me try and see if I can sense the location through the array foundation. He hurriedly injected his mental energy into the array foundation to sense the great formation of the entire ancient city. If there really were 3 cultivation pools, then it would require a lot of energy to maintain. The Tao Heart Pool cultivates mental power, the Tao Origin Pool cultivates the Tao Core martial spirit and the Tao Body Pool cultivates the physical body. Kai Xiangjing said, if you know where it is and we can take it. It should help everyone break through quickly. Through the array foundation, Qin Yun quickly sensed that there was a place that was absorbing a lot of the array's energy. He also discovered that he could teleport over from this place. I found it, I'll be there soon. Qin Yun said. I'll go with you. Xiao Yuelan was somewhat worried and hurriedly said. Kai Xiangjing was also very worried because her main purpose was to protect Xiao Yuelan. Sister Jing, don't worry. Xiao Yuelan smiled at her. Hong Mengshu needed Kai Xiangjing's help to heal and Xiao Wufeng also needed to be taken care of. Kai Xiangjing had no choice but to agree. You must be careful. Kai Xiangjing warned Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan very seriously. After Qin Yun cultivated together, he quickly recovered to his best state. Now that he thought back to the frenzied state he had fallen into, he felt a lingering fear. Qin Yun pulled Xiao Yuelan's hand and passed through the teleportation array inside the array foundation. They arrived at the waist of a mountain. This mountain is also filled with towering ancient trees. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan appeared in the tree hole where 2 giant trees merged together. The location of these teleportation arrays are all inside the trees and they are also very secretive. At this moment, the sky is dark. After the sky turned dark, Qin Yin used shadow power and brought Xiao Yuelan to search the vicinity. Not long after, they found a cave. This cave is also very secretive and was blocked by a large rock. Qin Yin pulled Xiao Yuelan and used the mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate the large rock and quietly entered the cave. This ancient city has been controlled by the divine inscription palace for so long, the cultivation place must have been controlled long ago. Only those teleportation arrays and array foundations have not been found by the divine inscription palace. Xiao Yuelan held Qin Yin's hand tightly and secretly sensed the mysterious shadow power. Suddenly, she struggled free from Qin Yin's hand. Qin Yin is alarmed and hurriedly looked at Xiao Yuelan, but he could not see anything. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Qin Yin. I can also use that power now and hide in the darkness. Yuelan. You and Yuemei are somewhat similar. She can copy other people's martial spirits and you can copy other people's special powers. Qin Yin transmitted his voice. He is very shocked in his heart. When you have time in the future, if you have any special powers, you can tell me and let me copy them. Xiao Yuelan said with a chuckle. This is the power of Xiao Yuelan's mysterious third martial spirit. After that, they held hands again so that they could know where each other was. The cave passage is not big and can only allow 3 people to walk side by side. Qin Yin and Xiao Yuelan walked for about 1,000 meters before they saw a door on both sides of the passage. A few dozen meters in front of the passage is the end and there is also a door there. The Dao Heart Pool, Dao Origin Pool and Dao Body Pool should all be here. Xiao Yuelan said with a voice transmission, let's go in and take a look. Qin Yin nodded and pulled Xiao Yuelan. He used the mysterious penetration divine ability to pass through the door on the left. If it was only a short distance penetration, it would not consume too much internal energy. Qin Yin could also use it with Xiao Yuelan without worry. After passing through the door, Qin Yin hurriedly took out a transparent soul pearl, making him and Xiao Yuelan transparent. Fortunately, his reaction was very fast because the inside is filled with bright golden light and there are quite a few people here. This is a square stone room that is dozens of meters wide. In the middle, there is a circular pool that is 20 meters wide. There are more than 10 people soaking in the pool. And beside the pool, there is an old man guarding it. That old man's entire body is covered in demonic energy. He is actually a devil martial artist. The people in the pool are also devil cultivators. Qin Yin immediately thought of the deal between the Divine Inscription Palace and the Devil Dao sect. Yuelan, attack. Qin Yin took out a few body-securing talismans and was about to throw them out when he saw Xiao Yuelan fly over. The slender saber in her hand slashed towards the old man's neck. The strongest martial Dao realm Qin Yin was taken aback as he hurriedly threw the body-securing talisman at the golden pool. The devil warriors in the pool were also awakened. Just as they were about to jump out, they were frozen in place. Xiao Yuelan hurriedly rushed over. In a few breaths of time, she had chopped off the heads of the dozen or so warriors. Her attack speed was extremely fast, clean and efficient. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, she looked at the golden pool that was filled with blood and said softly, Xiao Yun, clean it up. Qin Yin hurriedly walked over and fished out the corpse. The pool was filled with golden water and the blood quickly disappeared. Yulan, I remember that you used a sword. I never thought that you would switch to using a saber now. Qin Yin said with a smile. I can only learn the 6th-style Windslayer with a saber. Xiao Yuelan smiled. Teacher Yang has taught me many martial skills. Is she all right in the Moon Profound Valley? Qin Yin asked. Of course. Xiao Yuelan looked at the corpses and said, let's hurry up and take down the other 2 pools. Qin Yin nodded. At this moment, he also realized that Xiao Yuelan had actually replicated the transparent power, allowing her to become transparent. Yuemei shouldn't be able to replicate your martial spirit. Qin Yin exclaimed. Her mirror is a purple gold martial spirit, she can't replicate my black martial spirit. This little girl, when she found out that my martial spirit had such a miraculous power and she was unable to replicate it, she went crazy. Xiao Yuelan said with a voice transmission with a smile. Qin Yin brought her through the stone door on the opposite side. Just like before, the moment he entered, he quickly killed the people inside. The water in this stone pool was white. It was a Dao heart pool used to cultivate one's mental power. The golden pool from before was also a Dao body pool, used to temper one's Dao body. The people in the Dao heart pool were also devil cultivators. Qin was certain that the person in the last Dao origin pool was definitely a devil cultivator. Those devil cultivators were all bloodline aristocrat clans of the magical desolate land. They must have given the divine inscription palace a lot of benefits in order to come here to cultivate. They didn't seem to know what was happening outside. In fact, there weren't many people who knew where these three pools were. Only the upper echelons of the divine inscription palace knew. However, they were all killed by Qin Yun's Dao cores. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan entered the final Dao origin pool, just like before, they easily killed the devil cultivators inside. The water in the Dao Yuan pool was transparent and contained an extremely rich amount of Nine Sun spiritual energy. The martial spirits were all extracted by Qin Yun. Those who could enter the three pools to cultivate had pretty good martial spirits. There were quite a few purple gold martial spirits. Let's go back and tell Sister Jing, then come here to cultivate together, Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yun nodded and returned to the array base with Xiao Yuelan. After he returned, he used the array foundation to open the barrier and seal the pool. This way, no one could enter. As for him and Xiao Yuelan, they could use the penetration divine ability to pass through the barrier and enter. Xiao Yuelan used the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate together with Qin Yun, allowing her cultivation speed to increase by a lot. The two of them entered the Dao origin pool and cultivated together. Outside the city gates of the martial city, there were many martial Dao realm cultivators. They had all rushed over from the three desolate lands. Now that he knew that he wouldn't be able to come out after entering, he didn't enter immediately. As for many martial artists above the 6th level of the martial Dao realm, they were not afraid at all. The moment they arrived, they rushed in. Capturing Qin Yun would give them 1 billion purple coins. This made many martial Dao cultivators enter without even thinking about it. Totem Pavilion, Divine Inscription Palace, Bloodline Aristocrat Clan, Spirit Desolate Sect, these martial kings all tried their best to attack the barrier but to no avail. In the end, they gave up. They could only send people in continuously. On one hand, they wanted to find the reason, and on the other hand, they wanted to capture Qin Yun. In their eyes, Qin Yun was much more precious than a dragon. In front of the gate of the martial city, many experts from Totem Pavilion suddenly arrived. Beside them, there was a very eye-catching black-clothed youth. On the forehead of this black-clothed youth, there was a circular black mark. The whites of his eyes were also patterns. In addition, he had a handsome and fair face and elegant long red and black hair, which made him even more attractive. When the young disciples of the bloodline aristocrat clan saw the youth from Totem Pavilion, they all discussed in surprise. He is Gao Shilong of Totem Pavilion, 7th level martial Dao, 25 years old. To be able to step into the 8th level of the martial Dao at this age is already very heaven-defying. I heard that his totem is a natural totem. It's right between his eyebrows and his eyes. No one knows exactly what kind of totem it is. Is Totem Pavilion going to send him in? Not only Totem Pavilion, many bloodline aristocrat clans have sent their outstanding martial Dao realm disciples out of seclusion and rushed here. If the family allows it, I want to go in now. I am at the 8th level of the martial Dao realm and Qin Yun is only at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm. How can he be my match? If we capture Qin Yun, we can obtain his bloodline and totem. The Heavenly Lion bloodline and the Heavenly Lion totem, the fusion of the totem and the corresponding bloodline, that kind of power is extremely terrifying. Who wouldn't want to obtain it? Dao Shilong stood at the entrance of the martial city and saw the mess inside. He said coldly, "Are those martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao all trash? They are actually unable to take down someone at the 3rd level of the martial Dao." His words were filled with contempt. "Shilong, on the way here, we told you about Qin Yun's situation. Don't underestimate your enemy," a middle-aged man from Totem Pavilion warned. "He has talismans and Dao artifacts, so do I. There's nothing to be afraid of. Maybe we have to be wary of his divine abilities." Dao Shilong said, "Even if he uses a spirit realm Dao core to blast me, I can still deal with it." When the other martial Dao realm cultivators heard this, they could not believe it. They were very clear about the terror of the explosion of a Dao core. Even a martial artist of the spirit realm would feel a lot of pressure when facing the explosion of a spirit realm Dao core. When an old man from Totem Pavilion saw how confident Gao Shilong was, he felt a lot more at ease. He said with a smile, "Shilong, you have 2 totems and 2 martial spirits. The only thing you lack is an inherited bloodline. If you can take down Qin Yun, you will be able to obtain one of the strongest inherited bloodlines." The corner of Gao Shilong's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at the bloodline warriors and said with a sneer, "Only one of the strongest bloodline inheritances is worthy of me, Gao Shilong. If it's those trash bloodlines, giving them to me would only be a waste." This caused the bloodline warriors to be infuriated. What Gao Shilong meant was that if he wanted to obtain the bloodline inheritance, he could ask for it from the bloodline aristocrat families at any time. It was only because they were too weak that he couldn't be bothered to ask for it. "Shilong, I'll leave the matter of finding Qin Yun and controlling the ancient city to you." An old martial king from Totem Pavilion patted Gao Shilong's shoulder. "You are the strongest martial Dao realm cultivator in the 3 desolate lands. There is no one like you. You will not disappoint us." Gao Shilong smiled proudly and walked through the city gate. A middle-aged bloodline warrior said disdainfully, "He's only at the 7th level of the martial Dao and he's already the strongest martial Dao realm? There are also many martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao who have good aptitude, but they do not dare to claim to be the strongest in the martial Dao realm." When Gao Shilong heard this, he looked at the middle-aged man outside the city gate and said coldly, "If there is the strongest 9th level martial Dao, tell me. I will kill him at all costs." After he finished speaking, he swept past the ruins to search for Qin Yun. The old man from Totem Pavilion said with a smile, "The world dragon has twin totems and twin martial spirits. His martial spirit and totem are the type that are more compatible. Even if he were to face a 9th level martial Dao cultivator, he would still be able to defeat him." The power of a totem lay in the totem martial arts and the power of the totem. If it was used well, it would be much stronger than the bloodline power of a bloodline warrior. Most bloodline warriors did not awaken their bloodline naturally. They were all awakened in a very bloody and cruel way. This would also greatly reduce the power of the bloodline, and the bloodline power that was passed down would also become weaker and weaker. The Inscription Palace and Totem Pavilion were very clear about these matters. Only outsiders did not know about them. An old man from Totem Pavilion looked at the bloodline martial kings and said, "Aren't you going to send some powerful bloodline warriors over? With just those postnatal bloodline warriors, you won't be able to obtain the Heavenly Lion's bloodline, ha ha ha." A middle-aged totem warrior said with a smile, "Innate bloodline warriors are people's most precious treasures. They are used to inherit the orthodox bloodline. Especially those in the martial Dao realm, they are the most precious. If they die here, it will cause their orthodox bloodline to be severed." The bloodline aristocrat families were infuriated, but they didn't say a word. "Inscription Palace, what's going on with you? Don't you want to send more people in? Are you afraid that the people who enter will die inside?" The old man from Totem Pavilion mocked the Inscription Palace. "It's on its way. You guys should be more concerned about your Gao Shilong. If he were to die inside, that would be a pity. After all, there aren't many warriors who have awakened their totems in your Totem Pavilion." The martial king of the Inscription Palace sneered. "Inscription Palace, I have to say that you are all a bunch of idiots. Originally, if you could maintain a good relationship with Qin Yun, you might be able to obtain his inscriptions, bloodline, and totems. But all of you are short-sighted and have given up on this treasure." The old man from Totem Pavilion sneered loudly, "That's good too. Otherwise, if all the benefits were obtained by your Inscription Palace, we would be very jealous." The hearts of the people from the Inscription Palace were bleeding as well. Originally, Qin Yun was extremely dependent on their Inscription Palace. However, the upper echelons of the Inscription Palace suddenly decided to give up on Qin Yun. Later on, they even clashed with Qin Yun, resulting in such a situation. More and more martial Dao realm cultivators entered the martial city. At that moment, Qin Yun was like a treasure that everyone wanted to catch. Qin Yun hid himself extremely well. He was cultivating with Xiao Yuan in the Dao origin pool. This place is truly a holy land for the martial Dao realm. It can allow us to steadily increase our cultivation. Qin Yun exclaimed as he felt his strength constantly increase. Life marks transforming into threads. Qin Yun did not know how long these 3 pawns could last. He felt that it would be quite good if he could use the pawns to break through to the 6th stage. Xiao Yuelan was very happy to be able to cultivate together with Qin Yun. Qin Yun could feel her emotions as he pressed his palm against hers. Yuelan, is it because Kai Xiangjing is protecting you because they know your talent? Qin Yun asked softly. If they return to the spirit desolate land, they will take me with them. Xiao Yuelan sighed and said, I'm still considering whether or not to go. I can't bear to part with you. Qin Yun smiled. What are you still considering? It's rare to encounter such an opportunity, of course I have to go. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face was immediately filled with melancholy. She lowered her head slightly and did not say a word. The 2 of them were soaking in the water. Their palms were pressed together. It was extremely quiet and they could hear the slow sound of water flowing. Yuelan, why don't you call me little husband? Qin Yun broke the silence and asked with a smile. We haven't become real husband and wife yet. You can't just casually call me that. Xiao Yuelan blushed and snorted lightly, don't ask any more, quickly cultivate seriously. Qin Yun quickly entered a serious state of cultivation as he closed his eyes. When Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun were cultivating together, she could sense that he was circulating the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and cultivating the 9 Extinction Inner Force. This powerful 9 Extinction Inner Force was also copied by Xiao Yuelan through her mysterious martial spirit. The mysteries of the martial ancient city were very surprising. Especially these 3 pawns, they were cultivation holy lands that could help the martial Dao realm advance by leaps and bounds. From time to time, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan would change a pool to cultivate. This way, they would be able to cultivate evenly in all aspects. One had to use powerful primordial Dao energy to form the 5th life mark. Condensing primordial Dao energy required a lot of internal energy. Now, they were cultivating together in the pool. They could constantly replenish their internal energy and continuously release primordial Dao energy to condense the 5th life mark. Although they had 3 Dao cores, their martial spirits were all black. In addition to the fusion of the 3 Dao cores' primordial Dao energy, they could condense life marks even faster. Especially now, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are cultivating together. That is the fusion of 6 Dao cores. The primordial Dao power formed is extremely powerful. Furthermore, it is pure and vigorous, nourishing the Dao cores within their bodies. Not long after, Qin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised because the 5th life mark on his Dao core was slowly appearing. If this continued, he would be able to break through soon. Yuelan, we broke through so quickly, will there be any problems? Qin Yun is suddenly worried. Don't worry, this is the effect of our joint cultivation. Furthermore, the energy in the 3 pools is very abundant and we can absorb most of the energy in the pool. This is normal. Xiao Yuelan smiled, cultivate in peace. Through the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, Qin Yun can indeed absorb the 9 types of sun energy. It is just like eating pills. I want to become stronger and punish a demonic sect like Totem Pavilion. Although Qin Yun had destroyed most of the martial Dao realm cultivators in Totem Pavilion still stood tall in the martial desolate and magical desolate lands. He had the heavenly lion totem, so he had to eradicate Totem Pavilion before he could be at ease. After Gao Shilong entered the ancient city of martial arts, he held a black trident in his hand as he searched for traces of Qin Yun. The ancient city of martial arts was still very large and there were many mountains and forests. It was not easy to find a person in them. Many people were also searching for Qin Yun. They had originally thought that as long as they did not meet Qin Yun, there would be no battle. But now, when they met Gao Shilong, they would be mercilessly attacked by him. Gao Shilong, what are you doing? Does your Totem Pavilion want to become enemies with our bloodline aristocrat family? A bloodline martial artist said angrily. You should feel honored that I killed you. Because I feel that you have the strength to defeat Qin Yun, I want to kill you. The long trident in Gao Shilong's hand stabbed out crazily. The bloodline martial artist could not withstand a few blows and his body was pierced with several bloody holes. A small team of bloodline martial artists were all at the 8th or 9th level of the martial Dao. They were actually unable to deal with Gao Shilong, who was at the 7th level of the martial Dao. Very quickly, Gao Shilong killed all the bloodline martial artists in this team and left with a maniacal laugh. Not only were bloodline martial artists killed, as long as it was a team with decent strength, they would be attacked by Gao Shilong. This caused many teams to complain incessantly. When they met Gao Shilong, they could only hide far away. Many people squeezed to the city gate and complained to the martial king outside. Totem Pavilion, since your Gao Shilong is so brutal, then don't blame us for being impolite. A bloodline martial king said angrily with a trembling voice. At this moment, 7 young-looking bloodline martial artists also entered the city. The old man from Totem Pavilion sneered, "You are willing to send out a Xianxia bloodline martial artist? Then it's best if you don't meet Shilong. Shilong won't attack others for no reason. It's most likely you who provoked him. Aren't you just jealous of his talent?" The seniors of the bloodline aristocrat family were infuriated by Totem Pavilion. The people of the Inscription Palace and the Spirit Desolate were also filled with resentment towards Totem Pavilion. Now was the time for them to unite, but there was a conflict between them. As long as the head hall master of our Inscription Palace comes out of seclusion, he will immediately rush over. The words of an old man caused the expressions of the people from Totem Pavilion to change. The head hall master of the Inscription Palace was definitely not only at the Martial King realm. It was extremely likely that he was in existence that surpassed the Martial King realm. The bloodline martial artists in the city also gathered together and formed a large team. They entered the forest together to search for traces of Qin Yun. Their current opponent was not only Qin Yun but also Totem Pavilion's Gao Shilong. They also admitted that Gao Shilong was very strong. Although he was at the 7th level of the martial Dao, he possessed terrifying strength. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan cultivated together for 2 days, the Dao cores in their bodies suddenly trembled. They had successfully formed the 5th life mark on 3 of their Dao cores. In the past, when he broke through, there would be quite a bit of commotion. At this moment, because they were cultivating together and because of Qin Yun's nether sun martial spirit, he was able to suppress the energy that erupted during his breakthrough and breakthrough in peace. At the 5th level of the martial Dao, the great Dao life mark can be formed into threads and have a very strong ability. Xiao Yuelan gently waved her hand and released 5 black threads. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were many lines on the threads. These were the runes that converged into the great Dao life mark. "This is mental power?" Qin Yun asked. "My mental life mark and dragon life mark are fused together." Xiao Yuelan chuckled. The most obvious thing about condensing the 5th life mark was the increase in one's Dao power and the increase in the inner strength of the Dao core. The main effect of transforming life marks into threads was to wrap one's body and form a cocoon, allowing one's Dao body to ascend. During the process of ascending the Dao body, the Dao core and martial spirit would be strengthened and the 6th life mark would be formed. Qin Yun suddenly sensed that there was some movement outside. "There seems to be someone. This aura seems to be a bloodline martial artist," Qin Yun said in a low voice. "And there are quite a few of them." Xiao Yuelan frowned and held Qin Yun's hand tightly. Xiao Yuelan said, "It's night now. Let's go out and take a look." Qin Yun thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright, we might be able to take back Boss Xie's origin sword." Qin Yun took out some body-securing talismans and gave them to Xiao Yuelan. He didn't have many body-securing talismans left. Although he had refined quite a few with Ziqingqing's help, he had consumed a lot of them in the past few days. He brought Xiao Yuelan with him and used the penetration divine ability to pass through the cave's barrier and arrive outside. At night, the sky was covered with thick clouds, obscuring the beautiful stars and moon, causing the world to become even darker. Halfway up the mountain, many dots of light appeared. With a glance, Qin Yun knew that it was a bloodline martial artist. He was holding a glowing stone in his hand, searching for him. "Disperse them and then we'll hide in the darkness to launch a sneak attack." Xiao Yuelan sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun. She had also experienced a very cruel cultivation before, so assassination was not a problem at all. Qin Yun summoned the Nether-realm Heavenly Lion and charged at the group of bloodline martial artists. The group of people immediately cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. Qin Yun also realized that after he formed his 5th life mark, the Nether-realm Heavenly Lion he summoned had become stronger. This Nether-realm Heavenly Lion actually knew the Heavenly Lion totem martial arts. As soon as he went over, he used the Heavenly Lion's roar, causing the internal organs of those martial artists at the 5th or 6th level to tighten in pain. Following that, he used the Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw and crazily attacked those people. Yulan, be careful, Qin Yan warned. N. Xiao Yulan had copied Qin Yan's shadow power and could also hide in the darkness. She and Qin Yan charged towards the group of people from 2 different directions. After Qin Yan went over, he sensed the bloodline martial artist who had dealt with Xia Wufeng. He hurriedly threw out the body-securing talisman and froze the martial artist. Then, he flew over and threw the person into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Nether Realm Heavenly Lion, Qin Yan is nearby. An old bloodline martial artist shouted in alarm. At this moment, a few body-securing talismans were thrown into the crowd, stopping more than 10 bloodline martial artists. At this moment, the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion, Qin Yan and Xiao Yulan also charged into the crowd and attacked crazily. Qin Yan and Xiao Yulan had both used the 6-style Wind Slayer. Furthermore, they were released through the 9 Extinction Inner Force. The saber force produced was extremely domineering, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The originally calm and dreary night sky was shaken by black bolts of lightning that danced wildly in the air. The lightning was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen, but its power was incomparably terrifying. When the black lightning struck out, it would set off a wave of lightning energy that struck towards the bloodline martial artists. As long as a 9th-level martial artist was frozen by the body-securing talisman for 2 moments, it meant that they would die without a doubt. 20 to 30 bloodline martial artists were an extremely powerful force in the martial Dao realm. However, when they faced 2 people and 1 beast, they were defeated. Even the 7 and 8 bloodline martial artists were unable to move after being frozen by the body-securing talisman. Then, they were slashed to death by Qin Yan and Xiao Yulan. In just a moment, Qin Yan and Xiao Yulan had killed the team of bloodline martial artists. Qin Yan had also extracted quite a number of martial spirits. Early in the morning, the 9 suns slowly rose, illuminating the earth. Outside the ancient city of martial arts, there were many martial kings walking back and forth, anxiously waiting for news from inside. Suddenly, many black dots flew towards the city gate and rushed outside. However, they were blocked by the barrier of the gate. More than 10 heads landed at the city gate's barrier, only a few meters away from the martial king outside. When the bloodline martial kings saw the heads of their aristocratic family's disciples, they immediately roared in anger. War Dragon, there was only 1 city gate in the martial city. Many people were crowded at the city gate, waiting to leave the city. These people were all relatively weak. Now, they did not dare to capture Qin Yan. They all wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now, when they saw more than 10 heads flying over, they were so scared that all their hair stood on end. Their hearts were filled with fear. Even a powerful bloodline martial artist had been beheaded by Qin Yan, let alone them. In the distance, a black shadow appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a black heavenly lion. Qin Yan rode on the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and looked at the group of people whose faces were filled with fear. He said with a sneer, "You've been looking for me for a long time, right?" When the crowd saw Qin Yan approaching, they all retreated and leaned against the city wall. They looked at Qin Yan in horror. "Qin Yan, don't get carried away. You are only a 3rd-level martial Dao cultivator. There is one of the strongest martial Dao cultivators here." An old man shouted. "Everyone, don't be afraid. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to take him down." "That's right, we have a few martial Dao level 9 martial artists here. There's no need to be afraid of him." Many people shouted for unity. Qin Yan laughed out loud and said, "I can send you all to the heavens with a single Dao core." Just as he finished speaking, the group of people fled in all directions and quickly dispersed. The hearts of these fleeing people were filled with extreme fear. Qin Yan's words were enough to scare them into fleeing. It could be seen how afraid they were of the explosion of the Dao core. When the martial kings outside the city gate saw Qin Yan appear, they hurriedly floated in the air. They looked down at Qin Yan through the transparent and powerful barrier. These martial kings wished that they could capture Qin Yan, especially those bloodline martial kings. They wished that they could swallow Qin Yan alive, not to mention the people from the bloodline aristocrat clan. Many people present wanted to eat Qin Yan's flesh and blood when they thought of his powerful heavenly lion bloodline so that they could obtain the powerful heavenly lion's inheritance. Qin Yun, the strongest martial Dao realm cultivator in our totem pavilion, is already on his way. You'd better escape quickly. He has never lost. The old man from Totem Pavilion sneered proudly. Qin Yun had heard someone mention how powerful Gao Shilong was. When the head appeared, some people thought that it was done by Gao Shilong. Xiao Yuan did not show herself. Instead, she hid. She was also the one who asked Qin Yun to deal with this group of people, and she would secretly take action. She hated this group of people who chased after her husband. She clenched her jade-like fists and stared at the martial artists at the 9th stage of the martial Dao. Qin Yun had given the Xian royal cannon to her so that she could attack 9th-level martial Dao cultivators from afar. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan knew each other's strength, so they were very confident that they could join hands to deal with a martial artist at the 9th-level martial Dao, so they were not afraid of this group of people. You want Gao Shilong to capture me? Qin Yun said with a laugh. Qin Yun, you are in the martial Dao realm. I think you also want to defeat Shilong. The old man from Totem Pavilion laughed. The totems on his body are all innate totems. If you defeat him, you can also obtain those totems. Qin Yun slowly said, I don't like his trash totem. My heavenly lion totem is 10 times, 100 times stronger than those trash totems. The reason why Totem Pavilion provoked Qin Yun was to stall for time. They wanted him to stay here and wait for Gao Shilong to arrive. Qin Yun, Hong Mengshu was captured by Gao Shilong. The injuries on Hong Mengshu's body were caused by him. Don't you want revenge? The old man laughed sinisterly. Right now, he is not only looking for you, he is also looking for Hong Mengshu. Because time is of the essence, he also has the time to take Hong Mengshu, hee hee. Qin Yun slowly took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He said coldly, don't worry. I will wait here for Gao Shilong and let you personally see how he dies tragically in my hands. Shameless boasting. The old man laughed. Not long after, a violent and ice-cold gust of wind suddenly blew over. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a handsome man with long, flowing hair and an evil aura coming from his body. He was walking through the air. Gao Shilong had appeared. When everyone saw Gao Shilong arrive, they heaved a long sigh of relief. That was because once Qin Yun was taken care of, they would be safe. Qin Yun looked at Gao Shilong's glabella and eyes. That was where the twin totems were located. Gao Shilong looked at Qin Yun as well. His eyes glowed as though he had seen a delicious herb as he licked his lips. Your bloodline and totem belong to me. Qin Yun frowned and said with a sneer, my bloodline and totem are in my body. Why should they belong to you? Gao Shilong sneered coldly. First, you are not worthy of possessing the heavenly lion totem and bloodline. Second, I am stronger than you. Third, Totem Pavilion has the right to deprive you of your totem. The purpose of our Totem Pavilion is to not let a profound totem fall into the hands of a weakling like you. Qin Yun was secretly infuriated as he said expressionlessly, ridiculous. Also, you want to hand Hong Mengshu over. I like to hit this woman. I like to see her expression when she is enduring pain. This kind of strong woman who doesn't cry out after being beaten is very hard to find. Gao Shilong's face revealed a sinister smile as his expression turned somewhat sinister. Qin Yun said angrily, Gao Shilong, I will make you repay the pain you caused Mengshu 10 times, 100 times over. The aura on his body was released and the intense fury of the heavenly lion immediately blew in all directions like a gale. Ha ha ha, you are really arrogant. Gao Shilong laughed loudly as he emitted an evil aura that collided with Qin Yun's heavenly lion aura. Everyone held their breaths in surprise as they retreated. Gao Shilong's evil aura was too terrifying. It was as though it contained the resentment and anger of countless evil spirits. It carried a bitter smell of blood as it enveloped them. Just from the aura alone, Gao Shilong was able to suppress Qin Yun. Outside the barrier, everyone from Totem Pavilion nodded their heads in admiration. Gao Shilong's strength did not disappoint them. Qin Yun threw out a body-securing talisman, but he never expected Gao Shilong's reaction to be so fast. In a flash, he was a few hundred meters away. Qin Yun hurriedly controlled the body-securing talisman and chased after Gao Shilong. Insignificant skill. Gao Shilong waved his palm from afar and sent out a black ball of air, destroying the body-securing talisman. He was already prepared and would never give Qin Yun the chance to freeze. This fellow does have some ability. Qin Yan summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion back and took out his black saber. In a flash, he slashed down with his saber and executed the Six-style Wind Slayer's thunderclap style. The moment the broadsword fell, black lightning shot out from the blade. With an explosive thunderclap, it slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Clang! After Qin Yan's broadsword fell, it was blocked by Gao Shilong's trident. The blade struck the trident and produced a violent collision, causing many of the fragments on the ground to jump up. Die! Gao Shilong struck out with his palm. The thick black gas was like a struggling evil spirit. It transformed into a palm force that carried the wailing of an evil ghost as it charged at Qin Yan. Qin Yan felt his broadsword being sucked in by the trident. He was unable to retract it, forcing him to use the Extinction Dragon Palm. The pitch-black Extinction Dragon Palm force transformed into a roaring Heavenly Lion's head. The power of the Heavenly Lion Totem and the Heavenly Lion bloodline was completely released. The might of the Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon shocked everyone. The aura of slaying a dragon was terrifying. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions rang out. Waves of ink-like black gas surged in all directions, accompanied by a roaring gale, wreaking havoc on the ground. After Qin Yan and Gao Shilong's palms collided, they were also sent flying back 100 meters. Primordial Dao Power, Primordial Dao Body. This level of primordial force is not something that can only be achieved at the 4th level of the martial Dao. You've stepped into the 5th level of the martial Dao? A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Gao Shilong's mouth as he said in surprise. In the distance, the crowd immediately let out cries of horror. Qin Yan was not at the 3rd level of the martial Dao but the 5th level of the martial Dao. When the Inscription Palace gave up on Qin Yan, he was only at the 2nd level of the martial Dao. But now, he had broken through so quickly and became a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial Dao. This kind of speed was something that even a martial artist with a single martial spirit would find difficult to achieve. As for Qin Yan, he had dual Dao cores and a black martial spirit. As long as you have perseverance, it's not difficult to break the Black Soul Curse. Furthermore, you can advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Yan said coldly. The black gas released from his body was the aura of his black martial spirit. The black gas on Gao Shilong's body was an extremely evil demonic energy. Qin Yan gripped his saber tightly as he looked at Gao Shilong coldly. The power of the Heavenly Lion bloodline in his heart suddenly surged. It constantly boiled and surged within his body, increasing his physical body's strength. When he was young, he did not have enough strength to protect his spirit vein, causing it to be deprived, and now, someone wanted to deprive him of his immortal meridian and totem. He would never let them succeed. Qin Yan cherished his bloodline and totem very much because they were friends who had accompanied him as he grew up and brought him great power. Through his hard work, he had obtained the recognition of his bloodline and totem and obtained the power they gave him. Then, he would protect them. Let's fight side by side. At this moment, Qin Yan seemed to have a telepathic connection with the Heavenly Lion bloodline totem. He seemed to be able to hear the bloodline roaring within his body and the totem jumping in joy within his body. Gao Shilong smiled sinisterly and said, "Great. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to fight to my heart's content. Now, I will use my totem power to defeat you." Gao Shilong suddenly let out a sharp scream. This scream seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth, causing everyone's hearts to feel uncomfortable. He released his totem power. 2 black venomous snakes appeared in his eyes and a small black bat spat out poisonous gas from between his eyebrows. Bat totem and viper totem. What he released are all totem spirits. Momo said. Qin Yan's totem power was also boiling as the Heavenly Lion's arms suddenly expanded. The black saber Dao artifact in his hand trembled slightly as it was struck by the waves of energy. Sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan sensed Gao Shilong's arrival and immediately released an energy barrier to protect himself. The venom hit the air barrier but was unable to touch Qin Yan's body. Indeed a trash totem. Qin Yan suddenly turned around and hacked down at Gao Shilong. The moment the Six-style Wind Slayer's mountain splitter was unleashed, the earth was torn apart by the violent saber force. The perfect power of the Heavenly Lion was fully unleashed by Qin Yan. The most frightening thing was that it carried a vibrating force. Gao Shilong was also shocked by the power of this strike. He hurriedly used his trident to block it. Boom! The broadsword struck the fork. The heavenly lion's roar was accompanied by a vibrating force that penetrated the ground, causing the surrounding debris to be shaken into powder. Gao Shilong's hand that was holding on to the trident was also cracked by the heavenly lion's vibrating power that was pouring in, causing black blood to flow out. At that moment, Qin Yun's aura was ferocious and his killing intent was overbearing. He looked like a god of death. Those martial kings in the air saw Gao Shilong's arm split open and bleed. All of them were shocked. Qin Yun's strength is clearly enough to crush Gao Shilong. You dare to show off in front of me with 2 martial spirits and 2 totems? You truly overestimate yourself. Qin Yun's angry laughter seemed to be transmitted from the horizon, filled with shocking might. He fiercely slashed down with his saber again, striking out with the power of furious lightning. It was the 6th-style Wind Slayer's lightning strike. Gao Shilong was horrified and was just about to dodge, but he didn't expect that a mysterious force would suddenly appear and press down on his body, causing him to feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, making it difficult for him to move. Crack! The large saber fell, and the saber chi splashed out like a dragon or a tiger, knocking the trident down. Gao Shilong's arm was completely split open. Black flesh and blood flew out from the shock. When everyone saw Gao Shilong's trident fall to the ground, they knew that he had lost. Even Gao Shilong, who had dual martial spirits and dual totems, was no match for Qin Yun. The martial Dao realm cultivators watching from afar were even more terrified. Gao Shilong made them feel extremely afraid, but now, Qin Yun could defeat Gao Shilong. Rumble! Qin Yun's extinction dragon palm struck Gao Shilong's chest. The palm energy, like that of an angry lion, penetrated Gao Shilong's heart and poured into his body, tearing apart his meridians, bones, and flesh. Ah! Gao Shilong suddenly let out a tragic scream, which made everyone's hair stand on end. Shilong! The old man from Totem Pavilion madly attacked the barrier and roared angrily. Don't you have a snake martial spirit and a bat martial spirit? This is all done by the soul refiners of your Totem Pavilion, right? They are all trash martial spirits. Qin Yun laughed and walked over. Gao Shilong collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. His entire body is twitching, his totem-filled eyes are looking at Qin Yun with incomparable resentment. Qin Yun struck Gao Shilong's abdomen with his palm and used the soul extraction art. You are extracting my martial spirit, ah! Gao Shilong shouted in fear, then screamed in pain. Qin Yun said expressionlessly, don't worry, after I finish extracting your martial spirit, you will still be alive. I've said it before, I'll return the pain Mengshu suffered 100-fold. The martial kings were dumbfounded. They all knew that Qin Yun was a high-ranked spirit inscription master, however, they never expected him to know how to refine souls and extract other people's martial spirits. This was a soul refiner that was rarer than an inscription master, and a soul refiner that understood the Tao of inscriptions was even rarer, especially the martial kings from the Spirit Desolate. Their pupils contracted as their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Qin Yun pulled out Gao Shilong's martial spirit and said disdainfully, they are all trash martial spirits. A guy like you actually dares to clamor in front of me. As he spoke, he threw his martial spirit out for the nether realm heavenly lion to devour. The people from Totem Pavilion all looked as if they had lost their parents. That was the most outstanding martial Dao realm cultivator in their Totem Pavilion. He was born with 2 totems and he had obtained 2 martial spirits that matched with the totems. But now, it had been destroyed by Qin Yun. Martial artists in the ancient city of martial arts, listen up. Whoever obtains Qin Yun's head, my Totem Pavilion is willing to use 10 billion purple coins to buy it. The voice of the old man from Totem Pavilion was filled with resentment as his roar shook the sky. Qin Yun took out a few poisonous needles and pierced them into Gao Shilong's body. Then, he looked coldly at the group of martial Dao realm cultivators in the distance and said, all of you, quickly come over. In any case, you entered the city to kill me. Even if you don't do it now, I will find you one by one and kill you. Ah! Gao Shilong, whose martial spirit was extracted, rolled on the ground and screamed miserably. Black evil blood unceasingly flowed out from his body. Qin Yun did not sympathize with such torture at all. Gao Shilong's flesh and blood were all black, which showed how vicious his cultivation method was. He must have eaten the flesh and blood of many people. 10 billion purple crystal coins made the hearts of many warriors race, even a mystic sect wouldn't have so many purple crystal coins in reserve. This was equivalent to the wealth of an entire king faction. Hurry up. Even if you don't kill him, he will kill you. If I kill Qin Yun, I will be able to obtain 10 billion purple coins. I will not go back on my word. The old man from Totem Pavilion was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. Kill. Kill Qin Yun, take off his head and eat his flesh and blood. You will be able to obtain the Heavenly Lion's bloodline. A middle-aged man suddenly shouted as he charged at Qin Yun. More than 1,000 people flew over from all directions and surrounded Qin Yun. At that moment, a few black beads shot out from other places. They were cannonballs. Boom, boom. Boom, Xiao Yuan used the Xian Royal Cannon and fired more than 10 shots in a row. The cannonballs hit the teams in all directions evenly. After they exploded, a large expanse of flames appeared. Those were the flames of beast oil burning. After the concentrated refined beast oil was ignited, the flames carried a strong pressure as they enveloped the martial artists. It was as if a large wave of scorching lava was crashing down. The surroundings immediately turned into a sea of fire as the martial artists let out miserable cries. The reason why Qin Yun was so calm was because he knew that Xiao Yuan was here. That was why he was at ease. The martial artists at the 9th level of the martial Dao were basically all in the flames. Xiao Yuan, who was dressed in black and wearing a mask, flew out with a long saber in her hand. She charged towards a group of fleeing people. The 6-style Wind Slayer howled in anger as she frantically reaped the fleeing martial artists. Qin Yun's Nether Realm Heavenly Lion also roared as it charged forward. With a single swipe of the Heavenly Lion's fighting dragon claw, it killed a group of martial artists. In the ancient city of martial arts, the martial Dao realm martial artists were constantly wailing and screaming in pain. Only now did they realize that not only was it extremely difficult to obtain the bounty, they also had to pay the price of their lives. Legend had it that the ancient city of martial arts was a holy land for martial Dao realm cultivators. But now, it had become hell for martial Dao realm cultivators. When the martial kings outside the barrier saw this, they were incomparably frightened. They knew very well that if Qin Yun were to reach the martial king realm one day, their fates would be no different from those martial Dao realm cultivators below. Gao Shilong did not die. Instead, he was slowly being tortured by the pain of the poison needle. His handsome face had long since been distorted by the pain. When the people from Totem Pavilion saw this, they were infuriated as they constantly attacked the barrier. Not only the people from Totem Pavilion, even the bloodline aristocrat families and the martial kings of the Spirit Desolate were filled with regret. This was because none of the outstanding martial Dao realm disciples that they had sent in were left alive, especially those arena masters of the Spirit Desolate sect. They had been killed by Xiao Yuan's saber just now. The corners of the martial king's eyes twitched as he looked at Qin Yun. They were people from the Spirit Desolate. They were high and mighty existences. No one had ever dared to provoke them. However, Qin Yun had killed all their disciples in front of them and extracted their martial spirits. Totem Pavilion, I'm not done with you yet. Back then, you almost annihilated my 9 extinction profound gate. Sooner or later, I will settle this debt with you. Qin Yun also floated in the air. Separated by a barrier, he was more than 10 meters away from the martial kings. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. Don't be too happy too early, you bloodline aristocrat families. I know you want to eat my flesh and blood, so don't be surprised if one day, the aristocratic families in your desolate domain are wiped out by me. Qin Yun's cold words caused the martial kings to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Yun, don't think that we can't deal with you just because you're hiding inside. When the head palace master of our divine inscription palace comes, you'll have a good time. The old man from the divine inscription palace said coldly. Qin Yun immediately laughed out loud. When is he coming? Tell me a time and I'll meet him then. It was this bastard who decided to give up on me back then, right? I originally respected and trusted the divine inscription palace and treated it as my home. However, for the sake of a small profit, you gave up on me and even targeted me. The losses of your divine inscription palace in the martial ancient city were all your own doing. The old man from the divine inscription palace was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The martial Dao realm of their divine inscription palace were all inscription masters. There was no lack of talented ones among them, but they had all died in the martial ancient city. Their losses were no less than the bloodline aristocrat families and Totem Pavilion. Qin Yun, I am also very pained by today's situation. From afar, an old and powerful voice suddenly sounded. The majesty penetrated the barrier and intimidated Qin Yun. Qin Yun hurriedly took a few steps back. That powerful aura was the same as Wu Mingxu's. A golden beam of light suddenly flashed over. A golden-robed elder with long white hair and beard appeared in front of Qin Yun. I am the head palace master of the Divine Inscription Palace, Han Fenghu. The old man looked at Qin Yun and said with a cold expression. Qin Yun said with a sneer, I am the city lord of the martial ancient city, Qin Yun. The martial kings all revealed looks of unwillingness. This mysterious martial ancient city had actually fallen into Qin Yun's hands. City Lord Qin, the martial ancient city is a treasure bestowed by the immortal desolate land to the martial desolate land. I hope that you can manage it properly so that the martial Dao realm cultivators can benefit from it. Han Fenghu said expressionlessly. What a nice way to put it. Qin Yun suddenly laughed out loud. In the 3 holy pools of the martial ancient city, there are actually bloodline devil warriors from the magical beast desolate land. I have to say, your Divine Inscription Palace really knows how to use the martial ancient city to seek benefits. How despicable. Han Fenghu immediately fell silent as his face twitched. Although he was very strong and could be considered the strongest group of people in the martial desolate land, he was still unable to break the barrier of the martial ancient city. Qin Yun, you should be more concerned about the 9 Extinction Gate. The 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows of the 9 Extinction Gate have all flown away. The 9 Extinction Gate will forever lose the protection of the 9 Extinction Formation. Han Fenghu said slowly. End of chapter 473. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.